Brain storage. There are many female protagonists in this book, but the number won't be too many, about 3. The protagonist has a dual identity and is not a saint. Thank you for your support. Our TV station reports that recently, the cave robber Uchiha was spotted again in the companion cave next to the original cave Hawari. According to the latest intelligence from the Hollow Investigation Association, Uchiha destroyed a giant Ikai inside the companion hollow, causing the volume of the companion hollow to collapse by nearly half. Regarding the information about the cave thief, Uchiha, to this day, the official has never known his true identity. No one knows what his purpose is, whether he is a good guy or a villain. Zhongyan picked up the remote control and turned off the TV that was broadcasting the news. At the same time, his eyes turned to the computer screen beside him, which showed a writer's operating background. At this time, he was planning the content of the latest volume of the novel, but before he started writing, habit drove him to open the comments section first. The mixed reviews from readers suddenly appeared before his eyes. Reader A: oh my god, in this volume, the protagonist can already eliminate the entire companion void by himself. If he continues like this, won't he be able to clear the zero void completely? Reader B: I thought this was another high quality work, but it became more and more outrageous as it went on. Could it be that the author was influenced by that guy called Uchiha and therefore magnified the protagonist's abilities infinitely? Reader C: the update is too slow. Reader D: I don't know if you have noticed that the hollow exploration process written by this author is so realistic that I have to doubt whether he has really entered the hollow and really fought with the giant skeleton. Author's reply: actually, I am a cave robber. Usually, I fight those giant corpses in the cave. Reader E: it's a living author. Reader F: catch. After reading the latest comments, Zhongyan quietly closed the comments section and began writing the latest volume. As he was writing, he suddenly put down his hands that were typing on the keyboard and leaned limply on the gaming chair. It's been half a year, Zhongyan murmured. Half a year ago, he accidentally traveled to this city called New Eridu. He was not unfamiliar with this city, as it was the background world of the new game Zero Zone by the well-known second-hand game company Salmon. He got into the game on the first day of its public beta. At the same time, we have to criticize Salmon. The server was supposed to be opened at 10 a.m., so why did you open it at 8:20 in the morning? Zhongyan, who thought he was very cunning, got up at 9:30 in the morning to stake out the game. He thought he was very smart, but after entering the game, he found that the UID started with 2. Who should he talk to reason with this? There is no other way, just start with the second one, you can still play it. The good news is that he is a careful person and has a very good understanding of the game's plot and worldview. That he thinks it should not be a problem for him to develop here. The bad news is that since this is a new game, its plot and worldview are still in a state of development, and there is very little known information, which is not enough to support his reckless behavior. Originally, Zhongyan thought that he just needed to develop carefully. As long as he stayed away from the void, he would most likely not encounter any danger in this world. However, as a time traveler, what can he do without a golden finger? So, on the first day, he gained an ability called Uchiha Panel. The so-called Uchiha is actually the Uchiha clan in the well-known anime. Zhongyan, who possesses the Uchiha Panel, can use almost all the abilities of the Uchiha clan. Whether it was the Sharingan or the fire-style ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan was proficient in, he learned them all, and even evolved his Sharingan to the level of Eternal Mangekyo. With the existence of this golden finger, his situation improved by leaps and bounds, but he did not ignore other forces in the world just because he became stronger. So, to be on the safe side, he created a double identity for himself. On the surface, he is a 17-year-old student attending a high school in New Eridu. He usually writes novels online as a hobby. With his extraordinary thinking and writing skills, he has achieved considerable success. Behind the scenes, he has been the Uchiha, a cave robber who has appeared in the public eye in recent months and whose whereabouts are like a ghost. The code name Uchiha was tailor-made for himself. All his actions were centered around clearing the corpses. His strong ability to get things done also made many rope craftsmen and unofficial organizations invite him to cooperate. However, he rejected all of these invitations unless the client offered a price that was too high for him to refuse. But even so, he basically never shows up in front of his clients, so that until now, no one in the entire New Eli knows his true identity. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a knock on the door brought Zhongyan back to reality. He sat up from the gaming chair and looked at the time. 11:30 in the evening. Who would come to see me at this time? Confused, Zhongyan couldn't help but become more alert. His actions in New Eridu were too mysterious. Apart from the classmates he met at school, he had no other friends. There is absolutely no way those classmates would come to see him at this time. Thinking of this, he walked forward, with a blood-red light flashing slightly in his eyes, ready to go into battle at any time. The next second, with the doorknob turning, he pulled the door open, and 2 figures of different heights appeared outside the house. The moment he saw the 2 people's faces clearly, Zhongyan couldn't help but stand there in a daze. They were dressed in blue, with a striking police badge on their bodies, plus they were both women, and one was tall and the other was short. Aren't these Zhu Yuan and Xing Yi who appeared in the game plot? Both of them are sheriffs from the Public Security Bureau. They are usually responsible for investigating some civil cases and disputes. Why would they come to us at this time? Could it be that his daily fights with Shark Girl in class were eventually defined as abuse of rare animals? No, this was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Compared to this, he would rather believe that his identity as an Uchiha had been exposed. I'm very sorry to disturb your rest, Zhu Yuan, who was standing outside the door, spoke at this time. She used a nearly perfect professional tone and said calmly, "Can we please go inside to talk? Some things are not suitable to be discussed outside." While Zhu Yuan was speaking, King Ai, who was standing beside him, looked past Zhongyan and into the messy interior of the house, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was observing something. Seeing this scene, Zhongyan suddenly felt something was wrong. "It's broken, this is coming for me." It was obviously impossible for Zhu Yuan and Qingyi, who were standing outside the door, to leave so easily, so Zhongyan had no choice but to invite them both into the house. After making sure that there were no other sheriffs around, he closed the door. When they entered the house, the two professional sheriffs immediately began to look around at the furnishings. The area of this house is not big, with one bedroom, one living room, one bathroom, one kitchen, and no balcony. It is only about a few dozen square meters in total. Coupled with Zhongyan's habits, the whole house looks very messy. Perhaps the only tidy place is his workbench, which is the desk with the computer and the bookshelf full of books next to it. Of course, these are just decorations. Wow, he's still creating. He's indeed a well-known new writer who has emerged recently. He's still working so late. While looking around, King Ai saw the writer's background interface on the computer screen, and said jokingly with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, "It can be seen that the two of them are well aware of Zhongyan's public identity." However, Zhongyan was a little curious. Was it just because of his identity as a writer that the two of them visited him in the middle of the night? This is obviously impossible, so he must be prepared for his Uchiha identity to be exposed. Readers have been a little restless lately, asking for more updates. If I don't work harder on writing, they'll really think I'm tired. Zhongyan laughed, but didn't show any major emotional fluctuations. Seeing this, Qingyi responded calmly, "I have read your novel. The content is very good, especially the experience of exploring the cave. It is just like the real thing." Halfway through her speech, she suddenly paused for a moment, turned her gaze to Zhu Yuan beside her, and continued, "It's so real that one can't help but wonder if the person who can write such a work has really been to the Hollow." As she finished her words, the next second, Zhu Yuan took out a search warrant from her pocket and placed it in front of Zhongyan. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Zhongyan, because the content of your work is too realistic. It is more professional than many senior Void investigators. So, with the approval of the higher UPS, I, the Sheriff Zhu Yuan, and Senior King I will investigate whether you are a cave robber as the rumors say. If this causes any inconvenience, please wait until the investigation is over before reporting to the higher UPS." Hearing this, Zhongyan was stunned at first, then he said, "Investigation? No, what is there to investigate here? You can't bully a commoner like me, right? You actually suspect that I am a cave robber?" Zhongyan's rebuttal did not move the two men at all. Qingyi even said in a slightly targeted manner, "Hey, we really don't dare to bully ordinary people, but you are a new writer Zhong Shuren, who has recently become famous in New Eiladu. The number of your fans is almost over 200,000, right?" Zhong Shuren is the pen name Zhongyan used when he registered his writer information online. The excellent quality of his works made the number of his fans soar to over 6 figures in just a few months. His monthly income reached a staggering 1 million dinas, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to buy a house in New Eiladu so quickly. 200,000 fans are nothing. In New Eridu, any random online opinion can bring down a large number of authors with 200,000 fans. What's more, my etheric aptitude test score is 0.0 etheric aptitude. I'm afraid I'll be corroded into a corpse as soon as I enter the void. In New Eridu, ether suitability determines how long a person can survive in the void. Generally speaking, people with a score below 50 are not suitable to enter the void. Zhongyan's score was 0, which was quite rare. Perhaps it was because he was not from this world. However, an ether suitability of 0 does not mean that he cannot enter the void. On the contrary, as long as nutrition and body functions are guaranteed, he can survive in the void almost permanently. If such news were announced, it would probably attract the covetousness of many forces. What's worse, it is estimated that they would use him for human experiments to create drugs that can absolutely adapt to cavitation erosion. This is what makes you special. I have never heard of a person with 0 etheric adaptability. In New Eridu, even newborn babies have some etheric adaptability to a certain extent. As for you, you are too suspicious, great writer. King Ai pretended to be naughty and put her finger in front of her nose and made a cute expression. While she was confronting Zhongyan, Zhu Yuan on the side had already begun a full-scale search. From the wardrobe to the drawers, even the kitchen cabinets and the toilet in the bathroom, she left nothing untouched. This shows that as a sheriff, Zhu Yuan is absolutely competent. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become the squad leader of the Public Security Bureau at this age. Even the King Ai man whom she called a senior was actually her subordinate. After searching through all the boxes and cabinets, Zhu Yuan did not find anything suspicious and immediately came to report senior. No items related to the cave robber were found. He seems to be just an ordinary high school student and online writer. Hearing the result, King Ai, who was originally confident of victory, couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. Seeing her expression, Zhongyan subconsciously protected a place. It was an inconspicuous drawer under his computer desk. However, such small actions of his naturally could not escape the sight of the two sheriffs. Zhu Yuan, have you searched there? Qing Yi asked, pointing at the drawer behind Zhongyan. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's eyes narrowed and he shook his head. No. Then it's there? As King Ai finished speaking, Zhu Yuan walked straight towards the computer desk, while Zhongyan stood guard in front of the desk, not wanting her to get close. But in the end, he could not escape the fate of having his secret revealed, and allowed Zhu Yuan to open the drawer that he regarded as his life. Then, Zhu Yuan took out several magazines and comics. The overly unhealthy covers already represented the content inside. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan silently put the things back, then closed the drawer, bowed to Zhongyan with deep apology and said, I am very sorry for causing you trouble. Afterwards, under King Ai's gaze that was extremely like that of a female ghost, Zhongyan sent the two of them out of the house while cursing. Looking at the two people's backs gradually going away, he felt his face turn red and purple, and then he couldn't help but roar. I will definitely file a complaint against you two at the police station. After seeing Zhu Yuan and Qing Yi off, Zhongyan slowly closed the door. That is, at the moment he closed the door, the face that was originally filled with dissatisfaction and anger instantly turned into an expression as calm as the surface of water. Returning to the computer again, looking at the unfinished work on the screen, he no longer had the heart to create. Time has quietly come to 12:30 in the morning. I'm late. Looking at the time on the clock, Zhongyan recalled the appointment he made with someone during the day. He had to arrive at a companion void derived from the original void, Lemnian, on time at 12 o'clock in the morning. There is a giant skeleton inside that void. Once it is destroyed, the entire associated void will collapse by at least half of its area. The reason why Zhongyan accepted the commission to destroy the giant skeleton was because after completing the commission, the official would provide a considerable financial reward. Of course, for a well-known cave robber like him, the authorities would like to arrest him immediately or recruit him, so reaching cooperation with him is basically impossible. Therefore, in order to get the funds, he could only rely on others to help him take on the commission, and after the task was completed, he would give them a portion of the funds as a reward for their help. Logically, everything should have gone very smoothly, but who could have thought that the sheriff's bureau would send someone to his house to investigate at this time, causing him to miss the agreed time? If nothing unexpected happened, the guys who took on the commission should have already fought with the giant skeleton. Even though their own strength is not weak, it is far from enough to defeat a giant skeleton, so Zhongyan must set off immediately. The next second, his pupils instantly turned blood red, with 3 black megatama embellishing them, and in an instant they transformed into a lotus shape with complex patterns. Immediately afterwards, a space vortex flowed out from his right eye and eventually absorbed his entire body. At the same time, in a companion cave of the original cave, Lemnian. This was originally a commercial street, but as the void spread, the once bustling street has been completely covered by ether. Many people who did not have time to escape were eventually eroded and assimilated into corpses without any independent consciousness. They wandered in the cave, and any creature that broke in would be attacked by them immediately. At this moment, somewhere in the void, 3 figures with terrified expressions were running at an extremely fast speed on the street covered with ether matter. Boss, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? If we continue like this, we will be wiped out. A robot wearing a red jacket and holding 2 guns, his face, which should have been emotionless, was now filled with panic. His eyes, glowing with yellow light, were constantly looking for help from a pink-haired woman beside him, but when things developed to this point, the pink-haired woman seemed a little at a loss. The carrot we obtained from the Investigation Association before has also become ineffective, and now we can't find where the exit is at all. Next to the two of them, a girl with white hair, wearing a black and green combat uniform, was holding the carrot data obtained from the official Investigation Association. Generally speaking, carrot, as a time-sensitive map in the void, can help investigators escape from it in time, but because such a map is time-sensitive and will be affected by ether matter, it often loses its effectiveness. As luck would have it, the carrots in their hands became ineffective due to the influence of the etheric matter, and behind them, there was a giant skeleton desperately chasing them. Not only that, since the 3 of them had stayed in the void for quite some time, even though their ether suitability scores were very high, they were beginning to be unable to withstand the erosion of the void. If they continue like this, they will be corroded and assimilated before the giant skeleton catches up with them. Thinking of this, the pink-haired female leader went a little crazy and couldn't help but roar to the sky, Uchiha, what on earth are you doing? Her voice did not spread far before it was covered by a violent explosion behind her. Along with billowing smoke, a huge figure filled with a strong aura of ether was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Boss, that guy is catching up with us. I know, you don't need to say more. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer as time went by, the pink-haired woman, knowing that she would die if she continued like this, actually stopped in the next second. Seeing this, the 2 people who followed her stopped almost at the same time. They each gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any time. Since I can't escape, I'll fight that guy here. There was a flash of determination in her eyes, and visible ether energy began to burst out from the suitcase in the hand of the pink-haired woman. Seeing that their boss was ready to die, the other two did not hesitate to prepare their positions. And during the time they paused, the giant skeleton on the other side had almost arrived. However, just as the battle between the two sides was about to break out, a space vortex suddenly appeared between the two. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Along with a powerful voice coming out from the vortex, a spiral flame suddenly burst out along the rotation trajectory of the vortex, transformed into a fire snake, and slammed into the giant skeleton fiercely. The next second, the fire snake came into contact with the giant skeleton, and there was a violent explosion in the air that the powerful impact force actually directly blew the extremely powerful giant skeleton away. Only after it had finally smashed countless rocks made of ether did the giant skeleton come to a stop and temporarily lose its ability to move. The sudden scene stunned the three people who were ready to die. Then, they saw a figure slowly emerging from the vortex. A dark blue robe, a white mask with black swirling patterns, revealing only two eyes, and a huge round fan behind him, plus the terrifyingly powerful fire attack just now. This was Zhong Yan's other identity in this world, a legendary cave robber that the officials of the Void Investigation Association tried every means to recruit. Uchiha. I'm so sorry, everyone from the Cunning Rabbit House. I encountered some trouble on the way here, and it took some time to locate your location, so I'm late. After emerging from the vortex, Zhong Yan immediately expressed his apologies to the three people, and they were also the partners who took on the official commission for him this time, Cunning Rabbit House. The three members of the Cunning Rabbit House are the pink-haired twin-tailed leader Nicole, the robot Billy, and the three-no girl Ambi who lacks common sense. In the game, they are the first three characters obtained by the player, and therefore are called the Big Three. Their overall strength is not very high, but since they have just been launched, they are very versatile, especially Ambi, who has the characteristic of breaking. Maybe this is the treatment of a poster girl. Uchiha, you finally show up. After reacting, Nicole said almost in tears, and her originally tense expression completely relaxed at this moment, because she knew that with the appearance of Zhong Yan, they were completely out of danger. Actually, it's really Uchiha. After confirming that the rescuer was the Uchiha who had recently become famous in New Ilido, Ambi on the side could not help but open her mouth and murmured in surprise. Similar to her reaction, Billy was also surprised by Zhong Yan's appearance. Oh my, I didn't expect that the boss could actually invite this legendary cave robber. Now we are saved. As a cave robber who had only become active in the public eye a few months ago, Uchiha cleared out more than a dozen giant skeletons in the associated caves in a very short period of time. Even the most authoritative official Cave Investigation Association cannot match this cleaning speed. Over time, this cave robber, who should not be allowed to exist, has gradually become a hero passed down by everyone. What's more, he was given the title of Legendary Cave Robber. Haha, thank you all for your hard work. From now on, just leave everything to me. Zhong Yan smiled that he ignored the shock of Ambi and Billy, but turned his head to look at the giant corpse that was knocked down in the distance. The giant skeleton gradually recovered and slowly stood up from the ground covered with ether residue. There were obvious marks of burns on its body, which was enough to show how much damage Zhong Yan's previous attack had caused to it. However, Uchiha is a creature without independent consciousness, so even if it knows it is no match for its opponent, it will not feel fear, but will just follow its instinct to attack all visible creatures. The next second, it raised its hands, and the ether energy in the surrounding air suddenly seemed to be drawn towards its mouth and condensed into a huge ball of energy. Under the influence of that ball of energy, the entire structure of the associated void began to decompose, reconstruct, and even collapse uncontrollably. The three people from the Cunning Rabbit House who saw this scene felt a tingling sense of fear rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They knew very well that once that ball of energy hit them, not even ashes would be left. The strength of this giant skeleton was far beyond their expectations. However, even in this situation, Zhong Yan's expression beneath the mask remained calm. He had dealt with giant corpses many times before. Attacks of this magnitude could easily scare Nicole and the others, but they did not pose much of a threat to him. So, facing the ether energy that was enough to make the air violent, he simply reached out for the round fan behind him and casually held it in front of him. After he completed this action, that ball of energy shot out from the giant skeleton's mouth at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye. In an instant, the solid earth collapsed because it could not bear the huge pressure. Wherever the energy passed, everything it touched was turned into powder, until it finally hit the fan hard. The moment the two met, the air seemed to stop. Under the white mask, Zhong Yan's lotus-shaped Sharinan also flashed with a faint light. Uchiha rebound. As Zhong Yan's voice sounded, the ether energy that should have blown half of the street into powder was actually gradually absorbed by the round fan and transformed into an even more terrifying wind attribute shock wave. The wind attribute shock wave, with nearly several times the power, condensed into a strong storm and was instantly bounced back by the fan. Boom! There was a flash of white light, and a powerful shock wave directly engulfed the giant skeleton along with the entire street. The sharp explosion and the debris flying like a rainstorm made the three people in the cunning rabbit house cover their ears in pain, and they were completely unable to open their eyes. Only Zhong Yan, standing in the storm, remained motionless, quietly gazing at the masterpiece he had created. After a few minutes, the dazzling white light finally dissipated with the raging storm. When the three people in Cunning Rabbit House regained their sight and opened their eyes, they were horrified to find that the land in front of them, with Zhongyan as the dividing line, including the original street ruins and etheric matter, had been destroyed by the storm and nothing was left. That scene was like the whole world was miraculously divided into two, which was extremely visually impactful. As for the giant skeleton, it had long been shattered to pieces by the storm, leaving no trace of its existence. This.is it solved just like that? Billy's eyes widened, obviously a little bit unbelievable. The giant Israeli corpse that was chasing them all over the street was actually destroyed just like that? Is the legendary cave robber really that exaggerated? He's worthy of being the person that those guys from the Hollow Investigation Association are trying so hard to win over. Nicole's mouth twitched slightly, and she was also extremely shocked by the power displayed by Zhong Yan. For a strong man of this level, let alone the companion void, even the void number 0 Lingbo, which is said to have the longest duration, the largest impact range, and the highest degree of danger in the New Illidoo, should find it difficult to restrict him. This statement is not an exaggeration, but the Hollow Investigation Association has clearly stated that they have found traces of the existence of the Uchiha in the Hollow Zero. The scene returns to the present. With the streets being destroyed and the giant skeleton dead, the entire associated void begins to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it finally stops after shrinking to nearly half its area. Even the place where they are standing now is out of the influence of the void. The efficiency is terrifying. For Zhong Yan, who often deals with giant skeletons, this has become a daily routine in life, so he is no longer surprised. It seems that the trouble has been solved. Seeing that the companion void had shrunk, Zhong Yan, who had accomplished his goal, turned around and looked at the three people from the Cunning Rabbit House who were still shocked by his strength. As soon as his gaze came over, the three of them suddenly felt extremely nervous. Fortunately, the other party did not show any obvious malice, which made them feel a little relieved. Ms. Nicole, according to the agreement, after you return to the Investigation Association and get your reward, we will distribute the funds according to the ratio of 80:20. This is what we originally agreed on, Zhong Yan said slowly. Long before the cooperation started, he had reached an agreement with Nicole that after the completion of the cooperation, he would get 80% of the remuneration and the remaining 20% would be allocated to Cunning Rabbit House. To be honest, although this distribution is very unfair, it is already quite considerable for the Cunning Rabbit House, which does not contribute any manpower. You know, the reward for clearing out a giant skeleton from the Void Investigation Association is as much as 30 million dinars. The Rabbit House received 20% of it, which is 6 million dinars, which is equivalent to their income for several months. If they are still not satisfied with this, they deserve to be in deficit every month. 80-20. Uchiha, don't you think this is a little inappropriate? However, after careful consideration, Nicole questioned her original agreement. You said, the three of us almost died in the hollow because of your lateness, so we should at least adjust the distribution ratio, right? Nicole stretched out her hand, made a 5 gesture, and then said excitedly, we split it 50-50, how about it? A 50-50 split. That's 15 million denarii, which is equivalent to the income of the Rabbit House for a year or even for many years. As a leader who can actually say such words, Cunning Rabbit House is indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 organizations in terms of complaint rate on the internet. No wonder so few regular forces come to them for help. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Zhong Yan rejected the proposal without hesitation. If you had more scars or symptoms of ether erosion, I would probably consider it. But it's obvious that apart from the consumption of physical strength, you don't have any other adverse symptoms. Hearing this, Nicole almost immediately turned her gaze to Ambi, who had a silly expression on her face. After noticing Nicole's gaze, Ambi immediately understood what was going on, then collapsed to the ground, wailing in a tone without any sense of pain. It hurts so much that I'm going to be corroded by the ether and turned into a monster. Whoa. Zhong Yan, this method may work to fool fools, but you really don't treat me as a human being. Zhong Yan touched his forehead speechlessly. Nicole also smiled awkwardly. She had forgotten that Ambi was not suitable for such things at all. Her acting was so exaggerated that people could tell at a glance that she was acting. However, Zhong Yan did not completely reject Nicole's proposal. As a player, he liked the Rabbit House very much, or rather, he liked Ambi very much. In order to allow the cute poster girl in the game to eat more of her favorite burgers, Zhong Yan finally gave in and said, 70% to 30%, no more. Deal. Nicole was overjoyed by Zhong Yan's concession, and she nodded and agreed without any hesitation. 1/10 of the reward, that is, 3 million tennies, is a considerable income for them. Since the legendary cave thief is willing to give them a way out, why don't they take it? Come to think of it, don't you really want to consider deeper cooperation with our Cunning Rabbit House? At this time, Nicole suddenly thought of something and looked up at Zhongyan. Long before the cooperation, Zhongyan had made it clear that regardless of whether the operation was successful or not, this would be the only cooperation between him and Cunning Rabbit House. When the cooperation ended, the two parties parted ways and no longer had any contact. This is also Zhongyan's usual style of doing things. The reason is simple. If he reaches a long-term cooperation with someone or a certain force, the other party will easily be subject to official investigation, and his identity may be exposed at that time. In order to avoid losing his mystery, or being targeted by others after knowing his innocence, Zhongyan had no choice but to adopt such a policy. This is not only for him, but also to prevent the characters in the game from being persecuted by others because of him. After all, with his style of doing things, it is extremely easy for him to make enemies with others. It is not impossible that the other party will choose to attack people close to him in order to retaliate against him. As for daily interactions, they can be carried out using the public identity of Zhongyan. Therefore, after his thoughts returned to reality, he immediately rejected Nicole's proposal. There is no need for the. Besides, before considering this, you should first think about how to explain to the Investigation Association the process of your killing of the giant skeleton. The Hollow Investigation Association was well aware of the overall strength of the Cunning Rabbit House, so it was definitely a little unusual for them to suddenly accept a commission to destroy a giant corpse and complete it in a perfect manner. If they don't explain clearly, the association might investigate them. If they find out that they are related to Uchiha, then let alone the reward, all three of them will probably be arrested for assisting the cave thieves in committing crimes. However, this should not be a difficult problem to solve for Nicole, who has extensive connections. Otherwise, Zhongyan would not have been able to cooperate with them at the risk of the three of them being arrested. He is worthy of being called a legendary cave robber. He is really just like the rumors say. Nicole sighed. Zhongyan's refusal was completely within her expectations. This mysterious legendary cave robber didn't even take the entire New Eridu's public security system into consideration, let alone their small rabbit house. Being able to reach a cooperation with him and get a considerable reward from it is already a very good result. If we continue to win him over in this meaningless way, I am afraid it will cause the other party to be disgusted. So, after thinking for a moment, Nicole finally nodded and said, "Okay, then we will do the Dingni transaction at the agreed place, and I will ask my friends to help you clean up the reward." Hearing this, Zhongyan nodded slightly, and then said no more. As his right eye flashed, a space vortex directly absorbed him in, and then he disappeared completely. Not long after Zhongyan left, people from the Investigation Association came here and gave Nicole and the other two some simple consultations. After using her connections and extraordinary eloquence to distort the process of eliminating Yi, the reward of 30 million dynadas finally fell into her hands. The cooperation between the Rabbit House and the Uchiha finally came to a successful conclusion. The next day, as the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the room through the window, the alarm clock on the slightly messy bedside table rang on time. Zhongyan, who had just fallen asleep, raised his head with difficulty, turned off the alarm clock manually, and went back to sleep. It was not until a few minutes later that he reluctantly opened his eyes, stretched, got up from the bed and washed up. When everything was ready, he looked at the time and it was 7 o'clock in the morning. If you go out at this time, you can buy freshly baked dumplings in a shop on the street. Paired with soy milk to nourish the stomach. These are almost the two indispensable items for Zhongyan's breakfast. After breakfast, he took the subway to the neighborhood where the school was located. On the way, he would pass by Liufen Street where the protagonist's brother and sister lived, but Zhongyan didn't have time to visit them at the moment. After getting off the subway and walking out of the subway station, you can see that the streets are full of all kinds of passersby. Some of them are busy going to work, some are busy going to school. When they gather together, they become the core of the operation of the entire New Eli. Zhongyan's school is located in the corner of this block. It is not very famous overall, but because it is close to the central area of New Ilidu and far away from the hazards of the void, the housing prices are surprisingly high. With Zhongyan's current assets, he should be able to buy a toilet of about 10 square meters here. But if it is in the central area of the city where the housing price reaches 100 million denarii per square meter, he probably can't even afford a toilet. Unfortunately, his dream was to buy a house in the city center. Having suffered so much as a poor person before traveling through time, what's wrong with wanting to become a superior person after traveling through time? However, Zhongyan still has a long way to go to realize this dream. At least in the next few years, he can only live in his current small house. It was spring at that time. In the school, the cherry trees on both sides of the school road turned pink. Countless cherry blossom petals fell to the ground along with the laughter of young boys and girls, covering the ground with a thin layer. The girls in school uniforms often hang out together and discuss the handsome boy in the next class. Their snow-white thighs exposed to the air are lined up in a row, forming a beautiful landscape that is extremely eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Zhongyan couldn't help but glance at Yi a few more times, until the girls disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze, turned around and walked into the classroom. There were about 10 minutes left before class started and almost everyone in the classroom had arrived. Zhongyan had no presence in the class, so even though he walked in through the door unobstructed, no one greeted him. His seat was arranged in the last row next to the window. The so-called back row window seat is Wang's hometown. I don't know if it was a coincidence or for some other reason, but he was assigned to this seat. The teacher had not come to the classroom yet, and Zhong Yan, feeling a little bored, simply picked up his phone and started playing the RopeNet. The Rope Network is an anonymous forum in New Eiladu that is not officially recognized. No one knows who created it, and it is very confidential. It is also the most popular place for rope makers, cave thieves, and other criminals. Most of them established connections on the Rope Network, and then issued and completed a series of commissions, and even derived an extremely complete industrial chain. Now, the post that has been listed on the headlines of the website and has received the most attention is about the cunning rabbit house, and the title is also extremely eye-catching. Shocking, the rabbit house had perfectly cleaned up a giant corpse in a companion void, and was later officially recognized and praised by the Void Investigation Association, earning 30 million dinars. When he saw this title, Zhong Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I really didn't expect that these guys would obtain information so quickly. Something that happened just in the middle of the night yesterday made the headlines this morning, and the comments from people from all walks of life below that post are also quite interesting. Anonymous A. Cunning Rabbit House? Is it the one Chaiwa founded by that pink-haired girl? Anonymous B. It's Nicole. Their cunning rabbit house has always had a bad reputation. How come they can suddenly complete such a difficult commission? Anonymous C. I heard that when they destroyed the giant skeleton's companion hole, half of the street was destroyed beyond recognition. It was obvious that it was not something they could do. Anonymous D. That means someone is helping them, probably to get some money from the Investigation Association, but who is the guy who has the ability to destroy the giant skeleton? Seeing this, Zhong Yan couldn't help but make a comment. Anonymous E. Zhong Yan, maybe it was Uchiha. Hasn't he destroyed giant Ikai many times by himself? As soon as he posted this comment, he received a reply. Anonymous F. What are you thinking? How could Uchiha cooperate with Kao? I have done some research on this. Uchiha is not in it for money or beauty. He is just like a legendary hero in the movies, who acts to eliminate all evil. Anonymous E. Zhong Yan, maybe it's just a character setting. Who in this world wouldn't bow down for money? And what's the evidence that you said he didn't do it for women? Anonymous F. Come on, do you understand Uchiha or do I understand Uchiha? Zhong Yan quietly exited the post. Judging from the current situation, although there are many doubts about whether Cunning Rabbit House can complete this commission, it still cannot change the fact that their praise rate is skyrocketing. Zhong Yan estimated that Nicole must be going crazy from receiving so many commission calls. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound brought Zhong Yan's thoughts back to reality. He looked up and found that a black shark tail had been placed on his desk at some point. Following the tail, his eyes gradually moved forward, and Zhong Yan soon saw the owner of the tail. A short-haired girl in school uniform was sitting in front of Zhong Yan, and her behavior of swinging her tail on his desk was obviously intentional. Is she here to cause trouble? There is nothing wrong with this understanding, but it is more likely that she just wants to attract Zhong Yan's attention. You put your tail there because you want me to touch it. Zhong Yan put away his phone and looked at the girl in the front seat with interest. The girl turned her head, her eyes expressionless with no emotion. After staring at Zhong Yan for a moment, she slowly stretched out her hand. In her hand, there was an unopened lollipop. For you. Faced with the sudden gift, Zhong Yan was obviously stunned. Ellen Zhou, the first S-level limited character in the game, Shark Hitachi, is a maid at Victoria Housekeeping, whose job responsibilities include security management and gardening maintenance. On the surface, she seemed to be a snobbish maid who was not very approachable, but in fact, her fighting ability was top-notch in Victorian housekeeping. Judging from her performance in the current plot, Ellen may be the strongest one among Victoria's housekeepers. If it weren't for her daily energy-saving lifestyle, her efficiency in completing her work would be even more amazing. However, just like Zhong Yan, AI Lian also has a dual identity. Victoria Housekeeping is her secret identity. Normally, she is just an ordinary high school girl who worries from time to time about having no friends. As a time traveler who knew the plot in advance, Zhong Yan was naturally the first to get acquainted with Alien. The two of them had a good relationship in class and sometimes went out together to have a meal or watch a movie. As for the three girls who should have been her good friends in the game, perhaps because Zhong Yan appeared early, she did not have any intersection with the three of them in this world line. In the game, Ellen loves sweets very much. She can be seen with a lollipop in her mouth in any place, even when performing tasks. She had invited Zhong Yan to dinner before, but this time she really couldn't find a reason why she was so kind. Alien, do you remember what soup base we had last time we went to the hot pot restaurant? Zhong Yan asked with a serious expression. After hearing this, Alien tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, double-flavored hot pot. Someone said that he could eat spicy food, but he drank so much water that his stomach almost burst. Zhong Yan's question was a little confusing, but AI Lian was not a fool. Looking at the lollipop in her hand that was not taken away, she immediately understood what the other party was thinking, and then explained, this is compensation for breaking the appointment last time. Break the appointment. Zhong Yan was stunned, and his brain began to quickly search for relevant memories. Soon, he remembered. A week ago, the two had agreed to have a big meal at a newly opened buffet restaurant in a certain neighborhood, but Ellen had to break the contract because she received a temporary assignment from Victoria Housekeeping. Zhongyan thought it was just a trivial matter at the time, so he didn't take it seriously. Who knew AI Lian actually cared so much about it? So it seems that she has been acting like she is worried about something all week. Maybe she is thinking about whether or not to apologize to Zhongyan for this matter. You make me feel a little guilty. Zhongyan smiled bitterly and reached out to take the lollipop handed to him by AI Lian, but his eyes were involuntarily fixed on the other person's tail that was thrown on his table. Then, he stretched out his evil right hand and gradually moved closer to the wagging tail. But since you want to apologize, let me touch your tail. The next second, Zhongyan rushed forward almost in a flying posture. Just when he was about to succeed, Alien retracted his tail at a faster speed. As a result, Zhongyan's attack came up empty-handed, and due to inertia, his body almost overturned the entire desk. Then, Alien's slightly cold voice came from above his head. I told you not to attack me in public. Sure enough, Victoria Housekeeping's combat maid has a reaction speed much faster than ordinary people. Zhongyan, feeling frustrated, straightened the tilted table in a somewhat awkward manner. Just at this moment, the teacher walked into the classroom. Seeing this, the two stopped communicating, and time passed quietly in the boring classroom knowledge. In the afternoon, the school bell rang on time. Zhongyan immediately picked up his school bag and rushed to the classroom door. When AI Lian, who was still packing her school bag in her seat, looked up, she found that he had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and complained, "This guy is really too energetic." On the other side, Zhongyan left the classroom and rushed to the nearest subway station to the school. During the rush hour after get-off work and school, if he hesitated for a moment, he would miss the most spacious subway. Almost all transportation in New Illidu is concentrated in the underground subway. This is because the land suitable for the survival of organisms is too scarce, so most places have been converted into housing. Only in the central city, where housing prices are so high that one can become a billionaire even by begging, can one enjoy relatively normal transportation services. Otherwise, Zhongyan would not have set his dream place in the central city. Taking the subway, Zhongyan's destination was not his home, but a block near the house, where he had an appointment to meet someone. The meeting place was on the rooftop of a residential building, where the view was very wide. When Zhongyan arrived, he found that the other party had been waiting for a long time. She has short white hair, wears a black and green combat uniform that she never takes off, carries a simple battery box on her back to charge her weapon's lightning attribute, and forms an absolute territory between her skirt and her stockings. The person in front of him was none other than Anbai, the member of the cunning rabbit house who had met Zhongyan at midnight yesterday. It's so slow. I almost fell asleep, Ambi said, taking a big bite of the burger in her hand. Next to the packaging bag beside her, there were many burgers that had been opened and eaten, which was enough to show how long she had been waiting. There's nothing I can do. The subway in New Illidu runs too slowly. I've tried my best to catch up. Zhongyan walked forward, casually placed his school bag on the wall, then sat next to Anbai and reached for the bag of hamburgers. This skillful movement obviously wasn't the first time he had done this. I only saw the message you sent me at midnight last night when I got up this morning. Did something happen? Zhongyan unwrapped the hamburger and took a small bite. After hearing this, Ambi hesitated and remained silent for a while, then said, "Something happened yesterday that almost made me die in the cave." Fortunately, the helpers Nicole found arrived in time, otherwise, you would never see me again. There was a barely perceptible sadness in Anbai's tone of voice. She seemed to have made some kind of decision, which is why she asked Zhongyan to come out. I would send him a message in the middle of the night because he was the first person I thought of after escaping danger. Feeling the slightly subtle atmosphere in the air, Zhongyan felt his breathing and heartbeat quicken. Ambi's behavior is definitely a sign of a confession. The story of Zhongyan and Anbai's acquaintance began when he just came into this world. At that time, as an Uchiha, he had not yet become active in the public eye. During one of his operations, he discovered Ambi in a cave near Old Eridu. Ambi is extremely lacking in common sense, so she will unconditionally choose to trust anyone who approaches her. Zhongyan's choice at that time was to take off his Uchiha disguise and meet Anbai in the cave in the identity of Zhongyan. They quickly reached a consensus and escaped from the cave. After escaping from the hole, Zhongyan knew that Anbai would fall in love with food like hamburgers in the future, so he took her to the store to buy a big bag of hamburgers in advance. I thought this would satisfy Ambi's appetite, but after she finished eating, she actually said she wanted to eat more. There was no other choice. Zhongyan had to pay out of his own pocket and buy her a bunch of hamburgers. You have to know that he had just come to this world at that time and didn't have much money. After being eaten by Ambi, he became a pauper. There was no other way. Raising an Ambi was too difficult for him at that time, so he could only follow the plot in the game and get her to join the rabbit house through a chance encounter. It's just different from the game. Since Anbai met Zhongyan first, she has a higher affection and dependence on Zhongyan. As for Nicole, at first, Ambi only regarded Nicole as a boss who would pay her a salary every month, and the amount of salary was particularly unstable. Later, as time went by, she gradually discovered Nicole's personal charm and no longer just regarded her as a boss who gave her money, but more as a rare friend. After Ambi joined the rabbit house, the two would often meet on this street, and they would chat for almost the entire afternoon. Every time at this time, Zhongyan needed to prepare a huge amount of hamburgers to satisfy Ambi's appetite. But this time, Amber specifically asked him not to bring hamburgers, because after receiving the reward from the Investigation Association, she also had a considerable income. As for the fact that Zhongyan was an Uchiha, she was completely unaware of it. Even though he had appeared in front of her as an Uchiha last night, she did not notice anything unusual. I heard that your cunning rabbit house has accepted a commission to destroy a giant skeleton. It is indeed very dangerous, but it couldn't be better if it can be solved successfully. His thoughts were brought back to reality. Looking at Anbai's sad face, Zhongyan could only try his best to calm her emotions. Anbai did not respond to Zhongyan's words of comfort, but just looked up at the sky. In the gradually darkening sky, a bright full moon was hanging above their heads. From time to time, the shouts of passers-by could be heard from below. The entire street was lit up, and it had entered the busiest time of the day. It's really strange that when Nicole decided to fight to the death, all I could think about was you. At that moment, I seemed to think about a lot of things. For example, after I die, what will be your reaction? Will you be sad? Will you cry? Or will you just continue to live your life as if nothing happened? What I hoped most was that you would cry bitterly after I died, and then swear to avenge me. But I was also a little worried because you were no match for that giant corpse and would just die for nothing. After talking to himself, Anbai turned to look at Zhongyan, and suddenly put his face close to him and said seriously, "So, what would your reaction be?" The soul-searching question from Anbai made Zhongyan feel a little troubled. She knew why Ambi had such doubts, because she was a veteran movie fan and often regarded scenes in movies as things that happened in real life. Therefore, when she was almost killed by the giant corpse, this classic movie plot popped up in her mind. As for the answer, it must be biased towards movies, otherwise the lovely poster girl will be disappointed in him. Thinking of this, Zhongyan suddenly had a bold idea. He raised his hand, put it on Anbai's head and rubbed it gently. The soft feeling immediately went through his fingers into the brain, making people unable to extricate themselves. Seeing that the other party had no intention of resisting and was just staring at him seriously, Zhongyan, who wanted to press further, withdrew his hand in time when he was about to lose control of himself. If you die, I will definitely be very sad. As for revenge, ordinary people will be scared to death just by hearing the words giant skeleton. How can I have the courage to avenge you? I will probably just be sad silently and then live my life as usual. After calming down, Zhongyan spoke slowly. His breathing was still a little rapid, but it would not take long for him to adjust. I thought that my answer might disappoint Anbai, but unexpectedly, she nodded with satisfaction. This is the best. After all, with your strength, if you really want to carry out your revenge plan, you will only die at the hands of that guy like me. I don't want anything to happen to you, even after I die, so after I'm gone, you have to live a good life. But don't forget me. It's still acceptable for you to cry for me occasionally in the middle of the night. Anbai's words seemed more and more wrong, which made Zhongyan, who originally didn't know what to say, feel confused. Wait, why are you talking like you're really gone? Could it be that Cunning Rabbit House has received another difficult commission? If that's the case, then you shouldn't go. Zhongyan quickly spoke up to stop Anbai, who wanted to continue talking. If she continued like this, it would not be long before she would be completely immersed in the role. Then Zhongyan would have no choice but to act along with her, and who knows what kind of trouble might happen. You know, there was one time when she was completely immersed in the role, and a family in the high-rise building next door happened to open the window to collect clothes. She immediately identified them as an agent who eavesdropped on the conversation between the two people, and she insisted that the other party reveal the name of the mastermind behind the scenes. Fortunately, Zhongyan stopped her in time and gave her money to avoid trouble, otherwise, the two of them would have to go to the Public Security Bureau. Sorry, I was talking to myself again. I must punish myself by eating 2 more bags of hamburgers when I get home. Anbai realized that there was something wrong with his condition and chose to apologize immediately. But.is eating 2 more bags of hamburgers really a punishment? In response to this, Zhongyan just sighed helplessly, and then said, Cunning Rabbit House may receive a lot of difficult commissions recently, you'd better do it within your ability. I will also communicate with Nicole. As he spoke, Zhongyan placed his hand on Anbai's head again, and his tone became somewhat earnest. Also, don't say anything like you're going to die. That's unlucky, especially for a cave thief like you who's engaged in a high-risk job. Also, eat less hamburgers. They're not good for your health. The conversation with Ambi finally ended as the sun set completely. Zhongyan was already very satisfied to have taken the opportunity to take advantage of the poster girl in the game. After leaving the roof, he immediately rushed towards home. However, not long after he and Ambi separated, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Someone sent him a private message. The source of the private message was an anonymous user on the Rope network. It seemed that because of his comment on the post today, the other party mistakenly thought he was a cave robber. Anonymous: brother, I have a big business deal, do you want to take it? Zhongyan: big business, tell me about it. Hearing the words big business, Zhongyan couldn't help but feel a little interested. This was the first time that someone took the initiative to approach him for cooperation, and in the name of Zhongyan. Anonymous: you should know what happened a few days ago, right? The Red Fang gang attacked the Wista Association's Research Institute. Anonymous: the police have not yet investigated this case, but I know one thing, the Red Fang gang took a safe away from the Institute. Anonymous, so, I hope you can rob the gang and take back the safe that the Red Fang gang took away. After the deed is done, you will definitely be rewarded. Seeing such a commission, Zhongyan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he found that this commission was exactly the event that led to the beginning of the main line in the game. But this is not right? According to the original plot, the other party should have chosen the cunning rabbit house as the client, so why did they choose him? Thinking of this, Zhongyan felt a little confused, and then pretended to be indifferent in his response. Zhongyan, for this kind of thief-on-thief situation, wouldn't it be more appropriate to go to the cunning rabbit house? I heard that they can even destroy giant skeletons now. Anonymous, that's what I did. Who knew that pink-haired person would say that there were too many commissions recently and asked us to wait in line? How could I have the time to wait for them? So that's what it is. After seeing this message, Zhongyan immediately understood. Due to his involvement, the prestige of cunning rabbit house skyrocketed, and it received many commissions that it would never have received on normal days. With so many commissions piled up together, they had no more energy to deal with the commissions from this mysterious man, so the other party had to settle for the next best thing and fine him. However, with so many cave thieves on the rope network, why did they choose him? There are some doubts about this matter, but Zhongyan is willing to take the risk and give it a try. You know, in the safe that the Red Fang gang stole, there was an extremely powerful artificial intelligence, Fairy. When it comes to exploring caves, Fairy is definitely the strongest helper in New Illidoo, and can plan a perfect route almost every moment. Its efficiency in making radishes is even faster than the HDD equipment of the legendary rope makers Phaethon and his sister, and it is 270 times faster. Apart from the dramatic increase in daily electricity consumption, there are almost no disadvantages to Fairy. It is also one of the 4 keys that unlock something, and the only key that has appeared in the game so far. Zhongyan could not let this thing go easily. Even if he didn't need it himself, he had to let Fairy fall into the hands of Phaethon and his sister. Only in their hands can Fairy play its greatest role. If it falls into the hands of others, Zhongyan might feel a little uneasy. So, after thinking about it, he picked up the phone and accepted the other party's commission. Zhongyan, I can accept this commission, but before that, let's talk about the remuneration first. Anonymous, that's easy. After that, the two parties discussed some details of the commission remuneration. During the discussion, Zhongyan also found that the other party's tone did not seem to be so patient, which was obviously something was not right. Those who know the importance of Fairy are all highly respected people in New Illidoo, or have very strong backgrounds. In such a situation, when asking for help, at least they will speak with assurance. However, the other party nodded and agreed to Zhongyan's request almost without hesitation, as if his purpose was just to make him act quickly. In addition, the plot clearly stated that there were more than 1 or 2 forces competing for Fairy. Zhongyan could conclude that the other party definitely asked more than just him for help. As for the so-called compensation, even if he completed the commission, he probably wouldn't get it. However, none of this matters. What Zhongyan wants is only the Fairy and the safe. As for the other things, he doesn't need to care about them at all. Therefore, without any sincerity in the negotiations, the two men quickly reached a cooperation, and the other party also asked Zhongyan to act as soon as possible, preferably to snatch the safe from the Xia gang before the Public Security Bureau started the investigation. Zhongyan ignored such a request. He was now thinking about how to deliver the safe to the Phaethon brothers and sisters in a reasonable way. If they suddenly received something of unknown origin, they probably wouldn't dare to use it even if it was given to them. After much thought, the best way is to follow the plot in the game and entrust them to help as a tunnel thief. Phaethon, as the legendary rope maker on the rope network, even if Cunning Rabbit House and Zhongyan do not take action, someone will definitely ask them for help. After all, matters related to Fairy have too great an impact, and they must find some helpers with decent abilities. Thinking of this, Zhongyan picked up his phone again, found the account of Phaethon and his sister on the internet, and sent them a private message. At the same time, in a video store on the corner of Liufen Street, the heroine Ling, who had just walked out of the bathroom, was only wrapped in a thin bath towel. White mist surrounded her body, making her as ethereal as a fairy descended from the sky. She was wiping her wet hair with the towel when she heard the cell phone on the table in the room vibrate. When she heard the sound, she immediately walked forward and opened the screen, only to find that someone on the rope net had sent her a message. Another cave thief who came to cooperate with us. Ling, who was already accustomed to this, thought that the other party was just an ordinary cave thief who wanted to cooperate with her, but out of courtesy, she still opened the message to check. This sight made her eyes widen in shock, and her tense body caused the bath towel wrapped around her to fall off smoothly, revealing her exquisite and almost perfectly curved body. This is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Boom boom boom. Hearing the hurried footsteps coming from upstairs, the male protagonist Jia, who was tidying up the shelves downstairs, couldn't help but feel a little confused. He locked the door of the video store and hung up a closing sign. When he turned around, he saw Ling, who was soaking wet, running down from upstairs. At this time, Ling had changed into a simple casual outfit, but because her hair had not been blown dry yet, her whole body looked wet. Seeing his sister's panicked look, he put away the videotapes he was organizing and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious?" Ling, who was asked the question, did not explain too much, but just picked up the phone in her hand and said, "Brother, I just received a commission request from the Rope Network, please take a look." When Jie heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't we agree on this? We won't accept ordinary commissions. If we are too active on the rope net, we will probably be investigated by the Public Security Bureau." The profession of rope maker is high risk and high reward, especially for rope makers like them who have extremely high prestige in the rope network and are more likely to be targeted by the authorities. Therefore, after their fame gradually grew, the brother and sister reduced their active activities on the rope net. Up to now, they have not cooperated with a series of illegal elements such as cave thieves for a long time. Because of this, the funds they had previously accumulated were being consumed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even though running the video store could generate some income, Denny's money came in much faster than it went out. These days, Jie has been thinking about whether he should take on a few well-paid commissions on the rope network to help them survive in the next few months. Ling's actions undoubtedly disrupted his plan, but fortunately, Ling did not accept the commission directly. As long as she spent a little time and effort to politely refuse the other party, all problems would be solved. However, what Ling said next surprised Jie. "Of course I know that I won't accept ordinary commissions, but this commission is different. You will know it for yourself." As she spoke, Ling handed the phone to Jie. Jie had no choice but to take a look at what the person who issued the request said first. "Anonymous, Mr. Phaethon, I heard that you haven't accepted any commissions from others for a long time. Excuse me, I have a good cooperation condition here. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. If you are interested, please continue to listen." Anonymous, not long ago, the Red Fang gang attacked a research institute of the Wista Association and stole a safe from the institute, so I plan to take the safe that the Red Fang gang stole. Anonymous, however, in order to protect the safe and to evade the investigation of the Public Security Bureau, the Red Fang gang hid in the cave. This requires an experienced rope maker to draw a cave map for me to ensure that I will not get lost in the cave. Anonymous, the above is my motivation for coming to entrust you. If you think there is no problem, you can give me a response. As for the reward, after the matter is completed, I am willing to offer you. Anonymous, 10 million dinas. When he saw the final amount of reward, Jie couldn't help but gasp. Now he finally understood why Ling's reaction was so exaggerated. 10 million dinars. Even when they were the most active on the rope net, they had never accepted a commission with such an exaggerated amount of reward. If this task is successfully completed and the reward is obtained, they will not have to worry about money for at least half a year. NOW.IT seems like I can't find any reason to reject the other party. This. Why don't you think about it again? Jie said stiffly. He knew that there must be some doubts in such a commission, but there was nothing he could do because the other party offered too much. Hearing this, Ling immediately retorted, "Why are you hesitating? That's 10 million denarii, brother. It's almost equal to our annual income. If we get more commissions like this, we can just retire." Under her repeated requests, Jie had no choice but to accept the commission. Anyway, they didn't need to meet the client in person, and at most they could communicate through the sensory connection of BOM, so there shouldn't be any problem. At the same time, Zhong Yan, who had just returned home, also received a reply from the Phaethon brothers and sisters on the rope network. Phaethon, yes, but we have to agree on the time of action in advance. I need to prepare. Also, your reward is too high. I don't believe you really have the financial resources. Phaethon, if you can really pay 10 million denarii, please leave a deposit of 3 million denarii first, otherwise I will not cooperate with you. After seeing these two sentences, Zhongyan couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the brother and sister. However, although 3 million dinars was not a small sum, Zhongyan could still afford it, so he transferred the money without thinking. In the rope net, there is no limit on the transaction amount. Unless the other party crosses the river and burns the bridge, or takes the money but does not do the job, there will generally be no problems. As for the possibility that the underlying code may be hacked, there is no need to worry about it. The tightness of the rope net is so strong that it can only be cracked by Ghost, one of the 4 major artificial intelligences. As for the Public Security Bureau, if they tried their best to crack it, they might have a chance of success, but there was no need for that. The complete collapse of the rope network was not particularly beneficial to the official organizations that cleaned up the holes. Otherwise, they would not have turned a blind eye to those cave robbers and rope makers. After the transfer was received, Zhongyan received another reply from Phaethon. Phaethon, a trustworthy partner, let's pick a time to meet up. Zhongyan, tomorrow at noon, there is a small alley in the corner of the northwest block. The depth of the alley is connected to the entrance of the cave. I will wait for you there. Phaethon, I understand. After ending the conversation, Zhongyan put away his phone, threw his school bag onto the sofa beside him, then fell headfirst onto the bed and began to think about what to do next. The Red Fang gang is definitely not a concern, and after getting the safe, what he has to do is to create an accident so that the brother and sister will have to agree to open the safe and release Fairy. In the process of doing this, Phaethon's HDD system is likely to be hacked by mysterious hackers. It would be the best if that were the case, because once the data about Carrot is cleared, they can only rely on Fairy to escape from the hole. However, what worries Zhongyan is whether those people and forces fighting for Fairy but who have never appeared in the plot will appear earlier as the world line changes. If things really develop to that point, it will be a bit troublesome. The time agreed with Phaethon soon arrived. After the second class in the morning, Zhongyan went to the office to ask for leave from the teacher, and then rushed home to change into his equipment. By the way, for some unknown reason, Ai Lian did not come to school today. Zhongyan sent a message to ask where she was, and the other party responded that she was busy. It seems that Victoria's work at housekeeping leaves her no time to take care of things at school. This time, Zhongyan did not plan to show up in front of the brother and sister as an Uchiha, but since he was entering a cave, he had to prepare some protective measures. Zhongyan's normal equipment is a straight sword forged from fine steel. It doesn't look special, but combined with the lightning release ninjutsu on the Uchiha panel and a physique that ignores erosion, he can almost walk sideways in the cave. As long as he doesn't encounter any overly powerful existence, such as a giant skeleton, he can basically handle it. However, this is only used to confuse the brother and sister that if they really want to get the safe containing fairy, it will be difficult to do it alone. According to the time, it should be almost time. After waiting for a while, Zhongyan looked down at his mobile phone. At this moment, more than 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time. If the brother and sister are not in any trouble, they should appear soon. And the fact was exactly as Zhongyan had thought. About a minute and a half later, a short figure suddenly turned into the alley from the street not far away. The other person supported his slightly bulky body and walked with a swaying gait. His appearance, similar to that of a rabbit doll, was very cute and extremely likable. That was IES, the chief bomb in the family of Phaethon and his siblings. You don't plan to show up in front of me. The appearance of IES made Zhongyan realize that the brother and sister were still wary of him. But then again, they had only chatted a few words anonymously on the rope net. It was simply impossible to make the other party trust themselves under such circumstances. Therefore, Zhongyan made a very sincere choice to leave the country himself. Are you the client? Suddenly, the expressionless screen of IES's face flashed, and then it made a waving gesture. An especially modified female voice also came from its body. Obviously, this is the heroine Ling achieving sensory sharing with IES through the HDD system. The talking bomb wearing a scarf is also the symbol of the legendary rope maker Phaethon. It's really a talking bomb. I wonder what the mechanical structure inside is like. Zhongyan leaned down and patted IES's head with some curiosity. The already soft body suddenly stretched up and down like a spring because of the pressure. Regarding his question, Grace, the driving god of Beizi Heavy Industry, should be able to answer it by manual disassembly. However, if she really wants to do so, Phaethon will have an irreconcilable feud with Beizi Heavy Industry. Don't pat my head, it's very rude. Ling, whose senses were connected to IES, covered her head with her hands and shouted in an unhappy tone, which made Zhongyan stop his actions. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhongyan. I am honored to cooperate with the legendary rope maker on the rope network." Zhongyan's respectful tone eased Ling's emotions a little. As a legend in the rope-making world, she quite liked the feeling of being admired. "My name is you can just call me Phaethon. Let's get going without further ado." Ling was a little too proud of herself and almost gave out her real name. Fortunately, she reacted in time and maintained her mystery as a rope maker. Soon, the two of them dived into the cave. As their bodies passed through the cave barrier, the world in front of them changed instantly. The original alley disappeared, and in its place was a long abandoned street. On both sides of the street, there is dense etheric matter growing, and there are skeletons of ether wandering everywhere in the street. Due to the long distance, they haven't discovered the two people yet, but if they continue to delay, they may not be able to find out. Therefore, Zhongyan took out his mobile phone immediately. When the mysterious man issued the commission yesterday, he also gave him a copy of the latest void data. On the map drawn by the data, there is a place marked with a red dot. That is the hiding place of the Red Fang gang and also their destination. At the same time, in an abandoned building somewhere in the hollow. This is exactly the place marked on the map, but before Zhongyan and his team could start to act, many figures had already arrived here. And they were all burglars who were commissioned to take back the safe. So many people have come, what on earth is in that safe that could cause such a big commotion? A cave robber looked at his colleagues who appeared around him, his expression darkening. This is the only big order he has gotten in the past few months. If these guys snatch it away, he might not get a penny of the compensation. Not only him, but all the cave thieves present had the same idea, so everyone was ready to take action at any time. Don't you think it's a little too quiet here? Suddenly, one of them questioned, which made everyone realize that the atmosphere in the building seemed to be a little bit wrong. According to the cavity data provided by the client, this should be the temporary base established by the Red Fang gang to evade the pursuit of the Public Security Bureau, but there is no trace of the Red Fang gang here. It is just an abandoned building trapped in a cavity. Moreover, they felt it as soon as they came in that the etheric oppression here was much stronger than outside. A feeling of uneasiness also surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. However, before they could react, countless ether cores suddenly appeared in the darkness. When the lights came on, illuminating the entire building, they discovered that the place was densely packed with corpses. At this moment, everyone realized that they had been deceived. There was no temporary base of the Red Fang gang here, it was simply a place of destruction that had lured them here. Run away! Among the many cave robbers, someone shouted loudly, and the next second, the cave robbers who had originally hoped to complete the commission and become rich, turned into frightened wild dogs and fled in all directions. The ISIS, who had been waiting for a long time, also launched an attack at the same time, starting a massacre without suspense. In the corners of every floor of the building, C4 explosives placed by unknown persons flashed rapidly as the countdown lights flashed, and finally exploded with a loud bang. On the street that was mostly covered with ether crystals, Zhongyan and IES moved forward with some difficulty. Judging from the current situation, the structure inside the cave has not yet been reorganized, so the data map provided by the client is quite useful and can almost completely avoid the risk of being trapped and killed in the cave. However, even without this data, he would not have to worry about anything happening in the void. Not to mention that there was a professional void user beside him. His ability of Shinwei alone was enough to allow him to escape from the void in an instant. Strange, why are there fewer and fewer Israeli corpses around? At this time, Ling's words brought Zhongyan's thoughts back to reality. In fact, he also noticed that since entering the cave, the number of corpses around him had been decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the closer he got to the destination, the more so. This made him feel a little suspicious. The structure inside the cavity is unstable, and the number of corpses varies. This is normal, but it's better to be careful. Another male voice came from within Aiza's body. It was Jie who was responsible for assisting Ling in controlling the HDD system. Jie's words made Ling relax her vigilance a little. Zhongyan didn't say anything. He looked down at the map on his mobile phone and found that they were very close to their destination. It should be that building. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to a high-rise building that had long been abandoned not far away. While the brother and sister's attention was attracted by the building, Zhongyan quietly opened his Sharingan. As his pupils turned blood red, the world he saw also changed at an extremely fast speed. In this hole, the air was filled with the scent of ether, but for some reason, the ether was rushing into the building frantically, as if there was some device inside that attracted the ether. This is not good news. The etheric aura is too strong, which can easily attract the gathering of skeletons, and may also cause ordinary skeletons to evolve into high-risk skeletons. That building is a trap no matter how you look at it. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, the wall of the building exploded directly. Flames shot up into the sky and a heat wave came over. After the heat wave, the shock wave caused wall fragments to fly everywhere. Among them, there was a huge piece of debris that flew towards this side accurately as if an automatic lock had been opened. Seeing that the fragments were moving so fast that there was no time to dodge, the frightened Ling screamed and covered her eyes. Jie was even quicker and reached out to cut off the sensory connection between Ling and IES. However, just when both of them thought they were going to lose IES, the next second, there was a sudden and violent cry of birds in the air, resounding through the sky. Then, there was the sound of metallic friction as the sword was pulled out of the sheath. Zhongyan was the first to react. As soon as the brother and sister made a move, he immediately drew his sword and stood in front of IES. The sword blade, wrapped in strong electric current, drew a perfect mark in the air as Zhongyan swung his arm. The moment it came into contact with the fragment, white electric light exploded like a bomb. What followed was a buzzing sound exploding in my ears. Crack! The next second, the wall fragments that were enough to crush some high-risk corpses on the spot were split into two as the sword fell, falling to both sides and raising a cloud of thick smoke. After a long while, Ling, who was trembling with fear, slowly put down her hands that were covering her eyes after she found that IES was actually fine. The moment she raised her head, her eyes met Zhongyan, who was standing in front of her. I saw the opponent raised his arm and swung it hard, and the electric current attached to the blade was immediately shaken away like liquid, and finally put it into the sheath. The action was completed in one go. This inexplicably cool action, coupled with Zhongyan's already good looks, actually made Ling's heart palpitate slightly, and she stood there in a daze, unable to move. It seems that we have been fooled, or rather, the guy who commissioned me was fooled. Zhongyan's sudden words made Ling, who was stunned, quickly come back to her senses. Then, he bent down and picked up a small piece of black unidentified substance from the dusty ruins. This is human flesh and blood, but after being destroyed by the violent explosion and high temperature, it has been destroyed beyond recognition. Someone without good eyesight might mistake it for a stone. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, which made Zhongyan certain that all the helpers the client had found had died in the explosion just now, along with the remains that were attracted by the device. Obviously, this is the Red Fang Gang's warning to those who covet fairy. After all, the leader of the Red Fang Gang, White Man, must be someone who is easy to deal with, as he is doing so well in New Eiladu. Perhaps his only shortcoming is that his ether suitability is too low and he cannot resist the erosion of the void. Otherwise, he would not have been killed as soon as he appeared in the plot. The surrounding Ishtars are attracted by the explosion. We have to leave quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous. Ling sensed through the HDD system that a large number of Ishtars were approaching this side, and informed Zhongyan immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhongyan did not linger for long that he immediately picked up IES and left. However, even though their feet moved quickly, the speed at which the Yihai were attracted was still far beyond their expectations. After a short while, the man and the cloth were surrounded by a large group of Yihai. Seeing this, Zhongyan quickly put down the IES in his hand, then pulled out a weapon from his waist and said, "Can we find the nearest jump node? We must stay away from here." After saying that, Zhongyan rushed forward with a knife without waiting for Ling to respond. These low-risk Israelites have no intelligence and move very slowly. In a flash of lightning, an entire row of them were wiped out. But there were too many of them, and after one wave was killed, another wave followed. Even Zhongyan would feel tremendous pressure to deal with such a large group of skeletons using only lightning release ninjutsu. Now he just hopes Ling can find the nearest space node as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to reveal some of the Uchiha's cards. Found it. Not long after, Ling's voice was heard from I's body. She shouted and pointed at a collapsed bus station not far away. According to the calculation of the HDD system, the space node closest to them was on the ruins of the station. Hearing Ling's voice, Zhongyan quickly understood what she meant. He killed Yihai in front of him with a sword, and immediately rushed over to pick up IES. Looking at Yihai who was blocking his way, he put away his weapon, raised his hand slightly, and a ball of pulsating electric current suddenly flashed out from his palm accompanied by a sharp hissing sound. Chidori's sharp spear. The next second, a white line extended from the electric current and instantly pierced through the corpse in front. This is not over yet. As Zhongyan waved his hand vigorously, the white line turned into a sharp lightsaber. Everything in its path was cut in half, including the corpses blocking the way. After getting rid of the obstruction, Zhongyan quickened his pace. When he was close to the ruins of the station, he threw his arm with all his strength and threw IES into the space node. However, just as he was about to pass through the node, a sharp ether blade flew towards him at high speed, almost aiming at his forehead. Before IES entered the node, the last thing Ling saw through the sensory connection was the scene of the etheric blade stabbing fiercely at Zhongyan's head. Finally, everything returned to calm. In the peaceful and empty atmosphere, the corpses wander aimlessly on the land that bound them. Suddenly, the space in a corner became turbulent, and then a hollow passage was torn open. With a bang, a short figure flew out from it like a ball. That was IES, who had been thrown into the space node by Zhongyan. When she found herself safe, Ling hurriedly controlled IES to turn around and look, her eyes fixed on the space node in front of her. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Until the space node shrank and disappeared, Zhongyan still did not appear, and Ling suddenly became a little anxious. "Brother, Zhongyan hasn't come yet. Should we go back to save him?" In the archive room of the video store, Ling looked at Jie anxiously. She and Zhongyan were only partners, but he had saved her many times, or rather, saved IES, so when she was in crisis, she would not leave him alone no matter what. Regarding Ling's request for help, Jie was a little unsure about what to do. Of course they can go back, but after they go back, can they come back again? IIES itself has almost no combat power, and Bomb will also be attacked by Yuhei. If they go back now, not only will they not be able to provide any help to Zhongyan, on the contrary, they will most likely hold him back. Moreover, judging from the last picture, there should be a high-risk animal at the scene, which will increase the risk again. In the cave, a high-risk skeleton can kill almost 99% of the cave thieves and investigators in New Illidoo alone. Apart from the 7 virtual hunters who appeared in the Worldview PV, even the characters that have already appeared in the game may not be able to kill Gao Wei Yihai alone. Therefore, the matter of going back to rescue Zhongyan must be considered carefully. Seeing that Jie had not said anything, Ling became a little anxious. "Brother, if this continues, Zhongyan might die there." Ling's shout made Jie no longer hesitate, and he immediately gave a solution: bring IES back first, and then go to the Cunning Rabbit House and ask Nicole and the others for help. As Phaethon's long-term partner, Nicole still owes the brother and sister a lot of money. In addition, the overall strength of the Cunning Rabbit House is not weak. 2 days ago, it killed a giant skeleton in the cave. Given the relationship between the two, plus the favors Nicole owed her many times on credit, it shouldn't be too difficult to ask Cunning Rabbit House to rescue Zhongyan. The only question now is whether Zhongyan can hold on until he arrives at the Cunning Rabbit House. While the brother and sister were busy worrying about Zhongyan's life or death, in the cave on the other side, looking at the ether blade that was deeply pierced into the wall not far away, Zhongyan couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Just when his head was about to explode, the eternal Manjakaya Sherinan appeared in time, and Kamui's virtualization ability was automatically activated, helping him to avoid the fatal blow. If it were put in a game, this would definitely be a perfect blur. As for the guy who attacked him, Zhongyan also noticed him after dodging the attack. It has a tall body and 2 arms. The left arm is a hard ether shield, and the right arm is the ether blade that was just thrown out. There is a core on its face that symbolizes its corpse. In addition, the etheric oppression emanating from its body is far stronger than that of the other Israeli corpses present. Dullahan, the first elite monster to appear in the game, defeated the low-supply Ambi and Billy with great ease. He is a superior skeleton individual. Its strength is far inferior to those overlord-level giant skeletons in the accompanying void, but it is enough to destroy an entire team of investigators on its own. Unfortunately, it met Zhong Yan today. Before, the protagonist's siblings were here, so it was difficult for him to expose his full strength. But now that this restriction has been removed, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Zhong Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint red light flashed in the depths of his lotus-shaped pupils. The next second, a dark blue, extremely hard skeleton shell instantly wrapped around his entire body, and on the surface of the bones, a faint blue light kept flowing. Before the skeleton named Dullahan could catch his thrown arm, a huge skeleton hand, which was connected to the bones extending from the skeleton, quickly attacked and pressed it to the ground with one palm. As a cloud of dust rose from the ground, other enemies around him also attacked Zhong Yan at the same time. However, all their attacks were blocked by the skeleton wrapped around Zhong Yan's body. No matter how hard they tried, not even a crack appeared on the surface of the skeleton. Dullahan, who was slapped to the ground, was quickly grabbed by the huge skeleton hand. As the hand gradually shrank, a powerful grip directly crushed it. The skeleton of a superior that was enough to cause countless cave robbers and investigators a lot of headaches was completely wiped out. As for the skeletons that were still gnawing on the skeleton, Zhong Yan controlled the skeleton's arms and threw them all away at once. After doing all this, he was too lazy to stay and clean up the monsters, so he put away his skeleton and eternal main Uchiha, Sharinan, and then dived into the space node in front of him. As ripples like water waves gradually appeared in front of his eyes, when his vision became clear again, Zhong Yan had already arrived at the other side of the hole. There are still creatures wandering around here, but they haven't discovered Zhong Yan, so it is relatively safer. But the strange thing is that IES, who had arrived here earlier, had completely disappeared. No matter how Zhong Yan looked for him, he could not find any trace of Bangdu. Are you just going to leave me here? A question mark floated over Zhong Yan's head. Judging from the personalities of the main brother and sister in the game, they would definitely not leave him alone. The only reasonable explanation is that they went to call for help. If this is true, then his best option is to wait for reinforcements to arrive and then find an excuse to prevaricate. Although the brother and sister might notice some clues, given the current situation, there is no way they would suspect that they are Uchiha. As for the safe-containing ferry. Since the people from the Red Fang gang are not here, we can only take the long view. After all, although Shinwei can achieve the effect of spatial displacement, it is impossible to perform precise displacement without knowing the specific location of the opponent. The only good thing about this hollow adventure is that Zhong Yan successfully deepened his connection with the protagonist brother and sister. This will be of great help to his future development. So that you called us here in a hurry, causing us to lose several well-paid commissions, but he just waited for us there? Zhong Yan did not wait too long at the spot, and finally he received the reinforcements that the brother and sister had invited, the cunning rabbit house. However, what no one expected was that Zhong Yan, who was supposed to be surrounded by corpses, was actually waiting for their arrival there as if nothing had happened. This is indeed different from the description given by the brother and sister. You know, they were exchanging fire with the enemy at the time, and then the two of them called and asked them to come over to help. Because she owed the brother and sister a lot of money, Nicole had to temporarily put down her work and come to rescue this client who was highly valued by Phaethon. It turns out that they didn't have to come at all. Well, the situation was really dangerous at that time. Who knew he would escape so quickly? IES, who was controlled by Ling, scratched his head in embarrassment. At the same time, the stone hanging in the hearts of the brother and sister fell. The best news for them is that Zhong Yan is fine. As for how he escaped, the two did not delve into it. After all, they were just partners with each other. Of course, they could be considered friends now. Among the three people in the cunning rabbit house, Anbai always looks calm and composed when performing tasks, including this time, but only before he met Zhong Yan. When she first set out, she didn't know that the person trapped in the cave by corpses was Zhong Yan, as the brother and sister said. If she had known, she would have been so anxious that she would have jumped off the wall. The guy who just told her yesterday to cherish her life, turned out to be trapped in a cave by corpses. What he said and what he did were completely contradictory. This also made Anbai a little angry, so from the moment she saw Zhong Yan, she showed a resentful expression and stared at him. Being stared at by Anbai like this, Zhong Yan couldn't help feeling guilty. His eyes dodged and finally fell on IES at his feet. Tisk, why does this little guy become cuter the more I look at him? Nicole, thank you so much for this time, but we'd better not stay in the cave for too long. Jie was the first to remind them after Nicole finished complaining about the siblings. Among the people present, except Zhong Yan, who is quite special, all the others have strong ether adaptability and can survive in the void for a long time. But this time is also limited, so they'd better get out as soon as possible. Soon, led by the brother and sister, everyone emerged from the cave. Nicole immediately took Ambi and Billy back to complete the employer's commission, leaving only Zhong Yan and IES there. It seems that this commission has failed, Ling said in frustration in the deserted alley outside the cave. In this case, I will return the 3 million deposit to you later. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate next time. It was difficult for Ling to accept that she had lost a total of 10 million denarii in compensation in one go, but there was nothing she could do. As ropemakers, they valued credit the most. Since she had not completed the commission given by her employer, she absolutely could not take a single cent from her employer. Things should have come to this point and logically should have ended, but in Zhong Yan's opinion, everything was just beginning. He did not hand Fairy over to Phaethon, so the cooperation would never end. Artificial intelligence of that level could even pose a certain threat to him. Zhong Yan would only feel at ease if it fell into the hands of someone he trusted. So, after Ling said that she wanted to return the 3 million deposit to him, Zhong Yan immediately stopped her and said, "No, my commission has not yet ended. As long as you are willing to continue to cooperate with me, you don't have to return the deposit." Hearing this, Ling was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "You still want to proceed with the commission? Is that box so important to you?" Ling was a little confused. In this operation, Zhong Yan not only did not gain any benefit, but he almost died in the hole. Most people who encountered such a crisis would probably give up their clueless goal, but Zhong Yan still planned to continue. This is enough to show how important the box that was stolen by the Red Tooth Gang is to him. At the same time, she became curious about Zhong Yan's identity. A boy who looks only 17 or 18 years old, his strength and character are far beyond that of ordinary people. This is obviously not what a normal person should have. Moreover, the box that the Red Fang Gang stole from the Wista Association was so important to him, which meant that he had a certain connection with the Wista Association, or the attraction of the box itself was worth him taking such a big risk. No matter which one it is, they both have reasons why they can't refuse each other. Phaethon always keeps his word, otherwise he would be unworthy of being a legend in the ropemaker world. Since they chose to take on this commission from the beginning, they must make the employer satisfied. What's more, they also wanted to know what was in the box. Maybe after getting it, Zhong Yan would reveal some information to them. So, in the archive room of the video store, the brother and sister smiled at each other, and both understood what the other meant. "We won't miss such a good opportunity to make money, but next, how are you going to find clues about the safe?" Ling asked. "Finding a safe is no problem, but the problem lies in how you find its location. I will investigate the recent activities of the Red Tooth Gang and find out their base camp." Zhong Yan thought for a while and replied, "Although the guys in the Red Fang Gang have territory, they are homeless most of the time. Sometimes they are surrounded and suppressed by the Public Security Bureau, and the territory they just occupied may be taken back the next moment. Especially after attacking the Wista Association's Research Institute, they have obviously shown up less frequently. This time, they even leaked false information and used it to kill many cave robbers who wanted to attack them. The Red Fang Gang is simply unable to do things like this on a normal day. In other words, behind them, there is an unknown mountain, which is the core gear that controls the operation of the entire Red Tooth Gang. If such a thing really exists, then the safe that Zhong Yan has been thinking about must be in his hands, and at that time the two sides may form a confrontation situation. In this case, the content of the commission is somewhat beyond the business scope of the rope craftsman, but even so, Ling does not intend to terminate the cooperation with Zhong Yan. There's no way. That's 10 million denarii. New Ilido, inside a corporate building. This building is close to a cave and was abandoned by the corporate company stationed here many years ago. However, because it is far away from the permanent management area of the Public Security Bureau, it has been occupied by criminals many times. The ones currently occupying this building are none other than the Xia gang that Zhong Yan has been desperately looking for. At this moment, in a living room in the building, the leader of the Red Tooth Gang, White Man, was sitting on a luxurious rich man's sofa with his legs crossed. His eyes were fixed on the smart TV in front of him, where the news was reporting on the progress of the investigation into the attack on the Wista Association Research Institute some time ago. On the surface, the host euphemistically stated that the Sheriff's Bureau was working hard to hunt down the criminals of the Red Fang Gang, but in reality, their investigation had made no progress at all. Not only that, under Bai Lao's design, many sheriffs of the Sheriff's Bureau died tragically at the hands of the Red Fang Gang. This also explains why in the game, the Sheriff's Air Police team would rather lose a building than hesitate to enforce justice on the Red Fang Gang. This is because in the eyes of the Public Security Bureau, the Red Fang Gang is no longer just an ordinary street thug or criminal organization, but pure terrorists. However, Bai Lao doesn't care about these. As their ambitions grow, the Red Fang Gang is no longer the righteous organization that hated evil at the beginning. What they want now is only more wealth and power. To this end, they even did not hesitate to cooperate with some high-ranking officials of unknown origin. For example, the attack on the Wista Association's Research Institute was carried out by Bai Lao under the instructions of someone. As it turned out, that guy was very powerful, so much so that from the end of the attack to now, the Public Security Bureau has not been able to track down any clues related to the Red Fang Gang, and this was due to the intervention of that senior official. This also indirectly shows that the New Ilido is not as glamorous as it seems on the surface. In the shadows behind it, there are still a lot of unknown transactions going on. Boss. Suddenly, a younger brother from the Red Tooth Gang rushed into the living room in a hurry, causing Bai Lao, who was dreaming of wealth and glory, to give him a cold look. Being looked at like this by the white guy, the younger brother suddenly felt his heart tighten, but he still reported with a stiff upper lip, "The bombs we left in the hole have been detonated." Hearing this, Bai Lao, who was originally very angry, was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, 2 lines of burning tears immediately flowed from his eyes. He sobbed and said in a choked voice, "It exploded. Does that mean that many people died there? I sent people to check it out. The ruins of the building were filled with burnt pieces of meat and some bombs parts. It must be a group of cave robbers who got the information and went there, and then were killed in the explosion." The younger brother didn't care at all about his boss's tears. Bai Lao's tears are also one of the symbols of the Red Fang Gang. To explain it in today's terms, it is the repentant god of war. The affirmation from his younger brother made Bai Lao cry even more sadly. "What a pity, so many lives have been lost, and now only a few fragments are left. But we can't blame them, after all, who asked them to go against our Red Fang Gang?" After saying this, Bai Lao's sobbing stopped instantly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Anyone who dares to go against us will have to suffer this fate." Then, his eyes unconsciously moved down and soon fell on a safe under the sofa that did not look very conspicuous. This safe was the spoils they gained from their last attack on the Wista Association, and it was also what the senior official specifically wanted to obtain. Now, the safe is temporarily placed in their Red Fang Gang, and once the time is right, it will be handed over to the senior official. Bai Lao didn't care what the senior official wanted to do with the safe. He only cared about the promise the other party made to him. He would never miss an opportunity that would allow the Red Fang Gang to completely rise in New Eiladu, and those who dared to stop the Red Fang Gang would be killed. At the same time, on top of a tall building in New Eiladu, it was late at night, and Zhong Yan, transformed into Uchiha, stood on the edge of the roof. In front of him was a blood moon that was gradually turning red. Perhaps due to psychological effects, the blood moon looked extremely huge. The open environment, coupled with the huge size difference between the two, presents a clear contrast in size, which looks extremely visually impactful. After leaving the cave, the cooperation between him and the brother and sister entered a relaxation period. During this relaxation period, he needed to investigate the whereabouts of the Red Fang Gang before continuing with the next step of cooperation. As for the whereabouts of the Red Fang Gang, let alone him, even the officials of the Public Security Bureau have no clue. It is obvious that someone is helping them hide, so it will definitely not be an easy task to investigate. But for Zhong Yan, he only needs to use some special methods to greatly reduce the difficulty of the investigation. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. As the eternal Manjakaya, Sherry Nan appeared under the mask, the next second, his figure was sucked into the Kamui space by the vortex. From then on, there was no longer any person or object on the empty rooftop, only the blood moon that made people panic was still hanging in the sky, as if indicating that tonight was destined not to be peaceful. In an entertainment venue in a neighborhood in New Eiladu, 2 drunken members of the Red Fang Gang supported each other as they walked out of the club. Before leaving, they did not forget to say goodbye to the bunny girl who came to see them off with their extremely aggressive eyes. After seeing the two off, the bunny girl, who had originally had a professional smile on her face, suddenly revealed an expression of disgust, and walked into the club to continue receiving and serving other guests. As for the 2 members of the Red Fang Gang, they followed their memories and planned to return to the gang's temporary base in this neighborhood. It was already very late in the evening. Apart from some shops which were open 24 hours a day and still had their lights on, the only people wandering around the streets were those who had worked the night shift and had not yet returned home, as well as homeless prodigals and beggars. The cold atmosphere was completely ignored by the 2 men under the influence of alcohol. They also did not notice that when they passed a corner, the entire space in front of them was shaken. It was not until one of them discovered that the journey, which should have taken only 20 minutes, had taken him a full 40 minutes and still hadn't arrived, that he realized something was wrong. As he sobered up instantly, he suddenly raised his head and in a trance, under the flickering streetlights at the end of the street, there seemed to be a figure in a dark blue robe standing there. His hands were grabbing a man's head. For some reason, the man's eyes rolled back and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. He knelt on the ground with his arms hanging down, as if his soul had been devoured. Only an unconscious body was left. And that person was the companion who had just supported him and walked forward. The next day, as the sun rose in the early morning, no one noticed the 2 Red Fang Gang members who had disappeared last night. People continued with their work, but some people who were at their jobs received unexpected surprises. In a branch of the Public Security Bureau, the person on duty today is Zhu Yuan. As the youngest team leader in the Public Security Bureau, Zhu Yuan is deeply loved by the juniors and seniors in the Bureau for his efficient work efficiency and kind attitude. Their branch is also investigating the whereabouts of the Red Fang Gang, but what can a branch like them gain if even the headquarters has no clue about it? For this reason, Zhu Yuan did not sleep the entire night yesterday, almost seamlessly transitioning between the night shift and the day shift, so that she was obviously in a bad state when she was handling work in the morning. Looking at the mountain of documents in front of her, she fell asleep on the table before she even had time to check them. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door woke her up from her sleep. Realizing that she had just fallen asleep, Zhu Yuan quickly perked up and walked forward to open the door. After opening the door, she saw her partner, her senior and subordinate King Ai standing outside. Seeing Zhu Yuan open the door, Qing Yi, with a slightly heavy expression, immediately said, "Zhu Yuan, there is something you have to see." This sentence made Zhu Yuan, whose mind was not clear, unable to react for a while, but he still followed King Ai. Their destination was actually the interrogation room in the police station, which was a place specifically used to interrogate criminals. Unless there was some particularly important news, King Ai would never bring Zhu Yuan here. This also made Zhu Yuan realize that things were not that simple. When she walked into the interrogation room, the first thing she saw was two members of the Red Fang gang who were tied up. Seeing that the Red Fang gang members were actually here, Zhu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Qing Yi and asked in surprise, "Did you capture them?" The frequency of the Red Fang gang's activities in New Lido has decreased significantly recently. In addition, there are so many new members in the gang that many Red Fang gang members are blending in with ordinary people and have not been discovered. These members became spies who reported the movements of the Public Security Bureau to the gangs. One is in the open and the other is in the dark, which is why the Public Security Bureau has made no progress in its investigation for a long time. Of course, the more important possibility is that there is a traitor inside. Otherwise, with the ability of those spies, they will not be able to completely control the movements of the Public Security Bureau. The higher UPS did order a thorough investigation, but unfortunately, nothing was found after a long time. This shows that the cancer has grown very deep and is difficult to completely eradicate. However, their branch was able to capture two members of the Red Fang gang, which was of great help in tracking down the Red Fang gang. Moreover, they have the right to priority trial. Zhu Yuan originally thought that these two guys were caught by King Ai and the others, but their answer was a little surprising. These two guys were found in a trash can near the police station by a new patrolman this morning. When they were found, they were already tied up. It was obvious that someone had put them there on purpose. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan looked serious and began to think about who might have done this. However, she hadn't slept for the whole day and was unable to concentrate on the analysis. She could only focus on those two guys first. Did they provide any useful clues? Zhu Yuan said, and then she shook her head, trying to sober herself up. Hearing this, Qing Yi shook his head and said, "No, these two guys have just joined the Red Fang gang. Their main mission is to monitor us and clear out the dens of nearby hostile forces. They don't even know where the gang's headquarters in Bailao are." At this point, Qing Yi paused for a moment, and then as if he had thought of something, he added, "Also, they have no recollection of who tied them up and threw them into the trash can. It's like they've completely lost that part of their memory." Losing memory, this sounds too suspicious. Compared to this, Zhu Yuan would rather believe that these two guys don't want to reveal more information. However, interrogating a prisoner is a very long process, especially for such a serious case, which requires patience. Therefore, Zhu Yuan was not in a hurry, but turned to ask Qing Yi, "What do you think of this matter, senior?" "Me?" Qing Yi was stunned for a moment, then acted as if it had nothing to do with him. "What can I do? There's such a big tumor, and we don't know how to treat it. It was the righteous city hero who provided us with this hard-earned clue. What can I do? Just accept it." The sarcastic tone in King Ai's voice made Zhu Yuan feel very helpless. This senior of hers was capable, but his mouth wasn't very pleasant, especially when he was in a bad mood. He was so mean that he could watch the criminal he was trying to capture being bitten to death by Yi Hai. It seems that these two people can't provide much help. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhu Yuan sighed. Afterwards, she ordered her juniors to continue interrogating the two men, trying to get some useful information from them. At the same time, in the basement of New Lido, in a speeding subway, the so-called city hero mentioned by Qing Yi, Zhong Yan, was so sleepy that he could not open his eyes. Last night, he read the memories of the two Red Fang gang members and found out that they were newcomers who were not even cannon fodder and had no idea where Bailao was. Fortunately, they knew where the stronghold was in their neighborhood, so they tied up the two men and threw them into a trash can near the Public Security Bureau. After deleting his memory, Zhong Yan immediately went to the location of the stronghold. There were about a dozen gang members in that stronghold, most of whom were newcomers like those two guys, and the only one in charge of managing the stronghold was a senior member. Zhong Yan seized the opportunity to read his memory, and only then did he realize that the Red Fang gang had been making big moves recently, especially the number of their strongholds. There were strongholds of their gang in almost every block. Not only that, their headquarters was also moved to another place, and even senior members like him didn't know the exact location. Normally, when accepting missions, one would go to the designated location and meet with Bailao Eurotm's close confidants face to face. This is done to prevent the Public Security Bureau from locking down the location of Bailao's cronies based on the IP address of the electronic device after he is arrested. And every time after accepting a mission, he was completely unaware of the movements of Bailao's cronies. The operation was strict, cautious, and almost flawless. Zhong Yan really didn't expect that the Red Fang gang, which didn't have much presence in the game, could actually achieve this in reality. No wonder in the game, they were not caught by the Sheriff's Bureau for several months after they attacked the Institute. It turns out that he is really capable. After a whole night of hard work, not only did I not get many useful clues, I didn't even get a good rest. Zhong Yan had just taken a nap after returning home when it was time to go to school, but he felt sleepy on the subway, let alone going to school. On the way to the classroom, only the girls with their snow-white thighs exposed could make him feel a little more energetic. After arriving at the classroom and stuffing his school bag into the drawer, Zhongyan didn't care whether the teacher would call on him to answer questions in class and just fell asleep on the table. It was not known how long had passed, but in a trance, Zhongyan felt that he was having difficulty breathing. In his dream, he seemed to be on a dark sea, his body sinking uncontrollably, and no matter how he struggled, it was of no avail. Then he woke up with a start, and after waking up he found that he really couldn't breathe. The reason he couldn't breathe was because two slender index and middle fingers were pinching his nose. Looking along the arms where the fingers were connected, Zhongyan raised his head and saw their owners. That's Elaine. She didn't know how to wake up Zhongyan, so she finally chose a polite but not completely polite way. Zhongyan, who had just woken up, felt a little dazed, and when he met Ai Lian's gaze, his eyes were as clear as a fool's. The two of them just looked at each other, and finally Alien was the first to break the silence. What were you doing last night? You slept for the whole morning. I have never slept so long in school. After hearing this, Zhongyan finally realized that the morning class had already ended. He didn't know what the teacher was thinking today as he didn't even wake him up. To be honest, this is actually quite good. I hope the Mediterranean Sea can be like this next time. In response to Ai Lian's question, Zhongyan quickly came up with an excuse. I was working on the manuscript all night last night, so I was very sleepy. As Alien's only friend at school, Zhongyan had already told her his identity as a writer in order to gain her complete trust. As for finishing the manuscript, to be honest, he hasn't written anything for several days, and he doesn't know whether the editorial department will urge him to update. Anyway, the reader discussion area has been in an uproar for a long time, and everyone said that the updates were too slow and they wanted to send him razor blades. Zhongyan said he was very scared, but there was nothing he could do. What a great writer you really are, he cares about his readers. Ai Lian responded to Zhongyan's explanation in a slightly yin-yang tone. However, such an excuse could indeed convince her. Judging from Zhongyan's usual behavior in front of her, she would never think that he was a cave thief. Hearing Ai Lian's words, Zhongyan laughed awkwardly twice, then changed the subject and said, I saw that they all went to the cafeteria to have lunch. Should we go together too? Okay, I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, you treat me. Ai Lian did not refuse Zhongyan's invitation, and also put forward her own request. After she said this, the corners of her mouth inadvertently curved up. Sure enough, I still like being with him at school. The taste of the food in the school cafeteria is hard to describe, especially today. Zhongyan almost had to bite the bullet to finish it. On the other hand, Ellen, as a shark, is not picky about the taste of food. As long as it is edible, even if it is a dark dish made up by spoof, she can eat it all without any expression. It is said that in Victoria housekeeping, the head maid Lena is known as the kitchen destroyer. Every dish she makes is eventually eaten by Ellen, thus saving other colleagues in the housekeeping. What a great shark girl. After finishing their meal, the two left the cafeteria and prepared to return to the classroom, but at this moment, Ai Lian suddenly grabbed Zhongyan from behind. I say, do we really have to go back to the classroom? The afternoon class is so boring. What should I do if I don't want to go? Hearing Ai Lian's voice coming from behind and looking at her hand grabbing the corner of his clothes, Zhongyan turned his head and immediately knew what the other party wanted to do. Then should we skip class? Zhongyan asked tentatively. As soon as these words were spoken, Ai Lian's eyes suddenly lit up, because she was about to say this too, but who knew that Zhongyan had the same idea as her? So, the two of them hit it off and left the school openly before the lunch bell rang. Ai Lian expressed her desire to watch a movie at a cinema near the school, but this proposal was immediately rejected by Zhongyan. There are some rules to skipping classes. First of all, the place where you skip classes cannot be too close to the school, otherwise you will be discovered by teachers or classmates passing by. So, at Zhongyan's request, the two of them first went to the subway station, preparing to go to a neighborhood far away from the school to enjoy this hard-earned relaxing time. In the end, the two chose Guanyin Plaza as their destination, which is also one of the few areas unlocked in the game. But unlike in the game, the real Guanyin Square is very large, almost as big as several city blocks. It is for this reason that Guanyin Plaza has become a rare special economic zone in New Eiladu, with a very high level of prosperity, and is close to the central area of a euro the city, separated only by a river. What are we going to do? After walking out of the Guanyin Square subway station, Ai Lian turned and looked at Zhongyan. For her, it didn't matter where she skipped classes, as long as Zhongyan was with her. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to skip classes and wander around the streets alone. How about we go to a cafe? The scenery by the river is nice, and we can chat while drinking coffee, Zhongyan suggested. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that no matter how many times he came to Guanyin Square, he would still be shocked by the prosperous scene here. In comparison, whether it is the neighborhood where he lives or Liufen Street where his brother and sister live, it is like comparing the city to the countryside. There is no comparison at all. Moreover, this is just the area near the city center. The real city center is probably even more prosperous and bustling than here. Thinking of this, Zhongyan became more determined to buy a house in the city center. It would be best if he could buy a private island. He could do some coding every day when he had nothing to do. It would definitely be very motivating. AI Lian, who was standing aside with her arms folded across her chest and pretending to be indifferent, secretly noticed Zhongyan's increasingly determined expression out of the corner of her eye. This made her feel confused, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Why did he seem to have made up his mind? It was as if he had made up his mind, giving her goosebumps. After her brain raced, Alien finally came to a conclusion that was not very likely. This GUI.is there's something wrong with his brain. On a street facing the river in Guanying Square, there is a coffee shop called COFF Cafe. This coffee shop has a great background. It is said that there is a very large enterprise behind it, and the industrial chain spreads throughout New Ilido, so that there are chain stores in every block. In the game, there is such a coffee shop on Liufen Street where the brother and sister live, and at the same location as Guanying Plaza in reality. The owner of the coffee shop is a robot that looks a bit strange. He is one of the few artificial intelligence products in New Ilido. Whether it is his service attitude or the way he makes coffee, he has been unanimously recognized by customers. There is a robot like this in every COFF cafe, and they all have the same name, Master Tinman. The place where Zhongyan and AI Lian spend their time is this coffee shop. Hello, please give me a cup of New Ilido Special Blend. Pushing the door and entering the store, Zhongyan came to the front desk and ordered a cup of New Ilido's most classic coffee. Then, he looked at Alien beside him and asked, "I'll help you order, what do you want to drink?" AI Lian crossed her arms across her chest, acting nonchalant about Zhongyan's words. After holding it in for a long time, she finally said, "Whatever. I'll drink the same thing as you." So, the New Ilido special that Zhongyan ordered increased from 1 cup to 2 cups. After that, as Master Dingman skillfully started the machine, in less than a moment, 2 cups of steaming hot coffee were handed to the two. Zhongyan took the coffee and took Alien's cup as well. Then they walked out of the coffee shop and sat down at the round table on the roof. The huge parasol completely blocked the sunlight from the area where the two of them were sitting, and next to it was the wide Yangtze River. On the other side of the river is the most prosperous central area of a Euro New Ilido, which is also Zhongyana Euro TM's dream place. Fantasizing about his future life in the city center, Zhongyan picked up the coffee in front of him, put it to his lips and took a sip. A Euro New Ilido Special Blend. A Euro, in layman's terms, is actually original coffee. It retains the most original aroma of coffee without any extra impurities. To put it bluntly, it's very bitter. So, after tasting the flavor of the coffee, Zhongyan put down the cup in his hand, silently picked up the small bag of white sugar beside him, and poured it all in. Take another sip. It tastes much better indeed. After gradually getting used to the taste of coffee, Zhongyan raised his head and was about to share his experience with AI Lian, only to find that the coffee in the other person's cup had been drunk. Zhongyan's eyes widened, not knowing what to say, while Alien still kept her arms crossed, completely unable to understand the meaning of his reaction. As expected, elegance has nothing to do with this impatient and disgusting maid. Just at this moment, 2 smiling maids walked by on the street below. Zhongyan's eyes were instantly attracted and he looked straight over. This scene also reminded him that he seemed to have never seen Ellen in a maid outfit in real life. After all, it is a combat uniform and normally you wouldn't wear it in front of your friends. Next time if there is a chance, I can call Elaine on the Victoria housekeeping hotline and ask her to come over and provide me with some services, such as soothing me to sleep. I hope I can sleep by then. As he thought about it, Zhongyan's thoughts drifted away, and he didn't notice Alien's expression gradually becoming gloomy. She naturally noticed Zhongyan's aggressive gaze towards the 2 maids, and felt an inexplicable anger. No, it should be said that jealousy arose. He said something like he would skip class with me, but in the end he was staring at someone else? In a trance, Zhongyan felt a strong sense of malice. After he came to his senses, he noticed AI Lian, whose eyes were so fierce that they looked like they wanted to eat someone. Realizing that he had done something he shouldn't have done, Zhongyan quickly started to argue, trying to calm Alien's emotions. But I didn't mean anything else, I was just wondering what it would look like if you put on a maid outfit, Alien. Hearing this, Alien couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face eased a lot. After thinking for a moment, she leaned forward slightly and asked in a voice that only Zhongyan could hear, "Do you not like maids very much?" Nailed it. Looking at Alien's reaction, Zhongyan knew that he had successfully escaped from danger, and replied, "I can't say I particularly like her, but if it's Alien, I think I can do it." These words, which sounded almost like a confession, made Alien's cheeks flush instantly, and the shyness that was unique to a young girl emerged, making her, who usually always acted impatient, actually have a bit of cute charm. Seeing this scene, Zhongyan suddenly had the urge to take out his mobile phone to take pictures and record it, but he knew that if he dared to do so, he would definitely be beaten to death by the other party. "Say that, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want it," AI Lian said softly. In order to hide her shyness and embarrassment, she directly reached out and snatched the coffee in front of Zhongyan. "If you don't want to drink it, then I'll help you drink it." After saying that, she put the cup to her mouth and gulped down the coffee. In less than a moment, she had finished the coffee in the cup. Such an action made Zhongyan a little overwhelmed. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "This. I have drunk it." As soon as these words came out, Alien reacted instantly. If two people drink from the same glass of water, isn't that equivalent to an indirect kiss? A euro or ethies. This. As someone who appears cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and whose inner thoughts are actually no different from those of an ordinary adolescent girl, Alien naturally attaches great importance to these factors derived from internet terms. Therefore, indirect kissing is too damaging to her who has never interacted with the opposite sex. As a result, the face, which originally had only a slight blush on it, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon after, there was a noticeable white mist coming out of Alien's entire head. If you don't know, you might think she has had a fever. Alien, are you okay? Zhongyan said as he stretched out his hand to comfort Alien. But who would have thought that as soon as she touched Alien's hand, she was suddenly stimulated and jumped up, slapping the round table in front of her. Soon, many tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the round table that was hit hard. Finally, under the constant twitching of Zhongyan's mouth, it turned into fragments on the ground. I'm so sorry. I will transfer the compensation for the table into your store's account when the time comes. In front of the coffee shop, Zhongyan brought Ai Lian and kept bowing and apologizing to Master Dingman. Afterwards, in order to prevent more people from noticing the commotion here, the two quickly fled the scene and came to a small path by the river. Zhongyan was so tired that he was out of breath, while Ai Lian beside him had recovered from the state just now, but he did not return to his usual impatient look. Instead he laughed inexplicably. The unprecedented experience made her feel satisfied from the bottom of her heart, but her cheeks still turned slightly red when she thought about the indirect kiss with Zhongyan just now. Are all you she people so strong? If that slap just now had hit me, I would have been killed on the spot. After his rapid breathing recovered a little, Zhongyan turned to look at Alien and said, to be honest, he was really scared by what happened just now, mainly because he didn't expect Alien's reaction to be so big that if the slap had hit him instead of the table, he would have probably been rushed to the hospital by now. The battle maid is indeed worthy of her reputation. Okay, I'm sorry, isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? Facing Zhongyan's complaints, Ai Lian giggled. This girlish look made Zhongyan stunned for a moment, and then he saw the other party take out 2 lollipops from her pocket. Eat some candy and relax. Consider it my apology to you. Alien handed over one of the lollipops with a smile, then tore open the wrapper of the other one and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking at the lollipop in his hand, Zhongyan smiled helplessly. I paid for the entire table for you. Hearing this, Alien puffed up her lips in dissatisfaction and said, a euro. Rio has said this is financial compensation. Eat a euro. TM's obviously spiritual compensation. Okay, I will transfer the money for the table to you when the time comes. A euro. Hearing this, Zhongyan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just when he was a little at a loss, Alien's tone suddenly changed, and she said with a smile, don't worry about it, didn't you accompany me to skip class? Now I can't drink coffee, so let's do something else to kill time. Indeed, it was still a long time before the sun set. Zhongyan's original plan was to sit in the coffee shop with Ai Lian for the whole afternoon, but who knew that something like this would happen? There's no way. Since I don't want to go back now, I'll just find something to kill time. For the two of them, it doesn't matter what they do after skipping classes, as long as there is someone to accompany them. So, after some well-reasoned discussion, what the two finally chose to do was walk around the path along the river. The lollipop in the mouth soon melted gradually as time passed. Beside the guardrail of the riverside path, the two chatted casually. The content of the chats is mostly meaningless daily trivia, but it can inexplicably attract people to listen. The combination of the boy and the girl always makes people envy and admire them. Passers-by on the street cast their glances at them from time to time, but they are all ignored by the two who are focused on each other. Time passed quietly like this, and the sun gradually setting in the distant sky seemed to be a wake-up call for the two, causing them to slow down their pace involuntarily until they finally stopped completely. We walked for a whole afternoon. I've never consumed so much energy when I'm not working. Alien lay in front of the guardrail, and the shark tail behind him swayed gently with the fluctuations of his owner's mood. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked from afternoon to dusk. If this path along the river had not been almost at the end, they probably would not have noticed the time. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Although I'm a little tired, I feel pretty good overall, don't I? Zhongyan said as he cast his gaze towards the city center on the other side of the river. Hearing this, Alien nodded slightly. Although she might be questioned by Lena after returning, it didn't matter to her at all. Thinking of this, she involuntarily turned her head to look at Zhongyan beside her. The boy's profile was deeply imprinted in her mind, making her heart beat faster. As expected, I have an inexplicable feeling towards him. She once longed for friendship, and Zhongyan satisfied her, but she was not sure whether what she wanted now was the same as before. Alien didn't know whether this was good or bad, but judging from the current situation, this relationship seemed to give her great satisfaction. So, she felt that she should go a step further. Under the setting sun, the endless rainfall hit the wall under your feet, creating waves. The boy is staring at his dream, while the girl's eyes are full of the boy. When the last ray of sunset disappeared completely as it covered the horizon, Zhongyan had already returned home. He thought back on what happened today and found it somewhat unbelievable. How could he do such a thing as skipping classes? It was really a shame that the walls of his house were covered with the 3 Good Students Award certificates. On the way back, he was also thinking carefully about the unique shark girl today, especially the last words she said before they parted at the subway station. Regarding the maid outfit, I will try my best to satisfy you. Wait for my news. The only drawback might be that he didn't get to enjoy her tale, but it didn't matter that he was already very satisfied to have made such great progress in one day. On the other hand, the matter of the Red Tooth Gang cannot be put on hold and action must be continued tonight. The senior member who managed the stronghold yesterday, in his memory, was likely to be given a new task by Bai Lao's confidants within the next 2 days. At that time, I just need to follow quietly and I can catch the confidant of Bai Lao who assigned the task. In this way, it will not be difficult to grasp the whereabouts of Bai Lao. As for the brother and sister, as long as we get them involved, the safe will be delivered to them personally. Once the safe is in their hands, it won't be difficult for them to activate Fairy. Hey, what is this? The scene returns to the present. At the moment when he opened the door and was about to step into the house, Zhongyan suddenly saw a cardboard box under the steps at the door out of the corner of his eye. Express delivery, I don't remember buying anything. Slightly puzzled, he bent down and discovered that the name on the package was actually his pen name as a writer, Zhong Shuren. This made Zhongyan feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, after opening the carton, he saw a pile of silver-white blades lying quietly inside. No, are you serious? In a neighborhood in New Aladu, inside the Red Fang Gunga Euro TM stronghold. Boss, the 2 brothers who went out drinking yesterday haven't come back yet. How about we send someone to look for them? A new gang member said to the senior member who was in charge of the stronghold with a worried look on his face. The control over the members of the Red Fang gang is extremely strict, especially after the attack on the Wista Association's Research Institute. Bai Lao even ordered his men not to make any big moves. Even if it is a trivial matter, as long as there is a possibility of exposing yourself, you must ask the manager of the base for instructions. Operating in this way, the gang successfully avoided all detection by the sheriff's department, but not everyone obeyed. For example, yesterday, 2 newcomers in the base secretly went to the leisure club for entertainment and have not returned yet. There is no doubt that the 2 of them must have been captured by the sheriff, otherwise there is no reason for them not to come back. Don't worry about those 2 guys. Notify everyone that we will move out of the base tomorrow. Have everyone get ready. The senior member said with an unhappy look on his face. Since the 2 were captured by the sheriff, the location of the base was likely to be exposed. In order to prevent being caught in one fell swoop, they had to move away from here and go to another backup base. There was nothing wrong with such an order, but what no one knew was that the manager of their stronghold had already been controlled by Zhongyan using illusion. At this time, Zhongyan had transformed into Uchiha and was lurking in the Shinwei space, quietly waiting for the agreed time with Bai Lao's confidant to arrive. Not long after, an envelope appeared at the door of the stronghold. A newcomer who had just joined the gang saw it and hurriedly picked up the envelope and handed it to the manager. After opening the envelope and reading the contents, the manager quickly set off for the meeting place. Soon, he came to a small alley not far from the stronghold, where a man in black robe had been waiting for a long time. He was the confidant of Bai Lao who was responsible for delivering information. Seeing the other party coming, the confidant first looked around carefully, then asked in a low voice, "No tail is following us?" The manager shook his head and said, "No, but 2 newcomers disappeared from the base yesterday. I suspect they were arrested by the Public Security Bureau." Hearing this, the confidant under the black robe suddenly said angrily, "What's wrong with you? After all, you are considered a veteran in the gang, and you can't manage a few newcomers. I tell you, if your base is destroyed, the boss will not send anyone to rescue you. This is an extraordinary period. Before the safe is handed over to the senior official, the Red Fang gang will not easily show up in public. If a stronghold in a block is taken down, it is very likely that the entire plan will collapse. That kind of impact is quite huge. I know, so I have ordered my men to relocate their base." Halfway through his words, the manager suddenly felt weak in his limbs, and then fell to the ground without any warning. The sudden scene made the confidant stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. "What do you mean by pretending to be dead? Hurry up and wake me up." Before he could finish his words, the next second, a figure suddenly walked out slowly from the shadows not far away. Under the white vortex-shaped mask, a pair of devilish blood-red eyes were staring straight at him. "You. Who are you?" The sudden appearance of the mysterious man made the confidant panic. He hurriedly took out a device from his pocket and pressed the button on it hard. This is a safety measure when delivering missions. Once a dangerous situation occurs, the Red Fang gang elites lurking in the surroundings can appear at the first time to eliminate the threat. But soon, the confidant was dumbfounded, because he found that after he pressed the button, no one appeared. "No need to look. I have already eliminated all your people." Zhongyan, who transformed into Uchiha, spoke slowly. In this form, his voice is very strong and sounds extremely oppressive, making it easier for people to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing that all his backup plans had been resolved, the confidant was immediately frightened and began to try desperately to escape from there. However, before he could run a few steps, he heard a voice suddenly explode in his mind. The next second, all his weapons were taken away from him, and he appeared in front of Zhongyan without anyone noticing, with Zhongyan grabbing his head tightly. It's not a wise choice to look me in the eye before you can distinguish between illusion and reality. As early as when their eyes met, Zhongyan activated the Sharingan's illusion, so that not only did he not run away, but he also took the initiative to walk towards Zhongyan. Zhongyan often uses this trick in battle. It may not be effective against Uchiha, but for humans, it is simply an unsolvable method. Unless the other party is willing to fight him with his eyes closed, he will not be able to escape being controlled by the illusion. This is also the most perverted part of the Sharingan. Sir, please let me go, I can tell you everything I know. Seeing that he could not escape, the confidant hurriedly begged for mercy. However, Zhongyan ignored him completely and cast his illusion again the moment he looked up at him. This time, the effect of the illusion is not control, but direct reading of memory. The next second, countless fragments of memory kept flashing in Zhongyan's mind. As Bai Lao's confidant, he knew much more than the members of the Red Fang gang in that stronghold. Zhongyan not only knew the gang's headquarters and Bai Lao's whereabouts, he even knew that there was an informant from the Red Fang gang inside the Public Security Bureau. As the memory was read out, Zhongyan also released the hand that was holding his head. However, reading memories with the Sharingan would cause irreversible damage to the brain, so the confidant fainted long before the memories were finished reading. As for whether he would become a fool because of this, Zhongyan didn't know, and he didn't care. Now that he knew the whereabouts of Bai Lao, he could carry out the next plan, but before that, he had to contact the Phaethon brothers and sisters first. After all, they are the two partners that I specifically want to win over. A euro. The next day, when Zhu Yuan saw the two unconscious members of the Red Fang gang in the interrogation room again, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So a city hero really appeared in this new Eridu? Liufen Street, random play, inside the video store. In the morning, Jie was the first to wake up. After a simple wash and grooming, he started up all the bombs that were charging and put them back to their positions. Then he opened the door and hung up a sign that said open for business. Their shop was not very popular on Liufen Street, and their daily income was basically just enough to meet their basic needs, leaving them with almost no extra money to use for other things. However, for them, running a video store can only be regarded as a side job. The real source of income comes from the identity of rope maker Phaethon. They can earn at least hundreds of thousands of dime for almost every order. Commissions like those worth more than 1 million denarii are actually very rare on the rope net. After all, truly powerful people usually only ask non-governmental organizations such as Victoria Housekeeping for help. Compared with rope nets, they are not only more authoritative, but also much more capable than those second-rate rope makers and cave robbers. But the most important thing is that their identities and status are not suitable for being active in illegal forums such as RopeNet. Once discovered, the consequences will be very serious. People like them usually have many enemies, so they will not give the other party any chance to bring them down. So, why Ling became so excited that she lost her mind after seeing the reward given by Zhongyan was because he gave too much, so much that it was impossible to refuse. That Zhongyan is probably not as simple as he seems. Jie came and sat down on the sofa in the image archive room, and couldn't help but start thinking about the problems with Zhongyan. First of all, the remuneration. How on earth could a teenager who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, not even as old as the two of them, so easily throw out a deposit of 3 million dinas? Then, there was what happened in the void. He remembered it very clearly. The explosion of the building attracted so many corpses that even a professional team of void investigators could not clean them up. What's more, there was a highly dangerous corpse. In such a situation, how could Zhongyan escape unscathed? I don't deny that he is very strong, but it is a bit too suspicious that he could escape from such a large group of zombies without getting hurt and chat with me afterwards as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he was actually an officially recognized virtual hunter? But that was impossible. Almost all people who could obtain the title of virtual hunter had shown their faces in public, and their photos were not a secret in New Eli. Zhongyan is obviously not included, which can immediately rule out the possibility that he is Su Xiao. Unless he has the strength comparable to that of Su Hunter, but it has not yet been officially recognized. It turns out that I still need to get in touch with him a few more times. With the information I know now, I have no way of guessing his identity and purpose. After reasoning for a long time without any result, Jie could only put Zhongyan's matter behind him for the time being. At this time, Ling, rubbing her sleepy eyes, also walked down from the second floor. It can be seen that she stayed up until the early hours of the morning last night, otherwise she would not be in this state when she woke up at this time. Brother, Zhongyan sent me a message this morning, saying that he had found Bai Lao's whereabouts. The first thing Ling did when they met was to pick up the phone and hand it to Jie. Hearing this, Jie took the phone and checked it carefully, and found that Zhongyan had sent Ling several messages at 6 o'clock this morning. Zhongyan, excuse me for interrupting you, but I have already investigated Bai Lao's whereabouts and can start taking action tonight. I decided to meet him at the 14th Street subway station at 8 p.m. Zhongyan, if possible, I would like to see the appearance of you two legendary rope makers with my own eyes before that. If you find this intrusive, you can ignore this message. Zhongyan, I will give you the remaining commission money now, but I will definitely succeed in today's operation. Transfer: When he saw the final transfer information, Zhe's eyes widened considerably. No way, can you just turn it around like that? However, Ling did not accept the transfer directly, which shows that she actually had some concerns in her heart. Zhe had the same idea, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the other party had never disguised his appearance in front of them from the beginning, and had saved IES in the cave many times. If you still hide too many things from him, it would seem a bit insincere. Moreover, it is not uncommon for them to show their faces in front of the client. Almost all the characters in the game know the identity of Phaethon, except for those from the Public Security Bureau and Anti-Aircraft Section 6. Brother, do you think Zhongyan is a little too impulsive? Why don't we try to persuade him? Suddenly, Ling's words made Zhe stunned on the spot. He didn't consider this point. The desire shown by Zhongyan in the message was too strong, which made people worry whether he would do something extreme in his action. After thinking for a moment, Zhe looked at Ling, his expression suddenly serious. Ling, do you think Zhongyan is worth making friends with? Whether he is worth making close friends with. I have only met him once, and in the image of bomb. How can you let me judge? And why are you asking this suddenly? Ling said with some worry. However, judging from her first impression, she thought Zhongyan was a good person, but he was too mysterious. One could tell at first glance that he was the kind of person who had countless secrets. Facing Ling's question, Zhe answered, what I mean is, if Zhongyan is someone worth making friends with, then we should go meet him. He is very powerful, and it will not do us any harm to make friends with such a person. After hearing this, Ling suddenly realized that Zhe was planning to make Zhongyan their agent. There is an inseparable connection between the rope maker and the agent. The former is responsible for drawing the cavity data, and the latter is responsible for entering the cavity to explore. Both act to complete the client's goals. Generally speaking, agents are divided into two types: public agents and private agents. The former does not have a fixed partner. Any rope maker in need can be asked for help, and the remuneration will be reasonably distributed after the task is completed. For example, Cunning Rabbit House claims to be a universal firm that accepts all kinds of commissions and is the most typical public agent. The latter, as the name suggests, is an agent who specifically serves a certain rope maker. For example, in Victorian housekeeping, if their master was a rope maker, then they were the personal agents of their masters, except that the relationship between the two parties was that of master and servant. And what Zhe meant was that he wanted Zhongyan to become Phaethon's personal agent. Zhe's serious expression made Ling seem a little hesitant. Brother, choosing a personal agent is a very important matter for a rope craftsman. Should we spend more time with Zhongyan? She agreed with this idea, but the problem was that the two of them didn't know Zhongyan very well. Under such circumstances, there would be some risks in choosing him to be their personal agent. Spending more time with him means working with him more often, right? Why not just let him be our agent first? And I'm just saying this, mainly to ask for your opinion. Zhe smiled bitterly that he had noticed since the commission was completed that day that Ling seemed to be very concerned about Zhongyan's affairs. The two had discussed the other party's identity and purpose many times, but due to the limited known information, they could not discuss anything at all. However, if possible, he would like to let Zhongyan become their personal agent, but since he does not trust the other party that much at the moment, he can only observe for a while. Moreover, the other party's opinion must be sought on this matter. Only if he agrees can the long-term cooperative relationship between the two parties be determined. Otherwise, as long as one party is unwilling, this idea cannot be realized. Or, can we go ask Nicole? At this time, Ling suddenly remembered something and said, I remember that everyone in the Cunning Rabbit House knew Zhongyan. We could see it last time in the cave. During the last rescue in the cave, the three people from the Cunning Rabbit House acted as if they were familiar with Zhongyan, which shows that they knew each other. In that case, we can ask Nicole and the others about Zhongyan's character. It's really strange. Before, it was Nicole who came to them for help, but now they are the ones who often go to Nicole for help. It is a rebellion against Tian Gang. As for this suggestion, Zhe also nodded in agreement. Just call Nicole and let me talk. At the same time, inside the Cunning Rabbit's house. Today is a rare holiday, or perhaps the commissions from the sponsors are not too urgent, so Nicole gave the entire Cunning Rabbit House a day off. Speaking of the current Cunning Rabbit House, after receiving commissions from countless sponsors, they have earned a considerable amount of money. The total amount added up is equivalent to their income in the previous 6 months. With the money, they were finally able to pay off their previous debts. Not only did their living standards improve, but they also moved from a small bungalow to a 3-bedroom apartment. I still remember that before, because they owed too much rent, the landlord didn't even dare to urge them to pay, for fear that they would run away without being able to pay. Now, even if the rent of a house of more than 100 square meters is 3 times as much as before, there is no financial pressure to live in it. The only thing that remains unchanged may be the cunning style of the Cunning Rabbit House, which is able to get involved in both the black and white worlds. This is also the most troublesome thing for the financial sponsors. But there is no way the impact of destroying a giant Yishi is too great. In the Hollow Investigation Association, except for the existing Void Hunters, there is basically no one who can destroy a giant Yishi by himself. As for Uchiha, he's not from the Hollow Investigation Association, so he's not included in the list. At this moment, a little green bomb walked up to Nicole, holding a cell phone that was playing a ringtone. That is Emilian, the exclusive bomb of the rabbit house in the game. In reality, she is Nicole's partner, and you can also say her family. Yeah, Nicole, there's a call. Emilian held the phone with both hands and handed it to Nicole with all her strength. Nicole, who was applying a facial mask to maintain her skin, heard the noise and sat up from the sofa to take the phone to check. When she saw that the caller was Phaethon, she couldn't help but be stunned. Recently, the number of times the brother and sister have taken the initiative to contact her seems to be a bit too much, even though she was the one who contacted them in the past. With some doubts, Nicole answered the phone, and Jez's voice came from the other end immediately. Nicole, sorry to bother you. Regarding the man named Zhongyan who we rescued in the cave last time, do you know him? If you know him, can you tell me what kind of person he is? Zhe did not hide his purpose at all when he spoke, which made Nicole's brain start to work quickly. Then he said, Zhongyan, I have met him a few times, but I don't know him very well. As he said this, in a room in the house, Ambi, who heard Zhongyan's name, slowly poked out half of his head, staring intently at Nicole who was on the phone, while at the same time, he did not forget to bring the hamburger in his hand to his mouth and took a light bite. At this time, Emilian noticed Ambi. She was about to say something, but saw the other party making a gesture to keep quiet. It didn't know why Ambi was eavesdropping there secretly, but it still shut its mouth and left tactfully. Really? Jez's slightly disappointed voice came from the other end of the phone. That's really disturbing. Having said that, Zhe was about to hang up the phone. Seeing that the call between the two was about to end, and suddenly became a little impatient, and rushed to Nicole, not caring about the unfinished hamburger residue in her mouth, and said in a hurried tone, I have a good relationship with Zhongyan, I know what kind of person he is. The next second after he said this, the food in Anbai's throat accidentally slipped into his trachea, and he couldn't help coughing violently. Her words also made Zhe, who was originally planning to hang up the phone, change his mind. After recovering a little, Anbai's eyes were slightly red due to the violent coughing, but even so, she still explained to Zhe without leaving any room for doubt. Zhongyan is a very gentle person, he saved me from the hollow and was willing to spend all his savings to buy me a bunch of hamburgers. He is definitely a trustworthy person, I promise. Ambi's words made Zhe on the other end of the phone fall into deep thought, and Nicole was dumbfounded when she saw her like this. In her impression, Ambi was not a passionate person. She seldom communicated with others on weekdays, and she was not interested in most topics other than movies and hamburgers. So, when Nicole saw that she actually described Zhongyan like this, she was immediately shocked. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that Zhongyan personally handed Anbai to her. So, what is the relationship between them? Nicole, who was extremely smart, understood everything instantly. Phaethon, Ambi is not someone who would lie, and she has never been so sure of someone that if you want to ask Zhongyan for help, just go ahead. Ambi's words are trustworthy. Seeing that Zhe on the other end of the phone fell silent, Nicole immediately spoke up to make a promise. She may not trust Zhongyan, but she will definitely trust Anbai. At this moment, Anbai suddenly realized something and asked Zhongyan for help. Is he planning to go into the cave again? If so, please take me with you. I don't want to see him trapped in the cave again. Ambi's expression turned serious as he spoke. The last time she learned that Zhongyan was trapped in the cave, she was terrified, but she also knew that Zhongyan must have wanted something when he entered the cave. If she didn't let him go, it might even cause him to be disgusted. Therefore, in order to prevent Zhongyan from hating her and to prevent him from encountering danger in the cave, Anbai decided to act with him. Such a proposal was somewhat unexpected for Nicole and Zhe, and for a moment they didn't know whether to agree or refuse. However, Nicole is a smart person. She knows that the relationship between Anbai and Zhongyan must be special, so she immediately said, then let Anbai go. Since you have helped me so much before, I will provide you with the service of Cunning Rabbit House for free. If I go, I will charge you. Ambi didn't care whether there would be any fees or not. She didn't even care whether Nicole and Zhe would agree. If she wants to go, no one can stop her. Now that things have come to this, Nachi naturally would not refuse. He was a little worried whether Zhongyan could break into the Red Tooth Gang's base camp alone with his strength. Now with Ambi's help, their overall combat capability has been greatly improved, and their chances of success have increased. Then Ambi, just prepare yourself a little. We will start the action tonight. After saying that, Zhe hung up the phone. Anbai immediately went back to her room to tidy up, and at the same time sent a message to Zhongyan via her mobile phone, informing him that she would also participate in the action. On the other side, in the video store, Zhe, who had hung up the phone, immediately turned his gaze to Ling. Based on the current information, Zhongyan should be trustworthy. At least Nicole's assurance is somewhat convincing. Although Nicole often harms the financial sponsors who ask them for help, she is actually a very loyal person, especially to her good friends. She is very generous. Of course, the prerequisite for being generous is that she has to have the capital to be generous, otherwise, she would not have owed the brother and sister so much commission fees before. In that case, let's find a time to ask him out for a meeting before we start today's action. Ling nodded, and was looking forward to the offline meeting with Zhongyan. After reaching a consensus, Jie immediately picked up his phone and received a transfer of 7 million dinars while also sending several messages to Zhongyan. Phaethon, let's meet at the Koi Noodle House in Guanyin Square at noon today, and have lunch together. Remember to save some space. Phaethon, also, Ambi from the Rabbit House has also joined the operation. I'm sorry for agreeing to it without your consent. Not long after sending the message, Jie received a reply from Zhongyan. Zhongyan, okay, see you at Guanyin Square at noon. As for Anbai's situation, I already know about it. It's no problem, I feel more at ease with her around. The conversation ended without Jie expressing his thoughts about the private agent, because such an important matter had to be discussed in person, and it certainly wouldn't be possible to explain it clearly just by sending messages via cell phones. Ling, get ready. Today's meeting and action are crucial matters. Putting down his phone, Jie said earnestly. Ling did not understand the deeper meaning of Jie's words and simply thought that he just wanted her to prepare well. As the morning time passed quickly, the time agreed by both parties to meet soon arrived. Due to the distance, the brother and sister set out from home an hour earlier and handed over the entire store to the management of the staff they recruited. When we arrived at Guanyin Square, it was the peak time for school and get off work at noon. In addition, this was one of the few special economic zones in New Eiladu, so the number of people was quite large. They squeezed in the crowd for a long time before finally seeing the facade of Koi Noodle House. At the door of the noodle shop, Zhongyan had been waiting for a long time, occasionally looking up and looking around, obviously looking for the two of them. Seeing this, the brother and sister quickened their pace. When they realized someone was approaching them quickly, Zhongyan immediately looked over here. In fact, he already knew what the brother and sister looked like, but in order to avoid being exposed, he pretended to confirm it. Sorry for the wait. Zhongyan didn't realize something until Jie walked up to him and spoke. Nice to meet you. My name is Jie, and this is my sister Ling. As he spoke, Jie pointed his palm to Ling behind him, and Ling also leaned out half of her body at this time, smiled and waved, saying, Hello, Zhongyan, we finally meet. While speaking, Ling's eyes were still looking back and forth at the other person. Sure enough, whether from Aiza's perspective or her own, Zhongyan is definitely a handsome guy with an outstanding appearance. She thought that her brother was also a rare and high-quality man, but in terms of appearance alone, he was still inferior to Zhongyan. I really didn't expect that the legendary rope-maker Phaethon would have two young men like these, Zhongyan said with a surprised expression. While speaking, he did not forget to look around to prevent such words from being heard by others. Hearing this, Jess smiled slightly, nodded without comment, and said, then according to this statement, your ability and your age are not matched. He dared to enter the cave at such a young age, and was able to kill so many corpses with lightning speed. Zhongyan's ability was indeed not matched with his age. In this respect, they are both actually the same. At this time, Ling, who was standing behind Jie, suddenly became anxious. She clenched her fists and said, hey, stop talking. If you don't go in, all the seats inside will be taken. Ling's words undoubtedly woke the two of them up. During such peak hours, most of the stores would be full of customers. If they didn't hurry up, they would have to pack up and take their food away. Thinking of this, Zhongyan and Jie smiled at each other, and then the three of them walked into the store. Koi Noodle House, like COFF Cafe, has a huge industrial chain behind it and has stores in almost every block. In every store, there is a red demon named Kiapa. Their most obvious feature is the pair of mechanical arms behind them, which are also the tools they use to make food. Kiapu in different neighborhoods are called according to different age groups. For example, Kiapu in Liufen Street has a conspicuous beard, so he is called Master Kiapu. In comparison, Kiapu in Guanyin Square looks much younger, so he is called Kiapu Boy. However, don't think that the Koi panel in Guanyin Plaza is not as good as the Koi Noodle House in Liufen Street just because of the age difference. After all, it is a noodle restaurant built in the special economic zone. Judging from the flow of people alone, it is completely incomparable to Liufen Street. As for the taste, Zhongyan has never been to the Koi Noodle House on Liufen Street, so it is difficult for him to comment on which one is good or bad. The scene goes back to the present. The three people who walked into the store quickly found a seat in the corner and sat down. There were many customers walking around, and this seat happened to be empty, which was quite good. After the three of them sat down, a waiter quickly came over with a menu and said, "What would you like to eat, my three guests? Today, I recommend the Black Bowl Fresh Ice Noodle Soup. There is a discount." The young man had a very professional smile on his face, which made people feel much better just by looking at him. The three of them quickly ordered their ramen, and as the waiter left respectfully, they began to talk quietly. Jie spoke first and stated his purpose. "Zhongyan, there is something I want to discuss with you, that is, are you willing to be our personal agent?" Zhongyan was stunned at first when he heard this, but then his brain started working quickly and he realized that the brother and sister wanted to win him over. He also thought seriously about this proposal. He naturally knew what a private agent meant. From the perspective of getting closer to the siblings, this was indeed a good choice. It would also be relatively easy to hand ferry over to them. Moreover, although he is a private agent, he can actually cooperate with other rope makers with permission. This mainly depends on whether both parties have such cooperation requirements. The only problem was that when the brother and sister accepted a commission, he had to complete it without reservation, or at least give it his all as Zhongyan. In summary, the benefit of becoming a private agent is that he can quickly deepen the relationship with the siblings, and earn some remuneration through entrustment to speed up the progress of realizing his dream. The downside is that his actions may be restricted and he may not be as free as before. From this perspective, it seems that agreeing to the other party's proposal will bring far more benefits than disadvantages. While Zhongyan was hesitating, the waiter who had left earlier came to their table with 3 bowls of steaming noodle soup on a plate and carefully placed them in front of them. "I wish you all a pleasant meal." After saying this, the waiter left again with a smile on his face. Zhe looked at Zhongyan, who was a little hesitant, and said at the right time, "Don't be so anxious to make a decision. You can think about it for 2 days. It won't be too late to tell us when you make a decision. Now, let's eat first." As he spoke, Zhe picked up the chopsticks placed next to the bowl and started eating first. "Don't worry too much, especially about us. If you have this intention, you can discuss it with us at any time. If you really don't have this idea, there will be nothing wrong with a direct rejection." Ling, who had been secretly observing Zhongyan, suddenly said at this time. Having said that, in fact, she still hoped that Zhongyan would agree. It was just that judging from his current reaction, he seemed to have a lot of concerns, so he was hesitant. Ling didn't have any better solution for this and could only wait for the other party to make the final decision. She had made up her mind that even if Zhongyan did not intend to become their personal agent, she must make friends with him. He combines both strength and good looks, and is praised by Anbai for his gentle personality. Where can you find a second friend like him? Even if there is one, he is definitely a rare species. With such careful thoughts in mind, Ling started eating the delicious noodle soup in front of her. Lunchtime ended quickly and the 3 of them walked out of the store with satisfied expressions. By the way, it was Zhe who settled the bill alone, saying that he wanted to thank Zhongyan for saving IES in the cave before. With such good intention, Zhongyan naturally would not spoil the other party's fun, so he did not refuse. "By the way, let's exchange contact information. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. We don't have to communicate anonymously on the rope network." As soon as she walked out of the noodle shop, Ling couldn't wait to take out her cell phone to exchange contact information with Zhongyan. It can be seen that she had wanted to do this for a long time, but there was no good opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhongyan did not hesitate and immediately took out his mobile phone to exchange contact information with the other party. What a joke! This was the first time in his life that a girl had taken the initiative to ask for his contact information, and she was such a cute girl, so no matter how he thought about it, there was no reason to refuse. At the same time, on the other side of Guanying Square, "Captain, the criminal has turned from the street corner into the center of Guanying Square." Inside a police car full of armed men, a sheriff shouted anxiously into the walkie-talkie. On the other end of the intercom, Zhu Yuan's voice came, "Keep chasing, don't let those guys get away. I don't know how many people they have injured along the way, we can't let them go no matter what." At this time, Zhu Yuan, who was in another police car, also had a serious expression on her face. Sitting with her in the passenger seat was her old partner Qing Yi. "Senior, how many casualties are there?" Zhu Yuan asked, controlling the steering wheel with both hands after putting down the intercom. From the time they escaped from the base to now, they have hit at least 20 passers-by with their car. Among these 20 people, no more than 5 survived. King Ai said. Even she looked a little gloomy when things developed to this point. Previously, Zhongyan sent 4 members of the Xia gang to the Public Security Bureau, allowing them to successfully obtain some information related to the Xia gang. Today, they are carrying out an operation to encircle and suppress a small hideout of the Red Teeth gang. However, what no one expected was that an accident occurred during the operation, allowing several members of the Red Fang gang to escape and drive rampant throughout New Ilido. They did contact other police stations and asked them to set up obstacles on the routes that the Red Fang gang members had to pass through. However, before the obstacles were even set up, so many innocent people had already been injured. This made Zhu Yuan even more anxious. On the premise of ensuring that there would be no accidents, she had already increased the speed of the car to the maximum, but she still could not catch up with them. After all, those guys wouldn't have the same concerns as her. When the Xia gang drove to Guanying Square, Zhongyan and his gang just came out of the noodle shop. On the wide sidewalk, Ling and Zhongyan exchanged contact information on their mobile phones. Jeff felt helpless looking at his sister's satisfied expression. None of the 3 realized that danger was approaching. "Please take care of me in the future." After getting Zhongyan's contact information, Ling happily ran out a few steps and then faced the 2 of them. At this time, the pedestrian traffic light not far away turned green, so they didn't think much about it and planned to just walk across the street. However, just as Ling walked out of the sidewalk and stepped onto the zebra crossing, a speeding car suddenly rushed straight towards her. That speed was estimated to be at least 100 yards per hour. In this busy street, it was so fast that people had no time to react. By the time Ling noticed, the car was less than 3 meters away from her. In this situation, her brain didn't even know how to function. As the tragedy was about to happen, the next second, the air around them suddenly became quiet, and the flow of time in the entire world slowed down visibly to the naked eye. And Zhong Yan's pupils had transformed into 3 Magatama-shaped blood-red Sharingan at some point in time. Under the effect of the Sharingan, the speed of everything except him slowed down by at least several times, and he took this opportunity to pounce on Ling, who was frightened and unable to move. As the flow of time returned to normal, when Ling came back to her senses, she felt a pair of warm arms around her neck and legs. The moment she looked up, she met Zhong Yan's gaze. After realizing that it was Zhong Yan who saved her, Ling felt her heart tremble violently, and her breathing and heartbeat accelerated wildly because of the shock. Fortunately, Zhong Yan closed his Sharingan the moment he saved Ling, otherwise his identity as an Uchiha might have been exposed. What? Suddenly, a scream from not far away interrupted their gaze. Zhong Yan gently put Ling on the ground, and then looked in the direction where the scream came from. There, the cars that were running recklessly had already knocked down many pedestrians who were crossing the road. After being hit, those innocent people rolled on the ground many times due to inertia. When they stopped, they had fallen into a deep coma, covered in blood. The bloody scene made several women around them couldn't help but cover their mouths and screamed. The screams just now came from them. Yes, it's someone from the Red Fang gang. At this time, someone in the crowd saw the clothes of the people in the car, recognized them at a glance as the attire of the Red Fang gang, and shouted immediately. Upon hearing that the attacker was from the Xia gang, Zhong Yan was the first to react. His expression instantly became fierce, and while exerting force with his legs, he flew out in the next second. On the zebra crossing, pedestrians who did not notice the danger were knocked down one after another. Looking at the innocent people falling to the ground on both sides, Zhong Yan's expression couldn't help but darken. It's not that he was overly sanctimonious, but for him who had received compulsory education, such a scene was really unbearable to watch. When this emotion accumulated to a certain critical point, he could no longer bear it. As he opened his fist, a flashing electric current instantly appeared in his palm. The shrill roar cut through the air at this moment, as if containing endless anger. Chidori Ryu. He slapped his palm hard on the ground, and the electric current suddenly turned into a long white snake, running along the ground and rushing towards the car at a rapid speed. After a while, the long snake of electric current came under the chassis of the car, and a burst of electric light containing powerful power burst out in the next second. The powerful shock wave blew the car away almost instantly. The car lost control and rolled recklessly on the street, and finally crashed heavily into the door of a shopping mall. After smashing the door to pieces, the out-of-control car finally stopped. A wisp of white smoke soon floated out from the inside of the car, and it was obvious that the car had been scrapped. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of many people around. However, before these people could watch for long, sirens sounded and a large number of police cars appeared. A wounded member of the Red Fang gang climbed out of the wrecked car. When he thought about what would happen to him if he was caught by the sheriff, he immediately came to his senses and tried his best to escape. But when he looked up, he found that he was surrounded by police cars from the sheriff's department. Many fully armed sheriffs and sheriff's officers got out of the police cars, all of them with guns and unfriendly looks on their faces, walking towards the side. "Put down your weapons and stop resisting," Zhu Yuan, the leader, roared almost in anger. She naturally saw all the tragic scenes that happened along the way. She hated the criminal who had killed countless lives so much that she wanted to shoot him on the spot. But she knew that the police department regulations did not allow her to do so unless the other party pointed a gun at her. At this time, Qingyi stepped forward, holding a long stick, and knocked out the member of the Red Tooth gang who had lost the power to resist with a heavy blow, without any hesitation. After doing this, she did not forget to explain, "I suspect the criminal still has the idea of resisting, so it should be no problem to completely eradicate his threat, right?" "No problem, of course no problem." King I's actions undoubtedly drew applause from the people around her. Afterwards, the sheriffs came to the scrapped car, took out the other Red Fang gang members who had lost consciousness one by one, and laid them flat on the ground. Among these people, except for one who was still breathing hard, the remaining two were seriously injured and their vitality was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were beyond saving. Zhu Yuan's attention was all on the passers-by who were knocked away. Each of them suffered varying degrees of injuries, and some had even stopped breathing. The entire Guanyin Square was in a mess. All the ambulances from the nearest hospital were dispatched, and some had already arrived at the scene to rescue the injured. Watching this scene, Zhu Yuan felt very uncomfortable. If he had been more careful when taking action earlier, perhaps these four guys would not have been allowed to escape, and those innocent people would not have ended up like this. I really can't imagine how many families will be torn apart by this massive mass casualties caused by her dereliction of duty. What is even more unacceptable is that out of humanitarianism and in order to obtain more intelligence about the Red Fang gang, they have to try their best to rescue those guys from the Red Fang gang. This is absolutely ridiculous. The Public Security Bureau quickly cordoned off the scene, and the subsequent cleanup work lasted for a long time before it was finally completed. During this period, many wounded were declared dead by the hospital after failed rescue efforts. The cries of the deceased's relatives could be heard everywhere on the streets, and they were extremely mournful and harsh. How could this happen? Haven't the people from the Red Tooth Gang shown up in a long time? Why are they making such a big fuss today? Ling's voice came to Zhongyan's ears that he turned around and saw that it was Jie who was supporting Ling, whose legs were weak, and walking towards him. As a lucky person who escaped the disaster, Ling felt very sympathetic towards those who were injured. Jie, who was standing next to her, also frowned the whole time, and was obviously a little indignant in his heart. Zhongyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew that the Public Security Bureau must have obtained information from the people he sent, and only then did they arrest the members of the Red Fang Gang. In a sense, he indirectly caused the deaths of those innocent people, but this was not the root cause, so he would not feel much guilt about it. If anyone is to blame, it's that those guys in the Red Fang Gang are too cruel. At the same time, not far away, Zhu Yuan and Qingyi were talking to a pedestrian who witnessed the whole process. That when they learned that it was Zhongyan who stopped the car, the two of them immediately turned their eyes over here and walked over quickly. As soon as he walked in front of Zhongyan, Zhu Yuan stood at attention and bowed to him, thanking him. Thank you very much. If you hadn't stopped the car, they would probably have caused more casualties. It has to be said that as a peace officer, Zhu Yuan is extremely outstanding in both temperament and ability, and her way of speaking is also very pleasing. Perhaps it is because of this that she was promoted to the position of squad leader so quickly. On the contrary, after seeing Zhongyan's appearance clearly, King Ai at the side couldn't help but look at him carefully, and then said in a slightly surprised tone, "Hey, aren't you the Zhong Shuren?" When the name Zhong Shuren was mentioned, everyone present, including Jie and Ling, could not help but be stunned. Zhu Yuan also remembered at this time that the two of them seemed to have been to the home of such a young man to investigate before. However, that investigation did not yield any results, and as she had been busy investigating the Red Fang Gang recently, she had unknowingly forgotten about it. Only Jie and Ling took a long time to react that they knew the name Zhong Shuren, a novelist who had recently become popular on the internet. His works are very popular on the internet. Even the brother and sister have seen them and they like them very much. So you are Zhong Shuren. Jie said with a bitter expression that if that was the case, it would explain why Zhongyan, who was so young, could come up with 10 million dinars as a reward. Moreover, with such strong financial resources, he might not even bother to become a cave robber or agent to fight desperately in the cave. Their previous actions to win over Zhongyan seemed a bit funny. Anyway, thank you for what happened today. We still have a lot of cleanup work to do, so I won't talk anymore. After saying that, Zhu Yuan and Qingyi went back to their work, and did not forget to turn around and wave at them, asking them to leave quickly. Afterwards, the three of them came to the subway station, and because they were going in the same direction, they took the same subway. On the subway, the three of them discussed what had just happened. Are the people from the Red Fang Gang so bold now? Ling, whose legs were gradually regaining strength, said indignantly, if that's the case, then our actions tonight may not just be about taking back the safe. Jie understood what Ling meant and nodded, saying, we can tell the Public Security Bureau about the whereabouts of the Red Fang Gang when the time comes, but it's best to wait until we get out of here, otherwise we'll be easily arrested. Zhongyan on the side did not respond, but he agreed with the brother and sister's proposal. They waste air when alive and waste land when dead. This should be referring to those guys in the Red Fang Gang. Both parties returned to their homes, waiting for the time to take action. At the same time, what happened in Guanyin Square quickly made the headlines on the new Aladu website. As the number of casualties was reported, countless angry people began to denounce the Red Fang Gang, while also not forgetting to criticize the Public Security Bureau, accusing them of their inability to do their job. This incident also caused an uproar within the Public Security Bureau, and Zhu Yuan, who was in charge of the arrest operation, was suspended for dereliction of duty. However, considering that the mistake was caused by the lack of experience of her new staff, she was only suspended for a week, and her position as captain was temporarily replaced by Xingyi. At the same time, the highest commander of the Public Security Bureau issued an order to eradicate the Red Fang Gang from New Alido at all costs. On the other hand, on the Red Fang Gang side, Bai Lao was severely reprimanded by the senior official because of this incident. You idiot, 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 how many times have I told you to be careful, but what about the people under your command? Not only were they caught, but they also caused such a big commotion. You know what, this matter has even alarmed the mayor of New Illidu. Now everyone knows that the Red Fang Gang has accomplices among the city's high-level officials. The mayor has directly ordered a strict investigation and is about to suspect me. Listening to the roar coming from the other end of the phone, Bai Lao didn't dare to breathe and could only keep apologizing. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Before this, his men had been very well behaved and hadn't caused any trouble. The Public Security Bureau couldn't investigate anything at all. What on earth happened to make it like this? The first thing Bai Lao thought of was that someone must have intervened in the investigation, and the other party was most likely not from the Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, based on the information he had, the Public Security Bureau might have wiped out the entire Red Fang Gang. However, this is just a preliminary speculation, and he still needs to let his men investigate what exactly happened. But from today on, they really have to behave themselves, otherwise, there might be more than just those few people who were caught by the Public Security Bureau. The sky gradually darkened. On the street at dusk, a Moxie girl was holding a newspaper she had just bought from a newsstand. The content of the newspaper was exactly the terrorist attack by the Red Fang gang that occurred in Guanying Square at noon today. Looking at the shocking number of casualties in the upper right corner of the newspaper, the Moxie girl's hands suddenly exerted force unconsciously. "White man, are you really not going to turn back?" As it was getting close to night, the time for them to take action was getting closer and closer. Inside the cunning rabbit house, Ambi, who had prepared well, left home an hour earlier and headed for the subway station in Block 14. In Liufen Street, the brother and sister also turned on the HDD system. Ling was in charge of controlling it, while Jie was responsible for sending it to the designated location. Only Zhongyan was still fiddling with something at home when there were less than 10 minutes left before the gathering time. This quantity should be enough. Looking at the pile of small iron balls on the table in front of him, Zhongyan, who was sweating profusely, nodded with a satisfied expression. This was something he had asked someone to make before. It had a spring device inside. As long as the button in the center of the sphere was pressed, the closed iron ball would open instantly. Inside the iron ball, there were some great gifts that he had specially prepared for the Red Fang gang. He has been doing this since he came back from Guanying Plaza at noon today. He can be said to have made sufficient preparations. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking at the time on his mobile phone and the message Ling had sent him not long ago, Zhongyan knew that it was time to leave. However, if he took the subway now, he would definitely miss it. So he simply used the most convenient and fastest way. That is God's power. As the eternal Manjakaya Sherinan appeared, the next second, his body was sucked into a space vortex and disappeared from the spot in a short while. About 10 seconds later, the same space vortex appeared again in a corner of 14th Street that no one noticed. Zhongyan's figure quickly walked out of the corner and walked quickly towards the gathering place. At this time, at the meeting point, Ambi and Jie, who was holding IES, had arrived, leaving only Zhongyan. "Hello, rope maker." Holding the hamburger bought from a nearby store in his hand, Ambi did not forget to greet Jie while taking a bite. Seeing this, Jie also responded very politely, "Hello, Ambi, you bought 2 burgers. Is it because you didn't eat dinner?" Looking at the other unopened burger in Ambi's hand, Jie couldn't help but ask. In response, Ambi shook her head and replied, "No, this burger is for Zhongyan." Hearing such an answer, Jie smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say, so he simply remained silent. IES, who was controlled by Ling, kept looking around, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, a figure entered IES's visual system, causing Ling to shout excitedly, "It's Zhongyan, he's finally here." Upon hearing this, the two turned around and saw Zhongyan jogging towards them not far away. "I'm a little late, but I shouldn't be late, right?" Zhongyan said breathlessly after arriving. Of course, this look was definitely an act. After all, the corner he teleported to with divine power was only about 100 meters away from the gathering point. "It's not that we're late," Ling said. Just as she was about to control IES to take a few steps forward, she saw Anbai walk up to Zhongyan at a faster speed and hand over the burger that had been prepared long ago. "Zhongyan, this is prepared for you." Looking at the hamburger handed to him, Zhongyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reached out to take it. "Thank you, it happens that I didn't have dinner tonight." As he said that, he unwrapped the hamburger and began to eat it ravenously. Unconsciously, the corners of Ambi's mouth curved slightly, as if she was extremely satisfied. When Ling saw this scene, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart, until Jie came over and gently patted IES on the head with his hand, which made her feel a little better. Then, in order to keep the slightly subtle atmosphere from continuing, Jie said at the right time, "Next, let's discuss the specific plan." On a street less than 1,000 meters away from them, there was a tall building that looked very ordinary. The tall building was the current headquarters of the Red Fang gang. With the help of the cover of the Enterprise Company and the senior official, they had not been discovered. In the game's plot, this building is also where the cunning rabbit house and the Red Fang gang appear at the beginning. According to the timeline, a few months later, the whereabouts of the Red Fang gang will be discovered by the cunning rabbit house and the Public Security Bureau. In other words, even without Zhongyan's intervention, they would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed in the end. "By the way, this is for you." At this moment, Zhongyan suddenly remembered something and took out a few small iron balls from his pocket and handed them to several people. Among them, IES got 1, and Anbai got 2. This was because bomb was too small and could only hold 1 at most, otherwise it would be inconvenient to move. These iron balls were the gifts that Zhongyan prepared for the Xia gang at home today. If you encounter danger, press the button on the iron ball and throw it out within 5 seconds. Remember, after throwing it out, you must stay away from the iron ball and keep a safe distance of at least 5 meters. When speaking, Zhongyan had a serious expression and seemed extremely serious. The two who received the iron balls nodded. Then, Zhongyan turned his gaze to Jie and gave him an iron ball as well. "Although you don't have to follow us, it's better to prepare some self-defense measures just in case." Naturally, Jie did not refuse Zhongyan's kindness. "Let me repeat, the goal of the mission is to find the safe. Anything else is unimportant. Don't linger in the fight, and if you encounter any danger, you must notify us immediately." Zhongyan looked solemn as he gave the final reminder, and after he said this, several people put on the black robes prepared in advance for simple disguise and officially began the action. In the action team, only Zhe stayed where he was, communicating through headphones. If he encountered any problems that could not be solved, he could also provide support from outside. However, he did not notice that in the corner not far away, a pair of deep red cat eyes were staring at him intently. The conversation between the few people just now was all overheard by the owner of the eyes. For a moment, thoughts raced through his mind that he wanted to stop the actions of several people, but he felt guilty. In the end, after pondering for a long time, she chose to leave the place and did not attack Zhe, who was left alone. After leaving, her goal was very clear, which was to go to the building where the Red Fang Gang's headquarters was located. There are some things that she must decide with Bai Lao. It was also to cut off her past. On the other side, several people who sneaked into the building quickly found an empty room. Zhongyan took out the building structure diagram he had prepared in advance, spread it out and displayed it in front of the two of them. This building has more than 20 floors that we can't tell which floor the safe is on, so our top priority is to capture the leader of the Red Fang Gang. By Lao. He must know the location of the safe. As Zhongyan spoke, he assigned tasks to the two of them. We will split into 3 groups later. Ling will search the lower 3 floors, Anbai will search the 4th to 10th floors, and I will take care of the rest. Such task allocation was obviously determined based on personal ability, but was unanimously opposed by both of them. No, you have to check so many floors upstairs by yourself. If you encounter danger, you won't even have the chance to jump out the window and escape. No, absolutely not, Ling retorted without hesitation. Ambi beside him also nodded in agreement. Ropesmith is right. I think it is best for the 3 of us to act together, at least this way we can maintain maximum combat effectiveness. It was obvious that both of them were very worried about their safety, which made Zhongyan feel warm inside, but he still insisted on his opinion. It's really too inefficient for 3 people to act together, and the longer we delay here, the greater the probability of being discovered. You two just trust me this time. I was able to successfully escape from the siege of so many enemies because of more than just luck. Zhongyan patted his chest, looking very confident. Seeing how persistent he was, Ling and Anbai looked at each other and had no choice but to compromise. However, they were still very worried about each other. Anbai couldn't help but stepped forward and grabbed Zhongyan's hands, saying softly, if you encounter danger, notify me immediately, and then run away at all costs. Seeing this, Ling, who was standing by, also wanted to join in, but she found that she was now controlling Aiza's body and could not control Zhongyan's hand at all. This made her a little depressed. If only she had outstanding abilities, at least she wouldn't be standing there like a light bulb like now. Don't worry, after today's operation is over, I will treat you to all-you-can-eat hamburgers next time. Zhongyan reached out and touched Anbai's head, and the other party also cooperated and moved his head closer, as docile as a kitten. Seeing this scene, Ling under the bombshell suddenly became a little anxious. She could only wave her hands and jump wildly on the spot, shouting, you two, hurry up and take action. Hearing Ling's shout, Zhongyan and Anbai stopped what they were doing. The action officially begins at this moment. On the 11th floor of the building, in front of a door leading directly to the lobby, 2 fully armed members of the Red Fang Gang were squatting on the ground lazily playing cards. They have been doing this boring work for a whole week. It is impossible for them to say that they like it. But there was no way. This was by Lao's order, and all the gang members respected the boss very much, and no one dared to go against his wishes. It's almost time for the shift change. Shall we go get 2 bottles later? One of the Red Fang Gang members said, glancing at the time on his hand. When the other person heard this, his expression suddenly became a little worried. This is not good, right? The boss is angry right now. If we commit a crime against his will it? Hey, it's okay. The boss is busy with all kinds of things, so how can he have the time to take care of 2 of us? Besides, we are not going outside, so nothing will happen. Another person patted his chest and assured. Hearing this, the Red Fang Gang member who was originally a little worried suddenly became excited. However, before they could reach a consensus, the next second, the lights hanging above their heads suddenly went out without any warning. The entire 11th floor was instantly plunged into endless darkness, and it was pitch dark. What is going on? The sudden change made the 2 of them panic. After about a few seconds, they heard the sound of objects rolling on the ground. At this time, they turned on the flashlights on their mobile phones and shone them around. Soon, one of them found a fallen iron ball on the ground. He picked it up curiously, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully in the light of the flashlight. This is. However, before he could observe anything, the next second, the iron ball suddenly exploded without any warning, and under a thin plastic inner shell, a ball of flashing electric current appeared in front of them as the iron ball exploded. Then, countless electric lights spread out with the electric current as the center, illuminating the entire outer hall almost instantly. There was also a crackling sound of electric current, which was extremely harsh. Under the impact of this electric current, the 2 people who were hit didn't even have the chance to make a sound, and they fell to the ground powerlessly. There was visible white smoke coming out of their bodies, and it seemed that they were at least 70% cooked. When the pulsating electric current gradually dissipated, Zhongyan, wearing night vision goggles, slowly walked out into the darkness. Unplug the power on each floor, and then eliminate the enemies one by one through the night vision goggles prepared in advance. This is Zhong Yan's action plan. However, the large-scale power outage on the floor and the gradual loss of contact with people will inevitably attract the attention of the Red Fang gang members on other floors. After realizing that he could not complete the plan without being discovered, Zhong Yan decided to stop disguising himself. He turned off the call function of the headset and put it in his pocket. Then he opened the Eternal Main Uchiha, Sharinan, activated the Kamui, and sucked himself into the Kamui space. When he reappeared, he had transformed into the legendary cave robber Uchiha, wearing a dark blue robe and a swirling white mask. Looking at the pitch-black environment and the other Red Fang gang members who were panicking because of the power outage on the floor, Zhong Yan took a deep breath and slowly took off the round fan on his back. The next second, his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he had come behind a member of the Red Fang gang. Before the other party could react at all, he silently swung his round fan and smashed his entire head into pieces. As brain matter splattered everywhere, blood also splattered on Zhong Yan's robe and mask. His entire set of movements was performed without any delay and his moves were decisive, which was completely unlike the docile boy he usually was. Zhong Yan is a model young man who has received 9 years of compulsory education, but Uchiha is different. When facing an enemy, if it is someone he knows, he may be lenient, but if it is an extreme terrorist organization like the Red Fang Gang, then I believe that tonight will be an unforgettable night of the Red Moon. Here, Zhong Yan also reproduced a classic line that was very appropriate. It's night time, disappear quietly. Really, it's finally time to change shifts. I'm so tired. Inside the building, a member of the Red Tooth Gang, who had just changed shifts with his companions, rushed downstairs almost non-stop. There, he had an agreed party where several brothers gathered together to drink and chat, which was their only way to relieve stress in this high-pressure environment. Even though this practice is not allowed by the white people, there is no other way. If the pressure is too great, they will go crazy. It's really strange. Why is it so dark downstairs? Are they all reluctant to turn on the lights? After walking down the stairs to the next floor, the Red Fang gang member quickly discovered that something was wrong. In the huge building, not only was there no one in sight, but the environment was also completely dark, as if no one had ever been here before. However, he did not think much about it. He just thought that there was some problem with the circuit, and the gang members guarding this floor ran over to repair it, so they could not be seen. But soon, his conjecture was overturned. Because it was too dark, he had to take out his cell phone and turn on the flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. However, he had just turned on the screen when he was suddenly tripped by something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, letting out a painful howl. His brain went blank for a moment, and when he came to his senses, the gang member couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, that bastard just threw something here, doesn't he know it will affect other people?" As he spoke, he moved his legs and pointed his phone at the thing that tripped him, trying to see clearly what it was. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Through the light of the flashlight, the body of a Red Fang gang member suddenly appeared. There was blood that had not yet dried at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open, as if he had received a strong shock before death. However, the person who was most frightened was the Red Fang gang member who discovered him. Looking at the corpse of his companion in front of him, a strong sense of fear surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and instinctively prompted him to kick the other's corpse with his legs, and then he got up from the ground in panic. Just when he was about to go upstairs to inform his companions about this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor. In front of that figure, there was a member of the Red Fang gang who was only breathing his last breath and couldn't even speak. At the moment of death, his strong desire to survive prompted him to look towards this side for help, but the emotional ups and downs in his eyes soon disappeared completely as his vitality faded. He casually threw his body aside. It was not until then that the Red Fang gang member discovered that next to the other party were countless bodies of other gang members lying in disorder. This scene was so visually shocking that his remaining rationality was completely overwhelmed by fear. Just at this moment, the figure cast his gaze towards him, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window, under the backdrop of the bright moonlight, a white mask slowly appeared. And under the white mask, there were a pair of devilish blood-red pupils, staring at him intently. Seeing this, the instinct for survival immediately prompted him to move his legs and try to escape, but who would have thought that the companion who had long been dead at his feet suddenly came back to life at this moment and grabbed his calf tightly. Why didn't you save me? A hoarse roar like a zombie came out from the companion's mouth. His eyes were still wide open as before his death, and blood was constantly gushing out of his 7 orifices. This frightened the Red Fang gang member who wanted to escape. He swung his legs desperately to try to break free from the other party's grasp, but no matter how hard he tried, it was of no use. In the end, he couldn't even maintain his body's center of gravity and fell to the ground with a thud. The next second, accompanied by an inexplicable sound in his ears, when he raised his head again, the figure wearing a white mask had quietly appeared in front of him. Looking at the other side, there was no living companion. His body was still lying quietly there. He just fell down accidentally. However, even if he knew the truth now, it would be of no use. because the god of killing had slowly raised the weapon in his hand and hit him hard on the head. After a dull sound, everything returned to calm. However, this Red Moon Night belonging to the Red Fang gang has not ended yet. When the lights on the upper floor went out, a new massacre ensued. At the same time, on the ground floor of the building, Ling, with the help of Aiza's small body, kept moving between the corridors of the floors looking for Bai Lao's trace, completely unaware of what was happening upstairs. Strange, why haven't Zhong Yan and Bai spoken to each other since just now? Ling muttered to herself in confusion in the archive room of the video store. From the moment the operation officially began, out of the 4 people in the call channel, only she and Jie were communicating, which was really hard to understand. You said that Anbai is introverted and doesn't like to talk, which she can understand, but why is Zhong Yan? Thinking of this, a bad idea suddenly came to her mind, prompting her to call out their names, Zhong Yan and Bai. How are you? Are you not in danger? Less than a few seconds after she finished speaking, she got a response. This is Anbai. Everything is normal at the moment. There are no traces of Bai Lao on the 4th and 5th floors, and I have not been discovered by the Red Fang gang yet. Hearing Anbai's voice, Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she quickly realized that even Anbai was speaking, so why did Zhong Yan remain silent? Zhong Yan, did you hear me? Ling called out again, but after a long time, there was still no response. This made her a little anxious, and she immediately sent a message to Anbai. Oh no, Zhong Yan's communication device seems to be disconnected. Could he be in danger? Anbai, can you go up and confirm it? Anbai's area of AA operation is connected to Zhong Yan's area of AA operation, so if you want to confirm whether Zhong Yan is safe, you must let Anbai go up and take a look, and she will not sit here and wait for death. At this time, Jez's voice came from the call channel, and he suggested, if it really doesn't work, ask Nicole and the others to help, but with the overall strength of the Cunning Rabbit House, I'm afraid they can't face so many people from the Red Fang gang. So, we also need to call the Public Security Bureau and anonymously report to them that there are signs of Red Fang gang activities here. That as long as they can dispatch enough police force, all problems can be solved. Jez's proposal was quickly unanimously agreed upon by the two, so Ling called Nicole immediately, while Jie was responsible for reporting to the Public Security Bureau. An unprecedented huge storm is also forming around the entire 14th Street. Bombs are a common small smart device in New Ilido. They can be seen almost everywhere on the streets. Therefore, when a bomb appears in the field of vision, most people will choose to ignore it. Except it didn't look like a normal bomb view. For example, IES, at this moment, was being controlled by Ling through the HDD system. It kept shuttling back and forth in the building, and none of the members of the Red Fang gang patrolling around could find it. There are at least 2 Red Fang gang members guarding the stairs on every floor of the building. However, the condition of these guards is very poor. They may not like this kind of job, so they are all very lazy. Ling only needed to slightly block the blind spot of her vision to successfully reach the next level, but even so, her progress was still very slow. On the other side, Anbai's advancement speed was much faster. In order to ensure Zhong Yan's safety, she almost eliminated the guards guarding the stairs on each floor with lightning speed. Because it was too sudden, Anbai knocked down the guards before they could react. Such a fight did not cause much noise, resulting in the Red Fang gang members in other places on this floor not noticing anything unusual. However, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered, because Anbai had no time to deal with the fallen guards and headed straight for the higher floors. This was convenient for Ling, who was also on her way up. Without the guards' obstruction, she could walk up the stairs openly without being discovered. I've reached the 9th floor and will soon be close to Zhong Yan's area of AA operation. I hope he's okay. Looking at the huge 9 on the wall in front of him, Anbai knew that he was not too far away from Zhong Yan. As long as we can get to his area of AA activity, we can determine whether he has met with an accident by looking at the traces at the scene. However, just when she was about to deal with the guard blocking the way on the 9th floor, a petite figure suddenly rushed out from the corner. But the opponent's target was not her, but the 2 guards guarding the entrance to the 10th floor. 2 white daggers swung in the air along with the constantly jumping figure. After a while, the 2 guards were easily knocked down by her. It is worth mentioning that she deliberately avoided the vital points when she attacked, and the angle of avoidance was quite precise. Being able to do this is enough to show how rich her combat experience is. It was at this time that Anbai saw her appearance clearly. She was a Nikoi girl with 2 cat ears on her head and 2 cat tails behind her. She was petite, with dark skin and a pair of red pupils with distinct color layers. If he hadn't just seen it with his own eyes, Anbai would never have believed that such a girl could have fighting skills far beyond that of ordinary people. At this time, the cat girl also noticed her. After their eyes met, the other girl immediately panicked. You didn't just know. I just happened to pass by. It is true that Anbai lacks common sense, but it is also true that she is not a fool. If she is fooled by the other party with such an excuse, she will be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. Seeing the expression of disbelief written all over Anbai's face, the cat girl knew that if she didn't tell the truth, she would not be able to leave her sight. Okay, I admit that I overheard your plan just now, but I didn't do it on purpose. And I have no ill will towards you. I just happen to have my own action plan. As for the motive, if you have time, I am willing to tell you. As she spoke, she began to talk about her past and motives. She still remembered that many years ago, when she was still a child, the Red Fang gang had just started out and was a small, unknown gang in Canvas Alley. Once an orphan, she was adopted by Bai Lao, the leader of the Red Fang gang, when she was desperate and taught her fighting skills. At that time, the Red Tooth gang was well known throughout the Canvas Lane for its heroic acts of bravery and helping the poor. Later, as the Hollow disaster struck, Canvas Lane sank into the Hollow and was no longer habitable. There was no other choice but for the Red Fang gang to move out of Canvas Lane. It was from this time that Bai Lao gradually forgot his original intention, and the Red Fang gang gradually degenerated from a volunteer gang into a terrorist organization, bringing countless disasters to New Illidu. The righteous cat girl left the gang and wandered the streets alone, becoming a homeless orphan again. This afternoon, she learned about the Red Fang gang's actions in Guanyin Square during the day, which was a little hard for her to accept, so she used her previous connections in the gang to quickly find this place. At first, she wanted to have a good talk with Bai Lao and beg him to turn back in time, but by accident, she ran into Zhong Yan and others discussing the plan. When she learned that several people were planning to attack the Red Fang gang, her first reaction was to quickly notify Bai Lao, but she felt that doing so would be against her conscience. Deep down in her heart, she was actually grateful to Bai Lao. To be honest, she didn't want Bai Lao to die, but the things he did were really unacceptable to her. Over the years, the Red Fang gang has done so many bad things and caused the deaths of so many innocent people. Their actions were almost all directed by the white man. It is no exaggeration to say that the white guys are the culprits behind that series of tragedies. Therefore, when gratitude and a sense of justice coexisted in her heart, the cat-like girl was in great torment. She didn't know whether she should protect her former benefactor or take action to get rid of the current villain herself. So, after considering for a long time, she finally made a decision. She wanted to personally send Bai Lao off on his final journey, and then take the initiative to turn herself into the Public Security Bureau. As a remnant of the Red Fang gang, she would definitely be included in the Public Security Bureau's arrest list. In this way, she can not only eliminate harm for the people, but also receive the due punishment for killing her benefactor. It is not the best of both worlds, but it is the best way she can think of. As for Zhong Yan and the others, to be honest, she had never expected that there would be another group of people planning to attack the Xia gang tonight. She originally thought that if she moved faster, she could get rid of the white guy before them, but she didn't expect that Ambi's speed was so fast. What the two of them didn't know was that a brutal massacre was taking place right above their heads. Quick, find it for me, we must find that guy. On the 19th floor of the building, a fully armed Red Fang gang team was groping in the pitch-black environment. Not long ago, they discovered that their base had been invaded and hurried down to check the situation. The first thing they saw was the bodies of their companions all over the ground. In the panic, the power was cut off. They were already a little frightened, and now they were in the pitch-black environment. They were even more terrified and had almost no organization at all. And in the darkness, as a pair of blood-red pupils appeared, an unsuspecting member of the Red Fang gang fell to the ground instantly, and his vitality began to dissipate at an extremely fast rate until he finally died completely. There, attack me. The noise caused by the attack immediately attracted the attention of others. In an instant, countless bullets were fired and bombarded towards Zhongyan, who was in the dark. However, the bullet, which was powerful enough to kill any carbon-based creature, did not cause any harm to him at all. On the contrary, he walked towards the crowd as if nothing had happened, scaring them so much that they retreated again and again. What kind of monster is this? The captain who led the team roared. Even bullets couldn't cause any damage. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such a creature was. Besides, why did they come to them? Go to hell. Driven by the desire to survive, he instinctively continued shooting, but until the magazine was empty and even white smoke came out of the muzzle, he finally discovered in despair that the other party was still not hurt. The next second, with an inexplicable sound exploding in his ears, he suddenly woke up. When he looked around, he found that all his men had died, and there was no one left alive. At the same time, a strong hand was placed on his head at some point. An unbearable pain invaded his mind, and soon he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After clearing out the enemies on this floor, Zhongyan put the fan back behind him and walked towards the next floor with an unchanged expression. Going further up, the building is almost at the top, and Huidia Eurotm's room is on the top floor. However, after reading the memories of so many Red Fang gang members, he still did not find the location of the safe. This means that in the entire gang, only Bai Lao knows where the safe is placed. In addition, most of the Xia gang, which originally had a large number of members, were slaughtered because of his actions. The number of remaining members is only about 1/10 of the original number. This was the most blood he had ever been stained with, but the only psychological reaction was increased breathing and heartbeat, with no other symptoms. He didn't know why he was so calm, but now was not the time to worry about it. There was only one step left to get the safe containing Fairy. Not long after, in a room on the top floor of the building, Bai Lao was leisurely drinking red wine and eating foie gras, while meaningless news reports were playing on TV. Just now, he learned that someone had invaded the base. He thought it was someone from the Public Security Bureau, but when he learned that there was only one person on the other side, he immediately felt relieved. His way of dealing with it was also quite simple, which was to send a small team under his command to eliminate the invaders. They are all the elites of the Red Fang gang. Even if the special forces from the Public Security Bureau come, they will lose some teeth. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room, and then a gang member came in and reported, "Boss, the intruder has been eliminated." Upon hearing this news, Bai Lao paused for a moment with his knife and fork in his hand, and then said with a little dissatisfaction, "It's destroyed." "So it's destroyed. Do you need to notify me specifically for such a small matter?" In his opinion, he was just an ordinary invader. Unless he was an officially certified virtual hunter, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defeat an elite team. However, the next second, Bai Lao heard a dull sound coming from behind him. He turned around and found that the gang member who had just reported was lying on the ground. Behind him, a figure was standing outside the door of the room. The sudden change made Bai Lao instantly alert. He quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the uninvited guest at the door. "Nice to meet you, leader of the Red Fang gang." Zhong Yan, who was standing outside the door, kicked away the fallen Red Fang gang member in front of him, then slowly walked into the room. His tone and pace were very steady. In comparison, Bai Lao felt extremely nervous, because he knew that the other party's appearance here meant that the elite team he sent out had been wiped out. But how is this possible? The weapons and equipment of the Red Fang gang may not be as good as those of the sheriffs of the Public Security Bureau, but they are definitely not weak. Now they are being wiped out by one person. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Thinking of this, Bai Lao couldn't help but start looking at the other person. When he saw the black robe and the iconic white mask, he immediately reacted. You are Uchiha, Bai Lao said in disbelief, with cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Uchiha. The legendary cave robber who slaughtered giant corpses in the cave as toys. Just hearing his name is scary enough, not to mention that he is really looking for him now. A feeling of powerlessness and despair enveloped Bai Lao's heart at this moment, but even so, he wanted to buy himself a chance of survival through negotiation. After all, no one would give up his own life. I know what you want, but I have to warn you, if you dare to touch me, don't even think about getting anything from me. Bai Lao naturally knew what could attract Uchiha. It must be the safe that even that senior official wanted to get. However, he was absolutely sure, after all, he was the only one in the entire New Eli who knew the location of the safe. With such bargaining chips in hand, he didn't believe that Uchiha would dare to attack him. If it were an ordinary person, he might have thought about it carefully, but unfortunately, the person he met today was Zhong Yan. The Sherinan has the ability to read memories. Even if Bai Lao doesn't tell him, Zhong Yan can find the location of the safe in his own way. Moreover, it was the first time that he was threatened like this as an Uchiha, and the other party was not a good person either. Therefore, the moment he said this, his death was already inevitable. And with the death of Bai Lao, the Red Fang gang, which had already been mostly slaughtered, would be completely doomed. Zhong Yan knocked Bai Lao down casually and easily read his memory. He also knew the password and location of the safe. To be on the safe side, he also took off the necklace from Bai Lao's neck. This was a small data storage device, and it would be better not to let other people get it, otherwise it would inevitably cause some trouble. After successfully getting the safe, the purpose of his action was finally achieved. After this battle, the Red Fang gang will be completely eliminated from New Eiladu, and other gangs will definitely become much more honest after seeing the fate of the Red Fang gang. This action of eliminating violence and upholding justice was not something Zhong Yan did intentionally, it was just something that happened conveniently. After doing all this, he was just about to leave to reunite with Ambi and the others, when he suddenly discovered through his Sherinan that the ether activity around him was increasing rapidly. In a short while, the ether index here was infinitely close to emptiness. This is not a good sign. According to his speculation, a void disaster may occur here soon. At the beginning of the game plot, a disaster accompanied by a void occurred on 14th Street, which led to the entire main plot. Now it seems that the outbreak time of the cavity disaster seems to have been advanced, so he has to leave quickly. I don't know what's going on with Anbai and the others. Zhong Yan murmured. If Anbai and the others went upstairs and found corpses all over the floor, and if he had lost contact, it would be very difficult to explain it clearly later. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a good idea. It could not only explain the corpses all over the ground and why he had lost contact, but also clear him of the suspicion of being an Uchiha in front of several people. However, if you want to realize this idea, you have to ask Shia for help. At the same time, on the other side of New Eridu, despite such heavy casualties, as the commander of the operation, you were only suspended for a week. This is already a very good result. Inside the house, Qingyi looked at Zhu Yuan, who had a lost face, and sighed helplessly. Zhu Yuan's 1-week suspension began this afternoon, and she had always worked diligently, but she ended up being suspended because of the mistakes of her subordinates. To be honest, Zhu Yuan found it a little hard to accept, but she had no choice. After all, that was the rule of the Public Security Bureau. The newcomer who was primarily responsible was ordered to be fired on the spot. As an old partner, King Ai came to visit Zhu Yuan as soon as she got off work. She expected the other party's current appearance. Needless to say, senior, if my judgment at the time had been more accurate, perhaps those people would not have escaped. Zhu Yuan was sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a thin white shirt, with her flesh-colored skin faintly visible underneath. She hugged her knees with her hands and buried her head deeply between her legs. It can be seen that she did not blame the subordinate who made the mistake too much, but rather blamed herself for her lack of judgment. If she had discovered the defensive loopholes in time, such consequences would not have occurred. You are such a good person. If that guy had been a little calmer, he wouldn't have let those guys escape. Aren't you afraid that the pressure will be too great to breathe by taking on so much responsibility for yourself? King Ai shook her head helplessly. Otherwise, the reason why Zhu Yuan was so popular among the younger generations in the Public Security Bureau was because she was too protective of her children. Just as she was thinking about how to comfort the other person and make him feel better, suddenly, the walkie-talkie worn on her waist rang. Captain King Ai, we received a report that traces of the Red Fang gang were found on 14th Street. Later, through some necessary means, we also got confirmation from one of the Red Fang gang members detained in the bureau that the Red Fang gang's headquarters is on 14th Street. When this news came out, the two of them were stunned, especially Zhu Yuan. She raised her head from her thighs, her eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Even King Ai did not expect that the headquarters of the Xia gang would be dug out at this critical juncture. But someone actually called to report it. That's really suspicious. Thinking of this, Qingyi immediately pressed the talk button on the intercom and responded, mobilize a team and an air police helicopter. I want to go to 14th Street in person to confirm. King Ai is not a fool. She considered that the Red Tooth gang might have lured them to 14th Street with internal and external collusion, so it was impossible to directly mobilize a large number of police forces to encircle and suppress them. Of course, she wouldn't completely believe that this was false information, so she would at least confirm it in advance. It seems that I can only accompany you here today. After turning off the intercom, King Ai turned to look at Zhu Yuan, only to find that her eyes were full of desire. Obviously, she also wanted to participate in this operation, but there was no way. She was now under punishment. Not only could she not participate in any law enforcement operations, but even her weapons were temporarily confiscated. Don't look at me like that. Your superiors have suspended you from your post. If I let you get involved, you might also suffer. King Ai sighed and said. When Zhu Yuan heard this, a dark look suddenly flashed in her eyes. She also knew that in her current situation, she could not participate in the operation to encircle and suppress the Xia gang. Seeing Zhu Yuan's disappointed face, Qingyi felt a little uncomfortable. Then, she thought of a good idea and said, however, you can go to 14th Street as a civilian. If you are discovered, just say you were just shopping there. After all, your suspension does not restrict your personal freedom, and if you are not wearing a police badge or a weapon, they can't do anything to you. King Ai's suggestion made Zhu Yuan's eyes light up suddenly. This was indeed a good idea, and it would not violate the rules of the Public Security Bureau. The only drawback was that she had no weapons, and it was almost impossible for her to capture the Red Fang gang with her bare hands. King Ai naturally thought of this, and immediately reached to his waist, pulled out a pistol and handed it over. Here you go. You can hide it when you go there and use it when necessary. Anyway, this is my service gun. Even if they want to check it, they can't trace it back to you. When Qingyi spoke, his tone seemed very casual, as if he was talking about something very normal. But in fact, if the fact that she lent the gun to Zhu Yuan was discovered, she would be subject to a more serious punishment than suspension. However, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Even though Zhu Yuan refused again and again, she still forced the weapon upon him. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked her to call me senior all the time? Since she is the junior whom I value the most, I will break the rules a little and help her. While we were heading to the sheriff's bureau, on 14th Street. This. Looking at the corpses on the ground in front of her, the Moxie girl covered her mouth with a trembling voice, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Just now, after listening to her story, Ambi temporarily believed her words. She wants to go upstairs to find Bai Lao, and Bai wants to go upstairs to find Zhongyan. Their goals do not conflict, so if that's the case, they might as well join forces. However, what they didn't expect was that after reaching the 11th floor, the scene before them would be so visually impactful. The ground was littered with corpses of Red Fang gang members. They seemed to have been severely frightened before they died, and each of them died with their eyes wide open. The wounds on their bodies also came from the same weapon, which means that they were killed by the same person. Being able to kill so many Red Fang gang members by himself is something that even the two of them could not do together. It is hard to imagine how powerful the person who made the move is. This also made Bai even more worried about Zhongyan's safety. If he met that guy, it would be difficult for him to survive. Could this have been done by your companion? The Moxie girl asked in astonishment. If that was the case, then her companion was too cruel. Hearing this, Ambi immediately shook his head and denied it. No, his weapon is a sword. Looking at the wounds on these people, we can tell that it is not him. And Bai's analysis was very professional, but she was not at peace in her heart. She just wanted to find Zhongyan as soon as possible. Thinking of Ling, who was still rushing over here, Ambi immediately informed her of what was happening here through the communication channel of the headset. Rope maker, something is not right. In addition to us and the Red Fang gang, there are at least 2 groups of strangers in this building. Don't come over here anymore. Go down and meet up with your brother first. I will take care of the rest. Listening to Ambi's voice coming from the headphones, Ling, who had finally controlled IES to climb to the 5th floor, suddenly hesitated. She wanted to contribute her own strength, but she also knew that she might not be able to help much. If she had to escape, her disabled body might even become a burden. Ling, come down first. Wait until Nicole and the others arrive, then act with them. Knowing what his sister was thinking, Jess spoke up and advised her at the right time. Hearing this, Ling could only agree reluctantly and then return along the same route. On the other side, after confirming that Ling had left, Ambi temporarily turned off the microphone of the communication channel. Let's go and continue to check higher floors. Things seem to be a little beyond our expectations, but I must find him no matter what. When saying this, Anbai's expression was very serious. Zhongyan was extremely important to her, and she absolutely could not lose him. So, after saying this, she took a step forward and ran towards the upper floors. Seeing this, the Moxie girl hurriedly followed her. Just as the other party vowed to find Zhongyan, she also had to find Bai Lao. At the same time, she also began to suspect that the mysterious strong man who attacked the Red Fang gang might also be targeting Bai Lao. After that, every time they went up a floor, they saw corpses all over the floor, and even the air seemed to be filled with the smell of death. A feeling of uneasiness gradually enveloped the 2 people's hearts, making them feel a little scared from the bottom of their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps coming from the stairs above, which scared the catgirl so much that she hid behind Ambi immediately. As for Ambi, she held her weapon with a serious look on her face, wanting to see who the person coming was. If the other party was the mysterious strong man who slaughtered countless members of the Red Fang gang, then there might be some trouble. The next second, as the man appeared from the stairs, Ambi's expression suddenly froze. Ambi. It wasn't until the other person shouted her name loudly that Ambi finally reacted. That was the Zhongyan she had been looking for a long time. At this time, Zhongyan was running down from upstairs with a panicked look on his face. In his hand, there was a very conspicuous safe, which was the target of their action plan. When Zhongyan noticed the cat-like girl behind Anbai, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Nikomata, whose full name is Nikomata Matna, is a character that appears in the game. She was once an orphan adopted by the Red Fang gang, but later parted ways with the gang because of different philosophies. In the game plot, in order to avenge Bai Lao, she deliberately lured the 3 people from the rabbit house to the dead-end hollow, intending to use the giant skeleton dead-end butcher in the hole to kill the 3 people. Later, she learned that Bai Lao was corroded into a skeleton after falling into a cave, which led to the cunning rabbit house killing him. In addition, the gentle attitude of the 3 people in the cunning rabbit house made her change her original plan. Nekomate's final ending is to join the rabbit house and become the 4th member of the rabbit house, but now, her appearance time is obviously much earlier than in the game. However, now is not the time to pay attention to these things. The ether activity in the air is increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. If they don't leave quickly, they will most likely be sucked into the void. Zhongyan, are you okay? Seeing Zhongyan appear safe and sound, a happy smile immediately appeared on Ambi's face. However, Zhongyan, who looked panicked, had no time to tell Anbai what had just happened. He could only desperately shout, "Run, there's a terrible guy in the building." After he said this, before Ambi could react, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness behind him. Looking at the dark blue robe and the iconic white mask, Ambi was stunned. Uchiha. Cow Rabbit House had once cooperated with Uchiha, so Ambi remembered his appearance, but she didn't expect that he would appear here too. So, the reason why Zhongyan acted so flustered was because of Uchiha. So, Ambi reacted and ran downstairs almost immediately, leaving the cat standing there, a little at a loss. Seeing that Nikomata had no intention of leaving, Zhongyan didn't bother to explain to her. He simply grabbed her arm, pulled her and started running. The reason for doing this was mainly to prevent his disguise from being exposed. The so-called Uchiha was actually just a member of the Red Fang gang who was controlled by him using illusion, in order to deceive the crowd and to exonerate him. In this way, no one would suspect him of the massacre of the Red Fang gang, and his identity would not be exposed. As for Nikomata, her appearance was unexpected, so there was no way she could see through his trick. At the same time, in the sky outside the window, an armed helicopter belonging to the Public Security Bureau appeared near the building, and the pilot in the helicopter almost immediately saw the Uchiha standing there through the window. After confirming that the other party was the legendary cave robber, he hurriedly reported it through the communication system. Captain King Ii, the figure of the cave thief Uchiha, was found in the building, requesting instructions. On the other side, King Ii, who was leading a team on the ground and preparing to break into the building, stopped immediately when he heard this. Uchiha, are you sure? I am very sure, at least from his appearance and clothing, he is the Uchiha in the rumors. After receiving a positive answer, Qingyi took a deep breath and gave the order. Don't pay attention to him. Our operation this time is just to confirm whether the Red Fang gang's headquarters is here. Besides, we don't have the ability to provoke him. King Ii's tone sounded very casual, but it inadvertently revealed a very realistic problem. Uchiha is a cave robber and is considered a criminal in New Alito. Faced with such a situation, the sheriff's first reaction should be to arrest him. However, how could they deal with a being that could move freely in the cave and even slaughter giant skeletons as toys? If a fight really breaks out, their entire group will probably be wiped out, let alone finding the Red Fang gang's lair. King Ayurotm's only hope now is that Uchiha is not in cahoots with the Akage gang, otherwise, they will be in real trouble today. Captain, he disappeared. At this time, the driver's voice came from the walkie-talkie again. In his sight, Uchiha standing in the building didn't even look at him, turned and walked deep into the building, and then disappeared completely. After hearing the news, Qingyi hesitated for a moment, and finally gave the order, everyone, quietly approach the building, and then find an opportunity to sneak in. If you meet Uchiha, do not conflict with him. In King Ai's opinion, as long as Uchiha showed no ill will towards them, everything would go on as usual. At the same time, on the other side of 14th Street, Zhu Yuan, who had changed into casual clothes, was also approaching the building. She hid the weapon King Ai gave her inside her clothes, ready to sneak into the building at any time. While all the actions of the Sheriff's Bureau were proceeding in an orderly manner, a strong etheric energy was spreading from the original void, Crete, near 14th Street to this area as the center. Rope maker, Zhongyan has been found, but he seems to have had a conflict with the cave robber, Uchiha, and now we are on the run. Outside the building, Ling, who was controlling IES, had just met up with Jie when she heard Anbai's slightly hurried voice through the headphones. When they learned that Zhongyan had been found, they both breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling. The huge rock that had been hanging in her heart seemed to have fallen away in an instant. However, Zhongyan actually provoked Uchiha? They were both familiar with the name Uchiha, who was known as the strongest cave thief in history, and who killed the giant skeletons in the cave as toys. The number of giant corpses he cleared in just a few months was enough to equal the results of the Void Investigation Association in several years. Although I don't know why Uchiha appeared here, Eurotm's not good news that Zhongyan actually provoked him. I'll drive the car over now, you two hurry down. Jie reacted quickly, picked up IES and ran towards the parking lot inside the building. Zhongyan and his companions were approaching the entrance of the first floor. Just as they were about to rush out of the mainland, the originally calm ground suddenly began to shake. Immediately afterwards, ether energy visible to the naked eye burst out in the air and formed a space barrier at an extremely fast speed, spreading out from the center of the building to the surrounding areas. It's a hollow disaster. And Bai was the first to react. Looking at the hollow barrier so close behind her, she couldn't help but quicken her pace, and her eyes would fall on Zhongyan from time to time. At the beginning, Zhongyan had to pull the Nikomata, who was full of question marks on his face, but with the emergence of the void disaster, the Nikomata also realized the seriousness of the matter and began to flee towards the exit at a faster speed. At the same time, King Ai outside also noticed something strange in the building. The energy index of the skeleton is off the charts. I'm afraid it's a hollow disaster. After muttering to herself, she turned to look at the team behind her and said, "We should retreat. Before we are fully prepared, it's best not to sneak into the building under the threat of the hollow." She immediately gave the order to retreat. This was because there were people in the team whose ether aptitude was less than 50 points. Once they were sucked into the void, they would be corroded into corpses in a short period of time, thus causing irreparable losses. Upon hearing that a cavity disaster had occurred, there was a slight commotion within the team, but soon, under the command of King Ai, they evacuated the scene in an orderly manner. The helicopter responsible for observation in the sky also chose to leave the place the moment it sensed the ether energy. As the void barrier gradually spread, a huge void visible to the naked eye finally appeared in front of everyone, and the spread had not stopped yet. Some of the residents living on 14th Street had been sucked into the hole before they knew what was happening. When they reacted and wanted to escape, they found that the space around them had already been distorted and they could not find an exit at all. Without carrots, they can only wander aimlessly in the void. As for those whose ether suitability is less than 50 points, if they are not rescued and leave the void within a short period of time, they will gradually be corroded into corpses, causing incalculable casualties and enduring pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine. During this time, Zhu Yuan, who originally wanted to investigate the Red Fang gang's headquarters, also discovered the void disaster, but by the time she reacted and wanted to escape, it was already too late. The speed at which the void spread was much faster than her speed of escape, so after a while, with a vibration in the surrounding space, when she blinked again, she found herself being sucked into the void. The air around her was filled with an astonishing sense of etheric oppression. Fortunately, her etheric suitability score was not low, so she could survive in the cavity for a long time. But without the carrot, she would not be able to find the exit of the hole, and as time went on, even with a high ether adaptability, she still could not escape the fate of being eroded. All we can do now is wait for rescue from the Hollow Investigation Association. At the same time, outside the hole, when Jed drove the car out of the parking lot, he noticed the hole spreading in the distance, so he made a prompt decision and stepped on the accelerator to drive away from the hole. "Ambi, how are things going over there?" IES was placed in the back seat of the car, while Ling contacted Ambi through the call channel. They were very close to the range where the void spread, so there was a high possibility that they would be sucked into the void. We're still racing against the void, but from the looks of it, we won't be able to escape. Ambi's voice came from the other end of the headset. There was an intermittent electric sound when she spoke, indicating that the ether energy had begun to affect the communication equipment. Jie, who was sitting in the driver's seat, heard this and immediately said, Ling, get ready. We may have to enter the hole to rescue them. And Nicole, ask them where they are. If they are also sucked into the hole, we will be in trouble. Hearing this, Ling, who was far away in the video store, hurriedly picked up her phone and called Nicole. Fortunately, the call was connected after a while. After the conversation, we learned that they were still on their way to 14th Street and were not in danger of being sucked into the void for the time being. However, the news of the associated cavity disaster that broke out on 14th Street has already spread on the internet, and it is estimated that it will not be long before the Public Security Bureau will report it on television as news. When Nicole learned that Ambi might be sucked into the hollow, she immediately became nervous. Fortunately, the person who was talking to her was the legendary ropemaker Phaethon, so she didn't have to worry too much. With their help, Ambi can be guaranteed to escape from the hole successfully. On the other side, Zhongyan and the other two were still fleeing for their lives in order to avoid being swept by the void. The smallest and most agile Nikomata had already run to the front, but she did not forget to look back at the two from time to time, as if she was worried that they would not be able to escape. However, Zhongyan and Anbai had no time to pay attention to her. Seeing the hollow barrier behind them getting closer and closer, the two knew that they would definitely not be able to escape. Anbai. Zhongyan then shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing the voice, Ambi turned her head, and from the eye contact, she quickly understood what Zhongyan meant. The next second, they both stopped at the same time. Zhongyan grabbed Anbai's hand at the last moment, and then let the hole swallow them. The cat was stunned when she saw this scene, but the current situation was not enough to support her to think too much, so she could only continue to run for her life. Not long after, as the ether energy reserves reached their limit, the huge accompanying void finally stopped spreading. Thanks to her agility, Nikomata successfully escaped the fate of being swallowed by the hole, but Zhongyan and Anbai were sucked into the hole, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Just at this time, the Void Investigation Association, which had detected the spread of ether energy in advance, sent a team over. Judging from their appearance, they were planning to enter the void to rescue the civilians who were unable to evacuate in time. Seeing this, the cat suddenly had an idea. She planned to sneak into the cave with the team. After all, she hasn't found Bai Lao yet. Although he might have met with an accident, she still has to confirm it in person. What's more, given her personality, she would not leave the civilians who were dragged into the void alone, especially Anbai and Zhongyan. If it weren't for the reminders, she probably wouldn't have been able to react to this void disaster. Now that two people were trapped in the void and their lives were unknown, she naturally had to help her savior. As time went on, more and more investigators from the Hollow Investigation Association and law enforcement officers from the Sheriff's Bureau arrived at the scene. They almost completely cordoned off the remaining area of a 14th Street and prohibited any unauthorized personnel from approaching the hole, while also evacuating residents from other surrounding blocks. A large-scale rescue operation is about to begin. A piece of urgent news. A sudden cavity disaster occurred on 14th Street. The third-level control has been breached. The Cavity Investigation Association has dispatched an investigation team to the scene to handle the emergency. According to the Janus District Security Bureau, they have arrested the terrorist organization Red Fang Gang on 14th Street. Please do not approach 14th Street. Residents of nearby blocks are requested to evacuate in an orderly manner according to the disaster avoidance guidelines. Repeat once more. On the car radio, the brother and sister soon received news about the void disaster that broke out on 14th Street. At the same time, Ambi had completely lost contact with Ling, which meant that the two of them had been sucked into the void. Nicole and the others are nearby. Brother, let's go pick them up. Ling's voice came from the back seat. Jen nodded, then drove the car towards where Nicole and the others were. After a while, they saw Nicole and Billy waiting on the street not far away. After the two sides met, they immediately began to discuss a plan to rescue the two people. Are you two so unlucky now? Why do you seem to run into unsolvable problems wherever you go? Nicole couldn't help but complain during this moment. The last time we entered the cave to rescue Zhongyan, these two siblings have been getting more and more into trouble recently. Sorry to trouble you, Nicole. We didn't expect things to develop to this point. The most urgent thing is to rescue them both as soon as possible. Jie was the first to apologize. To be honest, this is the third time that the two siblings have sought Nicole's help this month. In the past, the roles of both parties should have been reversed. It's not that troublesome. After all, Ambi is also in the cave. Even if you don't come to me, I will definitely find a way to rescue her. And with your help, I can feel a little more at ease, Nicole said. She had great confidence in the abilities of the brother and sister. If it weren't for the large number of commissions now, which meant that they no longer had to take on very dangerous commissions, she would have to trouble them many more times. Then let's go into the cave first. I will draw the radish as soon as possible and then guide you to find them. Ling said. When it comes to drawing radishes, they are much more professional than ordinary cave investigators. However, if only one person operates the HDD system, the efficiency of drawing radishes may be much slower. Je could rush back now, but it would take at least 2 hours to drive back to Liufen Street from here, and he might encounter traffic jams on the way, so it might be too late. Then I'll leave it to you, Nicole said as she picked up IES from the ground. Take this little guy with you and let's get started. Then, she and Billy entered the cave from the outer barrier. While the outside world was in chaos due to the cavity disaster, the situation inside the cavity was also quite unstable. Zhongyan held the safe in one hand and held Ambi's hand with the other. In his sight, countless ether crystals began to condense on the originally empty street. In less than a moment, they covered half of the block. This associated void was formed not long ago, and the harm of ether erosion is not that terrible, but if it is delayed for a long time, it will probably take shape completely. Zhongyan could be directly transported to the outside world through divine power, but Anbai was by his side, so he could not expose these hidden abilities at will. The best way now is to wait for Jie and Ling's rescue. As legendary rope makers passed down by everyone, Hollow is just a game in simple mode for them, which can be easily conquered. Of course, the conquest here only refers to the Hollow route. If one wants to eliminate the entire Hollow, even if Zhongyan goes all out, it will still take a lot of time. Zhongyan. At this time, Ambi's soft call brought Zhongyan's thoughts back to reality. He turned around and found that he was holding the other person too tightly, causing the other person's palms to sweat continuously. Realizing that he was being rude, Zhongyan immediately let go of his hand, scratched it awkwardly, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, the situation just now was too critical, so I grabbed it a little harder." After Zhongyan let go of her hand, and used her other hand to rub the palm of her hand that he had just grabbed, there was still some warmth from him on it, and she felt inexplicably comfortable. No, if it's Zhongyan, he can hold him for as long as he wants. Anbai said softly. Normally speaking, an ordinary girl would blush out of shyness in such a situation. However, there was some shyness on Ambi's face, but there was no trace of the blush that was unique to a young girl due to shyness. Is it really because of lack of common sense? Indeed, as a movie fan, Ambi basically only watches action-themed movies, and the only love stories he has come across are also those in those action movies. Perhaps this is also related to her past. After all, in the game, players speculate that Ambi's identity is most likely a clone from the military. This can be confirmed from the PV of Fire Knife 11 and the voice Easter eggs of the two in the game. Zhongyan had hinted to Anbai before, but it seemed that Anbai didn't intend to reveal her past for the time being, or she had already forgotten it. In short, Anbai is indeed different from ordinary people, but this does not hinder Zhongyan's relationship with her. At least he wouldn't have to watch his favorite character getting hurt like in the game. Here, his power is enough to change everything, and all he wants is for those close to him to live well. The scene returns to the present, and seeing Zhongyan looking lost in thought, Ambi was silent for a moment, then reached out and held one of Zhongyan's hands. "Let me do it this time. Hold it a little more gently. It's okay." While speaking, Ambi's movements were also very cautious. Zhongyan just moved his fingers instinctively, and saw that the other party stopped the action of trying to open the gap between his fingers in panic. It was not until a while later that she tried again. This time, Zhongyan did not move at all. He even took the initiative to cooperate by opening his fingers, allowing Anbai to put her fingers in and then clasp them hard on the back of his hand. Soon, their palms were interlocked with their fingers. Perhaps feeling that he was clasping too hard, Ambi deliberately reduced the force a little. During this process, she kept staring at her and Zhongyan's hands, as if confirming something. Only when their hands were completely clasped together did she breathe a sigh of relief. Afterwards, due to the height difference between them, the moment she raised her head, she immediately met Zhongyan's gaze. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Then, Anbai tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression, and asked, "Zhongyan, why is your face red?" As he spoke, Ambi stretched out his other hand and touched Zhongyan's forehead, and found that his body temperature seemed to be rising rapidly. It was not until then that Zhongyan realized that he was blushing. It was probably because happiness came too suddenly, so he couldn't digest it for a while. It feels like a dream to be held hands with the female character you like in the game. If this was a dream, Zhongyan hoped that he would never wake up. Looking at Anbai, who was checking herself seriously to see if there was anything wrong with her body, to be honest, Zhongyan really couldn't control himself from doing something out of line. For example, he would hug Ambi and kiss her hard, and then kiss her little face, which always had the same color, until it turned red. Eat a EuroTM's a good idea to think about, but eat a EuroTM's all I can think about. Well, apart from the fact that your body temperature is a little high, there seems to be no other problem. Could it be that you, Zhongyan, cannot adapt to the hollow environment, so you have such a reaction? Ambi said with a worried look on her face. In her impression, Zhongyan's ether suitability was 0. Logically speaking, with such a score, he should be immediately corroded into a corpse after entering the void. But judging from his current experience, Zhongyan still seems to have some resistance to the void, otherwise he would not have been able to stay in the void for so long last time. However, her etheric aptitude was 0, so she was still a little worried. Well, my physique is a little special. My adaptability to ether energy is much higher than that of ordinary people. I don't know why the result of the score is 0'd, maybe this is what makes me special. Zhongyan didn't want to see Anbai worry about him, so he explained. However, such an explanation was definitely not convincing to Anbai. Compared with Zhongyan's one-sided statement, Anbai hoped that he could leave the void as soon as possible. At least in this way, the possibility of him being eroded by ether energy would be completely eliminated. Before that, she had to pay attention to Zhongyan's physical condition at all times. If she lost him here, Anbai would go crazy. We have to go. No matter from which point of view, you can't stay in the cave any longer. The rope maker and his men may be looking for us. But before that, we have to try to find the exit and can't just sit there and wait for death. After saying that, Anbai Qian pulled Zhongyan and started looking for an empty exit in this block that was gradually being eroded by ether energy. Oops, I got sucked into the void. At the same time that Zhongyan and Anbai were looking for an exit, on the other side of the hole, Zhu Yuan looked at the streets that were constantly being corroded by ether crystals, and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. She originally just wanted to go to 14th Street to investigate the whereabouts of the Red Fang gang, but she didn't expect that a void disaster would suddenly occur and drag her into it. Now, she only has an ordinary pistol in her hand, and her ammunition reserve is not sufficient, and there is no carrot that can successfully help her escape. Under such circumstances, it is extremely difficult to survive in the cave. But as a sheriff, even if he has been suspended and even if he feels fear in his heart, Zhu Yuan will not lose his fighting spirit. In her opinion, this block had just been covered by a hole, and there must be many civilians who failed to evacuate in time. What she had to do was to gather more of these unarmed civilians. After all, in this cave, any random Israeli soldier that appeared could cause huge casualties to them. At the same time, outside the cave, the Void Investigation Association acted very quickly. Before long, they formed a temporary team to enter the cave and search and rescue civilians who had not yet been corroded into corpses. The Hollow Investigation Association is moving very quickly. Ling, how's your progress? In an inconspicuous car on the street, Jie looked at the investigation team ready to go in the distance, contacted several people in the Hollow through communication equipment, and said, on Ling's side, their progress was not particularly smooth either. Because the HDD system was controlled by one person, Ling's speed in drawing the radish was much slower than before. Fortunately, this cavity has just been formed, and the internal structure is relatively stable. There should be no node disorder in the short term. It seems that there are still many civilians here who have not been able to evacuate in time. At this time, Nicole noticed a figure flashing in the distance. The other person's expression seemed extremely panicked. If she guessed correctly, it should be an ordinary person who fell into the void. Then, Nicole turned her gaze to Billy and said, Billy, I have a task for you. Gather all the civilians nearby and protect them from being harmed by Uchiha. Hearing this, Billy, who was still wiping his double guns, was slightly startled, then twisted his mechanical waist and shouted excitedly, leave it to me, this is the responsibility of a Star Knight. After saying that, Billy prepared to look for the lost civilians nearby. Seeing that he acted without thinking, Nicole quickly reminded him, be smart when you find them, just say you are from the Hollow Investigation Association, don't be silly and say you are a cave robber, otherwise they won't trust you. Also, don't go too far. Don't worry, boss, I won't let them know that I'm a cave robber. Billy walked forward and turned back to make a reassuring gesture. This made Nicole even more worried, but there was nothing she could do. Billy was the only person she could use at the moment, and with her personality, she couldn't just sit there and watch those civilians. In this situation, we can only hope that Billy can be more reliable and his metal brain will not rust again. Save. Help me. Looking at the civilian in front of him who still had some consciousness but was about to be corroded into a corpse, Zhongyan raised his sword and chopped off his head with one stroke. This way, at least his death wouldn't be so painful. This is the 7th ordinary person who has been corroded and turned into a corpse. It seems that there are quite a few civilians trapped in this hole. Putting away the straight sword in his hand, Zhongyan sighed and said, as they walked along, they did not see any sign of the exit. Instead, they met many civilians who were lost in the cave. Some of them even began to turn into corpses in front of them. There was no other way. In order to avoid casualties, the two men could only kill them. The ether pressure in the air is getting stronger and stronger, and this cavity is almost complete. Ambi said with a serious expression that they had found 2 space nodes before, but after entering, they found that neither of them was an exit. Now they are almost completely lost in the cavity. Her condition is fine for now, but she doesn't know how Zhongyan is doing. Perhaps influenced by the plot of the movie, even though Zhongyan repeatedly stated that he was fine, and Bai still thought he was just forcing himself. Not only that, she would occasionally have some physical contact with Zhongyan in the name of inspection, and it was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional. However, according to Ambi's personality, she shouldn't have so many thoughts. I can't go on like this. Seeing that he was trapped in emptiness for longer and longer, Zhongyan's heart began to feel uneasy. Although he knew that Jie and Ling were definitely trying to rescue them, that would take time after all, and Ambi couldn't ignore the erosion and move around in the cavity like he did. Therefore, the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for Anbai. Even though she hasn't shown it yet, Zhongyan can definitely tell from her slightly strained expression that she must be feeling a little uncomfortable right now. We have to find a way. So, as Zhongyan's mind moved, something that had not appeared for a long time appeared before his eyes. It was a translucent panel, which recorded some information about Zhongyan. As the saying goes, a golden finger is a must for time travelers, and the thing in front of him is Zhongyan Eurotm's golden finger in this world, the Uchiha panel. A long time ago, he had exchanged all the items that could be exchanged on the panel, and the remaining items were basically non-exchangeable. For example, the Rinnegan is the final evolved form of the Sharingan, but it requires the accumulation of a large number of exchange items. With the current number of items that Zhongyan has, he is far from being able to achieve that. In order to obtain the so-called exchange items, one must make some actions that are consistent with the identity of Uchiha. For example, he slaughtered most of the Red Tooth gang not long ago. This behavior is very consistent with the character of a certain Wei shrimp rice, so he got a lot of redemption props. But even so, there were very few things he could exchange for. Right now, among the wide variety of goods in the mall, there is only one thing he can exchange. Shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu can be said to be one of the most representative ninjutsu in the original work, but for some reason, the exchange price of an ordinary B-level ninjutsu is ridiculously high, a total of 1,000 redemption items. This price is comparable to the number of items he consumed when he evolved the Manjakaya, Sharingan. However, there is a reason why it is expensive. Judging from the setting, the effect of the shadow clone is indeed amazing, especially for Zhongyan now. After all, once he learns the shadow clone technique, the probability of his secret of being an Uchiha being discovered will be almost zero. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Zhongyan exchanged all his items for shadow clone without hesitation, and after the exchange, he finally understood why the price of a B-level ninjutsu was so outrageous. The explanation is because shadow clone technique is not a ninjutsu created by the Uchiha clan, but almost every Uchiha clan member can use it, so when it was added to the Uchiha panel, its price also soared for this reason. Zhongyan a euro. Seeing such a far-fetched explanation, Zhongyan couldn't help but wonder if a certain land war god of Konoha was behind this, causing the price of the shadow clone to reach such an exaggerated level. But on second thought, this ninjutsu was created by someone else and the copyright is in their hands. Moreover, given his attitude towards the Uchiha clan, it would be very good for him to be able to insert his own ninjutsu into it. If he really knew that Zhongyan played like this, he would have to call him an evil Uchiha. Ambi, help me get it, I'll be back soon. The scene returns to the present. After successfully exchanging for the shadow clone, Zhongyan prepares to temporarily hand over the safe in his hand to Anbi, and then secretly find a place to summon the clone. After taking the safe handed to him, Ambi asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Faced with such a question, Zhongyan naturally could not tell her his real purpose. He could only think for a moment and slowly utter two words: urgent urination. The excuse seemed very hasty, but Ambi nodded without even thinking about it. Although she lacked common sense, she still knew the most basic differences between men and women, so she did not intend to stare at Zhongyan under such circumstances. Seeing that the other party believed him without hesitation, Zhongyan was moved. He found a place out of her sight, then stretched out his index and middle fingers in front of him and formed a seal with one hand. As the thought flashed through his mind, the next second, accompanied by a puff of smoke, an identity that looked exactly like Zhongyan appeared. While summoning the shadow clone, Zhongyan could clearly feel that nearly half of the power in his body had been lost, which was consistent with the setting that the main body would evenly distribute chakra to the shadow clone. However, an Uchiha with only half the strength was enough to make the entire new Eli tremble. Ling and the others should be looking for us in the cave. Think of a way to guide them to us. The shadow clone has independent consciousness, so when it heard Zhongyan's order, the shadow clone couldn't help but raise a brow, but in the end it didn't say much. It just opened the eternal Manjakaya, Sharingan, and used Kamui to leave here. As for why Zhongyan asked him to guide Ling over instead of taking them both away directly, there was a reason for that. Once they leave the cave, the few people who don't know the news will continue to wander in the cave. They will have to wait until Zhongyan informs Jia and Ling of their successful escape before they can evacuate from the cave. Of course, the most important reason was to allow Uchiha to meet them. Only in this way can Zhongyan and Uchiha be completely separated in their hearts. At the same time, on the other side of the cave, following Nicole's instructions, Billy had gathered more than half of the civilians around him. There are a large number of these civilians, and some of them are not adaptable to the ether, so they are gradually corroded into skeletons over time. Every time this happened, Billy would use a bullet to end the other person's pain. At this moment, he suddenly saw a woman in plain clothes passing by not far away. Thinking that she was also a civilian, Billy immediately stepped forward and called out to her, "Hey, don't go any further, come over here." However, what he didn't know was that the woman was actually Zhu Yuan, who was also sucked into the void. What was even more unexpected to him was that Zhu Yuan was also a sheriff who specialized in investigating and arresting cave thieves like him. Zhu Yuan, who heard the shout, hesitated for a moment and then walked towards Billy. Soon, she saw the group of civilians that Billy had gathered, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you a hollow investigator?" Zhu Yuan's first reaction to Billy being able to do such a good thing was naturally not to think that he was a cave robber. Besides the sheriff, the only person willing to help ordinary people in the cave was the cave investigator. That's right, I am the Hollow Investigator, but compared to this, I prefer to hear people call me the Star Knight. Billy crossed his arms and turned his head to one side with some pride. Nicole had asked him to disguise himself as a Hollow Investigator in advance, so he naturally followed Zhu Yuan's words. But soon, the other party's self-introduction made him stunned on the spot. Hello, I am Zhu Yuan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Special Task Force of the Janus District Public Security Bureau. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency the Star Knight. You are the sheriff, Billy said with his eyes wide open, somewhat incredulous. He never imagined that just saying hello would result in the appearance of a sheriff. You know, his real identity now is a cave robber, and if Zhu Yuan knew about it, he would probably be arrested on the spot. By then, the entire cunning rabbit house would probably be in trouble. Therefore, when talking to Zhu Yuan again, Billy's tone was obviously more guilty. Hello, Mr. Sheriff. You gathered all these civilians here, right? I happen to have quite a few of them there too. How about we gather these civilians together and wait for the assistance from the Hollow Investigation Association? You must have been accidentally drawn into the Hollow, right? After all, I didn't see you wearing the association's protective clothing. Generally speaking, investigators from the Cavity Investigation Association will wear professional protective clothing when entering a cavity to ensure that the harm of cavity erosion is minimized. What's more, some people would take some drugs to resist ether erosion before entering the void, but such drugs are very expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. Oh, yes, I was just wandering around 14th Street, and I happened to be sucked into a hollow. I didn't bring any investigators or anything like that, but I did bring enough ammunition. It was such a coincidence, haha. As Billy spoke, he reached out and scratched the back of his extremely hard head. He didn't know how a robot like him could have such rich expressions and emotions like a human. At the same time, he was also cursing his bad luck in his heart. How could a sheriff be involved in the hollow? Boss, come and save me. Everyone, corpses are constantly being born in this new cavity, so please be careful. Somewhere in the cave, a team of investigators wearing protective clothing and almost fully armed were carrying out a rescue mission issued by their superiors. They had to rescue the civilians in the cave who had not been evacuated in time and had not yet been corroded into corpses. Among those who were rescued, most of them had an ether suitability of more than 50 points, otherwise, they would not have been able to survive in the void for such a long time. Afterwards, the Void Investigation Association will extend an olive branch to those among them who pass the assessment, and those who have lost their houses and jobs will basically choose to become a Void Investigator. This is considered a relatively secretive industry chain in New Elite, and it's not that the Hollow Investigation Association deliberately let those unqualified people die, but mainly because they really have no way to complete the rescue operation before those people are corroded into corpses. The scene returns to the present. Just as the investigator team is advancing in an orderly manner, a pair of cats suddenly appear without warning behind a wall not far from them. As the camera zoomed in, they discovered that the owner of the ears was the Nikomata who had secretly followed them into the cave earlier. After entering the hole, Nikomata did not intend to follow the investigator team, but turned around and drilled into a space node that she had discovered in advance. Not long after she left, a sharp-eyed member of the investigator team suddenly saw a figure slowly crawling up from the ground in the ruins not far away. No, it was not a person at all, but a creature with a humanoid appearance. Driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward and soon saw the other person's appearance clearly. It is much taller than an adult, with a gray crystalline body, part of which is covered with green ether crystals. Behind it is a crystal cloak that is silver gray on the outside and light green on the inside. Coupled with the corpse's iconic core, the team member who saw its appearance clearly was stunned. Captain. In panic, he couldn't help but shout, and the sound quickly attracted the attention of other team members. The entire team looked over here, especially the captain, who was about to open his mouth to reprimand, but after seeing the appearance of the corpse not far away, his face suddenly changed drastically. The next second, his almost roaring voice came from the protective hood. It's Thanatos, everyone prepare for battle. As his roar spread throughout the team, everyone's expressions became tense. They were not unfamiliar with the name Thanatos, as he was a recorded superior in the Hollow Investigation Association. Its characteristic is that it has extremely high maneuverability, and can disappear from its original place in an instant, and then suddenly appear from behind. Such attack methods often catch inexperienced Hollow investigators off guard, and even some experienced investigators find it difficult to defeat Thanatos alone. It is not uncommon for Thanatos to wipe out an entire team of investigators by himself. A Euro and a Euro TMT. Be afraid, Thanatos has little resistance to ether-attributed attacks. Hold on to your weapons. As long as we can hit him, we will definitely win. A Euro. Seeing that his investigators all had expressions of fear on their faces, the captain quickly spoke out to comfort them. Thanatos is weak to ether, and this fact has been recorded in the association's archives. It just so happens that they are equipped with ether weapons this time, so if a fight breaks out, it is hard to say who will win or lose. However, just when the captain felt a glimmer of hope, he discovered that another tall Ikai stood up next to Thanatos. It was also a Thanatos, but unlike the first one, the originally green crystals on its body were all a striking bright red. Even the inner layer of the cloak on its back was the same color. That is a variant of Thanatos' accumulation type, which is also recorded in the association's archives. Compared with Thanatos in normal state, there is almost no difference in appearance between Thanatos charging type and Thanatos in normal state. The only difference is the resistance to attributes. In fact, Thanatos has many variants, and almost every variant is weak ether, with the exception of Thanatos accumulator. In other words, facing such variants, they completely lost the advantage of attribute restraint, not to mention that they were facing two Thanatos. Under such circumstances, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness accompanied by despair gradually enveloped the captain's heart. He knew that it was unlikely that anyone from the investigation team would be able to return alive. While the investigation team was attacked by two Thanatos, on the other side, Ling and Nicole were still using the existing carrots to locate the possible locations of Zhongyan and Anbai. There was no way that they did not have professional equipment like the Void Investigation Association, and could not accurately locate the two people through life signals, so it would be a very time-consuming task to search for the two people in the void. Unless they are lucky enough to meet Zhongyan and Anbai as soon as they enter the cave, but this is obviously impossible. Ropemaker, we have been in the cave for at least an hour, and we still have no clue. Looking at the ether crystals still spreading on the streets around her, Nicole couldn't help but frown slightly and asked. Ling, who was walking in front, heard this and immediately turned around while controlling IES. There is no other way. If I am the only one controlling the system, the efficiency is too low. My brother has to be responsible for meeting you over there, and judging from the time, he won't be able to come back in time. Ling seemed somewhat helpless when she said this. She had been operating the HDD system for the entire night, which consumed most of her energy. It was already quite good that she could still stay awake. However, for Zhongyan and Anbai, she had no choice but to persevere. It was at this moment that the air not far in front of the two of them suddenly trembled inexplicably. Immediately afterwards, a space vortex gradually formed. By the time the two men reacted, a figure wearing a dark blue robe and a white mask had emerged from it. Uchiha. Nicole was the first to react. The person who appeared was the Uchiha with whom she had cooperated once before. Nicole was very surprised at Uchiha's appearance. After all, the other party's style of doing things was always like a dragon that was never seen. Unless the other party is willing to show up, finding him would be harder than climbing to the sky. Uchiha ignored Nicole, shocked. He looked at the man and the cloth in front of him. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I was asked to come and lend a helping hand. Entrusted. Entrusted by someone. Uchiha's words made Nicole's eyes widen. In her impression, Uchiha has always been a solitary person, and even when she extended an olive branch last time, the other party had no intention of accepting it. Now, he actually said that he was entrusted by someone to help them, which was really hard to believe. Among the people Nicole knows, I'm afraid no one can invite such a big shot. In other words, the person who commissioned Uchiha is most likely Ling's friend. As legendary rope makers, it should not be particularly strange that they know and make friends with some big names in the industry. How do you plan to help us? Moreover, who commissioned you? Ling said, staring at Uchiha with some vigilance. To be honest, she didn't trust this unexpected guest, especially the claim that he was entrusted by someone, which was too suspicious. This cave was formed not long ago, and not many people knew that they were entering it. Who could he be entrusted by? Ling's alert startled the shadow clone under the mask, but he knew what Zhongyan was thinking, so he answered directly. Zhongyan, I am interested in his zero ether suitability, so I reached an agreement with him. He asked me to come find you. He and your other companion are all wandering somewhere in this cave. My goal is to guide you to them. When they learned that the person who commissioned the Uchiha was Zhongyan, they immediately showed surprised expressions. Ling began to think carefully. When they were in the building before, Zhongyan and Uchiha seemed to have some conflicts, but with the former's strength, it should be impossible for him to escape from the latter. The only reasonable explanation is that Uchiha had no intention to kill Zhongyan at all. Otherwise, why would he, who could kill even giant corpses at will, let a 17-year-old boy escape? Thinking about it this way, everything seemed to be explained, and Uchiha had no reason to deceive them. Besides, if the other party really wanted to attack them, there would be no need to waste words here. Nicole, what do you think? Still a little hesitant, Ling finally gave the decision to Nicole. Nicole had worked with Uchiha before, so her first impression of him was pretty good. Besides, if the other party was really a sinister person, it would be impossible for her to get a full 3 million dime from him. So, after a moment of silence, Nicole nodded and said, let's just trust him for now. Otherwise, we don't have a better way to find Ambi and the others quickly. Seeing that Nicole had made a decision, Ling chose to agree with her point of view. Then, the two of them established a temporary cooperative relationship with Uchiha, and under his guidance, they went to the location of Zhongyan and Ambi. On the other side, in a building that had not yet been corroded by the ether crystals, Zhu Yuan was busy taking care of civilians who were in poor condition. They have been in the cave for a long time, and even if they have not been corroded into bones, they will feel extremely uncomfortable. However, there are no special medicines for treatment here, so all Zhu Yuan can do is to comfort them as much as possible and tell them that the Hollow Investigation Association will send people to rescue them. As for Billy, because of Sheriff Zhu Yuan's identity, he was on pins and needles, and kept praying in his heart that Nicole and the others would appear in time to take him away. At this time, a Nikomata girl found this place. She was the Nikomata who had secretly followed the investigation team into the cave before. Are you gathering the scattered civilians nearby? Looking at the crowded hall, Mao couldn't help but ask. Zhu Yuan came over immediately after hearing the noise. Because she had to take care of so many people, her complexion was not very good and she looked very tired. However, she still forced herself to explain, I am Zhu Yuan, the sheriff of the Janus District Security Bureau. I was accidentally sucked into the hole, so I am now in charge of searching for civilians who did not leave the hole in time. Hearing this, Nikomata couldn't help but admire Zhu Yuan a little more. Then she remembered something and said excitedly, I saw a survey team from the Hollow Investigation Association earlier. They should be here to rescue you. Do you want to call them over? Nikomata, who followed the investigation team into the cave, naturally knew that the association had already sent people to carry out a rescue operation. I just happened to run into them here, so I might as well be a good guy and call the team over and take these people out of the cave. The only thing that disappointed her was that Zhong Yan and Bai were not among the crowd. Really? That's great, but why don't you follow the team and let them take you away? Zhu Yuan said excitedly, but she soon noticed the suspicious points. To this, Nekomate's answer was also very direct, because I still have a few people I must find. I will not leave until I confirm that they have left the hollow. Well, in that case, let's go call the investigation team over first. As for the people you are looking for, I will help you later. This is also my responsibility as a sheriff. Zhu Yuan patted his chest and promised. This behavior undoubtedly made Mao feel very touched. As expected of him, he is the sheriff. He is indeed the embodiment of justice. Mao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Afterwards, she took Zhu Yuan with her and returned along the same route. After confirming that the spatial nodes in the void had not been reconstructed, she quickly found the node she had previously crossed. After stepping back, the two came to the place where Nikomata had just entered the cave, but the team was no longer there. Let's look around, maybe they will leave some traces. As a professional, Zhu Yuan quickly thought of a way to deal with it. At the same time, her observation ability was extraordinary. Almost immediately after she finished speaking, she found some bullet fragments in the corner of the nearby wall. These are special bullets that are infused with ether energy. Usually only official organizations are equipped with them. This means that the team has fought with Uchiha here. Zhu Yuan made a judgment immediately. Then, she found a trace of blood that had not yet dried on the ground. Following the direction of the blood, she soon found a human figure. However, the figure was in a very bad condition. Not only was his protective suit torn, but his body was also covered with wounds from the battle with Uchiha. His face turned pale due to excessive blood loss, and after seeing Zhu Yuan and Nikomata, he shouted with almost all his might. €1 TMs go €1. The next second after he finished saying this, a tall corpse suddenly appeared, and the weapon in his hand ruthlessly pierced the man's chest. In less than a moment, he, who had only one breath left, completely lost his life. At the same time, Zhu Yuan also recognized the skeleton by its appearance. Superior Izumaki, Thanatos. The appearance of Thanatos caused Zhu Yuan to panic for a moment, but she was professionally trained after all, so she quickly calmed down and pulled out her pistol from her waist. As the trigger was pulled, a bullet at lightning speed was shot towards Thanatos' head. However, the moment Zhu Yuan pulled the trigger, Thanatos sensed the danger and disappeared instantly. When it appeared, it had already raised its weapon with lightning speed and smashed it hard at Zhu Yuan's head from behind. Zhu Yuan was well aware of this type of attack method, so the moment the opponent disappeared, she turned back immediately and pulled the trigger again without hesitation. The bullet hit Thanatos' core accurately, slowing its movement for a moment. In less than a breath, Mao rushed up with two swords in his hands and stabbed at the core of Thanatos with all his strength. As the blade sank into the core, the intense pain caused Thanatos to wail in agony. It threw the cat away regardless of everything, then used its ability to teleport to a nearby place. Zhu Yuan would not miss the opportunity to severely injure it. She was well aware of the danger of this kind of creature. If she let it escape here, it would inevitably cause immeasurable consequences in the future. So, she rushed forward with her pistol tightly in hand. Just as she was about to raise her hand to aim at the opponent's core, a sudden red light not far away suddenly attracted her attention. Zhu Yuan turned around with a horrified expression and discovered that it was another Thanatos energy storage type, holding an ether longbow and aiming at him. Even though she reacted quickly, she was unable to control her body to dodge due to inertia. Seeing an ether arrow had already broken free from the bowstring and was shooting towards her, at the critical moment, the cat acted in time and used its weapon to block the fatal arrow. However, the impact of the arrow was far greater than she had imagined. Even though she successfully blocked it, the rapidly falling arrowhead still grazed her arm and cut a bloody wound. The pain caused the Nekomate's expression to become ferocious. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan gave up chasing the first Thanatos and instead hugged the Nikomata who was about to fall to the ground. She looked at the first Thanatos that was about to recover, and then looked at the Thanatos accumulation type that was watching her closely. It was not until then that she realized that the investigation team that Nikomata had encountered earlier had been wiped out by these two Thanatos. This made her feel a little desperate, but when she thought of her duties as a sheriff, she immediately cheered up. After her brain worked rapidly, she knew that with their current weapons and conditions, it would be impossible to defeat these two Thanatos. So her choice was very direct, which was to escape. While dodging the attack of the charged Thanatos, Zhu Yuan hugged the Nikomata and ran back the way he came. After successfully entering the null point node, in order to prevent Yihai from being led to the building where the civilians were, she chose to escape in the opposite direction. Fortunately, the two Thanatos did not chase her, which made her feel a little relieved. After stopping, she immediately checked the injuries of the Nikomata. There was a conspicuous wound on Nekomata's right arm, from which blood continued to flow. The intense pain also made her wail continuously. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan felt distressed and guilty. If she had not been so anxious before, Mayu would not have blocked the arrow for her, and she would not have such a torturous wound. Thinking of this, she immediately took off her coat and tore the cloth into strips. Since she couldn't do any disinfection, she could only tie it to the cat's wound. This way, at least she wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. However, the hemostatic effect is only a drop in the bucket and cannot completely suppress the bleeding. I can only go back to the gathering point to see if other people have disinfected hemostatic tools. Afterwards, Zhu Yuan carefully picked up Nikomata and returned to the building where everyone was according to his memory. However, not long after she returned, the two Thanatos quietly passed through the space node and came here. Looking at the bloodstains extending forward on the ground, even though Yihai had no intelligence, he knew how to find the prey he wanted to hunt. Time moves forward a little, on the other side of the hole. Following Uchiha's guidance, Nicole and Ling passed through a space node and soon saw Zhongyan and Ambi, who were still wandering not far away. Finally found. When they first saw them, both of them ran over in ecstasy, while Uchiha stayed where he was. Seeing the empty space around him through the Sharingan, he knew that the empty space nodes were about to be reconstructed. However, he didn't care about these. As a shadow clone, he knew exactly what he should do. So the next second, he activated his divine power and sucked himself into the divine power space, waiting for Zhongyan's next instruction. Nicole, and the rope maker? Seeing the two people running towards this side, and Bai's expression was stunned at first, and then he patted Zhongyan's shoulders excitedly twice. Great, we are saved. Hearing this, Zhongyan deliberately showed a surprised expression and said in surprise, it's really them. We can finally leave this damn hole. After the two of them were excited, they were about to meet Nicole and Ling, who were even more excited. Nicole rushed forward and hugged Ambi immediately. After checking and finding no wounds or signs of erosion, she breathed a sigh of relief. The same was true for Ling, who was controlling IES, except that the person she was hugging was Zhongyan. Zhongyan was not polite at all when facing such a cute little guy and kept rubbing its head. Sensory connection only connects vision and hearing, but seeing Zhongyan being so rude, Ling, who was far away in the video store, still felt her heart beating faster. Especially when she raised her head and looked at Zhongyan, she was immediately reminded of the scene in Guanying Square before, when the other party rescued her from a speeding car. She will probably never forget how she felt at that time. On the side, Ambi also keenly smelled the danger. She broke free from Nicole's embrace and looked at Zhongyan, who was constantly playing with IES, her eyes flickering slightly. The next second, she walked forward without hesitation, sandwiched IES in the middle, and hugged Zhongyan, who had a dazed expression, and put her head on his chest. A voice that didn't sound like it had much emotion also rang out. It's great to be saved. And Bai's sudden hug made Zhongyan seem a little overwhelmed, but the one who felt the most uncomfortable must be Ling. She was controlling IES, who was now sandwiched between the two men. Her two little hands kept waving, trying to break free. This scene looked very funny from a distance and made Nicole, who was watching on the side, laugh. However, she also knew that this was not the time to make trouble, so she immediately stopped them and said, now that we have found the person, let's go and meet up with Billy. I don't know how he is doing now. After hearing Nicole's words, Ambi reluctantly lifted her face from Zhongyan's chest, and IES was relieved. After that, Nicole changed the subject and said to Zhongyan, we were brought here by Uchiha. He said he reached an agreement with you, so he helped us.so.is. This true? In fact, Nicole was a little reluctant to believe that Zhongyan could have such a relationship with Uchiha, but if this was true, it would be of great benefit to both the Rabbit House and Phaethon. There is no other way. With such a great god by your side, many originally troublesome things can be easily solved. Provided that the other party is willing to give this face. And Bai was also a little surprised by this. In her impression, Zhongyan was clearly being chased by Uchiha in the building not long ago. How could he reach an agreement with him so quickly? When did it happen? Zhongyan did not refute the facts in front of him, but explained, before in the building, he said that he was interested in my ether resistance physique, so he was willing to cooperate with me. The content of the cooperation is that I provide him with physical data, and he will help me solve any problems he can. There is no limit to the number of times he can help me. However, I can only call him to help when he has time, unless it is a particularly urgent matter. The meaning of Zhong Yan's words was very clear. If we put aside the fact that he needed to provide physical data to Uchiha, it would be equivalent to the other party being willing to act as a free thug for him. He said that he would only take action on things that could solve the problem, but looking at the entire New Lido, how many things could pose a threat to him? As for the opinions of the three people present on this matter, they all had different views. Nicole was very envious of Zhong Yan. In her opinion, the Uchiha's own powerful strength could bring countless wealth to the people around them. Their cunning rabbit house had only cooperated with the Uchiha once before, and their living conditions had undergone earth-shaking changes. It is hard to imagine that if such cooperation could happen more often, she would no longer have to worry about money, and the orphans she helped would no longer be trapped in poverty. Ambi's reaction was a little worried. After all, Zhong Yan had to provide Uchiha with various physical data that she didn't know whether this would have an impact on his body or even threaten his life. Ling had similar thoughts, but unlike Anbai, she had never had any contact with Uchiha before, and she didn't trust him at all. She was a little worried that Zhong Yan would be deceived. "You are looking at me like this, don't you think I will be fooled?" Looking at the looks in the eyes of several people looking at him, Zhong Yan scratched his head helplessly. Then, he explained why he agreed to establish such a cooperation with the Uchiha. "You should know that the Uchiha is very powerful. Almost all the members of the Red Fang gang in that building were dealt with by him alone. How could I refuse a strong man like this? If I hadn't agreed, I would have been killed on the spot. And if he had any ill will towards me, he wouldn't have talked to me. Wouldn't it be more direct to just knock him out and tie him up?" Zhong Yan's words are well founded. Isn't it the same as a dying person who takes out a lot of gold and silver and tries to bribe the person who wants to kill him, but the person just kills him and takes the money? Why should you let go of someone who hates you? Even if I kill you, I can still get what I want. This is what Zhong Yan wanted to express. At least the other party really helped us find them, so you should stop making assumptions. Wouldn't it be better to have more trust in them? They haven't done anything against the law. Nicole couldn't help but complain. To be honest, Uchiha's reputation in New Lido is not too bad. Except for the official organizations that have identified him as an illegal cave robber, other people's evaluation of Uchiha is almost the same. The words mysterious and powerful have almost become his exclusive descriptions. After all, apart from killing the large Ikai in the cave, Uchiha has never harmed the residents of New Eridu. It is said that an independent investigation team encountered a giant skeleton in the Zero Hole before. When they were about to collapse, it was Uchiha who appeared in time to save them. Although the other party's target might just be the giant skeleton, it is an undeniable fact that he saved them. From then on, the independent investigation team became loyal fans of Uchiha. Every time they entered the hollow, they would put on the iconic white masks and dark blue robes to show their respect for their idol. He has quite a large fan base on the internet, numbering in the millions. It is no exaggeration to say that, putting aside his identity as a cave robber, Uchiha is the #1 internet celebrity in New Lido, and his reputation is much better than that of some civilian organizations. As for his previous massacre of the Red Fang gang, all I can say is, those guys deserved it. Moreover, Zhong Yan never cares about what others think of him. He does whatever he wants, which is the Uchiha's usual style of doing things. However, because Uchiha is another identity of his, the ultimate goal of all his actions is to serve Zhong Yan. There's nothing strange about this. After all, he's doing things for himself, so what's wrong with him doing more service for himself? The scene returns to the present. Due to the current situation, Ambi and Ling can only temporarily put aside their prejudice against Uchiha. Although they said it was prejudice, in fact, the two of them were just a little worried about Zhong Yan. After all, handing over one's own physical data to the other party did not sound like a safe transaction. Next, they have to go to the other side of the void to meet up with Billy, then disguise themselves as void investigators and lead the gathered civilians out of the void. However, just as they were about to set off, Billy's urgent voice suddenly came from the voice channel. "Boss, we're being attacked by 2 superiors, come here quickly." When they learned that Billy was attacked by 2 superiors with corpses, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and began to speed up their pace to reinforce. In the game, 1 superior Ishtar Dullahan can force Billy and Ambi to retreat, not to mention the 2 superior Ishtars that appear at once. If Billy were alone, there would be no chance of winning. All the nodes in the hole have been restructured. I have to spend time redrawing the carrots. Bad news came. As the hollow structure was reorganized, the original space nodes were all messed up, and the radish lost its function. Ling could only spend time drawing new radishes. Fortunately, with her HDD system, she can draw radishes faster and more accurately than some official organizations, but that also takes time. And no one knows how far Billy is from them after the spatial reconstruction, which is also a potential problem. Knowing how tight the time was, Nicole was a little flustered for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and started thinking seriously, and soon thought of someone who could change the status quo. Uchiha. It is said that when the Uchiha travel between the voids, they do not need to carry the bomb loaded with radish data, but use a very strange way of moving. No one knows the principle of that kind of movement, but what is certain is that it is definitely more useful than a carrot. Therefore, Nicole did not care about her own face and chose to ask Zhongyan for help. Zhongyan, can you let Uchiha go to help Billy? I urgently need his help. This is my lifelong request. If he is willing to help, I will return the 3 million dime that I fooled from him last time. As soon as she finished speaking, Nicole covered her mouth instantly when she realized that she had exposed her cooperation with Uchiha. But when she thought of Billy's current situation, she didn't have time to care so much. It's a once-in-a-lifetime request. So Nicole is not asking Phaethon for help now, but is coming to him instead, right? Zhongyan didn't mind helping with such a request. After all, he could now completely separate himself from the Uchiha through his shadow clones. In this way, there is no need to be as cautious as before and afraid of being exposed, unless someone can take off the Uchiha mask. However, as long as the power of Kamui exists, his mask cannot be taken off. Thinking of this, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to the characters in the game, and also to allow Ambi and the others to accept Uchiha, Zhongyan nodded and asked them about Billy's location. Seeing that Zhongyan agreed, Nicole was overjoyed. Ambi and Ling on the side did not say much. After all, they were still questioning Uchiha's character not long ago. At the same time, in the Shinwei space, the shadow clone that had not yet been released also immediately received Zhongyan's message. Logically speaking, the shadow clone in the original work does not have this ability, but for some reason, Zhongyan can communicate with the shadow clone without any medium, which is a lot more convenient. Of course, communication is communication, but the experience and memory gained by the shadow clone can only be received by the original body after it dissipates. When the shadow clone received the message, he did not hesitate and immediately used his divine power to teleport himself out. At the same time, on the other side of the hole, Zhu Yuan held his pistol in his hand and looked solemnly at the two Thanatos that were chasing him. It was not until the other party appeared that she realized that she did not clean up the cat's blood along the way when she came back, which led to them finding her. This was an unnecessary mistake on the part of the sheriff. But for now, we still have to find a way to deal with the enemy in front of us. Billy has already notified his teammates, although he doesn't know how he got in touch with them after accidentally falling into the void. As long as he can hold out until reinforcements arrive, everything will be fine. We're almost out of bullets. If we continue like this, we'll be wiped out. Billy, holding two guns, stood in front of Zhu Yuan. Among the two people who could fight at the moment, he was the undisputed main force. As for Zhu Yuan, since she did not carry the special etheric weapon made by the Public Security Bureau and only had an ordinary pistol, her combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. Billy's situation was slightly better, but not much better. With his own strength, it was difficult for him to defeat a superior Yihai alone, let alone facing two at the same time. With Zhu Yuan's assistance, he could still hold on, but his ammunition was almost running out. In the building filled with civilians, the surrounding walls and the stairs leading upstairs gradually condensed ether crystals over time. Nikomata had just successfully stopped the bleeding from the wound on her arm not long ago, but because she had not done any disinfection, her arm now felt like it was burning and was extremely painful. Under such circumstances, she could not help the two of them at all and could only watch Zhu Yuan and Billy gradually fall into a disadvantage. At least move those civilians to a safe place. Zhu Yuan raised his pistol and fired a series of bullets at Thanatos not far away. After successfully slowing down his movements, he turned and shouted at Billy. It is definitely not an easy task to safely transfer those people to other places. At least one person has to be left behind to cover them. Staying here would mean announcing one's own death, unless one disregarded the lives of ordinary people and escaped alone. But it was obvious that Zhu Yuan would not do that. Billy might not have as strong a sense of justice as she did, but the Star Knight would never let so many civilians die. You come and divert them. My firepower is stronger and can delay them for a while, giving you more chances to escape. Billy's tone was solemn, as if he had made some important decision. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan immediately retorted, "No, it is precisely because you have stronger firepower that you should ensure the subsequent defense work. Also, don't underestimate me. After all, I am the best young sheriff this year, and my ability has been officially recognized." When saying this, Zhu Yuan's tone seemed a little forced. So what if she was the best young sheriff? With such a title, Yihai would not show mercy to her. No matter how powerful Zhu Yuan is, how can a flesh and blood body compete with Yihai? Billy is a mechanical creation. At least in terms of defense, he is much stronger than ordinary humans. Even if those skeletons want to eat him, they will probably lose a few teeth. Just when the two were deadlocked over this matter, a deep voice suddenly came from the gradually distorted space. It's a touching act of self-sacrifice, and it's really admirable. As the distorted space formed a vortex, a figure soon emerged from it. He was wearing a dark blue robe and a white mask, like a messenger from hell. His face was completely covered and shrouded in a thick atmosphere of mystery. But I have a better suggestion. You two, all of you stay. Yihai, I'll take care of it. Uchiha? After seeing who was coming, Billy's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. It was obviously a robot, but the shock he expressed at this moment was so intense that the word surprise was written on his face, which was more vivid than that of an ordinary human. The reason why he could recognize the other party at a glance was mainly because of their previous cooperation. Zhu Yuan, who saw Uchiha himself for the first time, only reacted after Billy's reminder. Uchiha, is he the legendary cave robber that the Public Security Bureau and the Hollow Investigation Association are desperately looking for? As a public security officer, the name Uchiha was actually on the wanted list, so Zhu Yuan's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. But she was not an antique who did not know how to adapt. With Uchiha's strength, it should be easy for him to deal with the two Thanatos. If he was willing to save the people here, then she could temporarily put aside his identity as a cave robber. The sheriff's training manual clearly states that if an emergency occurs, the sheriff can cooperate with non-official personnel without conducting any prior identity investigation. What's more, Zhu Yuan also knew that with his own abilities, he could not arrest Uchiha at all. And she is currently suspended. In a sense, she is not really a sheriff, but just a warm-hearted citizen of New Eridu who happened to have the title of Best Young Sheriff. Meanwhile, inside the building, Nekameda's attention was drawn to the Uchiha. It's him. She remembered the other person, the mysterious strong man who slaughtered countless members of the Red Fang gang. That he should be the guy in front of her. Moreover, he came down from upstairs at that time, which means that Bai Lao might have died at his hands. According to the plot of the game, Nikomata should have found a way to avenge Shiro, but at this point in the game, Shiro's life or death is no longer important. What is important is whether these civilians trapped in the hole can be rescued safely. On the other side, after Uchiha appeared, the two Thanatos immediately sensed a vague sense of crisis from him, and their instinct prompted them to shift their attention to the more threatening target. The next second, one of the Thanatos disappeared instantly, and in less than a breath, it appeared behind Uchiha in a flash. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan wanted to open fire to support, but after pulling the trigger, he found that the magazine was empty. The Uchiha who was standing there, either because he didn't react or something, didn't move at all, and finally allowed the weapon to hit him hard. However, the originally imagined scene did not appear. Instead, Thanatos' attack was like hitting the air, causing the body to lose balance. Finally, under Zhu Yuan's incredulous gaze, it penetrated Uchiha's body. Uchiha himself was not affected at all. Instead he said calmly, "How impatient, it's a pity that such attacks are ineffective against me." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly turned his head and looked at another Thanatos energy storage type not far away. Under the white mask, a pair of lotus-shaped blood-red pupils appeared. As his gaze focused, there seemed to be a faint red light flickering slightly in the depths of the left pupil. Feel for yourself what the eternal black flame means. The next second, a black flame carrying an extremely high temperature suddenly appeared on the skin surface of the Thanatos energy storage type without any warning. In less than a moment, the black flames ignited its entire body, and no matter how it struggled, it could not be extinguished. Under the erosion of pain, the Thanatos accumulation type began to wander around like a headless fly, occasionally using the ability to teleport, but even so, there was no sign of the flame going out. At this time, the Thanatos that had previously attacked Uchiha recovered and attacked him again, but the result this time was the same as last time. Uchiha's body was like air and could not be grasped. Even though his body was penetrated by the other party, it had no effect at all. Having been ambushed for the second time, he did not intend to give the opponent a third chance. As the faint red light flashed again, a ball of black flame drew an arc following his sight as he turned around. Then, the same red light appeared from his right eye again, and the originally linear black flame condensed into a sharp blade as if receiving an order. Under Uchiha's control, the black flame blade finally pierced into the core of Thanatos without mercy. The weak point was severely damaged, and the Thanatos disappeared almost instantly. At the same time as the black flame blade disappeared, the Thanatos energy storage type on the other side also gradually died because it could not withstand the burning of the flames. After it died, the black flame that was originally burning fiercely was extinguished without any warning. The two superiors Uchiha who destroyed the entire investigation team were eliminated just like that. Zhu Yuan and Billy stood there in a daze, somewhat unable to believe their eyes, especially the latter. In the last collaboration, when Uchiha faced the giant Ikai, he at least used weapons to defend himself. And this time, he actually eliminated the two superiors Uchiha who almost wiped them out with just a few glances? This strength is a bit too terrifying. He didn't even move a finger. Gurgle. Zhu Yuan couldn't help swallowing, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. With such strength, even if the entire Criminal Investigation Special Task Force was tied together, they would probably be tortured to death. This legendary cave robber is indeed worthy of his reputation. The trouble has been solved, Miss Sheriff, are you planning to arrest me? Suddenly, Uchiha turned around and cast his gaze towards Zhu Yuan. This sudden question made Zhu Yuan seem a little overwhelmed, and she responded nervously, I am very grateful for your help. The sheriff will not take action against a hero who saved the people. At least not this time. Hearing the title of hero, Uchiha smiled faintly twice, somewhat confused. Then, he put away his smile and responded coldly, why do you think I care about the lives of these people? Maybe I just want to deal with those two corpses. I have never been a kind person. I will help whoever I want to help, and I will not show mercy to anyone I want to kill. I will do whatever I want. This is who I am. As for the title of hero, it will only restrict me and is of no use. Also, you should be thankful that you didn't have any thoughts about me just now. Otherwise, even if I admire your determination to sacrifice yourself, I will definitely make you lose something. For example, delete your memory about me, or just take off your head. Uchiha's appearance did not last too long. After completing his mission by destroying the two Ikai, he used Kamui to retreat back into the Kamui space. Just at this moment, Ling, who had redrawn the radish, rushed to the scene with Zhongyan and others. Looking at the bullet shells all over the ground, one could tell what kind of war had taken place here just by thinking about it. Boss, you're finally here. Billy burst into tears of joy when he saw Nicole appear. He immediately opened his arms and wanted to rush up to hug her, but what greeted him was a heavy suitcase. Clang! Even his metal head felt a buzzing sound after being hit by the suitcase. Pay attention to the occasion, you stubborn guy who doesn't know how to control distance. Nicole grasped the handle of the suitcase and placed it behind her back. Then she turned to look at the weak civilians in the building and Zhu Yuan, who was trying her best to comfort them. At this time, Ling, who was controlling IES, recognized Zhu Yuan and immediately whispered, "Isn't that person the sheriff? Why is he here?" As a rope maker, Ling had dealt with the sheriff many times, so she knew that when they acted, there were at least two of them as a team, and it was absolutely impossible for one person to act alone. Moreover, Zhu Yuan was wearing casual clothes, and all signs indicated that she did not seem to have been sucked into the void while on a mission. But even so, they could not reveal their identities. No matter whether they were rope makers or cave robbers, they would be severely cracked down by the Public Security Bureau. "Sheriff, this is really a bit troublesome. You all need to be smart and don't expose yourself," Nicole said, and then looked down at Billy, who was lying on the ground motionless. "Don't play dead, get up quickly." Seeing that his disguise was exposed, Billy stood up from the ground with a somersault and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, boss. I was a little too excited. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I almost died just now." This is true. If Uchiha had not come to the rescue in time, at least one of him and Zhu Yuan would have died at the hands of the two then Eidos. Thinking of this, Billy became inexplicably excited again. "Boss, do you know that just now Uchiha..." However, before he could finish his words, Nicole made a gesture to stop him from talking, and then whispered, "I know about this. I'll explain it to you slowly when we get back." It was she who asked Zhongyan to invite Uchiha here. If the other party had not stated in advance that Billy had been rescued, she would not have been as calm as she is now. She would have probably been so anxious that she would have jumped off the wall. "Let's find a way to get everyone here out first, especially the sheriff. Be careful when talking to her," Nicole said, then turned her head to Ling beside her. When Ling noticed Nicole's gaze, she immediately understood what she meant and immediately began to control her movements to make IES look more like an ordinary bombu. "Miss Sheriff, my companions have arrived. With the carrots they can transfer all the people here out." Billy found Zhu Yuan, who was busy, and told her the news that Nicole and others had arrived. At this time, Zhu Yuan didn't know that he was facing a group of rope makers and cave robbers. He immediately showed a surprised expression. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Sir Star Knight, and your companions." As Zhu Yuan spoke, his voice stiffened, only because he saw Zhongyan, whom he had met not long ago in Guanying Square, among Billy's companions. She remembered Zhongyan. She and King Ai had been to his house to investigate, so she had also read some information about him. The information showed that Zhongyan was not a cave investigator, but rather a suspected cave robber. However, he did not find anything in his home. But now, Billy said that Zhongyan was his companion, so doesn't that mean? Zhu Yuan suddenly understood something, which made her expression a little complicated. She didn't know how to deal with this matter. She clearly remembered that Zhongyan had stopped the car of the Xia gang at Guanying Square, thus avoiding greater casualties. If he was a cave robber, then Zhu Yuan had to arrest him as a matter of duty, but if she did that, she would feel guilty. Because Zhongyan not only stopped the Red Tooth Gang's car, but is now also helping these civilians evacuate the cave. All these actions show that Zhongyan is not a bad person. On the contrary, his ability and kindness far surpass those of most sheriffs. "I'd better ask Senior King Ai when I get out. She should be able to help me resolve my doubts." Finally, Zhu Yuan sighed helplessly and found an excuse that could convince himself. Throwing the bowling ball to King Ai, who had nothing to do with the matter, not only proved that she trusted the other party more, but also indirectly showed that she didn't actually want to arrest those people. At the same time, Mao Yu, whose arm was injured, finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Zhongyan and Bai were safe and sound. To be honest, Nikomata had very complicated feelings about Uchiha's rescue just now. Judging from the current situation, the mysterious strong man who slaughtered nearly half of the Red Fang gang is most likely Uchiha, otherwise it is unclear why he appeared in that building. In that case, the white guy should have died at his hands. As for why he did this, Nikomata really couldn't figure out the other party's motives. He was a god of killing with countless blood on his hands not long ago, but in the blink of an eye he became a hero who saved countless civilians. It is really hard to associate these two settings with the same person. Could it be that he is really a hero for justice at all costs, as the rumors say? That's probably not true. At least Uchiha himself said that he never wanted to be a hero because such a title would only restrict his hands and feet. As for whether Uchiha is good or bad, Nico doesn't know how to answer this question. If you say he is a bad guy, he actually saved everyone present, which is not something a bad guy would do. If you say he is a good person, after eliminating Yihai, he turned around and said threatening words to Zhu Yuan, which is also not something a good person would do. Perhaps it is just as the other party said, he can do whatever he wants, help whomever he wants, and kill whomever he wants, that he is not bound by any rules and can do whatever he wants. If I have to explain it, this is the only way the cat can be explained. He cannot be defined by the words good and evil. The evacuation work soon began to proceed in an orderly manner. Now the time has passed from evening to morning. Under the influence of physical and mental exhaustion, everyone except Billy seems a little out of spirits. Outside the cave, the rescue workers from the Investigation Association had been waiting for a long time, but what they didn't expect was that the team they were waiting for was not the team that had entered the cave to investigate earlier, but Zhong Yan and his team. After inquiring, we learned that the previous team had been wiped out. As to why such information was not transmitted through the communication equipment, it is unknown. In addition to the Hollow Investigation Association, people from the Public Security Bureau are also here, including the Criminal Investigation Special Service Team. King Ai, who temporarily replaced Zhu Yuan as the team leader, was naturally present as well. I was wondering why I couldn't contact you before. It turns out you fell into the void. But that's good, as long as you can come back safely. Looking at Zhu Yuan, who looked a little embarrassed, King Ai checked him carefully and finally felt relieved after confirming that the other party was fine. Looking at Zhong Yan and others who were accepting thanks from the crowd not far away, Zhu Yuan said with a complicated expression, "Senior, there is something I would like you to help me with." "Oh? Tell me about it." Upon hearing this, King Ai immediately became interested. Her favorite thing to do on weekdays is to answer difficult and complicated questions for others. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste if she had a head full of knowledge but nowhere to use it? Afterwards, Zhu Yuan told King Ai about his experience in the cave and his suspicions about the identities of Zhong Yan and others. After listening to her story, Qingyi held his chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he slowly said, "Zhu Yuan, do you think they are bad people?" "Of course not," Zhu Yuan said without hesitation, his tone sounding extremely firm. This answer made Qingyi spread his hands and said, "As a matter of course, since they are not bad people, and they rescued you and those civilians from the cave, then why do you still doubt them? Tell me, what is the premise for the sheriff to arrest the rope maker and the cave thief?" This, Zhu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "We need solid evidence to prove that they are rope makers and cave robbers." "Then do you have any evidence, such as witnesses and physical evidence?" No. Isn't that great? King Ai's words made Zhu Yuan wake up instantly. She was just suspicious at this stage and had no actual evidence. Moreover, they had previously investigated Zhong Yan's home and had not found anything to prove that he was a cave thief. In this case, she had no reason to arrest the other party at all. A mere verbal statement of suspicion was useless. "Zhu Yuan, as a senior, I must explain to you clearly that some things cannot be too rigid, and you need to have your own way of thinking. Catching criminals is the duty of the sheriff, and sometimes there are things that happen where the law outweighs emotion. At this time, without any external interference, you can make any choice based on your heart. Just like you can find an excuse like I just did to let them go. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. If they can save this group of people today, they can save another group of people tomorrow. As long as they haven't done anything harmful, there's no need to be so serious with them, especially since they are your lifesavers. Just like the Red Fang Gang's protective umbrella appears in the righteous Public Security Bureau, we are not running dogs for those guys, but follow our own sense of justice." King Ai was like a teacher, speaking many profound truths with great earnestness. In her opinion, there is definitely no problem with Zhu Yuan's ability, but her personality is a little too rigid, especially when it comes to work matters. She has hardly ever taken a vacation since she joined the Public Security Bureau. To put it nicely, she is trying to save up all her vacation time, but in reality that is simply impossible. After all, no one knows how long it will take her to save up. After listening to Qingyi's teachings, Zhu Yuan also knew what choice she should make. At least this time, she would follow her heart. What the senior said is, if there is no evidence, what legitimate reason can I have to arrest them? After saying that, she stretched lazily, a little tiredly, and her nearly perfect body curves were immediately revealed under the morning sun, making many women envious. "Are you sleepy? Then go back and have some sleep. You are still suspended from your duty. Don't let your superiors find out you are here, otherwise I will have a hard time explaining." King Ai smiled slightly, very satisfied with Zhu Yuan's choice. Afterwards, Zhu Yuan returned the pistol to King Ai, said hello to Zhong Yan and the others, and left 14th Street, planning to go back and have a good rest. Isn't this so-called suspension actually a forced vacation? Investigate me, look carefully, this is an investigator's license issued by the Hollow Investigation Association. I've saved so many lives, how dare you doubt me? On the other side, Nicole and others who came out of the cave were immediately questioned by the Public Security Bureau. However, Nicole, who had an investigator's license, was not panicked at all. With just a few words, she successfully persuaded the sheriffs who wanted to investigate them to back off. Even though Nicole usually does some improper commissions, she is a serious Hollow investigator, and the investigator license in her hand is officially issued by the Hollow Investigation Association. Under such circumstances, if you want to arrest her for the crime of cave thief, it will be impossible to constitute a crime unless you produce substantial evidence. However, this won't work for Zhong Yan and his team unless each of them can produce an investigator's license. Right now, Nicole can only delay time by relying on the license in her hand. She has some connections in the Investigation Association and wonders if she can help. What are you doing? At this time, King Ai, who heard the noise, also came over. She put one hand on her waist and glanced at Zhong Yan and the others from time to time. One of the sheriffs who was conducting the investigation explained, Captain King Ai, except for the pink-haired lady, none of these people can produce an investigator license issued by the Hollow Investigation Association, so we suspect they are cave robbers. After hearing his explanation, King Ai raised his eyebrows and angrily reprimanded, I think you are really full and have nothing to do. This hole was just formed last night. Where did the cave robbers come from? Could it be that they can predict the whole disaster in advance? Besides, these guys saved most of the civilians in the Hollow. It's not an exaggeration to call them heroes of the people. Why are you investigating them? Is this how you treat heroes? I'm afraid you have a tumor on your neck. Several sheriffs who were questioning were rendered speechless by King Ai's words. As subordinates, they have no right to refute their superiors, not to mention that they can't find any reasons to refute. In the end, the few people could only apologize to Zhong Yan and others in a sincere attitude and personally escort them away from the scene. After leaving the sight of the sheriffs, Zhong Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense expressions instantly relaxed. I've been busy all night and didn't sleep well. I'm so tired. Nicole rubbed her sore shoulders, looking quite tired. The same was true for Zhong Yan, and Bai, and Nikomata. Ling, who was controlling IES, was almost falling asleep while sitting in the archive room of the video store. The only one who was still in good spirits was Billy. I guess when the three people from the rabbit house went back later, they would have to ask him to drive. Thank you all for your hard work today. I didn't expect things to develop to this point, but being able to escape from the hole unscathed is really a blessing in disguise. Zhong Yan held the safe that he had obtained with great difficulty. Although the process was a bit tortuous, fortunately there was no mistake in the result. The Red Fang gang was almost wiped out, and Bai Lao also died at his hands. It is estimated that it won a TB long before this gang will be completely eliminated from New Illidu. The only problem that needed to be solved right now was where Nikomata should go. According to the plot of the game, she should join the rabbit house after defeating the dead-end butcher, but because Zhong Yan changed the original world line, her affiliation has become an unknown. Zhong Yan. Suddenly, Ambi reached out and tugged at the corner of Zhong Yan's clothes, calling his name softly, and his thoughts instantly returned to reality. Zhong Yan came back to his senses and turned to look at Ambi, only to see that the other party was pointing not far away, where Nikomata was planning to sneak away while no one was paying attention. She's leaving, Ambi said softly. There was not much emotion in her tone, as if she was just describing something. In this incident, Mayu successfully saved Zhu Yuan, who should have died. Even though Zhong Yan and others did not see it with their own eyes, they cannot deny her contribution. Her injured arm, which was about to be infected, was the best proof of this. Thinking of this, Zhong Yan turned to Anbai and said, Anbai, if you think she is not a bad person, then do me a favor. Nikomata had personally told Ambi about her determination, and it was Ambi who had the most contact with her, so it was really the most appropriate thing to ask her to help. Anbai nodded slightly when she heard this, then she walked quickly forward and grabbed the cat's uninjured hand from behind. The sudden contact startled the cat like a frightened kitten, and the moment it turned its head, it met Ambi's gaze. I'm so hungry. Huh? I mean, come have dinner with us. And Bai's words confused Mayu. At this time, Zhong Yan came up and explained, what she meant was that since we have been through so many things together, let's be friends. It has nothing to do with me, I'm just passing by. Faced with this sudden invitation, Nikomata didn't know what to do for a moment and subconsciously refused. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets it. This matter was ultimately caused by me, so it is only natural that I treat you to a meal as a reward. You're not listening to me at all. The cat screamed loudly again, and as she screamed, a tear inadvertently flowed from her eye socket, slid down her cheek and dripped onto the ground. As more and more tears came to her eyes, her voice gradually became more sobbing and her volume became much quieter. My hand hurts so much, I don't want to eat, I want to go to the hospital. The severe pain in her arm made Maoya feel extremely painful all the time. When Zhu Yuan suggested taking her to the hospital, she stubbornly refused. And now, perhaps because she could not bear the pain anymore, or perhaps because she was moved by a few people, she finally put down her mask of stubbornness and chose to face them calmly. The first ray of sunlight in the morning illuminates the ground as the sun gradually rises above the ground line. In order to avoid driving while tired, Zhu Yuan chose to take the subway home. As a result, he fell asleep on the subway and missed the nearest stop to his home. Qingyi led a group of tired sheriffs to maintain order at the scene, and cooperated with the Hollow Investigation Association to complete the investigation. From time to time, he would quote a few ancient sayings and proverbs, which sounded very logical. Ling cut off the sensory connection with IES, and unable to bear the sleepiness, she fell asleep on the sofa in the archive room. It seemed that she had a happy dream, and the corners of her mouth could not help but slightly bend into a happy arc. But when the scene returns to Zhong Yan and his group, it is a completely different scene. The cat started crying again, and kept shouting in pain. Ambi tried her best to comfort Nikomata, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes from time to time. Zhong Yan decided to cancel the plan to treat everyone and use all the money for the meal on Nekomata's treatment. Nicole said she couldn't accept that a delicious meal was about to be lost, so she chased after him and asked him to have another one. Jed drove over, picked up IES from the ground, and felt both amused and helpless at the scene in front of him. In New Eridu, there is always something warmer than the morning sun. Only Billy was still full of energy. The matter concerning the Red Tooth Gang came to a temporary end as Zhong Yan and his men emerged from the cave. As for Nikomata, after being taken to the hospital and receiving effective treatment, she eventually joined the rabbit house at Zhong Yan's request. Afterwards, Zhong Yan specially treated several people to a big meal as a way of thanking Nicole for her broad-mindedness. Without her nod, it would have been almost impossible for the cat to join the cunning rabbit house. As for Uchiha, even though he killed Shiro, Nikomata had no intention of seeking revenge. Aside from the fact that their own strength was completely not in the same league, the more important reason was that in her impression, the other party was not a vicious person. Apart from the fact that the massacre of the Red Tooth Gang was somewhat criticized, there were no other problems. Moreover, in the eyes of others, Uchiha's massacre of the Red Fang Gang might not be a bad thing. After all, in their eyes, the Red Fang Gang were terrorists who deserved to die, but Uchiha did not follow the Public Security Bureau's criminal prosecution procedures. In short, this incident can be described in 4 words: very gratifying. Nekomata's position is different from others, and her views on this matter are also different, but she will not label Uchiha because of this incident. After all, there are many other things that can label him. If I have to use one word to describe him, it would be righteousness leading to evil. A few days later. It has been a while since the cavity disaster broke out. During this period, the Cavity Investigation Association and the Public Security Bureau are still carrying out follow-up work. Most areas of 14th Street are no longer suitable for human habitation because of the disaster. Those homeless people were temporarily placed by the authorities in hotels prepared in advance, and they would be allowed to leave after they found a place to go. As for Zhong Yan, his life returned to normal. After a few days of rest, his condition was successfully restored. Today was a rare holiday, and with nothing to do, he slept until noon before getting up. The first thing he did was to sit in front of the computer and start preparing the contents of the latest volume. There were less than 3 days left before the deadline to send the first draft to the editorial department, but he had not even completed half of the work. Zhong Yan was not too panicked about this. After all, there was not much content in one volume, and he had already prepared the outline. Now he just had to fill in the content according to the outline and then expand it. However, just as his hands were about to press the keyboard, his attention was suddenly attracted by the safe placed in the corner. The safe contained Fairy, one of the 4 major artificial intelligences of New Ilido. Speaking of which, he has been recuperating these days, so he has not yet handed this thing to the brother and sister. Today happens to be a holiday, so I can go to Lai Yufen Street to visit them. Thinking of this, Zhong Yan took his hands off the keyboard, but when he remembered that there were less than 3 days left before the submission date, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Should I write an article or go to Lai Yufen Street to visit the brother and sister? Zhong Yan's final choice was to do 2 things at the same time. He just stretched out his index and middle fingers and placed them vertically in front of him. The next second, accompanied by a puff of smoke, a shadow clone with the same appearance as him appeared from it. Wouldn't it be great to let your shadow clone write the script for you? Zhong Yan was extremely impressed by his own cleverness, but the summoned shadow clone rolled his eyes at him, then sat in front of the computer with a reluctant look on his face and started typing on the keyboard. Isn't this much more useful than those intelligent Ace? It's really worth it that Zhong Yan spent such a huge amount of money to exchange for this ninjutsu. It can be said that it is worth it. Let's move a little further back in time, to the Random Play video store on Lai Yufen Street. It was afternoon at this time, and because it was a holiday, there were many more customers in the store than on weekdays. Fortunately, since number 18 Bomb was guarding the front desk, and the clerk who was hired for free because of his hobby was also in the store, the brother and sister did not seem to be very busy. Jie was checking the news of the past few days in the archives room, while Ling was in her room, holding her cell phone, ready to send a message to Zhong Yan. In fact, she had wanted to do this half an hour ago, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't think of how to greet him. It's really too abrupt. Looking at the long string of greetings that have not been sent on the phone, Ling sighed and deleted them all. After that, she typed a few more sentences but never sent them out. She felt there was something wrong with this or that, but she just couldn't find a sentence that satisfied her. After deleting and reducing, she finally only sent 2 words. Ling, are you there? What a simple greeting, but a little too simple. After sending these 2 words, Ling lay on the bed and placed her cell phone next to her pillow, as if waiting for someone's verdict. Only about 10 seconds had passed when the phone next to the pillow suddenly vibrated, which made Ling overjoyed. She picked it up and saw that it was indeed a reply from Zhongyan. Zhongyan, yes, Ling, where are you? Zhongyan, downstairs from your house. When Ling saw this sentence, she was stunned at first, then she immediately jumped up from the bed, ran to the bed and stood on tiptoe to check, and she actually saw Zhongyan across the street. At this time, Zhongyan was talking with the image ambassador of the Public Security Bureau, Chief Miao Ji. No one knew what they were talking about, but the smile on Zhongyan's face never stopped. I guess Ida because the other persona's voice is a little too funny. After finishing the conversation with Chief Miao Ji, Zhongyan turned around and walked straight towards the video store. His fingers tapped on the phone screen a few times, and soon, Ling received his message. Zhongyan, is it convenient now? I need to discuss something with you and your brother. Ling, of course Ida convenient. Please wait in the hall for a while. Iall go call my brother. After sending this message, Ling rushed downstairs and found Jie, who was checking the news in the archives room. When Jie learned that Zhongyan actually came to visit, he was very surprised and he quickly invited him to the archive room and locked the door to prevent the conversation between the 3 from being overheard by others. I thought it would take a long time before we meet again, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Jie spoke first, breaking the silent atmosphere. Zhongyan smiled slightly when he heard this and said, when I'm busy, I'm very busy. Once I have some free time, I can't wait to find something to do. You may be free, but your visit this time is not because of your free time, right? That's natural. As he spoke, Zhongyan reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a data storage device similar to a USB flash drive. I came here this time to give this thing to you. Looking at the data storage device in Zhongyan's hand, the brother and sister were both confused. Jie asked in confusion, what is this thing? They didn't mind accepting Zhongyan's gift, but before they figured out what it was used for, they were more or less confused. Seeing this, Zhongyan explained, an artificial intelligence born in the old capital period, which is also the thing in the safe. The previous 10 million dinars were spent for this thing. Zhongyan's words made the brother and sister open their eyes wide, and at the same time they became even more confused. It was obvious that they had spent 10 million deni to get this thing, so why would he give it to them? Zhongyan had already thought of an answer to this question. There are 4 artificial intelligences like this, but this one is not what I need right now. On the contrary, it is more suitable for you, or for all rope craftsmen. Among the rope craftsmen I know, you are my closest friends. I want to give this thing to you so that I can relieve some of your pressure in the future commissions. In fact, Zhongyan had thought about taking Fairy for himself, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that this thing did not seem to be of much help to him. First of all, among the 4 major artificial intelligences, Fairy is mainly used for data retrieval and can generate radishes in real time, which is 270 times faster than the HDD system used by the brother and sister. But Zhongyan had absolutely no need for radishes. In addition, Fairy can access at least 80% of the smart devices in New Ilido, and even images taken on the streets of the old capital many years ago can be mobilized. However, this is nothing to Zhongyan. The Sherinan can read people's memories. As long as he captures some key figures and reads their memories, he can know everything he wants to know. In terms of efficiency, Zhongyan may not be as good as Fairy, but his strength lies in the fact that he can read anyone's memory. On the other hand, Fairy cannot access at least 20% of its smart devices, and they are all extremely important devices. Fairy might become useless if it encounters the other 3 artificial intelligences. For example, Ghost, also known as the Ghost, is best at invasion. It can even successfully invade with a rope net. Maybe it can also allow Fairy to invade at that time. Once Fairy is hacked, all information related to Zhongyan will be exposed, which will be very disadvantageous to him. After much thought, I decided that it would be better to give Fairy to the Phaethon brothers and sisters. At least they won't use it for bad things. Moreover, according to the current plot of the game, the goal of the brother and sister should be to find their teacher, and their teacher is likely trapped in Hollow Zero. It just so happens that Fairy can ensure their absolute safety in the caves, and with the ability to draw real-time carrots, he can almost speed through all the caves without clearing out all the corpses. It is no exaggeration to say that Fairy is specially prepared for them. Therefore, Zhongyan really couldn't find any reason to take it for himself, or it might be that he was simply not interested in this thing. A gift worth 10 million dime a penny, that's a little too expensive. The scene returns to the present. Facing Zhongyan's kindness, Jie seems a little hesitant. It's not that he doubted that there was something wrong with this thing, but he was really embarrassed. Zhongyan spent 10 million DH 100 million to entrust them to get this thing, and later gave it to them for free. It was equivalent to that they got 10 million DH 100 million for free and also pocketed the commission target. You can't do that. This is really not possible. Let us give you something in return, otherwise we won't be able to do it. Ling couldn't help but speak at this time. Hearing this, Zhongyan thought for a while, and then asked tentatively, how about you return the 10 million dinars to me? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the two of them suddenly became stiff. Returning 10 million dini to Zhongyan would mean that they did not make any profit this time, and before that, their capital reserves were already running low. More importantly, because of the 10 million in cash, they spent a lot of money to purchase a batch of the latest videotapes, and the expense was not a small amount. In other words, if they return the 10 million dini to Zhongyan now, the two brothers and sisters will have to live a poor life with no food to eat. In fact, we can also discuss other options. If it really doesn't work, we can return 9 million first and owe the remaining 1 million. Ling suddenly had an idea and thought of what she thought was a good idea. Hearing this, Zhongyan smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I send you something? How come you owe me money in the end? What a strange development." Then, he sighed helplessly and said, "How about this, you owe me a favor first, and I will let you pay it back when the time comes. This thing is very useful to you, and I really can't think of another rope maker who can use it well, and I don't trust others." Zhongyan's words revealed his absolute trust in them, which made the brother and sister look at each other, not knowing how to refuse. "Since you've said that, we'll keep it for now. In exchange, in addition to a favor, you can also pick any movie you like in our store, with no limit on quantity or return time. Just tell number 18 bomb at the front desk." In the end, Jet took over the storage device from Zhongyan, and also gave him the right to choose movies in his store for free indefinitely. Such a return is naturally insignificant compared to 10 million dinars, but it is also the only thing they can offer at the moment. Let's activate the artificial intelligence first. After all, it is a product of the old capital and may not be as simple as we thought, Zhongyan reminded as he looked at the storage device that was taken over. Hearing this, Jess smiled slightly and said, "Our HDD system may not be as simple as you think." After saying that, he walked to the HDD system and inserted the storage device into the system without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Zhongyan's eyes gradually focused on the HDD system in front of him, and his expression became slightly expectant. Let him see what is so eye-catching about this one of the 4 keys that is said to be able to change the entire new Elido. After inserting the storage device into the HDD system, Jie returned to his original position and waited for the data to be read. Soon, a prompt appeared on the system screen that the data had been read successfully, but what was puzzling was that no new content appeared in the system after the successful reading. Is the storage device broken? Jie was a little confused when he saw this scene. Logically, their HDD system should be able to read all types of data, so why didn't it respond much to this storage device? Zhongyan didn't know why this happened. In the game, the successful activation of Fairy was based on the premise that the protagonist and IES had a sensory connection. Now that this condition was missing, he didn't know if it was the reason for the failure of the activation. "I have an idea." Ling suddenly had an idea. She then walked to the HDD system, raised her hand and pressed the system's start button. "Let's try restarting it." The moment she pressed the start button, the lights in the archive room suddenly flickered as if disturbed. Then, the screen of the HDD system began to flicker continuously, playing some inexplicable images. This made Jie feel uneasy. "Ling, get out of there." However, the next second after he said this, before Ling could react, a strong light burst out from the system and instantly engulfed her whole body. Her consciousness became blank and finally disappeared completely. I don't know how much time has passed, but in a trance, Ling seemed to see some fragments of memories that she had never seen before. In the memory fragment, she was standing in front of a huge hole. Based on her experience as a rope maker, she immediately determined that it was the source of all disasters. Hole number 0, Lingbo. She was on the platform of a house, surrounded by unfamiliar tall buildings, yet they seemed like she had seen them somewhere before. So suffocating. For some unknown reason, Ling could feel that her emotions were quite unstable, a state that was difficult to describe in words. Happiness, sadness, anger. Countless positive and negative emotions accumulated together and turned into a mental blow like a tsunami, constantly impacting her brain and making her feel extremely painful. Then, the ground around her suddenly began to tremble. Ling looked up with difficulty and found that a huge creature had appeared behind her. According to preliminary estimates, the giant creature is at least over 100 meters tall. It is wearing exotic armor, a ghostly mask on its face, and flowing energy emanating from its entire body. Every step it takes causes the earth to shake violently, and its target seems to be the hole 0 in front of it. When passing by the platform where Ling was, it took a special look down at this place. Only then did Ling discover that there was a gem-like mark on the giant's forehead, and inside the mark, there seemed to be a human figure floating there. The figure was looking at her. Ling tried her best to focus her vision, trying to see the figure's appearance clearly, as if it was very important to her. But because the distance was too far and her vision was extremely blurry, no matter how hard she tried, she could not see the other person clearly and could only see a vague outline. After retracting its gaze, the huge creature continued to move forward until it reached hole number 0, then it slowly drew its weapon from its waist. A huge long sword. Ling couldn't predict the power of the long sword based on its size. She only knew that a weapon of this level, with just a random strike, would bring a disaster to New Elido comparable to a concomitant void explosion. Finally, under her slightly dazed gaze, the huge creature raised its long sword and chopped it hard at the number 0 hole in front of it. At that moment, the originally black and white world seemed to be frozen, as if time had stopped flowing. But this situation did not last long, and it was like a rebound, with huge waves sweeping in. Under that blow, countless houses were destroyed and countless building fragments were blown into the air like a rebounding rainstorm. When their height reached a certain critical point, they lost power and turned into real rain pouring down. Ling didn't know what words to use to describe the scene before her. Her emotions seemed to become more and more out of control as the building debris fell. The suffocating feeling that blurred her vision became more and more obvious, until it completely engulfed her consciousness. The last thing Ling saw before losing consciousness was the huge creature standing not far away. But the most eye-catching thing is the hole number 0 in front of it. That huge hole. It was split in half by a knife. Terms and conditions of use. You may not authorize others to use. May not be transferred or assigned in any other manner. You agree to fully authorize us when necessary to protect the common interests of you and this entity. Do you agree to the above terms? When she regained consciousness, Ling seemed to hear a strange female voice in her mind. She had no time to respond to the other party's inquiries for opinions. At this moment, Ling felt as if her body was experiencing pain, as if it was pierced by thousands of arrows. From her head to her organs, and to every cell in her body, it seemed as if everything was wailing non-stop. This made her a little confused as to whether she was unconscious or awake. I don't agree. Subconsciously, she chose to reject the terms stated by the voice, but the next second, an even more intense pain came over her, making it almost impossible for her to think. I agree. I agree. Ling, unable to bear such pain, finally chose to agree. The authorization agreement has been signed. I am happy to serve you. Let us work together to make New Alito. And just after she agreed, the severe pain disappeared, followed by a clearer feeling of comfort, which seemed to make her fall asleep. At first, Ling could still resist a little, but because the pain just now was too torturous, she could not bear this comfort that was like nectar after rain. Soon, her consciousness dissipated again. Even she herself didn't know whether she could wake up successfully after this time. Outside the city of New Eridu, in a communication channel without images, several mysterious people seemed to have sensed something and all expressed shock at the same time. It's really surprising that a key has already been activated. Really? Which one is it? Ghost, Genie, or Yukai? Neither. It's Fairy. Oh my, this is going to be interesting. When Ling opened her eyes and her vision gradually became clear, she found herself back in the archive room of the video store. Ling, are you okay? Then, her brother's face came into her sight, looking at her with a worried look on his face. Ling, who had just woken up, didn't know what had happened, so her expression looked a little dazed, but she came back to her senses soon. Am I unconscious? Ling asked. She clearly remembered that she had a dream, a very strange dream, but no different from reality. A huge creature that was more than 100 meters tall, a human figure suspended inside the huge creature, and the number 0 hole that was split open by his knife. This is a bit too dreamy, but she can clearly remember her state in the dream. It looked as if he had absorbed many years of emotions at once. It was extremely strange, like an unstable time bomb that could explode at any time. Fortunately, it was just a dream. No matter whether the dream was false or true, it had no effect on her now. But she was really curious about who the figure inside the giant creature was. After you pressed the restart button just now, you inexplicably fell into a coma. Fortunately, you woke up not long after. In response to Ling's question, Jia explained very considerately. At this time, Zhongyan brought a cup of hot water to Ling and said, "Is your body okay? If anything goes wrong because of the things I gave you, I will feel guilty to death. I don't feel any discomfort in my body for the time being." Ling took the hot water and while speaking, she also carefully felt whether there was still any pain in her body. But it turned out that except for her mind being a little unclear, she had no other problems. By the way, it seems that you accidentally activated the artificial intelligence just now. The two of us have already dealt with it. Now you can come and take a look. After saying that, Jie walked to the HDD system on standby, coughed twice, and spoke in a tone as if he was talking to someone. "Fairy, the person you want is here." After the words fell, the archive room fell into a brief silence, and Jie's call received no response. Just when Ling was feeling a little confused, suddenly, the lights in the archive room began to flicker again, and the TV screen next to it began to broadcast the latest news. Then, the HDD system that was originally in standby mode started up instantly, and the entire system screen began to flash with light. System startup complete. I am a Type 3 General Purpose Integrated Artificial Intelligence, Development Code, Fairy. Hello, Master. When the voice that had once appeared in her mind appeared in reality, Ling's first reaction was to feel extremely surprised. Tetsuya at the side explained at the right time. After you fell into a coma, the HDD system restarted once, and then it was here. Ling was obviously a little slow to react to this. After all, it was too hard to accept that the computer at home suddenly turned into a girl. Are you surprised? Zhongyan smiled slightly. Then, he walked to Ling's side and said to Fairy, "Fairy, tell your master what functions you have." Although he was not her master, Fairy did not ignore Zhongyan's instructions, because in her understanding of the protocol, introducing herself to her master was one of the necessary steps. According to the user agreement you signed, I will assist you in all aspects and help you complete your work while waiting for the opportunity to come. My role is mainly for data retrieval, so I have unlimited access to more than 80% of the smart devices in the city. With my assistance, cumulative void data acquisition will no longer be necessary, and real-time analysis of void evacuation routes will become possible. Analyzing the empty evacuation route in real time, the brother and sister both looked extremely shocked when they heard this. This is impossible? Ling opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief. You know, the function of real-time analysis of void paths can only be achieved in the entire new Eridu by the city rulers using the single copy of the void master data, Rosetta data. But now, this AI says it can also make it possible to analyze empty paths in real time? This is really hard to believe. Compared with the brother and sister, Zhongyan's reaction was much calmer because he had already known the function of fairy negation. This is my core function. To prove this, I can assist you in some empty investigation activities. I have selected a request that is suitable for your current situation from the anonymous forum commonly known as the RopeNet, a private intelligence aggregation station for hollow investigation affairs. Please choose the execution time according to your schedule and personal preferences. It's a pleasure to work with you, Master. Upon hearing this, Jie immediately took out his phone to check the rope network and found that Fairy had actually helped them select some commissions. The remuneration for these commissions is extremely high, and the employers also have very high requirements for the rope maker's abilities. Looking at the entire rope network, apart from the legendary rope maker Phaethon, there are few people who can meet the requirements. Moreover, the content of the commission was basically empty exploration, which was not difficult at all for the brother and sister who obtained Fairy. It is no exaggeration to say that these commissions were specially prepared to give them money. Now you know how useful this thing is, right? Seeing Jie's expression, Zhongyan knew that he had successfully given away this gift. Next, it depends on what kind of commissions the brother and sister will accept. After all, in the game, they had no choice but to create a small account because their main account was blocked, and they only accepted some low-difficulty commissions. And now, when the complete Phaethon obtains Fairy, who is at least 270 times more powerful than them, it will be a completely different scene. With the help of this thing, we should be able to move freely in Hollow Zero, right? Feeling the power of Fairy, Jie couldn't help but fall into deep thought. For him and Ling, Hollow Zero is an extremely dangerous place, but it is also a place that must be explored. There are questions that they must answer, even if it means paying a necessary price. This is related to the past of the brother and sister, but based on the current game plot, Zhongyan has no idea what they are trying to do. Negative. I can guarantee that I can draw the best escape route for you in real time in Hole Zero, but I cannot guarantee that you can successfully escape to the exit when you encounter a powerful Uchiha. The scene returns to the present, and what is somewhat surprising is that Jie's idea is actually refuted by Fairy. The meaning of this sentence is very clear, that is, the brother and sister are too weak that even if they can be provided with the best escape route, there is no guarantee that they can see the exit alive. This is indeed a big problem. However, rope makers are generally guides without combat capabilities. Those who are truly responsible for fighting in the cave are actually the agents who cooperate with the rope makers. The strength of the agent often determines what level of cave the entire team can enter to explore. At the same time, the higher the risk level of the cave, the more important the rope maker's ability to draw radishes is. Both are indispensable, and even their abilities have to be balanced with each other, so the life of cave thieves is not that easy. Hole Zero is indeed dangerous, but as long as we can find a powerful agent and combine it with the functions of Fairy, freely entering and exiting the hole should not be a big problem. Jie said, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Zhongyan beside him. Ling didn't even bother to act anymore. She just came up to Zhongyan and said in a playful voice, Zhongyan, how do you feel about asking you to be our personal agent last time? Hearing this, Zhongyan couldn't help but be stunned. If Ling hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about this. As for his thoughts, he did think about agreeing to them last time, but because he had some concerns at the time, he did not nod. But now, things are different. He had some concerns before, fearing that his actions would be restricted, but now he can completely separate Zhongyan and Uchiha. In this way, the possibility of his identity being exposed is basically zero, and with his speech, he has successfully tied himself and the Uchiha together, so they can call on him for help at any time in a reasonable way. Thinking about it this way, it seemed not impossible to agree to them, and he was also very curious about what kind of secrets the brother and sister were hiding. Thinking of this, Zhongyan's gaze subconsciously turned to a photo frame in the corner of the archive room. The photo in the frame is a group photo of 5 people, including the brother and sister. There are 2 people among them, one's face was painted black by a brush, and the other's face was missing in the corner of the photo. The brother and sister in the photo were obviously younger than they are now. As for the remaining person, since her face was not captured in the photo, Zhongyan was unable to determine her identity. Zhongyan knew nothing about the origin of this picture, but according to speculation, it was most likely a trace of the brother and sister's life before they became Phaethon. Moreover, this photo is most likely from the destroyed Eridu period. Perhaps it is because of the Void Zero disaster that the two of them have to live the life they are living now. The most direct way to find out what they have experienced is to use the Sharingan to read their memories, but that may cause certain damage to the brain, so it is not a good method. In this case, if we want to get to know the past of the brother and sister in depth, we can only interact with them more, especially in the whole zero that they have been obsessed with. Thinking of this, Zhongyan's pupils flashed with a faint light, and then he nodded and said, "Think it over carefully. I can be your personal agent. However, I may have my own things to do sometimes, and I won't be with you every time." Zhongyan thought it was necessary to reserve some free space for himself. It was believed that the two would not refuse such a request. "That's no problem, we're not some black-hearted rope maker who has to sell himself for life after signing a contract. If you want, it's fine to refuse to complete the commission with us. But don't do it too many times, or you'll lose your credibility with us." Just as Zhongyan expected, his request was quickly agreed by Ling Jie, who was standing by, did not say anything when he heard it, obviously acquiescing. "In this way, we have officially established a cooperative relationship. Please give me your guidance in the future, Zhongyan." After saying that, Ling stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Zhongyan, revealing an expression of great expectation. Seeing this, Zhongyan hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, held Ling's hand, and symbolically moved it up and down a few times. Feeling the comfortable temperature between their palms and the psychological implications caused by gender differences, both people fell silent after shaking hands, but did not loosen their clasped hands. Seeing this scene, Jack couldn't help but think about it. Soon, he came to a conclusion. "It seems like I'm a bit redundant here." So, being reasonable, he immediately said, "Ling, I'm going to check if the activation of Fairy has caused any problems with other equipment in the store. You stay here and talk to Zhongyan for a while." After saying that, he prepared to leave the archive room, leaving the two of them some space to be alone. But Fairy, who had no idea of the ways of the world, retorted, "No, I have checked all the equipment in the store. There are no problems or hidden dangers. You can continue to stay here." Hearing this, Jez's body suddenly stiffened. No 6 bomb, who opened the door for him, also raised his head and looked at his master with a puzzled look, wondering why he was standing there motionless. If Fairy hadn't said anything, he could have created opportunities for the two of them, but when the other party spoke, he didn't know whether to leave or not. Finally, the brother who had taken so much trouble for his sister could only say with a twitch in his mouth, I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go to the toilet." The moment he finished speaking, he left the archive room at a rapid speed, and bomb number 6 quickly closed the door. Only Zhongyan and Ling were left, as well as a somewhat annoying artificial intelligence. After Zhe left, the atmosphere in the archive room suddenly became quiet. The two people who were still shaking hands looked at each other, and after feeling very embarrassed, they immediately loosened their clasped hands. "Master, your heart rate and breathing are increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. We recommend that you go to the hospital for a full body checkup to avoid any underlying disease. I am looking for the fastest transportation method for you." Before Fairy could finish her words, Ling walked forward impatiently, her face slightly gloomy, and turned off the phone. The world suddenly became quiet. When she turned her head to look at Zhongyan, her originally gloomy expression almost instantly changed to a girlish shyness and joy, and her voice became even more hoarse than before. Well, I haven't thanked you properly for saving me at Guanyin Plaza last time. It was really thanks to you that I was there, otherwise I might have." Ling suddenly paused in the middle of her words. Seeing this, Zhongyan was a little curious about what the other party would say next. To this end, he imagined all kinds of scenes in his mind, some of which could not be broadcast because they were not suitable for children, but no matter what, these were just imaginations. "Next time if there's a chance, I'll invite you to eat noodles at the Koi Noodle House on Liufen Street. You should know Chiao Pu from the Koi Noodle House on Guanyin Plaza, right? Chef Chiao Pu from the Koi Noodle House on Liufen Street is his father and his son. In terms of income, Chiao Pu, who lives near the city center, must have many times more than Master Chiao Pu. But when it comes to cooking skills, Chiao Pu is still too young compared to Master Chiao Pu. Do you know that the Koi Noodle House on Liufen Street?" Ling talked a lot about Koi Noodle House, and it seemed like she was forcing herself to find a topic. If Zhongyan remained silent, she would probably be so embarrassed that she would want to escape on the spot. Sure enough, after saying the last sentence, when Ling raised her head again, there was a hint of expectation in her eyes when she looked at Zhongyan. As long as Zhongyan could continue her topic a little, it would mean that the other party did not dislike her enthusiasm. However, she waited for about 10 seconds but still didn't get a response from Zhongyan, which made her mood sink to the bottom instantly. She thought that the other party was not interested in her topic, or was not interested in her as a person. However, just when she thought she would be sad for a long time, Zhongyan suddenly spoke. "Actually, we can go right now. You've been talking so much that I'm a little hungry." As soon as these words were spoken, Ling, who had originally had a lost expression, suddenly brightened up. She never imagined that Zhongyan was just teasing her on purpose and had to wait until she thought she had no chance before speaking. If I must say something, this move should be called playing hard to get. Anyway, Zhongyan was really said to be hungry. After the two of them agreed on the same idea, they immediately left the video store and went to the Koi Noodle House on Liu Fen Street. Not long after they left, Jie, who had been squatting in the toilet for a long time, returned to the archive room, only to find it empty. Even Fairy was closed for some unknown reason. Yeah, Jie. At this time, Bangbia number 6, who was responsible for opening and closing the door, walked up to Jie and waved his limbs vigorously. Yeah, Ling was kidnapped by that guy. Upon learning that Zhongyan and Ling were going out together, Jie's first reaction was to be stunned, and then he held his forehead helplessly. They say girls are useless when they grow up, and it's really true. She went out with others without even notifying her brother. Forget it, this is not bad. At least as for Zhongyan, Jie thinks he is relatively reliable. Except its origin is a bit mysterious. Master Jup, another bowl please. At the Koi Noodle House on Liu Fen Street, Ling, who was sitting at the front desk, ate 2 bowls of ramen in a row and then ordered a third bowl. It can be seen that she is in a very good mood. Zhongyan, who was standing next to her, had just finished his first bowl. After drinking the memorable noodle soup in the bowl, he politely put the bowl and chopsticks aside and wiped his mouth with a tissue. I didn't expect that a girl like you could eat so much. After doing all this, he did not forget to tease Ling, who was waiting for the third bowl of noodles next to him. Hearing this, Ling puffed her lips in dissatisfaction. If you only eat like this occasionally, you won't gain weight. I usually pay attention to my weight. Well, as expected, girls are very sensitive about the topic of weight. That's not what I'm talking about. Don't think too much. Zhongyan smiled slightly, but there was no sarcasm in his tone. Realizing that she was being a little self-righteous, Ling's face suddenly turned red and she tilted her head slightly to one side. Her thoughts were already boiling like a raging sea. This scene moved Zhongyan a little, and he couldn't help but look over here. To be honest, Ling, as the heroine of the game, is definitely not the worst among all the female characters in terms of appearance. If Zhongyan were asked to give her a score, he would even give her a very high evaluation. The sister is very cute and the brother is like a human being. This statement is not just a joke, but a statement of an absolute fact. Besides, what's wrong with being fat? If a girl is fat in certain parts of her body, in the eyes of some decent people, that is an extremely rare advantage. Realizing that the picture in his mind had deviated from track, Zhongyan quickly collected his thoughts. Just at this moment, Ling also plucked up the courage to look towards him, and the handsome profile that seemed to be carved by God's hand immediately came into her sight. After a moment, Ling, who was slightly distracted, came back to her senses and silently withdrew her gaze. Sure enough, he is much better looking than his older brother. By the way, Zhongyan, where is your home? I never had the chance to ask you before, and it seems a bit too cunning to just let you know my address. Ling suddenly remembered a question that she must know the answer to, and spoke immediately. Zhongyan did not hide the fact. It's on Jufen Street, not very far from you. I have to pass by your place when I take the subway to go to school every day. Upon learning that Zhongyan's home was on Jufen Street, Ling silently kept this fact, which only she knew, in mind, and planned to visit him next time she had time. However, she had to hesitate for a long time even to send a message. If she really went to Zhongyan's house to look for him, she would probably have to wander outside the door for at least an hour. It would be terrible if the nearby residents saw her and thought she was trying to do something bad to the owner of the house. After the two finished eating noodles, Zhongyan planned to go back, but Ling insisted on sending him to the subway station to get on the train. Thank you so much for treating me today. The taste of this noodle restaurant is indeed better than the one in Guanyin Plaza. On the way to the subway station, Zhongyan made a simple evaluation and comparison of the two noodle restaurants. Master Kiapu is worthy of being a master. His cooking skills are much better than those of Kiapu boy. I told you a long time ago that next time if there is a chance, I will treat you to noodles that you can eat as much as you want. Ling felt extremely happy about the recognition from Zhongyan. The only flaw was that they were about to separate. This was her first time, and she was looking forward to seeing the entrance to the subway station later. However, since I already know where Zhongyan lives, I can just go to his house to find him next time. I just don't know if he will mind. Next time we have the chance, we don't have to just limit ourselves to eating noodles. We still have a lot of things we can spend our time doing, don't we? Zhongyan said calmly. While speaking, he tilted his head towards Ling, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, and the corner of his eyes also glanced over here. Ling was slightly stunned by this response, then she nodded happily and said, okay, as long as I can do it with Zhongyan, I'm willing to do it. This sounded a little strange, but Ling, who was too happy, didn't seem to realize it. Soon, they arrived at the subway station, and Ling only needed to be sent there, but before leaving, she suddenly called out to Zhongyan who was about to walk down the stairs. Zhongyan. Hearing the call, Zhongyan stopped and turned around with a puzzled expression. Then he saw Ling pursing her lips, as if she was about to say something but was too embarrassed to open her mouth. Given the current atmosphere, it would be absolutely impossible to say that he doesn't understand anything. Besides, isn't this the reason why he came to this world? Thinking of this, he walked forward, stretched out his hand and put it on Ling's hair. Seeing that she had no intention of resisting, he began to gently stroke the hair by her ears. Next time, I'll call you out. Even if a short sentence does not state the point directly, it can, with the help of the atmosphere, make people understand what he really wants to express. Okay. Ling obviously didn't expect the other party to be so proactive, so from the beginning, she seemed a little at a loss. Fortunately, I didn't resist subconsciously just now, otherwise everything would be ruined. Passers-by couldn't help but cast their eyes upon seeing this scene. Some had envy on their faces, while others had sourness on their faces, but one thing was for sure, they all felt a little uncomfortable. Cruelty to animals will be punished by God. That's all for today. If you feel bored, I can chat with you on the phone in the evening, or call or video chat. Having said that, Zhong Yan withdrew his hand. Looking at Ling, who was shyly lowering her head in front of him, he felt a throbbing in his heart. Fortunately, this was not the first time he had experienced such a scene, so he was still able to remain rational. At least from the current development, it is not the right time for the two of them. Being too impulsive will only lead to the collapse of his entire circle of relationships. Although it is also possible to directly use illusions to control their minds, that is definitely not what Zhong Yan wants. When the scene returned to reality, Zhong Yan had already walked into the subway station. The two said goodbye to each other before that. After Zhong Yan left, Ling, who had reacted, could not hide her inner excitement. Today was really great. On the way home, Ling's face was full of happiness. Looking at the hair beside her ear that was touched by Zhong Yan, she couldn't help but move closer to feel the remaining warmth of the other. The result. I felt nothing. But that's not important. What's important is that she won a great victory today. At the same time, in the new cave on 14th Street, over the past few days, the Void Investigation Association has been carrying out rescue operations, at the cost of many investigators' lives. Fortunately, the rescue operation was very successful. According to statistics afterwards, more than 70% of the civilians trapped in the cavity escaped from the cavity. As for the remaining small number of people who were not rescued, it is estimated that they have already turned into corpses and corroded bodies over the passage of time, and there is no need to rescue them. However, this does not mean that no one visits this cave, such as the Sheriff's Bureau. In order to find out the current situation of the Red Fang gang, they decided to organize a team to enter the building inside the cave to check, but at this point in time, there are still about 2 days left before their action can be implemented. Before this, another group of people had already visited here. Inside the cave, dark clouds covered the sky. It seemed as if it had rained lightly, causing the environment inside the cave to be slightly humid. A thin layer of fog obscured people's vision. A figure appeared outside the building that was previously the headquarters of the Red Fang gang. At this time, accompanied by a slight thunder, it began to drizzle from the sky, and the ground was completely wet almost instantly. The strange thing is that although there was no umbrella, there was no sign of rain on the figure's body until he walked into the building. Inside the building, besides him, there were 2 other figures who had been waiting for a long time. Oh my god, almost all the Red Fang gang members in this building were killed, and it was all done by the same person. It seems that he is a very powerful guy. One of them had already investigated the situation inside the building early on. After discovering that all the members of the Red Fang gang inside had been almost slaughtered, he couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the person who had taken action. He said that the Public Security Bureau wrote in its report on the cavity disaster that they found traces of Uchiha in the building, said the man who had walked into the building in the rain earlier. Uchiha? That's interesting. I heard that guy always comes and goes without a trace. I didn't expect that he would be interested in that thing. The other person raised his eyebrows, obviously a little afraid of the name Uchiha. At this time, the person who spoke first looked at him and asked, "Chi, have you found that thing?" Hearing this, the man called Chi shook his head and said, "No, didn't you just say that Uchiha has been here, and that thing must have been taken away by him?" After these words were spoken, the 3 of them fell silent. If the Uchiha got involved in this matter, it would be quite troublesome. Even they felt a little afraid of the legendary cave robber. At least for the 3 of them, the Uchiha clan was an absolutely insurmountable chasm. 8. What do you think? This is an order given by himself. If we just go back and report like this, we will inevitably be punished by him. Just said that they came here with orders this time, and even if they cannot complete the task, they have to bring back some information. What else can we do? Do you want to snatch the thing from Uchiha? With such strength, why don't you dare to go and fight San? Babai gave Ju a look and said speechlessly. However, having said that, he had to at least come up with a reasonable excuse. After all, the punishment in their organization is quite terrifying. A few days passed after I handed Fairy over to the siblings. During these few days, Zhongyan continued his peaceful and boring life, and occasionally he would follow IES, who was controlled by the brother and sister, as an agent to explore the void. After each exploration, he would receive a considerable reward. As time went by, Fairy's power gradually became apparent, which amazed the brother and sister. However, such good things are often accompanied by some unexpected costs, and the price the brother and sister have to pay is the skyrocketing electricity meter amount and the skyrocketing electricity bills as the meter amount skyrocketed. In less than a week, Fairy has consumed more electricity than they did last month combined. It is hard to imagine how much pressure it would put on their electricity bills if it were to run 24 hours a day without stopping. Fortunately, they did not lose Phaethon's account like in the game, so the overall income is not low, and there should be no problem paying the electricity bill. But the jumping electric meter is really hard to look at. A boring day starts with class in the morning. In the classroom, Zhongyan supported half of his chin and stared out the window with a distracted look. On the deserted school road, only the cherry blossom trees on both sides were constantly dropping petals. Mr. Mediterranean, who was at the podium, was passionately explaining the principle of how ether matter was converted into new Eridu energy. There are not many people listening in the classroom, but those who can understand even if they don't listen will basically have the opportunity to hold high positions in the future. The scene returns to Zhongyan. The main reason why he was so bored today was for one reason: Elaine didn't come to school. There is no doubt that Victoria's absence was caused by her work at housekeeping. If she were in that position now, Zhongyan would have probably found a way to touch her tail for fun. Of course, doing so would most likely result in him being slammed against the wall by the tail and unable to be pulled down. Apart from perfect blur, Zhongyan couldn't think of how to react to Alien's tail at such a close distance. In the end, Zhongyan, who had nothing else to do, chose to secretly take out his mobile phone and send a message to Alien. At the same time he sent the message, on the other side of New Eridu: "Kill these guys for me, quickly." A great battle is taking place on an unnoticed street corner in New Eridu. A group of fully armed soldiers. No, it should be said that they are ninjas, holding weapons, and launching crazy attacks on the four figures in front of them. Among these four people, one of them is Ellen, but unlike her usual school uniform, she has changed into Victoria housekeeping work clothes and transformed into the combat form in the game. Her weapon is a long sword that can be attached with ice attribute attacks. When necessary, it can also be switched to scissors, which corresponds to her gardening maintenance work in Victoria housekeeping. Facing more than 10 shurikens flying towards her, she yawned lazily, then moved her body and turned into a shadow and sprinted quickly. Those oncoming shurikens were also deflected one by the long sword in her hand that turned into a windmill. The ninjas who saw this scene were stunned, but before they could react, Alien had already rushed in front of them and killed several of them with a single blow of his sword. When the other ninjas reacted and wanted to fight back, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind them. That was Lena, the head maid of Victoria housekeeping. "Disobedient child, you must accept your punishment." The next second, Bomb, Drusilla, and Anastasia, on both sides of her shoulders, released a strong electric current almost at the same time, instantly penetrating the bodies of several people. Amidst violent screams, the few remaining ninjas were finally defeated. On the other side, the style of the battle is completely different. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. In Victoria housekeeping, the maid Corinne, who was at the same level as Ellen, was holding an exaggerated electric saw and continuously cutting the enemies in front of her. This frightened the ninjas facing her so much that no one dared to approach her for a while. But the next moment, while they were still thinking about how to get rid of the little girl in front of them, they were kicked away by someone. An intense icy air burst out in the air, and the way it dissipated was very similar to their souls that were frightened out of their bodies. The person who made the move was none other than Lekan, the highest-ranking butler in Victoria's household. "Mr. Lekan, all the small fry from the ninja village have been dealt with." After dealing with all the enemies on the scene, Lena flew to Lekan to report the battle situation. The four people in Victoria's housekeeping department had no other problems except for some minor damage caused by Colleen's chainsaw, which scratched the ground. After finishing the battle, Alien leaned against the wall. Just as she was about to take a rest, she suddenly received a letter from Zhongyan. Between sleeping and Zhongyan, the latter obviously had a higher priority, so Alien started chatting with him. On the other side, looking at the mess on the ground, Lekan frowned slightly and said, "These minions pose no threat to us, but I am a little worried. The 9 cages of the ninja village have not appeared yet. They are our biggest obstacle." Hearing this, Lena's expression became a little more serious, and she obviously understood the seriousness of the situation. The so-called Ninja Village is an organization that has only become active since the construction of New Alito. The people in that organization are basically all ninjas with extraordinary skills, using ninjutsu that combines traditional and technological techniques. The nature of the Ninja Village is actually not much different from that of Victoria. It is also an organization that does things for money and is similar to mercenaries. However, when it comes to overall strength, there is no comparison between Victoria and the Ninja Village. In the Ninja Village, there are 9 strongest people. They are called Cage and are the backbone of the entire organization. It is said that the 9 of them joined forces and destroyed a giant corpse in the cave that had caused headaches for the Hollow Investigation Association for a long time. This shows how terrifying their strength is. As luck would have it, during the last commission mission to search for the Red Fang Gang, Victoria housekeeping accidentally caused a conflict with the Ninja Village, which led to a feud between the two sides. Revenge is the consistent style of the Ninja Village, and it is also the reason why Hilai Khan is under such great pressure. That organization is not something that ordinary people can offend. Regarding the overall combat power of the Ninja Village, let me briefly explain it here. Compared with Victoria's housekeeping performance in the game plot, Ninja Village is much better than them. The weakest shadow is as strong as Alien. The strongest shadow can single-handedly defeat the 4-person housekeeping team. The 4-member housekeeping team is weaker than the dead-end butcher in the plot. Kellen got separated because the housekeeping team was attacked by the butcher, and then met the protagonist. 9 shadows can defeat the dead road butcher together, but not alone. The strongest shadow can defeat the first form. By the way, the plot of the Ninja Village will not affect the main storyline of the game, so there is no need to worry about the official backstabbing. These are the current settings. If you have any comments, please feel free to raise them. At last. Daily cyber begging, asking, big, reward, Q. Don't ask why I didn't write about the author, because few people will read it. If the irrelevant content is too warning, I will delete this paragraph. Ellen, what are you doing? Noticing that Alien, who should have been resting on weekdays, was staring at her phone at this moment, Lena found it a little unbelievable and couldn't help but come up to ask. Hearing Lena's voice, Alien hurriedly put away the phone and explained in a panic, nothing, just chatting with a friend. He asked me why I didn't go to school today. Alien's answer and reaction made Lena see a clue from it. She immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. Oh, I didn't expect that there are friends in the school who care about Alien so much. I thought that with your personality, it would be difficult to get along with others. Lena's words were not groundless. As the head maid, she was always paying attention to Ellen's situation at school. Every time Alien skipped class, the teacher would call Lena first. Lena had long been accustomed to this, but every time she went back, she would still give Alien a few words of lecture. Things like skipping classes are absolutely not allowed. But Lena couldn't do anything to Ellen. All she could do each time was just a few words of instruction. As for whether Ellen listened or not, that was another matter entirely. It's too rude to say that. I have friends in school, okay, and we're friends for life. Ai Lian put the weapon behind her back. When she mentioned Zhongyan, her tone changed a little, becoming less cold than usual. The so-called lifelong friendship actually refers to the fact that the two of them skipped class together last time. No matter how you look at it, Zhongyan, who took the initiative to offer to take her to skip classes, is an absolutely trustworthy companion. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are a life-and-death friendship. Lena was slightly stunned when she heard this, then she reacted and smiled a little unkindly. Oh, could it be the one who skipped class with you last time? I asked your teacher, and I heard it was a boy. Lena doesn't care about Zhongyan, whom she has never met, but he has a good relationship with Alien and can be said to be Alien's only friend in school. This forced Lena to pay more attention to him, but whether in terms of academic performance or personal character, Zhongyan was highly regarded by his teachers. His family situation was even more miserable, and it was clearly stated in the archives that he was an orphan. That year, his parents died in the Whole Zero disaster, leaving him alone to struggle in the newly built New Ailadud. It was really not easy for him to grow up and receive education. Of course, all of this was just Zhongyan's fabricated experience. After all, neither his parents nor his past experiences could be verified in this world. So no matter what he says, as long as the explanation is reasonable, it will be accepted. At the beginning, Lena investigated Zhongyan because she was afraid that he had bad intentions towards Alien. Later, after getting to know him better, she realized that he was not a bad boy. On the contrary, he was very suitable to be Alien's friend. So, Lena stopped investigating Zhongyan, and planned to visit him in person in the future to thank him for taking care of Alien at school. Oh, Alien is still a girl after all. It's okay, I support you too. The love between a boy and a girl is so enviable. If I could be younger. The scene returned to the present. Seeing that her little thoughts were exposed by Lena's words, Alien's cheeks suddenly turned red. Afterwards, she felt a little embarrassed and quickly found an excuse to escape the scene. I'll go ask the boss what the next plan is. Don't mention this matter anymore. Looking at Aliens hurriedly leaving back, Lena said nothing, but showed a kind smile, like an old mother looking at her daughter who was about to get married. I'm so happy, Elin-chan. Alien, I will come to school tomorrow and treat you to candy. Alien, let's stop talking for now. I have something else to do. In the classroom, looking at the reply letter from Alien, Zhongyan smiled bitterly with some helplessness. As expected of a combat maid, she is very busy. But isn't there too much work at Victoria Housekeeping recently? I remember that in order to deal with the Red Tooth Gang, Zhongyan didn't come to school for several days, and during those days, Ai Lian also didn't come to school. Logically speaking, Victoria Housekeeping rarely has full-time work. Even if there are some task targets, they will be completed in specific time periods. Therefore, Alien's frequent absences from class were obviously a bit abnormal. The only reasonable explanation is that the housekeeping department encountered some big troubles, which prevented her from coming to school. A task that can cause trouble to the housekeeping group. Could it be that the plot of the Barley Building has been brought forward? Zhongyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the game's plot, the only thing that gave the 4 members of the housekeeping team a headache was the operation to rescue Ryan at the Barley Building. But right now, there are still at least a few months before the Barley Building plot arrives. Unless it was the butterfly effect caused by Zhongyan's appearance that caused the progress of the world line to be advanced, it would not make sense. As thoughts were surging in my mind, before I knew it, it was time to go home from school. It was not until the bell rang that Jonghyun came back to his senses from his thoughts. He then put on his school bag and ran towards the subway station at a rapid speed as usual. At the same time, he was also considering that if Alien often did not come to school in the future, it would be better to let the shadow clone go to school in his place. Anyway, he was just staying at home and sleeping, so the possibility of people discovering that there were two Jonghyans was not very high. As usual, Jonghyun took the subway to Jufen Street Station and got off the train. Since there were no special activities today, he chose to go home directly. And in a box not far from his doorstep, he suddenly found a very strange person. He was a man who looked less than 30 years old and had a very common flat hairstyle. From a distance, he looked like a sleeping lion, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. However, such a lion-like man was squatting in the corner of the alley, holding a sausage he had just bought in his hand, and feeding a litter of stray cats that no one had adopted. The kitten being fed was very well behaved, and would meow at the man from time to time, which was extremely cute. Seeing this scene, Jonghyun couldn't help but stop and look for a few more times. During this time, the other party actually noticed his presence and turned to look at him. A handsome face that seemed to have been highly photoshopped by a camera immediately caught Jonghyun's sight. If you haven't followed me yet, please follow me. A group can only be created when the number of fans exceeds 1,000. I also want to create a group quickly to interact with everyone. The air fell into a brief silence. Jonghyun did not expect that the other party could actually discover him, and he could not help feeling a little embarrassed. After a while, the lion-like man suddenly asked in a kind tone, "Little friend, are you planning to adopt these kittens?" Hearing this, Jonghyun immediately came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, I just find it a little strange that a grown man like you would actually do something like feeding a kitten. His appearance and personality don't match, so he must be the one being talked about. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like this, I'm actually a cat lover. Besides, these little guys are really cute. Don't you think so?" Jonghyun's words made the man smile in confusion. For some reason, Jonghyun always felt that the strange man in front of him was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. He could only smile and nod. "They are quite cute. It's a pity that I don't have the time and energy to raise pets, otherwise I would definitely adopt them." Jonghyun is not opposed to pets like cats and dogs, but as he said, he does not have the time and energy to keep pets. The man didn't say anything more after hearing this. He just threw the last piece of sausage in his hand to the kitten's feet, then stood up and said, "I don't have the time or energy, but I will still take some time to care for them. This is the only thing I can do. If your home is close to here, you can come and see them often. Cats are grateful creatures and will catch all kinds of strange things and send them to your doorstep to repay you. Let's stop here for today. Cat lovers have other things to do." After saying that, the man left without looking back, and did not forget to wave to Jonghyun with his back. Jonghyun didn't think much about it. Looking at the kitten still gnawing on the sausages on the ground, he finally couldn't help it and went up to give them a good beating. On the other side, the man who claimed to be a cat lover left the alley, quickly turned into an empty corner, and then put on headphones. We are too late. The things have been taken away by the Uchiha. We really have no other choice. The mission cannot be completed. Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the headset, the man called did not scold, but spoke with a slightly comforting tone. "I've heard about the Uchiha from you. He is not someone you can fight against. Besides, it's a blessing in disguise that you didn't confront him directly." Hearing this answer, the person on the other end of the headset was suddenly overjoyed, but did not express it through the voice channel. He just celebrated secretly. "Don't worry about the fairy spirits for now. What we need to pay attention to now is Victoria housekeeping. They have taken a lot of targeted actions against us recently. He also said that it would be best to teach them a heavy lesson. In the operation against Victoria housekeeping, you three will have to perform, so prepare well. Originally, San wanted him to do it alone, but Yi and I were afraid that his ether quantum cannon would make too much noise, which would be a bad ending, so we didn't agree." When they learned that the third person was actually planning to take action himself, the three people on the other end of the headphones couldn't help but tremble. The strongest man in the organization had hunted countless infamous corpses by himself. Even if they were giant corpses, they had to be top-level existences to make him afraid. In terms of strength alone, he can even compete with Su Xiao. Even though the possibility of winning in the end is almost zero, his strength cannot be denied. At least people in the organization have experienced it firsthand. We understand. For the sake of the organization, we will definitely make good preparations. Let those guys from Victoria housekeeping see how miserable the consequences of offending that ninja village will be. The passage of time is often much faster than people imagine. A few more days passed after that. Ai Lian kept her promise and returned to school the next day after sending the message. She gave Jonghyun a lollipop that she cherished. Jonghyun naturally did not refuse such a gift. At the same time, his latest volume of novel was successfully published online and won praise from a large number of readers. The most direct manifestation is his skyrocketing income, which is much higher than before. In this way, he is one step closer to fulfilling his dream. The day after reuniting with Alien, it was the weekly weekend, which forced Jonghyun to separate from her. Even when he invited her to go out for a leisurely vacation, he was politely rejected. Fortunately, he is not idle. As for the Phaethon brothers and sisters, Zhongyan often received invitations to commissions because he became their personal agent. As long as there was no need to refuse, he would go as an agent for every commission. Since the commission was not particularly difficult and with the assistance of Fairy, they completed the commission very quickly and received 100% positive reviews at one point. However, sometimes they encounter something unexpected while completing the commission. For example, this time, they found a bomb in the cave. The gloomy sky, as if it had just rained, made people feel extremely depressed. Fairy, check on this bomb. Zhongyan and his brother and sister found a damaged bomb in the cave. The damage was so severe that it was almost scrapped. At the same time, the style of this bomb is also very peculiar. Not only does it have two small long knives on its back, but it also wears a specially designed mask on its face, covering all parts below the eyes. It looked like it had been abandoned in a cave, and its damaged body forced it to lean against the wall, unable to move. It seemed that the battery was about to run out, and its expression kept flickering even though it was already in poor condition. In addition, it was still speaking some intermittent words. Well, organization. Mission. Well, everyone. Don't. Abandon. It hurts. I want to cry. Please. Help. Realizing that someone had discovered it and it was about to die, the bomb quickly shouted for help to Zhongyan and the others. The internal structure is severely damaged. This bomb is on the verge of death, as you humans would say. I suggest that you give this bomb humanitarian treatment immediately. After some testing, Fairy quickly informed several people of the bomb's condition. It's Bangbu who was abandoned in the cave. Looking at the miserable little Bangbu in front of her, Ling immediately felt sympathy. She controlled IES to move forward and gently stroked the other's head. As a bomb, IES also felt sorry for his companion, but since he was being controlled by Ling, he couldn't show it. Whether or not to rescue this bomb has become a choice they now face. There was still a drizzle in the sky. When Ling controlled IES to move forward along the exit pointed by Fairy, the view moved slightly back and she could see Zhongyan holding the ninja bomb in his hands. In the end, they did not choose to abandon the little guy. In fact, it is a very common thing for Bangbu to be abandoned in the cave because of the attack by the skeleton. For the people of New Eridu, Bangbu is just a tool invented for convenience. Even though the bomb's sophisticated design gives them thoughts and wisdom equivalent to humans, they are ultimately just machines, and most of them have no combat capabilities. Their greatest use is to use carrots to guide lost people in the cave to find the exit, and this is also the original intention of bomb's invention. But later, with the evolution of the times and technology, bombs were no longer limited to working in caves. After being improved, they became very practical small household robots. Things like washing clothes and cooking are a piece of cake for them. Some bombs can even cook while fighting. In short, as a specialty of New Eridu, Bangbu plays an important role in this city, and the Public Security Bureau has even formulated a series of laws for it. The reason why Zhongyan and his team rescued the dying bomb was purely out of kindness. Some bombs are indeed worthy of sympathy. After leaving the cave, Zhongyan rushed to Liufen Street to reunite with the brother and sister, and then sent the bomb to a modification shop not far from the video store. The owner of this modification shop, Uncle Enzo, is a car mechanic on the surface, but secretly he is an expert in modifying bombs. Naturally, repairing bombs is no problem for him as well. Zhongyan knew this, so he did not choose to go to the official bomb repair shop, but instead sent the injured bomb to Uncle Enzo. This little guy is really pitiful. Not only is the battery running out, but various modules have also suffered varying degrees of damage. Even in this state, it can still keep functioning. It seems that the person who created it is no ordinary person. After taking the dying ninja bomb from Zhongyan's hands, Uncle Enzo couldn't help but sigh after observing it for a moment. Uncle Enzo, can you fix it? Ling asked anxiously. IES, who had cut off the sensory connection, kept waving his hands, trying to get a positive answer from the other party. Hearing this, Uncle Enzo chuckled and slowly exhaled a puff of mist from his pipe. Don't worry, even if the bomb is only left with one breath, it can be restored to its original state after my repair. If you are willing, I can also make some modifications to this bomb. Faced with the confidence shown by Uncle Enzo, Zhongyan and Ling looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Zhao on the side rejected the suggestion regarding the modification. Let's wait until it is repaired first. This is not our bomb, I just felt sorry for it, so I rescued it from the hole. Good luck will come to those with good hearts. This is the life philosophy I have learned. If you save it today, you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Uncle Enzo said, and then waved to the three people. Okay, it's getting late, you should go back first. I will show you a brand new little guy tomorrow afternoon. Remember to come and get it then. Knowing that staying here would only get in the way, Zhongyan and the other two expressed their gratitude to Uncle Enzo and then left the modification shop. Even though this cooperation is completed, thank you for your hard work, Zhongyan. The remuneration will still be divided equally like the previous times, Jazz said. After Zhongyan became their personal agent, almost every empty commission from Phaethon was completed perfectly. Zhongyan accounted for a large part of the credit for this. In their eyes, even if the other party did not call on Uchiha for help, it would be difficult for ordinary corpses and corrosive bodies to threaten him. Of course, Fairy also deserves credit. It doesn't matter. You're free anyway, so you might as well find something to do. But what do you plan to do next? Zhongyan shook his head, then looked at the brother and sister beside him and asked. In response, Jie did not hide anything too much, but answered very frankly, our next step is to enter the Zero Hollow. There is the truth that we must know. When the time comes, I may have to trouble you. The danger factor of Void Zero is far beyond that of associated voids and primary voids. In Void Zero, there is even a super large eye skeleton whose strength far exceeds that of the giant eye skeleton. Such existence is what gives the Void Investigation Association the most headaches. For this reason, the military and some special organizations are also involved in the work of encircling and suppressing those super large Israeli corpses. For example, that Anti-Aircraft Section 6 that appeared in the game is one of them. The strength of Anti-Aircraft Section 6 is top-notch in the entire new Elito. Not only does it have a hypostasis in charge, but it can also hunt down the super-large Nineveh without any pressure, leaving it with no ability to fight back at all. So far, Zhongyan has not entered the whole number 0 many times, and has not encountered any super-large skeletons. He is not sure whether the kings in the whole number 0 can pose a threat to him, but what is certain is that in terms of strength alone, he is far stronger than the youngest Su Hunter. From this point of view, those so-called super-large skeletons should not be a big deal. However, that only applies to Uchiha. If Zhongyan hides his identity and enters Void Zero to explore, the situation will be completely different. At that time, he could only let the shadow clone follow Zhongyan and eliminate all the powerful enemies around them without exposing himself. Alternatively, Zhongyan could be prepared for his identity to be exposed, in which case he could turn whole Zero upside down without any scruples. As for now, he just wanted to go back and have some sleep. Half an hour had passed since the last subway train was due to depart. It was definitely impossible to take the subway back from Liufen Street, so Zhongyan could only ask the brother and sister to drive him back. Ling agreed to this request without even thinking about it, and asked her brother to go back and rest quickly, leaving her alone to send Zhongyan off. Jie was not an unreasonable person and had no objection to his sister's choice, so he really went back to the video store alone and let his sister drive Zhongyan home. Logically speaking, the next step should be to move on to paid content. But in fact, Lingzhen just simply wanted to send Zhongyan home. If there must be a purpose, it was to find out the exact location of Zhongyan's home. And the final result. Of course she got what she wanted. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. After school in the afternoon, Zhongyan did not go home directly, but got off at Liufen Street Station halfway, intending to go to the modification shop to see the brand new ninja bomb. Alien still didn't come to school today. She had been asking for leave more and more frequently recently, which meant that the situation at Victoria Housekeeping was gradually getting worse. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why she was so busy. In this regard, Zhongyan wanted to know what happened, but because Alien was unwilling to reveal that she was a combat maid, he had no idea where to start. Fortunately, the text chat with her can still proceed normally, which means that the other party is just busy and nothing unexpected has happened. If AI Lian lost contact one day, Zhongyan would not care about the reason and would sneak into Victoria Housekeeping's headquarters that day to inquire about the situation. Zhongyan, here, thinking about Alien, Zhongyan unknowingly arrived at the door of the brother and sister's house, and happened to run into the two people who took back the Bangdu from Uncle Enzo. Seeing that Zhongyan lowered his head and didn't notice her at all, Ling immediately shouted at the top of her voice. This brought Zhongyan back to his senses instantly. Looking at the Bangdu in the other party's hand, which had completely recovered its vitality, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I brought the baby back home by myself, so I have to take care of the little guy. It seems that Uncle Enzo's skills are still trustworthy. This little thing is just like being reborn. Zhongyan walked forward, bent down, and gently stroked the head of the ninja bomb. As if remembering that Zhongyan had taken him out of the hole, the ninja bomb shouted excitedly, "Thank you very much, my savior." In response, Zhongyan only patted its head twice, then looked at the brother and sister and asked, "What are you going to do with this little guy? Are you going to find its owner and send him back?" After hearing this, the two people who had originally had cheerful expressions suddenly fell silent. This also made Zhongyan realize that things seemed not so simple. After a while, Ling Fang spoke a little uncomfortably. Uncle Enzo discovered a self-destruct device in this bomb while repairing it. Once its owner activates the program, it will die immediately. Upon hearing this, Jia on the side immediately added, however, the self-destruct device was destroyed by Yi Hai in the hole, so it did not work, and was completely removed from Bomb's body by Uncle Enzo. Self-destruct device. Such a thing is absolutely impossible to exist in the body of a legitimate bomb. In other words, this ninja bomb has been modified by someone, and it is a very extreme modification. In order to prevent the data in Bomb's body from being leaked, he even installed a self-destruct device, which is enough to show how crazy its owner is. That being said, sending it back wasn't an option. Then what are you going to do? We can't let this little guy wander the streets. Zhongyan asked. Given the character of the brother and sister, they would never let a homeless bomb wander the streets. In response to this question, Je's answer was very direct: we plan to leave it in the video store and will not give it to anyone else until we find out who its owner is. As the protagonist, this is really a perfect answer. Even Zhongyan has to admire it. The protagonist does have the charm of a protagonist. It is actually very simple to find out who the owner of this bomb is. Fairy has the ability to read bomb's data without permission. Just let it take action and the truth will come out. This is what Zhongyan thought, and this is what the brother and sister did. Soon, the three of them came to the video store with Ninja Bomb, who had a question mark on his face, and let Fairy read the data in his body. Soon, the data was read successfully, and Fairy began to report the key content to the three people. Manufacturer unknown, codename number 27, positioning, hole detection and combat bomb, extracted keywords, Ninja Village. As soon as the word Ninja Village came out, Jia and Ling's expression suddenly became solemn. Zhongyan, who was standing aside, looked very confused because he had never heard of it. Ninja Village. Is that the Ninja Village he was thinking of? It's actually Bombu from the Ninja Village organization. No wonder it has such a self-destruct device installed in its body. Jia murmured thoughtfully. Ling noticed Zhongyan, who was looking at her with a puzzled look on his face, and immediately explained to him, the Ninja Village is an organization that has only become active in the public eye after the establishment of New Alito. All the members of their organization are well-trained ninjas, and their overall strength is comparable to that of a large regular army. Unlike the Red Fang Gang, the Ninja Village has no interest in those petty fights. All the commissions they accept are extremely difficult and have extremely high rewards. Some of them even include entering the Zero Hollow to hunt down super large Isaacs. Hearing this explanation, Zhongyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They even dare to hunt super large Ikai. It can be seen that those guys in the Ninja Village are quite powerful, and a force that has never appeared in the game. In this case, taking in this bomb might bring them some unnecessary trouble. However, before drawing any conclusions, they still have to listen to Fairy's further analysis. Keywords found: Fairy, Red Fang Gang, Shadow. A series of keywords came out of Fairy's mouth, and soon the three of them discovered that the Ninja Village had also participated in the fight for Fairy, but for some reason, their plan did not succeed, and instead Zhongyan and his team got there first. As for Shadow, Fairy's explanation is very simple. The 9 most powerful men in the Ninja Village. Zhongyan actually doesn't care much about the Ninja Village, and he has never thought of offending them unless it is necessary. But the key information Fairy searched for next made his pupils dilate. Adinga A keywords found: Victorian housekeeping plan, arrest and execute all members of Victoria's domestic staff. Phase 1, Colleen Weeks, captured personnel 1, 9, status, captured successfully. Phase 2, Von Lekon, captured personnel 6, 8, status, capture failed. Phase 3, Alien Xiao, arrestees 4, 7, status, arrest in progress. Phase 4, Alexandrina Sebastian, arresting officers 2, 5, status, arrest in progress. When Zhongyan saw the names of the 4-person housekeeping team neatly lined up in front of him, his first reaction was to stand there in a daze. Then, when all the questions in his mind were answered, the next second, his expression became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's time to bring justice to the Bombu that was abandoned in the hollow. I won't beg for money today, because my data has dropped very fast in the past few days, which has affected my mentality a bit. Sometimes I really want to interact with you more, but I don't meet the requirements for group building. While a few people were checking the data of Bomb in the video store, on the other side of New Alito, in the Victoria housekeeping manor, Butler Lekon, head maid Lena, and maid Ellen were gathered together with sad expressions. Karen has been out of contact for more than 2 days. The employer who commissioned her used a fake identity. In addition, the 2 people who attacked me the day before yesterday. It seems that the Ninja Village has begun to take action. After staring at the pocket watch on his hand for a while, Lekon broke the silence. Hearing this, Lena's expression was also a little solemn. The Ninja Village attacked Kellen and you, Mr. Lekon, at the same time, but I'm sure they won't let me and Alien go either. Kellen is very likely to have fallen into the hands of the other party. What should we do? Hearing this, Lekon did not give an accurate answer, but just sighed and said, the master is now using his connections to try to ease the relationship between us and the Ninja Village through an appropriate amount of wealth. I hope this method can work. The operational principle of the Ninja Village has always been to do things for money and never do business at a loss. In this case, as long as the master of the housekeeping can come up with something that can impress the Ninja Village, the two can turn hostility into friendship. In fact, Lekon had considered having a fair fight with the Ninja Village, but the gap in strength between the two sides was too obvious. Moreover, Kellen is likely to be in their hands. If a conflict breaks out rashly, it may lead to irreversible consequences. Since head-on confrontation doesn't work, now they can only hope for their master's connections and wealth. Time moves a little further back, to the evening, in a building in New Eridu. In a dark and damp room similar to a prison cell, when Kellen woke up, she found that her hands and feet had been tied up with iron chains and she could not move. Her symbolic chainsaw had gone somewhere, and in the room, there were only 2 ninjas standing outside the cage to guard her. Yes, they are from the Ninja Village. Looking at the clothes on the 2 men, Kellen immediately recognized that these were people from the Ninja Village who had had a conflict with them not long ago. It seems that the other party brought her here to take revenge on Victoria Housekeeping. At this time, the two ninjas who heard the noise turned around. After seeing Kellen wake up, one of them said with some ill intention, "Oh, you finally woke up. I was worried that I would have nothing to do while standing guard, so this is a good opportunity for me to have some fun." After saying that, he opened the cage and walked straight towards Kellen. Kellen was terrified when she saw this scene. She immediately curled up in the corner of the cage and begged with a frightened face, "No, don't come over. Hey, didn't Master Yi tell us not to do anything out of line with her? He will come over and transfer her to another place." Another ninja opened his mouth to dissuade him when he saw this, but the other party, who was suddenly filled with lust, didn't care at all. "This girl was sent here by Lord Ju. Even if I am not allowed to touch her, I have to wait until Lord Yi transfers her away. Before that." As he spoke, he licked his lips under the mask and reached out to grab Kellen's clothes and tear them off. The next second, a creaking sound suddenly came from behind, and then the ninja heard a voice that made him shiver all over. "What are you doing?" After seeing who the visitor was, the other ninja hurried back to the side of the cell door and stood at attention. "Master Yi. Master Yi." As his voice rang out, the ninja who was about to attack Kellen suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and turned around with a trembling body to look. At the door of the room, a young-looking man pushed open the door and walked in. He was a little thin, and his hair, which should have been thick, was cut into a buzz cut. His face looked very kind. However, no matter how kind a person's face is, if he gets angry, he can be very oppressive. What's more, his strength is already terrifyingly powerful. All strong people will emit a unique aura to intimidate those who are weak. "Master Yi, I was just going to check if she had any wounds." Knowing what kind of punishment he would face for the mistake he made, the ninja immediately began to distort the facts. However, how could such a lie deceive the most prestigious person in the ninja village? "Check the wound. Is it necessary to scare her so much?" Yi tilted his head slightly and saw Kellen curled up in the corner, sobbing because of fear. Then, he looked at the frightened ninja again, his eyes filled with indifference. "Do you think that I have no right to interfere with the people brought back by other cage? Then you have to ask them first whether I have the qualifications. I don't like to attack my subordinates. That you should go to SI to receive your punishment. If you can still survive, it means that you are not destined to die, and I will not do anything to you. Otherwise, that is what you deserve." As soon as these words were spoken, the ninja knew that there was no hope for him to survive, but no matter how desperate he was, he had no choice but to do as he was told. The operating system within the ninja village is very strict. Every ninja trained there is an elite among the elites, so their punishments are also quite terrible. "Go down. You don't need to stand guard here anymore." With a wave of his hand, he drove the two people out of the room. As the sound of a door closing came from behind, he walked forward, bent down, and squatted beside Kellen. When he spoke again, his tone was much softer than before. "Don't be afraid. I will transfer you to another place. The environment and facilities there are better than here. You should live there for a while." Perhaps it was because the other person gave people a different feeling. After a moment, Kellen slowly lowered her hands that were covering her face, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and sobbed, "Can you please don't hurt Mr. Lekon and the others." She knew that the ninja village would definitely take action against Lekon and the others, and she also knew that the person in front of her definitely had a high status in the ninja village. If he spoke, the entire ninja village might have to give up revenge on Victoria Housekeeping. However, this is obviously impossible, as there is not just one person who has the final say in the ninja village. "I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request, but I can assure you that your 3 companions have not been captured by us yet. This is the best way I can think of to comfort Kellen so far." He was not a person who liked to use tough measures. If possible, he hoped that the other party would follow him to the transfer location obediently. In the ninja village known for its cruelty and ruthlessness, this Yi is not a bad guy. When the last rays of sunset gradually sank below the horizon, New Eridu officially ushered in a new night. In the room, Zhongyan recalled the information he learned from Fairy this afternoon. For unknown reasons, the ninja village planned to deal a devastating blow to Victoria Housekeeping. The first step of the plan was to capture the 4-member housekeeping group including Ellen, and then execute them all. No matter what the reason is, no matter whether Victoria Housekeeping is right or wrong, Zhongyan doesn't care. He only cares about aliens' life safety. If those guys from the ninja village intend to attack Eren, he will definitely make them pay a heavy price. He doesn't mind making the ninja village the second Red Fang gang. Thinking of this, Zhongyan formed a seal with one hand and performed the shadow clone technique. A shadow clone with the same appearance as him suddenly appeared, accompanied by a burst of white mist. "You stay here to guard the house and deal with any emergencies that may occur." After casually giving the shadow clone the order to guard the house, the next second, Zhongyan activated his divine power and sucked himself into the divine power space. This time, he would take action himself. "It's troublesome." In Victoria Manor, Alien looked at the messy backyard and couldn't help but sigh. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. The ninja village directly sent people to attack the base camp of Victoria Housekeeping, and 4 of the 9 cages who were known as the strongest people in the ninja village were directly dispatched. 2 of them were the guys who had attacked Lekon before, and now, the 3 of them were fighting again. Last time, Lekon had tried his best to escape from the 2 men, but this time, it might not be that easy. Any one of these two shadows would be enough to give him a headache for a long time, not to mention that they are now working together. Being able to persist without being defeated is already the limit of what he can do. As for the other two shadows, they set their sights on Lena. For some reason, the four shadows who were dispatched had a very clear goal and had no intention of paying any attention to Alien, which made her the one with the least pressure among the three. Eren, go and protect the master. After casually killing a ninja soldier with a single blow, Alien suddenly heard Lekon's voice coming from behind. It is definitely not possible that the ninja village is making such a big fuss this time just for these three people. The ultimate target of those guys is most likely their master. And now is the best time for them to take action against the master. Ellen was usually lazy, but when things developed to this point, she could understand the seriousness of the situation. Even though she thought about staying to help the two, in the end, she chose to obey Lekon's instructions. After taking care of the soldiers blocking her way with a sweep, her figure immediately turned into a shadow and rushed towards the core area of the manor. Seeing Alien leave, one of the four shadows hurriedly took advantage of the break in the battle to send a message to his companions who had been lying in ambush for a long time. 4-7, the target is approaching your area according to the original route, resolve it as soon as possible. On the other side, Ellen was speeding down the corridor of the manor, unaware of the impending danger. Just as she approached the end of the aisle, a huge high-temperature fireball suddenly flew out from the bushes on the side and rushed towards her at lightning speed. After reacting immediately and seeing that he could not avoid the attack range of the fireball, Alien braked suddenly, rotated the weapon in his hand, and successfully blocked the fireball with the ice mist generated on the blade. But this is not the end. After the fireball, there was a ball of flashing electric light following closely. When the two came into contact with each other, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the air. The powerful impact, accompanied by intense heat, instantly blew Ellen away. After spinning in the air for several weeks, she used her weapon to support herself on the ground and barely managed to keep her balance. When the camera was pointed at Ellen again, there were already many burn marks on her body, and even her clothes were burned by the flames, especially the pantyhose on her legs. I've been fooled. These guys are just waiting for me to leave. Looking at the figure slowly walking out of the bushes not far away, Alien realized that he had been tricked. No wonder the four guys in the backyard had no intention of attacking her. It turned out that her opponent had already been chosen and was lying in ambush on her way. What a pity, Miss Alien. I thought they were just being clever, but I didn't expect you to actually fall for it. A thin young man in his early 20s walked out from the shadows. He had some devices hanging on his body, the functions of which were unknown. The devices were connected to the bag on his waist and the muzzle on the back of his hand. In his palm, there was a button to control the output of the device. Let me introduce myself. I am SI from the Ninja Village. Most of the elites in the organization were trained by me personally, so they like to call me mentor. Sure enough, it was another cage. It seemed that the lineup sent out by the Ninja Village this time was much stronger than they had imagined. I'm not interested in who you are, but you'd better get out of my way. Faced with a powerful enemy, even Ellen had to get into serious mode. After getting used to the pain brought by the burning sensation on her body, she flashed forward, intending to get rid of the guy in front of her as quickly as possible. In response to this, SI was not at all panicked. He pulled out a long stick embedded in the device behind him, pressed the button in the palm of his hand, and a ball of ice mist immediately attached to the surface of the long stick along the conduction line. The next second, a loud sound of metal collision was heard in the air, followed by a blue mist drifting away. That was caused by the collision of the two men's weapons. So amazing, you're worthy of being Victoria Housekeeping's combat maid. Realizing that he was gradually losing the upper hand in the battle of strength, C's expression seemed a little unbelievable. In order to avoid underestimating the enemy and causing trouble, after hesitating for a moment, he turned his head and looked at a corner in the distance. There was also a pair of eyes watching him. It's quite interesting that SI can get serious so quickly. Chi from the Ninja Village, another shadow responsible for capturing Alien, came out from the corner as soon as he received C's request. He also wore some devices on his body, but they were not as complicated as the ones on SI. However, this does not mean that his strength is weaker than SI. As the device was activated, Chi's eyes were covered with yellow light almost instantly. Then, two extremely high-temperature lasers shot out from his eyes and headed straight for Alien. AI Lien, who was confronting SI, did not notice the crisis on the other side at all. By the time she reacted, the two lasers were already within reach. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly. She used C's long stick as a springboard and exerted force with her legs to bounce backwards in an instant. At the same time, she rotated the weapon in her hand to block all the incoming lasers. However, if she only took care of one side, she would be completely defenseless on the other side. Seeing that Alien's attention was completely attracted by Chi, SI immediately pressed the button in his palm, then raised his hand and aimed the muzzle of the gun on the back of his hand at Alien, who was still jumping backwards in the air. The next second, a ball of electric current shot out from the muzzle and expanded instantly when Alien was not paying attention, forming a cage that enveloped her. Trapped in a cage, Alien immediately lost the ability to move. At the same time as the weapon in her hand fell off, the laser shot from a distance also scratched her shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Perhaps he didn't intend to kill Alien so soon, so she put away the laser, otherwise the previous attack would have pierced her head. However, SI on the other side had no intention of stopping. After trapping Alien in a cage, he immediately pressed the button on his palm. This time, a ball of flame shot out from the muzzle. As soon as Alien came back to his senses from the pain, he saw the flames coming towards him. She knew that if the flames came into contact with the cage that trapped her, there would be a violent explosion. She was at the center of the explosion and had no power to resist. She was likely to die on the spot. This is true despair. The next person to appear Issa A. Uchiha Zongayan, Rage. The air fell into a brief silence. Jonghyun did not expect that the other party could actually discover him, and he could not help feeling a little embarrassed. After a while, the lion-like man suddenly asked in a kind tone, "Little friend, are you planning to adopt these kittens?" Hearing this, Jonghyun immediately came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, I just find it a little strange that a grown man like you would actually do something like feeding a kitten. His appearance and personality don't match, so he must be the one being talked about. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like this, I'm actually a cat lover. Besides, these little guys are really cute. Don't you think so?" Jonghyun's words made the man smile in confusion. For some reason, Jonghyun always felt that the strange man in front of him was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. He could only smile and nod. "They are quite cute. It's a pity that I don't have the time and energy to raise pets, otherwise I would definitely adopt them." Jonghyun is not opposed to pets like cats and dogs, but as he said, he does not have the time and energy to keep pets. The man didn't say anything more after hearing this. He just threw the last piece of sausage in his hand to the kitten's feet, then stood up and said, "I don't have the time or energy, but I will still take some time to care for them. This is the only thing I can do. If your home is close to here, you can come and see them often. Cats are grateful creatures and will catch all kinds of strange things and send them to your doorstep to repay you. Let's stop here for today. Cat lovers have other things to do." After saying that, the man left without looking back, and did not forget to wave to Jonghyun with his back. Jonghyun didn't think much about it. Looking at the kitten still gnawing on the sausages on the ground, he finally couldn't help it and went up to give them a good beating. On the other side, the man who claimed to be a cat lover left the alley, quickly turned into an empty corner, and then put on headphones. We are too late. The things have been taken away by the Uchiha. We really have no other choice. The mission cannot be completed. Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the headset, the man called ER did not scold, but spoke with a slightly comforting tone. "I've heard about the Uchiha from you. He is not someone you can fight against. Besides, it's a blessing in disguise that you didn't confront him directly." Hearing this answer, the person on the other end of the headset was suddenly overjoyed, but did not express it through the voice channel. He just celebrated secretly. "Don't worry about the fairy spirits for now. What we need to pay attention to now is Victoria Housekeeping. They have taken a lot of targeted actions against us recently. He also said that it would be best to teach them a heavy lesson. In the operation against Victoria Housekeeping, you three will have to perform, so prepare well. Originally, San wanted him to do it alone, but Yi and I were afraid that his ether quantum cannon would make too much noise, which would be a bad ending, so we didn't agree." When they learned that the third person was actually planning to take action himself, the three people on the other end of the headphones couldn't help but tremble. The strongest man in the organization had hunted countless infamous corpses by himself. Even if they were giant corpses, they had to be top-level existences to make him afraid. In terms of strength alone, he can even compete with Su Xiao. Even though the possibility of winning in the end is almost zero, his strength cannot be denied. At least people in the organization have experienced it firsthand. We understand. For the sake of the organization, we will definitely make good preparations. Let those guys from Victoria Housekeeping see how miserable the consequences of offending the ninja village will be. The passage of time is often much faster than people imagine. A few more days passed after that. Ai Lian kept her promise and returned to school the next day after sending the message. She gave Jonghyun a lollipop that she cherished. Jonghyun naturally did not refuse such a gift. At the same time, his latest volume of novel was successfully published online and won praise from a large number of readers. The most direct manifestation is his skyrocketing income, which is much higher than before. In this way, he is one step closer to fulfilling his dream. The day after reuniting with Alien, it was the weekly weekend, which forced Jonghyun to separate from her. Even when he invited her to go out for a leisurely vacation, he was politely rejected. Fortunately, he is not idle. As for the Phaethon brothers and sisters, Jonghyun often received invitations to commissions because he became their personal agent. As long as there was no need to refuse, he would go as an agent for every commission. Since the commission was not particularly difficult and with the assistance of Fairy, they completed the commission very quickly and received 100% positive reviews at one point. However, sometimes they encounter something unexpected while completing the commission. For example, this time, they found a bomb in the cave. The gloomy sky, as if it had just rained, made people feel extremely depressed. "Fairy, check on this bomb." Jonghyun and his brother and sister found a damaged bomb in the cave. The damage was so severe that it was almost scrapped. At the same time, the style of this bomb is also very peculiar. Not only does it have two small long knives on its back, but it also wears a specially designed mask on its face, covering all parts below the eyes. It looked like it had been abandoned in a cave, and its damaged body forced it to lean against the wall, unable to move. It seemed that the battery was about to run out, and its expression kept flickering even though it was already in poor condition. In addition, it was still speaking some intermittent words. Well, organization. Mission. Well, everyone. Don't. Abandon. It hurts. I want to cry. Please. Help. Realizing that someone had discovered it and it was about to die, the bomb quickly shouted for help to Zhongyan and the others. The internal structure is severely damaged. This bomb is on the verge of death, as you humans would say. I suggest that you give this bomb humanitarian treatment immediately. After some testing, Fairy quickly informed several people of the Bambu's condition. It's Bangbu who was abandoned in the cave. Looking at the miserable little Bangbu in front of her, Ling immediately felt sympathy. She controlled IES to move forward and gently stroked the other's head. As a bomb, IES also felt sorry for his companion, but since he was being controlled by Ling, he couldn't show it. Whether or not to rescue this bomb has become a choice they now face. There was still a drizzle in the sky. When Ling controlled IES to move forward along the exit pointed by Fairy, the view moved slightly back and she could see Zhongyan holding the ninja bomb in his hands. In the end, they did not choose to abandon the little guy. In fact, it is a very common thing for Bambu to be abandoned in the cave because of the attack by the skeleton. For the people of New Eridu, Bambu is just a tool invented for convenience. Even though the bomb's sophisticated design gives them thoughts and wisdom equivalent to humans, they are ultimately just machines, and most of them have no combat capabilities. Their greatest use is to use carrots to guide lost people in the cave to find the exit, and this is also the original intention of bomb's invention. But later, with the evolution of the times and technology, bombs were no longer limited to working in caves. After being improved, they became very practical small household robots. Things like washing clothes and cooking are a piece of cake for them. Some bombs can even cook while fighting. In short, as a specialty of New Eridu, Bambu plays an important role in this city, and the Public Security Bureau has even formulated a series of laws for it. The reason why Zhongyan and his team rescued the dying bomb was purely out of kindness. Some bombs are indeed worthy of sympathy. After leaving the cave, Zhongyan rushed to Liufen Street to reunite with the brother and sister, and then sent the bomb to a modification shop not far from the video store. The owner of this modification shop, Uncle Enzo, is a car mechanic on the surface, but secretly he is an expert in modifying bombs. Naturally, repairing bombs is no problem for him as well. Zhongyan knew this, so he did not choose to go to the official bomb repair shop, but instead sent the injured bomb to Uncle Enzo. This little guy is really pitiful. Not only is the battery running out, but various modules have also suffered varying degrees of damage. Even in this state, it can still keep functioning. It seems that the person who created it is no ordinary person. After taking the dying ninja bomb from Zhongyan's hands, Uncle Enzo couldn't help but sigh after observing it for a moment. Uncle Enzo, can you fix it? Ling asked anxiously. IES, who had cut off the sensory connection, kept waving his hands, trying to get a positive answer from the other party. Hearing this, Uncle Enzo chuckled and slowly exhaled a puff of mist from his pipe. Don't worry, even if the bomb is only left with one breath, it can be restored to its original state after my repair. If you are willing, I can also make some modifications to this bomb. Faced with the confidence shown by Uncle Enzo, Zhongyan and Ling looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Zhao on the side rejected the suggestion regarding the modification. Let's wait until it is repaired first. This is not our bomb, I just felt sorry for it, so I rescued it from the hole. Good luck will come to those with good hearts. This is the life philosophy I have learned. If you save it today, you will definitely be rewarded in the future, Uncle Enzo said, and then waved to the three people. Okay, it's getting late, you should go back first. I will show you a brand new little guy tomorrow afternoon. Remember to come and get it then. Knowing that staying here would only get in the way, Zhongyan and the other two expressed their gratitude to Uncle Enzo and then left the modification shop. Even though this cooperation is completed, thank you for your hard work, Zhongyan. The remuneration will still be divided equally like the previous times, Jess said. After Zhongyan became their personal agent, almost every empty commission from Phaethon was completed perfectly. Zhongyan accounted for a large part of the credit for this. In their eyes, even if the other party did not call on Uchiha for help, it would be difficult for ordinary corpses and corrosive bodies to threaten him. Of course, Fairy also deserves credit. It doesn't matter. You're free anyway, so you might as well find something to do. But you. What do you plan to do next? Zhongyan shook his head, then looked at the brother and sister beside him and asked. In response, Jed did not hide anything too much, but answered very frankly, our next step is to enter the Zero Hollow. There is the truth that we must know. When the time comes. I may have to trouble you. The danger factor of Void Zero is far beyond that of associated voids and primary voids. In Void Zero, there is even a super large eye skeleton whose strength far exceeds that of the giant eye skeleton. Such existence is what gives the Void Investigation Association the most headaches. For this reason, the military and some special organizations are also involved in the work of encircling and suppressing those super-large Israeli corpses. For example, the anti-aircraft Section 6 that appeared in the game is one of them. The strength of anti-aircraft Section 6 is top-notch in the entire new Elito. Not only does it have a hypostasis in charge, but it can also hunt down the super-large Nineveh without any pressure, leaving it with no ability to fight back at all. So far, Zhongyan has not entered the hole number 0 many times, and has not encountered any super-large skeletons. He is not sure whether the kings in the hole number 0 can pose a threat to him, but what is certain is that in terms of strength alone, he is far stronger than the youngest Sioux hunter. From this point of view, those so-called super-large skeletons should not be a big deal. However, that only applies to Uchiha. If Zhongyan hides his identity and enters Void Zero to explore, the situation will be completely different. At that time, he could only let the shadow clone follow Zhongyan and eliminate all the powerful enemies around them without exposing himself. Alternatively, Zhongyan could be prepared for his identity to be exposed, in which case he could turn Hole Zero upside down without any scruples. As for now, he just wanted to go back and have some sleep. Half an hour had passed since the last subway train was due to depart. It was definitely impossible to take the subway back from Liufen Street, so Zhongyan could only ask the brother and sister to drive him back. Ling agreed to this request without even thinking about it, and asked her brother to go back and rest quickly, leaving her alone to send Zhongyan off. Jie was not an unreasonable person and had no objection to his sister's choice, so he really went back to the video store alone and let his sister drive Zhongyan home. Logically speaking, the next step should be to move on to paid content. But in fact, Lingzhen just simply wanted to send Zhongyan home. If there must be a purpose, it was to find out the exact location of Zhongyan's home. And the final result. Of course she got what she wanted. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. After school in the afternoon, Zhongyan did not go home directly, but got off at Liufen Street Station halfway, intending to go to the modification shop to see the brand new ninja bomb. Alien still didn't come to school today. She had been asking for leave more and more frequently recently, which meant that the situation at Victoria Housekeeping was gradually getting worse. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why she was so busy. In this regard, Zhongyan wanted to know what happened, but because Alien was unwilling to reveal that she was a combat maid, he had no idea where to start. Fortunately, the text chat with her can still proceed normally, which means that the other party is just busy and nothing unexpected has happened. If AI Lian lost contact one day, Zhongyan would not care about the reason and would sneak into Victoria Housekeeping's headquarters the day to inquire about the situation. Zhongyan, here. Thinking about Alien, Zhongyan unknowingly arrived at the door of the brother and sister's house, and happened to run into the two people who took back the Bangdu from Uncle Enzo. Seeing that Zhongyan lowered his head and didn't notice her at all, Ling immediately shouted at the top of her voice. This brought Zhongyan back to his senses instantly. Looking at the Bangdu in the other party's hand, which had completely recovered its vitality, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I brought the baby back home by myself, so I have to take care of the little guy. It seems that Uncle Enzo's skills are still trustworthy. This little thing is just like being reborn. Zhongyan walked forward, bent down, and gently stroked the head of the ninja bomb. As if remembering that Zhongyan had taken him out of the hole, the ninja bomb shouted excitedly, "Thank you very much, my savior." In response, Zhongyan only patted its head twice, then looked at the brother and sister and asked, "What are you going to do with this little guy? Are you going to find its owner and send him back?" After hearing this, the two people who had originally had cheerful expressions suddenly fell silent. This also made Zhongyan realize that things seemed not so simple. After a while, Ling Fang spoke a little uncomfortably. Uncle Enzo discovered a self-destruct device in this bomb while repairing it. Once its owner activates the program, it will die immediately. Upon hearing this, Jie on the side immediately added, however, the self-destruct device was destroyed by Yi Hai in the hole, so it did not work, and was completely removed from Bomb's body by Uncle Enzo. Self-destruct device. Such a thing is absolutely impossible to exist in the body of a legitimate bomb. In other words, this ninja bomb has been modified by someone, and it is a very extreme modification. In order to prevent the data in Bomb's body from being leaked, he even installed a self-destruct device, which is enough to show how crazy its owner is. That being said, sending it back wasn't an option. Then what are you going to do? We can't let this little guy wander the streets. Zhongyan asked. Given the character of the brother and sister, they would never let a homeless bomb wander the streets. In response to this question, Jie's answer was very direct: we plan to leave it in the video store and will not give it to anyone else until we find out who its owner is. As the protagonist, this is really a perfect answer. Even Zhongyan has to admire it. The protagonist does have the charm of a protagonist. It is actually very simple to find out who the owner of this bomb is. Fairy has the ability to read Bomb's data without permission. Just let it take action and the truth will come out. This is what Zhongyan thought, and this is what the brother and sister did. Soon, the three of them came to the video store with Ninja Bomb, who had a question mark on his face, and let Fairy read the data in his body. Soon, the data was read successfully, and Fairy began to report the key content to the three people. Manufacturer unknown, codename number 27, positioning, hull detection and combat bomb, extracted keywords, Ninja Village. As soon as the word Ninja Village came out, Jia and Ling's expression suddenly became solemn. Zhong Yan, who was standing aside, looked very confused because he had never heard of it. Ninja Village. Is that the Ninja Village he was thinking of? It's actually Bombview from the Ninja Village organization. No wonder it has such a self-destruct device installed in its body. Jia murmured thoughtfully. Ling noticed Zhong Yan, who was looking at her with a puzzled look on his face, and immediately explained to him, the Ninja Village is an organization that has only become active in the public eye after the establishment of New Alito. All the members of their organization are well-trained ninjas, and their overall strength is comparable to that of a large regular army. Unlike the Red Fang Gang, the Ninja Village has no interest in those petty fights. All the commissions they accept are extremely difficult and have extremely high rewards. Some of them even include entering the Zero Hollow to hunt down super large Isaacs. Hearing this explanation, Zhong Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They even dare to hunt super large Ikai. It can be seen that those guys in the Ninja Village are quite powerful, and a force that has never appeared in the game. In this case, taking in this bomb might bring them some unnecessary trouble. However, before drawing any conclusions, they still have to listen to Fairy's further analysis. Keywords found: Fairy, Red Fang Gang, Shadow. A series of keywords came out of Fairy's mouth, and soon the three of them discovered that the Ninja Village had also participated in the fight for Fairy, but for some reason, their plan did not succeed, and instead Zhong Yan and his team got there first. As for Shadow, Fairy's explanation is very simple. The 9 most powerful men in the Ninja Village. Zhong Yan actually doesn't care much about the Ninja Village, and he has never thought of offending them unless it is necessary. But the key information Fairy searched for next made his pupils dilate. Adinga A keywords found: Victorian housekeeping plan, arrest and execute all members of Victoria's domestic staff. Phase 1, Colleen Weeks, captured personnel. 1, 9, status, captured successfully. Phase 2, Von Lekon, captured personnel. 6, 8, status, capture failed. Phase 3, Alien Chiao, arrestees. 4, 7, status, arrest in progress. Phase 4, Alexandrina Sebastian, arresting officers. 2, 5, status, arrest in progress. When Zhong Yan saw the names of the 4-person housekeeping team neatly lined up in front of him, his first reaction was to stand there in a daze. Then, when all the questions in his mind were answered, the next second, his expression became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's time to bring justice to the Bombview that was abandoned in the hollow. I won't beg for money today, because my data has dropped very fast in the past few days, which has affected my mentality a bit. Sometimes I really want to interact with you more, but I don't meet the requirements for group building. While a few people were checking the data of Bomb in the video store, on the other side of New Alito. In the Victoria housekeeping manor, Butler Lekon, head maid Lena, and maid Ellen were gathered together with sad expressions. Karen has been out of contact for more than 2 days. The employer who commissioned her used a fake identity. In addition, the 2 people who attacked me the day before yesterday. It seems that the Ninja Village has begun to take action. After staring at the pocket watch on his hand for a while, Lekon broke the silence. Hearing this, Lena's expression was also a little solemn. The Ninja Village attacked Kellen and you, Mr. Lekon, at the same time. That I'm sure they won't let me and Alien go either. Kellen is very likely to have fallen into the hands of the other party. What should we do? Hearing this, Lekon did not give an accurate answer, but just sighed and said, the master is now using his connections to try to ease the relationship between us and the Ninja Village through an appropriate amount of wealth. I hope this method can work. The operational principle of the Ninja Village has always been to do things for money and never do business at a loss. In this case, as long as the master of the housekeeping can come up with something that can impress the Ninja Village, the two can turn hostility into friendship. In fact, Lekon had considered having a fair fight with the Ninja Village, but the gap in strength between the two sides was too obvious. Moreover, Kellen is likely to be in their hands. If a conflict breaks out rashly, it may lead to irreversible consequences. Since head-on confrontation doesn't work, now they can only hope for their master's connections and wealth. Time moves a little further back, to the evening, in a building in New Eridu. In a dark and damp room similar to a prison cell, when Kellen woke up, she found that her hands and feet had been tied up with iron chains and she could not move. Her symbolic chainsaw had gone somewhere, and in the room, there were only 2 ninjas standing outside the cage to guard her. Yes, they are from the Ninja Village. Looking at the clothes on the 2 men, Kellen immediately recognized that these were people from the Ninja Village who had had a conflict with them not long ago. It seems that the other party brought her here to take revenge on Victoria housekeeping. At this time, the 2 ninjas who heard the noise turned around. After seeing Kellen wake up, one of them said with some ill intention, "Oh, you finally woke up." I was worried that I would have nothing to do while standing guard, so this is a good opportunity for me to have some fun. After saying that, he opened the cage and walked straight towards Kellen. Kellen was terrified when she saw this scene. She immediately curled up in the corner of the cage and begged with a frightened face, "No, don't come over. Hey, didn't Master you tell us not to do anything out of line with her? He will come over and transfer her to another place." Another ninja opened his mouth to dissuade him when he saw this, but the other party, who was suddenly filled with lust, didn't care at all. This girl was sent here by Lord Yu. Even if I am not allowed to touch her, I have to wait until Lord Yi transfers her away. Before that." As he spoke, he licked his lips under the mask and reached out to grab Kellen's clothes and tear them off. The next second, a creaking sound suddenly came from behind, and then the ninja heard a voice that made him shiver all over. "What are you doing?" After seeing who the visitor was, the other ninja hurried back to the side of the cell door and stood at attention. "Master Yi. Master Yi." As his voice rang out, the ninja who was about to attack Kellen suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and turned around with a trembling body to look. At the door of the room, a young-looking man pushed open the door and walked in. He was a little thin, and his hair, which should have been thick, was cut into a buzz cut. His face looked very kind. However, no matter how kind a person's face is, if he gets angry, he can be very oppressive. What's more, his strength is already terrifyingly powerful. All strong people will emit a unique aura to intimidate those who are weak. "Master Yi, I was just going to check if she had any wounds." Knowing what kind of punishment he would face for the mistake he made, the ninja immediately began to distort the facts. However, how could such a lie deceive the most prestigious person in the ninja village? "Check the wound. Is it necessary to scare her so much?" Yi tilted his head slightly and saw Kellen curled up in the corner, sobbing because of fear. Then, he looked at the frightened ninja again, his eyes filled with indifference. "Do you think that I have no right to interfere with the people brought back by other cage? Then you have to ask them first whether I have the qualifications. I don't like to attack my subordinates. That you should go to SI to receive your punishment. If you can still survive, it means that you are not destined to die, and I will not do anything to you. Otherwise, that is what you deserve." As soon as these words were spoken, the ninja knew that there was no hope for him to survive, but no matter how desperate he was, he had no choice but to do as he was told. The operating system within the ninja village is very strict. Every ninja trained there is an elite among the elites, so their punishments are also quite terrible. "Go down. That you don't need to stand guard here anymore." With a wave of his hand, he drove the two people out of the room. As the sound of a door closing came from behind, he walked forward, bent down, and squatted beside Kellen. When he spoke again, his tone was much softer than before. "Don't be afraid. I will transfer you to another place. The environment and facilities there are better than here. You should live there for a while." Perhaps it was because the other person gave people a different feeling. After a moment, Kellen slowly lowered her hands that were covering her face, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and sobbed. "Can you please don't hurt Mr. Lekan and the others." She knew that the ninja village would definitely take action against Lekan and the others, and she also knew that the person in front of her definitely had a high status in the ninja village. If he spoke, the entire ninja village might have to give up revenge on Victoria Housekeeping. However, this is obviously impossible, as there is not just one person who has the final say in the ninja village. "I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request, but I can assure you that your 3 companions have not been captured by us yet. This is the best way I can think of to comfort Kellen so far." He was not a person who liked to use tough measures. If possible, he hoped that the other party would follow him to the transfer location obediently. In the ninja village known for its cruelty and ruthlessness, this Yi is not a bad guy. When the last rays of sunset gradually sank below the horizon, New Eridu officially ushered in a new night. In the room, Zhongyan recalled the information he learned from Fairy this afternoon. For unknown reasons, the ninja village planned to deal a devastating blow to Victoria Housekeeping. The first step of the plan was to capture the 4-member housekeeping group including Ellen, and then execute them all. No matter what the reason is, no matter whether Victoria Housekeeping is right or wrong, Zhongyan doesn't care. He only cares about aliens' life safety. If those guys from the ninja village intend to attack Eren, he will definitely make them pay a heavy price. He doesn't mind making the ninja village the second Red Fang gang. Thinking of this, Zhongyan formed a seal with one hand and performed the shadow clone technique. A shadow clone with the same appearance as him suddenly appeared, accompanied by a burst of white mist. "You stay here to guard the house and deal with any emergencies that may occur." After casually giving the shadow clone the order to guard the house, the next second, Zhongyan activated his divine power and sucked himself into the divine power space. This time, he would take action himself. "It's troublesome." In Victoria Manor, Alien looked at the messy backyard and couldn't help but sigh. The thing they were most worried about finally happened. The ninja village directly sent people to attack the base camp of Victoria Housekeeping, and 4 of the 9 cages who were known as the strongest people in the ninja village were directly dispatched. 2 of them were the guys who had attacked Lekan before, and now, the 3 of them were fighting again. Last time, Lekan had tried his best to escape from the 2 men, but this time, it might not be that easy. Any one of these 2 shadows would be enough to give him a headache for a long time, not to mention that they are now working together. Being able to persist without being defeated is already the limit of what he can do. As for the other 2 shadows, they set their sights on Lena. For some reason, the 4 shadows who were dispatched had a very clear goal and had no intention of paying any attention to Alien, which made her the one with the least pressure among the 3. "Eren, go and protect the master." After casually killing a ninja soldier with a single blow, Alien suddenly heard Lekan's voice coming from behind. It is definitely not possible that the ninja village is making such a big fuss this time just for these 3 people. The ultimate target of those guys is most likely their master. and now is the best time for them to take action against the master. Ellen was usually lazy, but when things developed to this point, she could understand the seriousness of the situation. That even though she thought about staying to help the two, in the end, she chose to obey Lekon's instructions. After taking care of the soldiers blocking her way with a sweep, her figure immediately turned into a shadow and rushed towards the core area of the manor. Seeing Alien leave, one of the four shadows hurriedly took advantage of the break in the battle to send a message to his companions who had been lying in ambush for a long time. 4-7, the target is approaching your area according to the original route, resolve it as soon as possible. On the other side, Ellen was speeding down the corridor of the manor, unaware of the impending danger. Just as she approached the end of the aisle, a huge high-temperature fireball suddenly flew out from the bushes on the side and rushed towards her at lightning speed. After reacting immediately and seeing that he could not avoid the attack range of the fireball, Alien braked suddenly, rotated the weapon in his hand, and successfully blocked the fireball with the ice mist generated on the blade. But this is not the end. After the fireball, there was a ball of flashing electric light following closely. When the two came into contact with each other, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the air. The powerful impact, accompanied by intense heat, instantly blew Ellen away. After spinning in the air for several weeks, she used her weapon to support herself on the ground and barely managed to keep her balance. When the camera was pointed at Ellen again, there were already many burn marks on her body, and even her clothes were burned by the flames, especially the pantyhose on her legs. I've been fooled. These guys are just waiting for me to leave. Looking at the figure slowly walking out of the bushes not far away, Alien realized that he had been tricked. No wonder the four guys in the backyard had no intention of attacking her. It turned out that her opponent had already been chosen and was lying in ambush on her way. What a pity, Miss Alien. I thought they were just being clever, but I didn't expect you to actually fall for it. A thin young man in his early 20s walked out from the shadows. He had some devices hanging on his body, the functions of which were unknown. The devices were connected to the bag on his waist and the muzzle on the back of his hand. In his palm, there was a button to control the output of the device. Let me introduce myself. I am SI from the Ninja Village. Most of the elites in the organization were trained by me personally, so they like to call me mentor. Sure enough, it was another cage. It seemed that the lineup sent out by the Ninja Village this time was much stronger than they had imagined. I'm not interested in who you are, but you'd better get out of my way. Faced with a powerful enemy, even Ellen had to get into serious mode. After getting used to the pain brought by the burning sensation on her body, she flashed forward, intending to get rid of the guy in front of her as quickly as possible. In response to this, SI was not at all panicked. He pulled out a long stick embedded in the device behind him, pressed the button in the palm of his hand, and a ball of ice mist immediately attached to the surface of the long stick along the conduction line. The next second, a loud sound of metal collision was heard in the air, followed by a blue mist drifting away. That was caused by the collision of the two men's weapons. So amazing, you're worthy of being Victoria Housekeeping's combat maid. Realizing that he was gradually losing the upper hand in the battle of strength, C's expression seemed a little unbelievable. In order to avoid underestimating the enemy and causing trouble, after hesitating for a moment, he turned his head and looked at a corner in the distance. There was also a pair of eyes watching him. It's quite interesting that SI can get serious so quickly. Chi from the Ninja Village, another shadow responsible for capturing Alien, came out from the corner as soon as he received C's eye request. He also wore some devices on his body, but they were not as complicated as the ones on SI. However, this does not mean that his strength is weaker than SI. As the device was activated, Chi's eyes were covered with yellow light almost instantly. Then, two extremely high-temperature lasers shot out from his eyes and headed straight for Alien. AI Lien, who was confronting SI, did not notice the crisis on the other side at all. By the time she reacted, the two lasers were already within reach. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly. She used C's long stick as a springboard and exerted force with her legs to bounce backwards in an instant. At the same time, she rotated the weapon in her hand to block all the incoming lasers. However, if she only took care of one side, she would be completely defenseless on the other side. Seeing that Alien's attention was completely attracted by Chi, SI immediately pressed the button in his palm, then raised his hand and aimed the muzzle of the gun on the back of his hand at Alien, who was still jumping backwards in the air. The next second, a ball of electric current shot out from the muzzle and expanded instantly when Alien was not paying attention, forming a cage that enveloped her. Trapped in a cage, Alien immediately lost the ability to move. At the same time as the weapon in her hand fell off, the laser shot from a distance also scratched her shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Perhaps he didn't intend to kill Alien so soon, so Chi put away the laser, otherwise the previous attack would have pierced her head. However, SI on the other side had no intention of stopping. After trapping Alien in a cage, he immediately pressed the button on his palm. This time, a ball of flame shot out from the muzzle. As soon as Alien came back to his senses from the pain, he saw the flames coming towards him. She knew that if the flames came into contact with the cage that trapped her, there would be a violent explosion. She was at the center of the explosion and had no power to resist. She was likely to die on the spot. This is true despair. The next person to appear Isa A. Uchiha Zongayan Rage. 2 days later, when the perspective shifted to the imprisoned Colleen, she could hardly believe what she saw. She was actually released by the ninja village. The person who released her was Yi, who had transferred her to another place at that time. To be more precise, it should be the highly respected Chief Zhao Anman of the Public Security Bureau. However, Kellen didn't know about this, and she was just a little confused as to why the other party released her. Zhao Anman's explanation for this is very simple. You are no longer useful. Whether we keep you or kill you, it will bring us unnecessary hatred. Therefore, releasing you is our best option right now. To attract hatred. Kellen didn't know the deeper meaning of these 4 words. She just thought that Zhao Anman was kind-hearted, so he let her go. The process of her release was not as simple as it sounds. Not only was she blindfolded the entire time, but the location where she was released was also a block far away from the city center. The reason for doing this is to prevent Kellen from revealing the location of their base camp. If it is a little further away, she will not be able to determine the approximate range. In addition, since the night of the accident, the central area of the city has summoned sheriffs from various regions to conduct a carpet search. They are the key targets of investigation, and if they just stick to it like this, they will most likely be discovered. As for Zhao Anman's appearance, there is no need to worry about it. For a ninja, disguising oneself is not difficult, but it can only be used to confuse enemies with poor observation skills. If you meet an investigator with a slightly better observation ability, this disguise will have no effect at all. The scene returns to the present. After many twists and turns, Colleen finally returns to Victoria Housekeeping's estate. It was such a long journey. If Zhao Anman hadn't given her enough travel expenses, her return would probably have been delayed by another day or two. The first thing Kellen saw when she entered the manor was the conspicuous crack on the ground and the workers who were repairing it. This made her feel something was wrong, and she immediately took a step forward and ran towards the manor building. Soon, she saw Lekon and Lena. Kellen. Both were very surprised at Kellen's appearance. Lena couldn't help but rush forward and hugged her tightly in her arms. They were worried that the ninja village would become so angry because their plan was thwarted that they would kill Kellen directly. Now it seems that their worries were unnecessary. At least at this moment, Kellen appeared in front of them safely. Just this news is enough to make them happy for a long time. Ms. Lena and Mr. Lekon, I'm so glad that you two are okay. Recalling what happened when she was first captured in the ninja village, Kellen couldn't stop her tears from pouring out anymore. Knowing that the other person must have been frightened, Lena comforted her softly like a mother. Lekon said nothing when he saw the scene in front of him, but he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, with an expression of great relief. At this moment, Kellen suddenly realized that Alien was not there, and immediately raised her head and asked, "Hey, where is Miss Alien? Did she fall asleep in some unknown corner again?" Kellen's sudden question made both of them freeze. Then, Lena forced a smile and said Aaron was injured in the battle with the ninja village and is now being treated in the hospital by the master. After fighting with multiple cages, Lekon and Lena certainly wouldn't be unscathed, but compared to Ellen's, their injuries seemed insignificant. Hearing Lena's answer, Kellen's little face turned pale, and she covered her mouth and asked, "Miss Alien. Will she be okay?" Every member of Victoria's household is Colleen's most precious friend, so she doesn't want to lose anyone. Alien will be fine. She will recover after a few days of rest. The same goes for you, Kellen. If you feel any discomfort, be sure to tell me immediately. Lena gently stroked Kellen's head, trying to calm her down. Afterwards, the two of them settled Kellen in the room to rest. Looking at the workers outside who were repairing the ground, Lena couldn't help but say to Lekon, "Mr. Lekon, is this really the work of the ninja village?" When they were taken to the police station to record their statements, the two insisted that all the damage in the manor was done by the ninja village. Since the Six Shadows cut off all the surveillance equipment in the manor before taking action, there was no way to verify the evidence. With the strength of the ninja village, it is not certain that they can cause such damage. In addition, given their reaction at the time, I am sure that a mysterious person intervened in the fight and forced them to choose to evacuate. As for this horrific destruction, it should also be caused by that mysterious person. I'm afraid that the reason why Alien was able to survive from their hands is also because of that mysterious person. At this point, Lekon couldn't help but feel a little relieved, as they had found Ellen laid out on the manor lawn and taken her to the hospital, and the doctor's explanation had come very timely. If they had gone a few hours later, the delay in recovery would have caused irreversible damage to Alien. Therefore, Lekon felt a little grateful to the mysterious man who took action, no matter what his motives were. If he knew who it was, he would definitely go to thank him in person someday. They caused such a big fuss, and with our encouragement, they pointed all the blame at the ninja village. It looks like they won't retaliate against us in the near future, Lekon said slowly. This is good news. At least they have some breathing time, and the turmoil caused by this incident will probably last for a very long time. The best outcome is that all 9 kage of the ninja village are arrested by the authorities. In this way, the possibility of them taking revenge on Victoria Housekeeping can be completely eliminated. Seeing Lena still a little worried, Lekon sighed and comforted her. "Lena, relax, the master will help us with the aftermath, please trust his network of contacts." The biggest question facing Victoria Home Services now is whether they are linked to the terrorist attack. But because of the ninja village, their suspicion was reduced a lot after all. No matter how you look at it, it was the other side that attacked them first, so the ninja village was the most likely culprit that caused all this. If even the victims can be defined as the culprits of the accident, then there is really no law in this world. The shock of the terrorist attack has not gradually dissipated with the passage of time. Countless people are filled with righteous indignation and vow to catch the culprit. In order to calm the public anger, the Public Security Bureau immediately announced that the instigator of the terrorist attack was the Ninja Village, and sentenced those Ninja Village members captured in the Victoria housekeeping manner to death. After this set of operations, the anger of the masses was indeed calmed down a lot. At the same time, the Security Bureau also stepped up its efforts to capture the Ninja Village, but after a week, apart from capturing a few ordinary members who knew nothing, they did not obtain any more useful clues and intelligence. The 9 cages of the Ninja Village and those key members, they didn't even show their shadows, as if they had completely evaporated from the world. As a result, the Public Security Bureau's investigation has come to a dead end, and it is estimated that no obvious results will be achieved for a long time in the future. On the other hand, Zhong Yan's life gradually returned to normal. At this moment, he is sitting in front of his computer at home, browsing a fund-funded website. In the name of Zhong Shuren, he donated 10 million DHS to the foundation. All of these dini will be used to help those who have lost their foothold in the terrorist attacks. It was not his intention to blow up half a city block with one arrow. After calming down that night, Zhong Yan realized that he was a little impulsive. In a crowded urban area, such terrifying and lethal tactics should not be used. Fortunately, the power of the following few Yasaka Megatama was not that exaggerated, otherwise the casualties in the crowd would have been further increased. 10 million dinas is the maximum amount of money he can donate as a Zhong Shu Ren. That if it is more, it will far exceed his income from royalties and bring some unnecessary troubles. Yeah, Zhong Yan, Miss Alien has replied to your message. At this time, a short creature came over, and when they looked down, they saw it was the ninja bomb that they had rescued from the cave before. Since there was no good place to go for it, Zhong Yan took it in a few days ago and named it Xiaopei. Xiaopei, as the exclusive bomb of the ninja village, has completely escaped the control of her original owner after being modified by Uncle Enzo. At the same time, the intelligence of the ninja village in its body was also retained, but it only knew some of the ninja village's recent plans, and had basically no information about the ninja village's headquarters and some specific personnel. However, Zhong Yan's purpose in taking it in was not to let it help him deal with the ninja village, but simply to keep a pet. Bombu is a specialty of New Illidu, so it would be unreasonable not to raise one. Moreover, although Xiaopei is a professionally trained ninja bomb, in fact, her mental age is almost the same as that of a child, which can be seen from the past few days of interaction. As for sending a message to Alien, that will be discussed another time. Nearly 10 days had passed since the terrorist attack, and Alien had been recuperating in the hospital during this time, and her condition had recovered a lot. However, perhaps in order not to worry Zhong Yan, AI Lian did not tell him about his injury. However, even if Zhong Yan didn't know what happened, he would definitely feel something was wrong after not coming to school for a week. What's more, he was the mysterious man who saved Alien at that time. Alien, if you want to come see me so much, then come on. I'll send you the location later. Taking the phone from Xiaopei, Zhong Yan saw AI Lian's reply at the first moment. Next, was the location she sent under the message. It seems that the injury has almost recovered. Seeing that the other party finally agreed to his request for a visit, Zhong Yan knew that Alien's condition must have improved a lot. Of course, whether there has been any improvement or not, he will have to wait until he sees it with his own eyes to know. So, after a simple packing, Zhong Yan set off for AI Lian's home, leaving the house to Xiaopei to take care of. The location sent by AI Lian was not too far from Jufen Street where Zhong Yan was. It would take about half an hour to get there by subway. After wandering around in unfamiliar streets for a while, he finally found the apartment where Alien lived. According to the floor and house number reissued after positioning, Zhong Yan quickly arrived at AI Lian's door and knocked gently. After the room was quiet for a moment, footsteps were suddenly heard. Soon, the door was opened and Alien poked half of her head out. You come so quickly, I was just thinking about packing up. Never mind, just come in. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Zhong Yan, she opened the door completely and took out the slippers she had prepared in advance. She had anticipated long ago that Zhong Yan would come to her house, so she specially prepared a pair of shoes for him. In hindsight, the move was a wise one. And Zhong Yan did not expect that AI Lian would actually consider this for him. Looking at the brand new slippers in front of him, a warm feeling passed through his heart, and then he took off his shoes and walked in. Please sit anywhere. You usually live alone, so you don't have to take care of anything often. AI Lian held a lollipop in her mouth, arranged Zhong Yan to sit on the sofa in the living room, and brought him a cup of coffee. Zhong Yan also took this opportunity to start looking around the furnishings in the room. Ellen placed countless shark dolls in every corner of the house. Even the patterns on the carpet and the wall clock were in shark styles. It can be seen that Ellen really loves sharks. Maybe it's because she has some shark blood in her. It is worth mentioning that Alien's injuries have improved significantly compared to that night. Being able to recover almost completely in such a short time, it can be seen that Victoria Housekeeping is really willing to spend money. The medical equipment used to treat Ellen is probably the most advanced high-tech in New Eiladu today. This is a good thing. Zhongyan doesn't have to worry about her injuries anymore. You said you would come to see me. You should have seen me by now, right? Don't worry about me. I just didn't want to go to class recently, so I didn't go to school. Ai Lian said nonchalantly as she sat down next to Zhongyan with her tail in her arms. In fact, in her mind, she was still recalling the dream, which was extremely close to reality, but due to her personality, she was unable to express her true feelings now. She will never forget the scene she saw before she died and the words Zhongyan said to her in the scene. Perhaps that's why she was able to survive. Lying on the sofa, Zhongyan picked up the coffee in his hand and took a sip, but he was surprised to find that the coffee tasted sweet instead of bitter as he had imagined. This made him think of the last time he skipped class to drink coffee with Ellen. Could it be that Alien remembered that he didn't like bitter coffee, so she added some sugar before serving it to him? If that's true, it's so touching. Hey, it's really creepy that you keep staring at me like this. The corners of Alien's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an expression of great disgust. It's really strange that I felt so comfortable when he stared at me in the dream, but why did he become so disgusting in reality? Alien was puzzled. Ahem, it's just that I haven't seen Alien for a long time, and suddenly I think you are more beautiful than before. Zhongyan realized that he had lost his composure and coughed twice awkwardly. This flattery, which was completely devoid of any technical content, also made Alien unable to help but roll her eyes at him. You are so slick-tongued that if you have the time to talk like this, you should finish your coffee quickly and go back. After saying that, Alien stood up and walked into the room. The moment she closed the door, her breathing and heartbeat immediately began to accelerate, and her cheeks flushed slightly. The cause of all this was Zhongyan's compliment. It was obviously flattery without any technical content, but for some reason, when such words came out of his mouth, Alien still felt shy. She even wanted to find a mirror to look at herself on the spot to see if she really looked better than before. Sure enough, the same words sound completely different when spoken by people with different relationships. Even though Ai Lian acted very disgusted with Zhongyan, in fact, just sitting next to him made her heart beat fast. Being able to hold out for so long without showing it is quite impressive. After having that dream, it's hard to even speak normally in front of him. Alien squatted down and buried his head in his knees. The tail behind him kept shaking because of the owner's thoughts. Zhongyan, who was sitting on the sofa sipping coffee, was completely unable to understand Alien's mood at the moment. As long as Alien's injuries recovered, it would be the best news for him. Thinking of this, he put down the half-drunk coffee in his hand, then turned his gaze to Alien's room, and happened to see Alien coming out of the room. In her hand, there was a box full of candies. You're still here. Holding back her inner emotions, Ai Lian glanced at Zhongyan pretending to be indifferent, then placed the box in her hand on the coffee table in front of the sofa. You haven't been to school for a week, so these things are your compensation. You can eat as much as you want, but you are not allowed to take them away. Looking at the dazzling array of candies in front of him, Zhongyan knew that for Alien, who loved sweets, these were definitely hard-earned luxury items. Allowing him to eat unlimited amounts at her home was already Alien's bottom line. Zhongyan naturally did not refuse such hospitality. He just drank coffee and ate candy. The taste was really strange and indescribable. By the way, this is for you. Putting a candy into his mouth, Zhongyan suddenly remembered something and took out a bracelet from his pocket. He found this bracelet by chance in a street shop on his way here. Overall, this bracelet is exquisitely made. Even though the material is not particularly precious, its appearance alone makes it very appealing. Moreover, on one corner of the bracelet, there was a cartoon shark-shaped decoration. It was because of seeing that shark that Zhongyan bought it. The purpose of buying it was naturally to give it to Alien. Is this a gift for me? Ai Lian was slightly stunned when she saw the bracelet that Zhongyan suddenly took out. After seeing the extremely eye-catching cartoon shark on the bracelet, she immediately understood why the other party chose such a gift for her. Why did you buy me something like this? Knowing Zhongyan's intention, Ai Lian took the bracelet without thinking, and looked at it carefully in her hand. To be honest, the appearance of this bracelet is indeed novel, but the overall beauty is not very high. Zhongyan does not have that kind of vision, so he did not consider it too much when buying it. However, in a sense, this was the first gift Zhongyan gave her, so Ai Lian liked it very much. The reason why she liked it was not because the bracelet was so beautiful, but simply because it was a gift from Zhongyan. Thank you, Zhongyan. I will keep it well. When the sudden gift broke through Alien's carefully arranged defenses, the girl's love for the boy once again reached an unprecedented peak. A subtle meaning began to permeate the air. In fact, nothing unspeakable happened between the two of them after that. On the contrary, after giving the gifts, Zhongyan chose to leave very honestly. The purpose of his visit to Alien's house was simply to visit her. After all, she was seriously injured, and even if she wanted to recuperate, it would probably take a long time. However, sharks have strong self-healing abilities, so Ellen recovered much faster than the average person. Otherwise, she would probably still be in the hospital now, and would have no chance to go back home. By the way, don't eat sugar immediately after drinking coffee. The sweet taste with a hint of bitterness is really hard to describe. Time began to pass rapidly after Zhong Yan's life returned to normal. Following the brother and sister to explore the cave and complete the commission seems to have become a part of Zhong Yan's daily life. In the past, he could use his divine power to move freely in the cave without having to consider factors such as the route. But now, after many collaborations with the Phaethon brothers and sisters, he had learned a lot about void exploration. Even if he cannot be called a professional now, he is at least a real cave robber. Even without the company of the Phaethon siblings, he was able to explore the cave alone as Zhong Yan using only the carrot data loaded into Xiao Pei's body. Of course, if there is only one person, then the identity of Uchiha is more comfortable. No matter how detailed the carrot data is drawn, it will never be as good as Shinwei's space transfer. In the near future, the municipal election is about to begin, and the security forces in New Irito will be strengthened to a higher level again, which also means that the main storyline of the game is about to begin. A rare weekend. Zhong Yan, who had no tasks to do, slept from early morning till noon the next day. If Xiao Pei hadn't prepared lunch and called him to get up, he would have probably slept for a few more hours. I have to say that after Uncle Enzo's transformation, Xiao Pei can already be called an all-round bomb. It can go into caves to explore and fight monsters, and it can also do laundry, cooking and cleaning at home. If such a bomb is sold outside, it will at least sell for hundreds of millions. Then why was Zhong Yan able to get such a priceless all-round partner for free? Because he is kind. Yeah, today's lunch is stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of winter melon soup. You must finish them all. While Zhong Yan was washing up, Xiao Pei had already brought all the food to the table, and she also reminded Zhong Yan to save food. Okay. Zhong Yan responded weakly. After washing up, he sat down at the dining table and tasted the home-cooked dishes in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Pei was very considerate and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV to prevent Zhong Yan from being bored while eating. After turning on the TV, a news report immediately caught Zhong Yan's sight. With the municipal election approaching, the much-anticipated livelihood project, the renovation of the old capital subway, has now officially started. A reporter in a gray suit is holding a microphone in front of the screen, reporting to the audience a recent major event in New Eiladu. After hearing what he said, Zhong Yan couldn't help but pause, causing his chopsticks to almost fall. The municipal election and the renovation of the old capital subway, this is the first chapter of the main storyline of the game. In order to successfully join TOP's financial group, Envision Company took on numerous subway renovation projects that were highly sought after by engineering companies. Because the construction cost and time were much lower than those of other companies, Envision successfully won the project. Among the many competitors they defeated was Beizi Heavy Industries, which occupies a very high position in the game. However, what no one expected was that the reason why Vision Company was able to keep costs and time consumption far lower than other companies was because they used some shady means. In the blasting area of the subway renovation, there is an area called Canvas Alley, which is close to the old Eridu, and due to the existence of the dead-end hole, the passage between Canvas Alley and the new Eridu is completely isolated. If you want to travel between the two areas, you can only go through the dead-end cave. However, although the dead-end void is a companion void, it is a rare one, and it gave birth to the notorious companion void. In the dead-end cave, there is a notorious creature named Dead-End Butcher. Its strength is extremely terrifying and has reached the level of a giant creature. Even the entire cavity is named after it. Logically speaking, when such a horrific corpse appears in the public eye, the authorities should immediately send people to clear it out. However, since the main investigation direction of the Void Investigation Association is within Void Zero, most of the senior investigators will not be sent to perform tasks such as clearing associated voids. This includes the anti-aircraft Section 6. With their strength, it is no problem for them to deal with a dead road butcher. But their mission is to find and destroy the giant and super-large Israeli skeletons in the Void Zero, so as to ensure that the ether activity of the Void Zero is maintained at a limit that will not explode. To sum it up in one sentence, the strong ones won't go, and it's useless for the weak ones to go. Then again, the blasting area planned by Envision included Canvas Alley near the old capital. In a situation like this, they should have sent people to relocate the residents in Canvas Lane before the explosion, and this was what Envision promised the officials. But in fact, they did not evacuate the residents of Canvas Lane at all, but instead planned to completely clear them out through blasting. In this way, the purpose of saving time and cost is achieved. And if everyone in Canvas Alley was killed, no one would know what they had done. In the game, the main storyline of the first chapter revolves around exposing the conspiracy of Vision Corporation and eliminating the Dead Road Butcher. However, since the appearance of Zhong Yan caused the world line to change, this time, the Phaethon brothers and sisters and the Rabbit House will not lend a helping hand to the residents of Canvas Lane. In other words, if left alone, they would all die tragically at the hands of Envision. This reminded Zhong Yan of the thousands of innocent residents who were accidentally injured by his arrow. Among them, more than 200 people died, many were seriously injured, and countless were slightly injured. As mentioned before, Zhongyan caused the destruction of half a city block due to his impulse, but that was not his intention. Afterwards, he felt guilty and provided financial assistance to those residents to the greatest extent possible, but he knew that it was absolutely impossible to make up for the mistakes he had made just like this. Zhongyan is not the compassionate saintly person in novels and on TV, but there are some things that he has to admit are his own problems. Even if the root cause was because of the ninja village, even if that shadow did not intervene, the arrow would still cause a violent explosion after destroying the 4 fleeing shadows, taking away many lives. That arrow was definitely shot from his hand. The scene returns to the present. When Zhongyan sees the head of Vision Company on TV concealing the truth by fraud, he suddenly realizes that his chance to make up for his mistake has come. Once the dead-end butcher is eliminated, the area of the cavity will collapse a lot, allowing the residents of Canvas Alley to enter New Era through the tunnel and make the truth known to the public. For Zhongyan, this was an opportunity to make up for his mistakes, and for Uchiha, this was a goal that could be accomplished easily. As for the specific process of the plan, Zhongyan thought it was very simple. He would anonymously notify the sheriff's department and inform them of Vision's conspiracy. Then they would only need to send people to Canvas Lane to check and find the residents who had not yet been evacuated. What Zhongyan needs to do is to eliminate the dead road butcher in this process, thereby reducing the size of the cavity and allowing the residents to leave Canvas Lane unimpeded. Uchiha hasn't appeared in the public eye for a long time. During the last operation to snatch Fairy, although he was mentioned in the report of the Public Security Bureau, the news was not made public. In the eyes of the public, Uchiha's character has always been a mysterious strongman who cleans up powerful enemies. It is precisely because of this that he has gained the fanatical pursuit of a group of fans. And now, when he appears in the public eye again, it will inevitably cause a new round of fan frenzy. Commander Zhao Anman, 2 hours ago, someone anonymously reported to us through a telephone booth on a certain substreet, saying that there were fatal problems with Yuanjing Company's subway renovation project. Inside the Public Security Bureau headquarters, Zhao Anman was sorting out the clues he had recently collected about the ninja village. Just as he was thinking about how to clean up after his companions, a junior sheriff suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. In his hand was a report that he had just written not long ago. Vision Company, the one about the subway blasting and reconstruction project. What problems have they encountered again? At this critical juncture, they must not cause any more trouble, Zhao Anman said casually. At first, he didn't take this matter to heart. He just wanted to deal with the affairs of the ninja village as soon as possible, otherwise their situation would only get worse. The junior sheriff who came to report looked a little hesitant, and then handed over the report in his hand. Sir, you can take a look at this. Looking at the report handed in front of him, Zhao Anman paused at first, then took it and examined it carefully, his expression changing from calm to gloomy. After a moment, he put the report down and asked, "Have you reported this to your superiors, and the anonymous whistleblower? Can you identify him through street surveillance?" "I will try my best to identify the anonymous whistleblower, but I have reported it to the higher UPS. But they said they have no evidence, so I will ignore it." Hearing that the guys above him were not going to pay any attention to this matter, Zhao Anman's expression became even more gloomy. No evidence? Didn't they think about why Envision was able to complete the project faster and at a lower cost? Besides, is it that difficult to send a few people from the branch to Canvas Lane to take a look? Zhao Anman picked up the report on the table, twisted it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. He knew why the people above didn't intend to deal with this matter. The municipal election was approaching and such a big accident happened that the people have been complaining for a long time. And now, if another Vision Corporation scandal breaks out, there may be no need to hold municipal elections. This is not good news for those senior officials who have been planning this for a long time. To do this, they can even disregard the lives of so many residents of Canvas Lane. Even though this matter has not been confirmed yet, their ugly faces still make Zhao Anman feel sick. "Sir, this." Seeing his superior's angry expression, the subordinate sheriff who came to report knew that without support from above, he was planning to act alone. "As for the affairs of the bureau, you guys should keep an eye on them. Don't touch the reports related to the ninja village. I will handle them when I come back." After saying this, Zhao Anman stood up and left the office. At the same time, Zhongyan on the other side also started his action. When Zhao Anman passed the dead end and arrived at Canvas Lane, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. There were countless residents gathered in a damaged building. This was totally inconsistent with the report uploaded by Vision Company. In their description, the residents of Canvas Lane had already been evacuated and not a single one was left. It now appears that they not only concealed the truth, but also completely cut off the possibility of these people escaping through civilian signal jammers. It really is a way to save cost and time. Thinking of this, the anger burning in Zhao Anman's heart was somewhat uncontrollable. As a sheriff, his original intention of joining the sheriff's bureau was for the justice in his heart, which did not conflict with his identity as a member of the ninja village. In the ninja village, most people have their own beliefs, and it is precisely because this organization is willing to understand and accept them that it has been able to develop to this point. As the shadow with the most say in the ninja village, Zhao Anman naturally made an indelible contribution to this. Mr. Sheriff, you haven't decided on a time to send us out yet." As Zhao Anman's thoughts were surging, an old woman walked out of the crowd and looked at him with eagerness on her face. Because Zhao Anman was wearing a sheriff's uniform, everyone was not afraid of his appearance. Instead, they were very much looking forward to leaving as soon as possible. "Old man, can you tell me what you have experienced in the past few days? If there are any difficulties, I will report them to my superiors immediately," Zhao Anman said, trying to calm down. Afterwards, the old woman told Zhao Anman what had happened in the past few days. First, they suddenly lost contact with the outside world, and then wanted to ask about the specific situation of Vision Company. Then they were stopped by the sheriff on the way and told that they would have to wait for a few days for news. But the fact is, the sheriff's bureau did not deploy any personnel in this vicinity at all, and those so-called sheriffs were actually people sent by Vision Company to impersonate them. After learning the truth, Zhao Anman knew that there were some things he had to deal with. "By the way, Mr. Sheriff, my granddaughter ran into a cave earlier. If you have time, can you help me bring her back? None of us have the etheric aptitude, so we can't enter the cave." Suddenly, the old woman made a request to Zhao Anman. "Your granddaughter is really brave. She actually dared to run into the cave alone. However, protecting the safety of citizens is the duty of the sheriff. Don't worry, old man, I will bring your granddaughter back to you," Zhao Anman said with a smile. "There is still some time before the blasting project at Yuanjing Company is completed. Before that, the lives of these residents will not be in danger for the time being, so there is time to enter the cave and bring her granddaughter out." Moreover, the void in front of him was not an ordinary companion void. Inside it existed a dead road butcher whose strength reached the giant skeleton level. Even if Zhao Anman tried his best, he might not be its opponent. If the old woman's granddaughter had encountered the death road butcher in the cave, she would probably have no chance of survival. Therefore, if Zhao Anman wants to find her, he must do it as soon as possible. Time was running out and he couldn't afford to hesitate even a little. Meanwhile, somewhere inside a dead-end cave, the originally peaceful space was suddenly distorted by an unknown force. When the distorted space condensed into a vortex, a figure gradually emerged from it. "Uchiha, here we go." As a companion void, the dead-end void does not cover a very large area. Most of the ground inside is originally railway tracks used for traffic in the old city. There are also many trains that were not moved in time and were abandoned here. The skeletons created from the void were wandering around on the road paved with railroad tracks. At this time, a human suddenly came into their sight. This immediately attracted the attention of all the people. Logically, the Yuhei would attack any living creature they saw, but strangely, after noticing the human, they did not launch an attack. Instead, they just took a look and then looked away. And that human was Zhao Anman, who was entrusted to enter the dead-end cave. Looking at Yihai, who was completely ignoring him, he found it difficult to describe his feelings. He was even a little confused as to whether he was a human or a corpse. "It's really uncomfortable to be treated as one of our own kind by these guys." Zhao Anman glanced at the corpses around him. His goal this time was to find the old woman's granddaughter. Besides, he didn't want to cause any trouble, especially since there was a giant skeleton named Dead Road Butcher in the cave. The Dead Road Butcher might treat him as a companion, but powerful Yihai often have a sense of territory. If he lingered in its territory for too long, even if Zhao Anman was really a corpse, he would probably be attacked by the Dead Road Butcher. Thinking of this, Zhao Anman couldn't help but quicken his pace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the void, Zhongyan stood on the top of a building. The view here was very broad. Looking down from above, he could almost see most of the empty space. The Sherinan has the ability to see through the flow of etheric energy, so for him, finding a giant ethereal corpse in this cave is not a difficult task. The more powerful the body, the stronger the etheric pressure emanating from the body, which can often cause the structure within the cavity to become extremely unstable. Ordinary cave robbers, without the help of a skilled rope maker, would often face the dilemma of being helpless when encountering a giant corpse. Found it. Soon, as Zhongyan glanced around, he discovered that there was an area on the ground in the distance where the ether energy was extremely dense, almost dozens of times that of other places. In that area, the space seems to be distorted, which must be the habitat of the Dead Road Butcher. After determining the location, Zhongyan did not hesitate at all and immediately used his divine power to disappear from the spot. In another part of the cave, there is a huge open space in front of an abandoned station. In the open space, there were several ibis looking around, as if they were looking for something, and on the pile of building ruins not far away, a huge figure was leaning on the rubble to rest. Next to it was a spear made of ether crystal, which was extremely sharp. That huge guy is the overlord of this cave, the Dead Road Butcher. As for those Yihai who are qualified to enter its territory, they are its carefully selected subordinates. As a rare giant corpse, the Dead Road Butcher already possesses some intelligence. Although that intelligence is so small that it can be ignored, it can at least support it in maintaining basic class relationships. The corpses chosen by it as its subordinates are the best proof. However, what the Dead Road Butcher never expected was that its days of dominating this empty cave would soon be coming to an end. When a certain space on the open ground was twisted into a vortex, Zhongyan's figure emerged from it. When he saw the giant, familiar-looking corpse in front of him, he knew that he had found the right place. In this case, the cleaning work can officially begin. At the same time, those Uchiha wandering in the open space noticed Zhong Yan's sudden appearance almost immediately. Without any hesitation, they immediately let out screams and rushed towards Zhong Yan desperately. Zhong Yan responded by slightly raising his hand. Chidori Ryu. The next second, an electric current is surging as a tide spread out with him as the center. A violent hissing sound broke out in the air. Those who tried to approach him were burned to ashes in an instant and dissipated into the air. This noise, like an explosion, finally attracted the attention of the dead road butcher. It slowly stood up from the ruins and picked up the weapon placed beside it. Didn't you enter the frenzy state immediately? It seems that the sense of oppression I gave you was not enough. Zhong Yan murmured. Facing this kind of giant skeleton with top strength, he had to be a little more serious. At least. Some truly devastating moves. While Zhong Yan was confronting the dead-end butcher, a head suddenly popped out from in front of a passage next to the open space. She was a little girl who looked less than 10 years old. She had originally planned to find the exit of the cave to go to New Eridu, but was attracted by the noise that had just occurred. Unable to contain her curiosity, she decided to come and see what was going on. What she didn't expect was that someone actually dared to challenge the big guy that countless people dared not to provoke on a normal day. Who is this? However, in her understanding, a being like the dead road butcher is simply not something that humans can contend with. Unless it is one of the super powerful guys in the Investigation Association, anyone who comes will die. The same is probably true for the guy in the mask. After all, she had seen many people wearing masks before, and she couldn't even deal with some ordinary yokai in the cave. And what's the difference between him and those guys? Just as she was thinking about whether to remind the other party to run away quickly, a figure had already quietly come behind her. By the time she reacted, her mouth had been covered by the other person. Under such stimulation, she immediately began to struggle by swinging her limbs, trying to escape. However, the other person was very strong, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. Don't make any noise. Your grandma asked me to come find you. It was not until she heard the other person's voice that she calmed down a little. When she raised her head, her eyes met an extremely conspicuous crew cut. That's Zhao Anman. Like the little girl, Zhao Anman chose to come and check after hearing the noise here. Unexpectedly, he ran into the target of his trip. But compared to this, there seems to be something more noteworthy at the scene. Someone is actually fighting with the dead road butcher. Zhao Anman widened his eyes in disbelief. After seeing clearly who that person was, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Uchiha. Uchiha's appearance in the dead-end hole surprised Zhao Anman very much, especially when he saw that the other party was fighting with the dead-end butcher. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? The corners of Zhao Anman's mouth twitched slightly. Not long ago, he risked his life to rescue his 5 companions from the Uchiha. I didn't expect that they would meet again so soon, and in such a scene. Zhao Anman actually has very complicated feelings towards Uchiha. In that terrorist attack, Uchiha not only killed his 2 companions, but also shot the arrow of destruction that blew up half a city block and caused thousands of casualties. But to be honest, if the other cages of the ninja village hadn't insisted on taking action against Victoria Housekeeping, things probably wouldn't have developed to this point. They also have to take part of the responsibility in this. As for Uchiha, the news that he destroyed countless giant skeletons in the cave had already spread throughout the entire New Eridu. Even the sheriffs of the security bureau held him in respect. After all, from the beginning to the end, the Uchiha targeted only Hale, which is completely different from the Red Fang gang and the ninja village, which would do anything as long as they were paid. Not only that, many Hollow investigators also stated that they were rescued by Uchiha in the Hollow. Even if that was not his intention, it could not change the fact that he saved people. The word legend before the cave thief has never been a derogatory term from the beginning to the end. Hey, is that guy planning to die? At this moment, the little girl's voice suddenly brought Zhao Anman's thoughts back to reality. He looked up at the Uchiha in the distance, then smiled faintly and said, if other people did this, it might be no different from committing suicide, but he is different. You just watch carefully. If Uchiha can eliminate the dead-end butcher, the volume of the entire dead-end void will collapse on a large scale, which is good news for them. At that time, the blocked passage between New Eridu and Canvas Lane will be opened. When those residents who have not evacuated the explosion area appear in New Elido, the conspiracy of Vision Company will be completely exposed. However, in order to prevent them from being defeated, Zhao Anman had to prepare some backup plans. He was the chief of the sheriff's headquarters, responsible for investigating the sensational terrorist attack. It was not difficult for him to mobilize some personnel to the scene. On the other side, Zhong Yan had already discovered the 2 people who appeared at the scene, but he did not expose them immediately. Instead, he focused all his attention on the dead-end butcher in front of him. This elite boss in the game once left him with an indelible shadow during the difficult Void investigation. But now, things are different. Suzano. As Zhongyan's mind moved, the skeleton state Susanoo immediately wrapped his body inside. Then, more bones grew on the skeleton, and it evolved into a skeleton state Susanoo. Afterwards, a layer of armor like flesh and blood appeared on the skeleton form of Susanoo, thus entering the second form. The second form of Susanoo is larger than Death Road Butcher in size alone. Facing the huge monster in front of it, even though the dead Road Butcher didn't have much intelligence, it could still feel a deep sense of crisis. This caused the etheric energy in its body to become active, and the aura emitted by its entire body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this situation, Zhongyan did not take action immediately, but gave the other party a chance. For players who have already completed the game at the maximum level, how big a threat can the novice village boss entering its second form pose? Is it possible to activate the ether of the dead Road Butcher just by using his aura? Zhao Anman, who saw this scene from a distance, widened his eyes. He knew that under normal circumstances, the etheric energy in the body of the dead-end butcher was often in a low activity state. Only when it encountered a threatening target would it develop a strong interest, causing the etheric energy to intensify and enter a high activity state. However, in previous investigation reports on battles with the dead-end butcher, very few people were able to defeat its second form, and even if they succeeded, they would not be able to deal with the second form at all. Therefore, Uchiha was able to make Dead Road Butcher feel such a huge threat just by using his aura, which was enough to show how amazing the oppressive feeling released from his body was. Come to think of it, why else could he kill two people in a 1-on-8 situation? You know, the 6 Cage who attacked Victoria Manor were fully capable of defeating the deadly butcher. However, they were beaten without any chance to fight back when facing Uchiha, and even lost 2 of their lives. Then how big is the gap between the Dead Road Butcher and the Uchiha? The answer to this question will soon be revealed. Roar! When the high concentration of ether accumulated in the body was completely activated under Zhongyan's stimulation, the limbs of the dead Road Butcher began to deform and twist rapidly. Not only did a pair of arms grow from its back, but even the core that was originally hidden in its body appeared in the shell that covered its head. That's right. In Susanoo, Zhongyan looked at the dead Road Butcher whose momentum was rising sharply, and the corners of his mouth under the mask couldn't help but curl up. Is the transformation over? Then you should be prepared to be killed instantly. The next second, as Zhongyan's mind moved, a long sword instantly appeared on Susanoo's hands. Immediately afterwards, a ball of burning black flame passed through Zhongyan's eyes and attached to the surface of the long sword. Amaterasu, add earth life. Amaterasu summons the black flame, and Kagutsuki is responsible for controlling the black flame. Using the two together can maximize the power of the black flame. For example, enchanting a weapon. When the huge Susanoo raised the long sword covered with black flames, Dead Road Butcher realized how dangerous the human in front of him was. Its instinct urged it to escape, but it turned out that it had no chance at all. Boom! As the long knife fell to the ground, a deep crack was instantly cut into the originally solid ground, and on the surface of the crack, there was visible black flame burning. The huge body of the Dead Road Butcher was completely crushed into ashes under the swing of the long knife. The ether particles gradually floating in the air were the final proof of its existence. So that big guy was killed just like that. The little girl who saw this scene couldn't believe her eyes. Only Zhao Anman knew that this was not the full strength of Uchiha. If he used the arrow that destroyed half the city block again, most of the dead end would probably be razed to the ground. He really had shown some mercy. Zhongyan killed the butcher on the road with one knife. Such a scene undoubtedly caused a great psychological shock to the two of them. Zhao Anman was fine, after all, he knew from the beginning how terrifying Uchiha's strength was, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but be surprised. As for the little girl who had lived in Canvas Lane since she was a child and had never seen the world, she was so shocked that she was speechless. There are actually such powerful people in this world. The little girl covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes as big as bells. In comparison, Zhao Anman's reaction was slightly calmer. At the same time, he knew that he had to leave quickly. If he was discovered by Uchiha, he might not be able to escape. Thinking of this, he patted the little girl on the shoulder and said softly, "You've finished watching. Now you can go back with me obediently, right? Your grandma is very worried about you." "I don't want to go back, I still have to go to New Alido. Those guys from Yuanjing don't keep their word, and I can't contact them these days, so I must go find them to ask for an explanation." The little girl curled her lips and snorted. To ask for an explanation. If she really went to New Eridu and went to Vision Corporation to confront those guys, she might never be able to come back. No matter what, Zhao Anman would not let her go to New Alido. He had to at least let her go back to Canvas Lane first, and then notify the Public Security Bureau to send people to arrest the people from Vision Company. "Don't worry, I will help you solve the problems of Vision Company. Go back now. You have been in the void for a long time. Don't be eroded by the ether," Zhao Anman advised patiently. Perhaps it was because she felt that he was very kind, coupled with his solemn promise. After hesitating for a long time, the little girl finally nodded and decided to go back with him. On the other side, looking at the cracks on the ground left by the butcher who killed him, and the black flames burning around the cracks, Zhongyan's mind moved slightly, and the black flames were extinguished under the control of Kagutsuki. At the same time, he also noticed the two people who were about to leave. "You've been peeking at me for so long, are you planning to leave now?" Zhao Anman was about to leave with the little girl when he heard Uchiha's voice suddenly coming from behind him, and his expression immediately darkened. Then, he grabbed the little girl's hand without any hesitation, and the next second, accompanied by a flash of golden light in the air, the two figures instantly disappeared from the spot. In less than a breath, they appeared 100 meters away. How did we get here? The sudden teleportation left the little girl with a lot of question marks on her head, but Zhao Anman didn't have time to pay attention to her at this moment. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that the Uchiha hadn't caught up with him. However, before he could feel at ease for a moment, a twisted space vortex suddenly appeared not far away. Then, Uchiha's figure emerged from it. This scene made Zhao Anman's expression change drastically. Before he could activate his teleportation ability again, a ball of burning black flame suddenly appeared and surrounded them in a ring. The sudden rise in temperature around her startled the little girl. Seeing this, Zhao Anman immediately protected her with both hands to prevent the circle of black flames around her from shrinking. In fact, his teleportation ability could completely help them escape, but the scene just now had confirmed that Uchiha had the ability to lock their position again. As for why Uchiha didn't chase them last time in Victoria Housekeeping's manner, it might be because the distance was too far, so he could escape his attack range with a teleport. "I didn't recognize who you were at first, until you used your ability to teleport just now. It seems that killing two people is not enough to make you afraid of me." Zhongyan walked towards the two people slowly, with a hint of murderous intent in his tone. He hated the ninja village to the extreme, and not continuing to kill them all after the last incident was already the greatest kindness he could show. What was unexpected was that even though he had let them go, they still wanted to stick it in his face. How could he tolerate this? Seeing Zhongyan's murderous look, Zhao Anman immediately shouted to stop him. "Wait, this matter has nothing to do with her. She is just an ordinary person who broke into the cave without permission. At least let her go first." Hearing Zhao Anman's words, Zhongyan immediately stopped approaching them. In fact, he had noticed just now that the little girl protected in Zhao Anman's arms was the one who appeared in the game and brought the four people from the cunning rabbit house to Canvas Lane. She couldn't be a member of the ninja village. In addition, from the sheriff's uniform Zhao Anman was wearing, it was also clear that he was not acting as a shadow this time. Thinking of this, Zhongyan activated Kagutsuka no Mikato and extinguished the black flames surrounding the two of them. Then, he said calmly, "The fact that the Public Security Bureau asked you to come here means that you already know about the Vision Company. In this case, take advantage of the collapse of the void and quickly take the residents of Canvas Lane out." Zhongyan's sudden change in attitude stunned Zhao Anman, who had originally had a serious expression on his face. Especially after hearing what the other party said, he could hardly believe his ears. Could it be that the reason he took action to eliminate the dead road butcher was to cause the volume of the void to collapse so that the residents of Canvas Lane could get out? Is he protecting the residents of Canvas Lane? Can't it be because of that arrow? Zhao Anman is not a fool. He has conducted a very thorough study of the existing information on Uchiha in the past few days and knows that he will definitely not act with the goal of saving a group of civilians, unless he is influenced by certain factors and has to do such a thing. The most reasonable explanation at the moment is that he wanted to make up for the mistake caused by that arrow. If this is true, then in terms of world outlook, values alone, he is far superior to the other cages in the ninja village. Some things are better to just know in your heart. There's no need to say them out loud. That's not good for you. Zhongyan responded in a flat tone. Such an answer also made Zhao Anman feel a little embarrassed. But soon, he realized another problem. Now that Canvas Lane's communication lines have been cut off by Farzad, someone must go outside if we want to notify the Public Security Bureau to send someone over. Taking the residents of Canvas Lane out without any preparation will only lead to a massacre by Farzad, Zhao Anman said with a slightly solemn expression. Zhongyan felt a little unbelievable when he heard this. In his expectation, as long as his anonymous report was successful, the Public Security Bureau would definitely send at least one team to check out the situation. All he had to do was to kill the killer, cause the cavity to collapse, and then get the residents of Canvas Lane out of the blasting area. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this idea, but he overlooked one point. Anything that looks bright and shiny must have some dark side behind it. Even the Sheriff's Bureau, which claims to be the embodiment of justice, is the same. He is still too naive. When Zhongyan learned that the top management of New Ilido refused to send anyone to Canvas Lane to investigate because of the municipal election, he fell silent. Those guys in high positions are really unreliable. Since those guys don't plan to send anyone, he can only convey the information here to the outside world. As for Zhao Anman, he had to stay in Canvas Lane because the void collapse would soon attract the attention of Vision Company. If they sent people to check the situation at that time, they would most likely kill all the residents of Canvas Lane and then carry out the explosion to achieve the purpose of silencing the witnesses and finally destroying the bodies. If Zhao Anman stayed here, perhaps he could stabilize the situation. That he held a high position in the Public Security Bureau. If he died in Canvas Lane, it would inevitably lead to an investigation by the Public Security Bureau. By then, it would be difficult for Envision to close the deal. In fact, Zhong Yan had thought about creating another massacre like the Red Fang Gang, but Yuan Jing Company was an official enterprise of New Do, and there were too many things involved behind it. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhong Yan, who did not want to cause any trouble, finally suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Thank you very much for temporarily putting aside our hostility. I'll leave it to you to pass the message to the outside world. Zhao Anman comforted the frightened little girl while thanking Zhong Yan. The relationship between the two was clearly that of enemies, but because they had the same goal, they reached a temporary cooperation. Zhao Anman didn't know whether Zhong Yan would kill him after the cooperation ended, but now he only cared about whether the residents of Canvas Lane could walk out alive. Zhong Yan ignored Zhao Anman's thanks, but instead activated his divine power and instantly moved out of the hole. Not long after, in the work area of the former Black Goose construction site, the Xiangzi people from Beizi Heavy Industry are carrying heavy construction materials. With their strong physique, they are very suitable for doing such physical work. However, when they were moving the materials, their expressions looked a little unhappy. This is not because they don't want to work, but because Envision has snatched away the projects they were determined to win. The failure in the competition for the project plunged the entire Beizi Heavy Industry into an extremely heavy atmosphere, and no one was happy. The president was even more furious about this, and he angrily accused Envision of being shameless and was determined to uncover their shady practices behind the scenes. Everyone, stop looking so sad and work harder. At this time, an extremely energetic young man entered the picture, carrying hundreds of kilograms of construction materials on his shoulders. Even though it was extremely heavy, he did not feel tired at all. Instead, he encouraged his frustrated companions in this way. That was Anton, the on-site project manager of Beizi Heavy Industry. Seeing that an ordinary human being was carrying such heavy building materials, the Xiangzi people's competitive spirit was instantly ignited, and they began to try to surpass him. The construction site, which was originally filled with a heavy atmosphere, was instantly ignited by the smell of youth and sweat. What an exciting scene! Let me see. The next step is to connect the control panel. At the same time, on a huge machine, Grace, the mechanical engineering consultant of Beizi Heavy Industry, was checking the internal condition of her child. This step is the most critical. Once successful, the entire project will be nearing completion. But because Grace was too demanding of machines, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. Sure enough, after she connected the machine's control panel, the entire machine began to go into an uncontrollable riot due to some unknown reasons. The machine, which looked like a spider, first threw Grace off its back with force, and then began to bump around in the construction site like a headless fly. Anton reacted immediately after seeing this scene. He put down the heavy building materials on his shoulders, and without even having time to wipe the dust off his clothes, he rushed forward, ready to use brute force to control the out-of-control machine. However, he was just an ordinary human being, and no matter how strong he was, he could never be stronger than the machine made by Grace. After holding onto one of the machine's legs with both hands, not long after, he was thrown out like Grace. Seeing that no one could stop the out-of-control machine, at this moment, a majestic figure suddenly fell from the sky and sat hard on the out-of-control machine. As a thick smoke rose at the scene, the powerful impact caused the machine to lose its ability to move and it collapsed to the ground. Then, a majestic figure walked out from the thick smoke, carrying a heavy tool on his shoulder, the function of which was unknown. Ben Bigger, a bearman with a strong physique, can easily break the bones of an adult with a slap, but by far, the thing he slaps the most is the calculator. He is the #1 accountant of Beizi Heavy Industry. He is responsible for doing the accounting and sometimes is also responsible for finding someone to do the accounting on behalf of the company, and he has never made any mistakes. Ben's meticulousness can be described as Zhang Fei's embroidery, and his embroidery is more beautiful than anyone else's. Ms. Grace, this is the 6th incident of construction machinery losing control this week. Please pay attention. I'm really afraid that one of your treasures will be crushed. Ben looked at Grace, who was slowly getting up from the ground not far away, and scratched his head with a simple tone. He knew how amazing his strength was, so most of the time, he would not use this strength to hurt others. What bad intentions could an accountant who only knows how to use a computer have? Beep. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Ben picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Beizi Heavy Industry. How can I help you? Ben said in a gentle tone after answering the call. The person on the other end of the phone did not respond immediately, but after a moment of silence, a deep voice came out. I'm looking for Kalita Belloberg. Knowing who the other party was looking for, Ben immediately turned around and looked towards a crane deep in the construction site. Please pay attention to this. I spent a lot of money to buy these building materials. Even if you don't use them, you have to keep them well. A girl with fiery red hair was directing the workers in front of the crane. She is the youngest in the entire construction site, but her status is the highest. The president of Shirahi Heavy Industries, a young elementary school student who became the manager of the company. Kalita Belloberg. President, here's your phone number. Only after Kalita calmed down did Ben dare to call her. When she heard someone calling her, Kalita immediately showed an impatient expression. Where are these people coming from? we haven't received any big projects, so why are there so many people calling? While complaining, Kolda walked forward and took the phone from Ben. Hello, this is Coletta Bell Obert. What can I do for you? Please keep it short, I'm very busy here and can't talk for a long time. Coletta's tone of voice seemed very casual, which was also influenced by Vision Company. That if they hadn't snatched away the project that Basie Heavy Industry was determined to win, her temper would not have been so bad these days. But the next second, the voice coming from the other end of the phone made her eyes light up. I have an opportunity to bring down Jing Company. I wonder if the president of Basie Heavy Industry. Are you willing to cooperate with me? After Zhongyan called Basie Heavy Industry, when the scene returned to Canvas Lane, Zhao Anman had already returned here with the little girl. The old woman was deeply grateful to him for personally entering the cave and bringing her granddaughter out, but Zhao Anman did not care because protecting the citizens was the responsibility of the sheriff. Afterwards, Zhao Anman also said that someone would pick them up soon, and the residents of Canvas Lane were all looking forward to it. They had lived here for too long, and because the dead end had isolated the passage to New Eridu, they had not seen what the city looked like for a long time. Because the place where they live is planned as the blasting area of the project, the authorities will arrange new accommodation for them after they are taken to New Alido. It is unknown how much better the environment and conditions will be than here. However, there are also some people who don't want to leave here. After all, Canvas Alley is where they grew up. If it were to be bombed into ruins, they would feel a little uncomfortable. But at the moment, they have no way to stay and can only obey the official arrangements. At the same time, at the Vision Company base not far from Canvas Lane, Mr. Perlman, my men just reported that the area of the dead end has collapsed a lot, and now the passage connecting to Canvas Lane has been completely exposed. Perlman, the person in charge of this project at Envision, was a short, fat, white-haired old man that when he learned that the passage connecting to Canvas Alley was exposed due to the collapse of the void, he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How could the void collapse for no reason? Have they gone in to find the cause? If those guys escape, wouldn't our plan be exposed? Perlman said, stroking his beard angrily. The ordinary subordinates were unaware that Vision Company intended to blow up the residents of Canvas Lane. That only the company's top executives and their confidants were qualified to know the specific contents of the plan. Those who participated in this plan were basically the company's top executives and their confidants, and Perlman was one of them. However, although he is the person in charge of this project, the real mastermind behind the scenes is actually someone else. He only plays the role of a puppet and does not have much substantive power and status. At the same time, the things involved behind this project are far from as simple as they appear on the surface. They have already investigated the cause of the cavity collapse, and the final conclusion is the dead road butcher was killed. As soon as these words came out, Perlman felt a lightning-like sound explode beside his ears. It took him a long time to react, and he said in disbelief, "Dead road butcher, such a monster was killed by someone, who did it, have you found out?" Looking at the entire New Ilidu, there are very few people who can compete with the level of the dead road butcher, and each one of them is definitely a famous person if taken individually. Perlman didn't know who was the one who took action to deal with the dead road butcher. He only knew that the collapse of the void would not do them any good. Once the passage connecting Canvas Alley is exposed, the residents trapped in Canvas Alley will be able to travel to New Eridu unimpeded. Once people knew that they had escaped from Canvas Alley, their plan would be exposed, and the entire Vision Company would suffer a devastating blow. As the person in charge of this project, Perlman will face endless imprisonment or even the more serious death penalty. So no matter what, he couldn't let the residents of Canvas Lane leave alive. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered, "Hurry up and send people to Canvas Lane. Before those guys leave, we must kill them all as quickly as possible. Not a single one can be left alive." When things developed to this point, Perlman had no time to consider the consequences. Only by nipping the accident in the bud would he have a chance to save his life. Vision's operation to eliminate the residents of Canvas Lane soon began under Perlman's orders. A large number of Vision Company members dressed in sheriff's uniforms rushed to Canvas Lane fully armed. In Canvas Lane, Zhao Anman, who had long anticipated that Vision Corporation would take action, had already asked the residents of Canvas Lane to hide, leaving him alone to face the aggressive enemy. When the entire armed team arrived at Canvas Lane, they saw only Zhao Anman standing there. The leader immediately shouted, "Who told you to act ahead of schedule? Get back to the team." Because everyone in the team was pretending to be sheriffs, he also treated Zhao Anman as his subordinate. But soon, he found that something was wrong. Faced with his order, Zhao Anman was not moved, but instead pulled out a dagger from his waist. "This is not one of ours, this is a real cop, kill him." The appearance of the genuine sheriff frightened the leader so much that in panic, he ordered his men to attack without even giving the other party a chance to reveal his identity. The people who received the order obviously hesitated for a moment. After all, he was the sheriff. If they killed him, it would probably bring immeasurable consequences to themselves. Just as they were hesitating, Zhao Anman, who was not far away, suddenly turned into a golden flash and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind the leader. The dagger in his hand was pressed against his neck at a rapid speed. This sudden change caused the leader's face to change drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Don't shoot don't shoot. He didn't know how Zhao Anman approached him, but he was sure that as long as his men made any move, his neck would be pierced by the dagger in an instant. Therefore, in order to save his own life, he ordered his men not to shoot. To put it another way, even if they fired without hesitation, Zhao Anman had the ability to protect himself. Even Zhongyan was unable to react to his teleportation ability. If continuous use would not put a huge burden on the body, he could have used this ability to take all the people in Canvas Lane out one by one. To describe it in one word, it is flash. You can't catch it. Not long after Perlman gave the order to start the operation, another of his men came to report. However, unlike the last time, the person who reported this time looked extremely panicked, as if something big had happened. Mr. Perlman, something bad has happened. For some reason, a group of sheriffs and those guys from Beizi Heavy Industry have come outside. They actually brought the media with them. At this time, Perlman was leisurely enjoying his afternoon tea. When he learned the news of the appearance of the sheriff's bureau and the media, he spat out a mouthful of tea from his mouth and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. What did you say? Before he could react, bursts of shrill sirens and loud shouts from media reporters were suddenly heard outside the stronghold. Reporting the news we just received, the Vision Company has disregarded human life and exposed a shocking scandal. They lied that they had evacuated all the residents in Canvas Alley, but in fact they planned to blow them up along with the abandoned subway. After receiving the tip-off, our reporter followed the public security forces and has now arrived at the blasting command center near the entrance of the dead-end cave. Currently, the public security forces are cordoning off the scene and have subdued several unidentified people pretending to be public security officers. Under the reporter's report, the work on site was proceeding in an orderly manner. In front of the real security forces, those fake guys had no power to fight back at all. They were subdued one by one in a short time and their weapons and equipment were removed. Bullinger, the highest officer of the Janus District Security Bureau, is the person in charge of this operation. Following him are Zhu Yuan and Qing Yi, who are also from the Janus District Security Bureau. In addition to the Public Security Bureau and several media outlets, people from Beizi Heavy Industries also rushed to the scene by helicopter, wanting to witness the demise of their competitor with their own eyes. Humph, I've said it before, there must be something fishy going on with those guys at Vision Company. Now that they've been discovered, the fact that they had someone impersonate the sheriff is enough to get them killed 800 times. President Coletta, at this moment, was holding a heavy hammer, looking at the fake sheriffs who were subdued on the ground with a satisfied expression, and she felt so happy. Fortunately, someone reported it to her and asked her to notify the media and the police station, otherwise, this matter might have been concealed by Envision. As for the guy who called her to cooperate, Kelida was a little curious about who he was. She wanted to ask someone to track the phone number afterwards, and maybe she could find some clues. You don't come over here. Inside the command post's office, Perlman huddled in the corner in fear as he watched Zhu Yuan and his companions gradually approaching him. Faced with such a heinous person, Zhu Yuan did not hesitate to take out a long form from his pocket. On it was all the crimes that Perlman was suspected of, which numbered dozens. Any one of these charges could sentence him to death. This time, he was really finished. Perlman also knew what would happen to him after being taken away this time, and an unprecedented feeling of despair suddenly enveloped his heart. It's over, it's over. Shortly after this, in Canvas Alley, Zhao Anman had been holding the captain hostage for a long time. During this period, his men did not dare to act rashly, for fear that a small action would cost their captain his life. How long are you going to hold me hostage? How about we both take a step back, you let me go and I'll take them away, otherwise when the higher ranking guys come, we'll both die. After having a sharp blade pressed against his neck for so long, the captain became a little impatient and yelled angrily, trying to get Zhao Anman to let him go. But Zhao Anman was no fool. He knew clearly that these guys had no credibility. If he released the hostages, he would probably be greeted by a rain of bullets. He wasn't worried about himself, after all, he could react to bullets, but the same couldn't be said for the residents of Canvas Lane behind him. Even if they have hidden themselves now, there is no guarantee that they will not get hurt. These guys are still willing to work for Envision Company even after knowing the whole story, which means that they don't care about the lives of those residents at all. Moreover, they said that they would all die when someone of higher status came, but in fact, no one present or even in the entire Vision Company had a status comparable to his. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate and their patience was about to run out, a group of fully armed sheriffs suddenly appeared in the passage connecting to the outside world in the distance. Seeing this, the captain thought that reinforcements had arrived and shouted, "See, there are more people coming. If you don't let me go, I can't guarantee that they won't hurt you." Zhao Anman raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then actually let go of the hostage. The captain was overjoyed at this, thinking how smart the sheriff was, yet he turned out to be so stupid. "Men, Lord Perlman said that if we let those guys from Canvas Lane get away, we will definitely not end well. Since this sheriff is determined to stop us, we can only disrespect him. Do it now." As expected, people like them have no credibility at all. However, just as the captain was commanding his men to take action, a group of sheriffs appeared behind them and pointed their guns at them. "Don't move." It was not until he heard the sheriff's angry shouts from behind that the captain realized that those who came were not their people, but a group of real sheriffs. No wonder Zhao Anman let him go. It was not a sign of weakness at all, but his current advantage meant that he no longer needed to use hostages to ensure his own safety. And he had just been confronting himself for such a long time, just waiting for reinforcements to arrive. When the two groups of people clashed in this small space, it didn't take long for the fake sheriffs to be suppressed by the real sheriffs. Captain Zhao Anman, all the criminals have been controlled. Please give us your instructions. A sheriff ran up to Zhao Anman and asked him what to do next. In response to this, Zhao Anman's answer was to take everyone back to the Public Security Bureau and let those guys wait for their fate. In addition, he ordered all the residents in Canvas Lane to be moved to New Eridu, and applied to the higher authorities to arrange temporary accommodation for them. At this point, the turmoil caused by the Vision Company has finally come to an end with the arrival of the Public Security Bureau. According to the Public Security Bureau, Charles Perlman, the person in charge of Envision, has been arrested. Based on his confession, no less than 20 senior executives of Envision have been arrested, some of whom are still on the run. It is reported that the key to solving this case lies in a report phone call received by Officer Zhao Anman, the second-level police inspector at the Public Security Bureau headquarters. The Public Security Bureau is doing its best to track down the source of this call. At present, the subway renovation project that Yuan Jing Company was responsible for has been taken over by Beizi Heavy Industry. Next, let us invite Chief Zhao Anman to give a brief account and summary of this scandal. The day after Vision's plan was exposed, the news made the headlines in New Ilido, almost overshadowing the terrorist attack that had occurred earlier in the city center. When Zhong Yan was watching TV at home, he happened to see the related reports of this news. Not only that, he also saw Zhao Anman, who was specially invited, on the screen. Zhao Anman has made a great contribution this time by saving so many civilians. His position is already high, and he will probably be promoted again because of this incident. He is in a high position at the age of only 30-something, so his ability to handle affairs is indeed very strong. Those guys who climbed up step by step by relying on their connections could not contribute themselves like he did. If it weren't for his identity as a member of the ninja village, Zhong Yan would have wanted to make friends with him. The key to solving this case, in addition to the unknown reporting phone call, is another key point. I met someone in the dead-end cave who helped me pass on the message, which allowed the sheriff's bureau to arrive at the scene in time. Here, I am very grateful to the friend who bravely stepped forward to help. Even though you have committed a serious mistake before, in my opinion, after this incident, you can forgive yourself. Hearing this, Zhong Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking at Zhao Anman, who was smiling on the screen, he knew that these two sentences were spoken to him. The next second, he picked up the remote control, turned off the TV, and fell on the sofa thoughtfully. This guy is so talkative. This was the answer Zhong Yan came to after thinking for a long time. At this time, Xiao Pei came over and pointed at the TV that had been turned off, saying, "Yeah, Zhong Yan, I know that person. He is an elder in the organization, and he is very gentle, and he often sends people to inspect and maintain our parts regularly." Xiao Pei is the exclusive Bangbu of the ninja village. It is not surprising that it can recognize Zhao Anman. It can also be seen from its description that Zhao Anman is indeed somewhat different from other members of the ninja village. It is really hard to understand why such a person would join the ninja village and even reach such a high position in the ninja village. It seems that he needs to study the original intention of establishing the ninja village organization. A few days later, Zhong Yan returned to campus life. Because the trouble in the ninja village had been resolved and her injuries had fully healed, Aaron also returned to school. In this way, Zhong Yan would not be idle every day. He would tease Alien's tail when he had nothing to do in class. Although he would be warned by her fierce eyes from time to time, overall, it seemed that she was only disgusted on the surface. If she really couldn't touch her tail, she would have gone berserk long ago. Days like this lasted for a while, and coupled with so many things happening recently, Zhong Yan actually felt that the days were a little too peaceful over time. Ida's like the raging waves suddenly turned into a calm sea. The huge contrast makes it difficult for people to adapt. Fortunately, he usually followed the Phaethon brothers and sisters into the hollow to carry out commissions, so his life was not too boring. But on the other side, a person who hadn't seen him for a long time couldn't bear his loneliness anymore. On this day, in the luxurious rental house of Cunning Rabbit House. It was night time and Cunning Rabbit House did not accept any commissions for night operations. With this rare free time, Nicole lay on the sofa, watching the latest popular variety show while applying an affordable whitening mask. This month, the income of the Rabbit House was much less than that of last month, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, she had managed to extort a full 3 million dime from the Uchiha last month. Adding to the existing 6 million denarii, the income from that commission alone was enough to cover their expenses for several months. If they had not become rich overnight, they would not have been able to move into such a luxurious house. However, although the revenue is much less, at least it is not a deficit like before. Even though Nicole donated most of the commission income to charity, the remaining money could still support them for a few months. Nicole. When the scene returned to the present, Nicole, who was applying a facial mask and was about to fall asleep, was suddenly awakened by a voice. She looked up and saw Ambi in pajamas, looking at her awkwardly. This made Nicole feel a little confused. "Ambi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The first thing Nicole thought of was that there was something wrong with Ambi's health. If that was the case, she would definitely take her to the hospital for examination as soon as possible. Even though she is a money grubber, she will never hesitate when it comes to spending money. And this is exactly her charm. I doubt I want to take a day off. However, contrary to expectations, Ambi was not unwell at all. Facing Anbai's request for leave, Nicole was stunned for a moment, then fell into thought, with a suspicious expression, and said, Are you thinking of asking for leave to go to Zhongyan? Seeing that her conspiracy was immediately exposed by Nicole, Ambi was shocked and her expression became much more normal. Zhongyan said that he needs my help with something very important, and I'm the only one who can do it. Please, Nicole. As she said this, Ambi put her hands together and made a pleading gesture. This made Nicole sigh helplessly, and then she said, There are indeed too many commissions recently, and I am going to give you a break. Since you want to go find him, then go ahead. But you must not return empty-handed. I learned last time that the guy is extremely rich. If you can, you'd better make the most of him. Nicole will definitely not let go of any opportunity to make money. However, she certainly would not have thought that as early as last month, she had already obtained 3 million dinars from Zhongyan for free. If she knew this, she would definitely will make Anbai want more. The next morning, after Ambi's leave application was approved, in the house, Zhongyan was enjoying his rare weekend. During these 2 days, unless there was anything too important, he would usually get up at noon. As early as dawn, Xiaopei, who was in charging state, woke up through the scheduled start and began to take care of the house for Zhongyan. After being adopted by Zhongyan, it was rarely sent to the cave to perform tasks, so its only tasks were some simple housework. However, even if the task is simple, it dare not be negligent. For Bomb, the master's orders must not be violated, and no mistakes can be made. Yeah, Zhongyan said that the food has been a bit monotonous in recent days. Fortunately, I learned how to make new dishes online yesterday. I will go buy some groceries and cook later. Xiao Pei was cleaning the dust in the house with a mini broom, and was thinking about making a big meal for Zhongyan later. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the house, which startled Xiao Pei, who was cleaning carefully, and the broom in her hand almost fell to the ground. Yeah, are there guests? Zhongyan didn't tell me in advance. Faced with the sudden movement, Xiao Pei's first reaction was to be alert. It entered combat mode almost instantly, and its hand slowly reached for the double swords behind it. Even if there has been no battle for a long time, don't underestimate the original intention of its design. Afterwards, Xiaopei walked to the door carefully. Due to her height, she could not observe the person outside the door through the cat's eye. Fortunately, Zhongyan specially had someone install a lower door handle for it, otherwise it would not even be able to open the door. Yes, we must protect Zhongyan and never let him get hurt. With the determination to die, Xiaopei finally opened the door. The moment the door was opened, it saw a human being who was much taller than itself. Looking up, the other person was as tall as a giant. However, among the human group, her height was relatively short, and her face was not that ferocious, so it did not attack immediately. Instead, after being stunned for a moment, it spoke politely. Hello, who are you looking for? Looking at Bombu, whom he had never seen before, Ambi was obviously stunned. She took a few steps back and carefully observed the surroundings. After making sure that she was in the right place, she responded, I'm looking for Zhongyan. Can you please let me see him? I can take a special leave today to come here. Yeah, Zhongyan is sleeping now and won't wake up until at least noon. Xiao Pei told Anbai this somewhat regrettable news. Knowing that Zhongyan had not yet gotten up, Anbai couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then said seriously, in this case, can you please let me in and sit for a while? I am Zhongyan's good friend, and I promise I won't wake him up. She had finally taken a leave to come to see Zhongyan. How could she return empty-handed? Moreover, she had never seen Zhongyan sleeping. Based on her years of experience in watching movies, she is certain that Zhongyan must look very different when he is asleep. After all, in her eyes, no matter what Zhongyan looks like, he is always very eye-catching. Xiaopei hesitated for a while about Ambi's request, but after seeing the other party's sincere and expectant eyes, she finally agreed. If you drive away Zhongyan's good friends without permission, it will be hated. Excuse me. After getting Xiaopei's permission, Ambi walked into the house and closed the door. This was not the first time she had come to Zhongyan's home, and she was also one of the only 4 people in the entire New Lido who knew where Zhongyan's home was. The other 3 people are Ling, Zhu Yuan, and Qingyi. The house is much cleaner than before. It looks like Bangdu is cleaning it again. Looking at the tidy and almost spotless house, Ambi immediately analyzed that this was definitely Xiaopei's work. She knew Zhongyan quite well and knew that he would definitely not clean the house regularly. And she was the same. Things like cleaning are really exhausting. I have to eat at least 5 hamburgers afterwards to replenish the lost energy. Unless Nicole gives a special order, in most cases, Billy is responsible for the hygiene and cleaning of the rabbit house. At the same time, Anbai also found Zhongyan sleeping soundly on the bed, which made her instantly alert, and she quickly walked to the bed. Looking like he won't wake up for at least 3 hours, after analyzing the experience she had learned previously, Anbai finally determined that as long as she didn't make too much noise, it would be impossible to wake Zhongyan up. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she actually put her face close to him, observing Zhong Yan's sleeping face from a very close distance. As mentioned before, Zhong Yan's appearance is not bad. Even when he is asleep, his appearance will not lose points as long as his sleeping posture is not too wild. Especially the way her lips were slightly open and she was breathing gently, which made Ambi unable to help but move closer to feel it. Sure enough, as long as it was Zhong Yan, even a simple breath could make her feel extremely at ease. To use a line from a movie, "You look so cute when you sleep." Ambi reached out and gently rubbed the tip of Zhong Yan's nose with her fingertips, which quickly elicited a reaction from the other party. Zhong Yan sniffed, then unconsciously uttered in his sleep, saying, "Alien. Don't rub my nose with your tail, it's itchy." Hearing this, Ambi immediately stopped what he was doing, and his expression quickly changed from a loving smile to a gloomy one, until finally, the entire upper half of her face was covered in black lines. "Alien, this must be a girl's name." Zhong Yan thinks about her even in his dreams. "I'm afraid the relationship between the two is not simple." In order to find out who his potential enemy was, Anbai turned to look at Xiaopei at his feet and said in a slightly grim tone, "Can you tell me who Alien is?" Being stared at by Anbai with a gloomy expression and black lines on his forehead, Xiaopei suddenly felt unprecedented pressure and could only try her best to explain. Yeah, I don't know her, I only know there's a girl named Ling, and Zhong Yan has a very good relationship with her. The two of them often go out to eat together, and sometimes Ling will drive Zhong Yan home and come into the house for tea or something." In desperation, Xiaopei told everything she knew, including Ling, who had nothing to do with the matter. But it didn't know how much trouble its words would bring to Zhong Yan. When Ambi learned that he had two enemies, he could no longer sit still. She looked at Zhong Yan, who was still sleeping soundly and could not stand the jealousy in her heart. The next second, she punched Zhong Yan in the stomach through the quilt. "Get up. It's been a long time since I last begged for cybered. I'll do it today. Please give me some tips." When Zhong Yan opened his eyes, his mind was a little confused. Standing beside his bed was Xiaopei, who looked panicked, and Anbai, whose expression was gloomy enough to kill people. "You woke up too fast, sleep a little longer." Just when he wanted to lie down again, the pain in his abdomen made him realize that he was not dreaming. So, after confirming that the person standing in front of him was Anbai, he asked tentatively, Anbai? He didn't know why Anbai looked at him with such an expression, but he was sure that she must have known something. As for what exactly happened, Zhong Yan didn't know, and he didn't want to know, because he just needed to apologize. "Zhong Yan, this is a very serious question," Anbai spoke at this time. She stared at Zhong Yan, and her expression softened a little. "Please tell me, what is the relationship between you, the girl named Ai Lian, and the rope craftsman?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Yan's first reaction was to be stunned. He knew that the rope maker was definitely referring to Ling, but where did she hear the name Alien? Damn it, if I knew who was the informant, I would make him suffer the consequences of Tsukuyomi for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the most important thing right now is not to find the informer, but to think about how to stabilize Ambi's emotions. Before this, he actually intended to hide Alien from Ambi. After all, he had not yet figured out how to deal with the relationship between them. As for Ambi and Ling, they have worked together before, so as long as it is not too excessive, it will not arouse the vigilance between the two. But now it's ruined, everything is ruined. But things have developed to this point. Zhong Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet, otherwise he might not be able to get out of bed today. "Well, Ling, you know, she and I are friends. As for Alien, she is a friend of mine at school. I think it should be okay for me to make friends at school, right?" Zhong Yan explained and tried to clear himself of suspicion. However, when it comes to feelings, Ambi is very cautious. At least she won't be fooled by him so easily. "Whether it's Alien or Ling, I have no objection to you making friends with them, but you have to promise me that you will never have any unclear relationship with them." Ambi's expression eased a lot, and he had almost returned to his usual calm. But her heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. "Yeah, I have a good relationship with both of them. They are both rare friends. I said, you have to promise me that you won't have any ambiguous relationship with them." Yes. I met Alien when school started. She is a very quiet girl. Give me your word. You know Ling, too. I met him when I first entered the Hollow and worked with them. He was the legendary rope maker Phaethon. Give me your word. Zhong Yan repeatedly changed the subject, which caused Anbai's voice to gradually change from calm at the beginning to shouting, and finally even roaring. Obviously, Zhong Yan's escape has confirmed her worries. Looking at Anbai, who was somewhat out of control, Zhong Yan realized that this was not going to work. This was the first time he saw Ambi so excited. He still remembered the first time they met. Ambi was abandoned on the streets of the old capital, like a frightened kitten, and no strangers were allowed to approach. Zhong Yan deliberately removed his Uchiha disguise at that time, and was nearly hacked to death by Anbai. If he had not used the lightning release ninjutsu to suppress him unexpectedly, his identity would have been exposed long ago. Fortunately, Ambi is not a cold-blooded animal. She is just afraid of being hurt. As long as you are gentler and give her some appropriate help, you can successfully make her let down her guard. Zhong Yan chose to use Anbai's favorite hamburger to get closer to her. It was from that time that Zhong Yan became an inseparable part of Anbai. In fact, Zhongyan also knew his position in Anbai's heart, but he had already established a relationship with Alien at the time that the best way might be to follow the original plot and let Anbai be picked up by Nicole. In this way, there won't be much interaction between the two of them, and Zhongyan will not end up in such an embarrassing situation today. However, human desires are endless, especially when you are infinitely craving for something that even if you know in your heart that it is wrong, you will not be able to resist approaching it, seizing it, or even possessing it. And Anbai was the thing that Zhongyan longed for in his heart, otherwise he would not have risked being hacked to death to get close to her. He had actually anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect it to happen while he was sleeping. Indeed, we must never let our guard down and must always maintain a firm will. Zhongyan. Just when Zhongyan was thinking about how to calm Anbai's emotions, the other party spoke first. She leaned forward and climbed onto the bed. While supporting her body with her hands, she stared at Zhongyan. The distance between the two was so close that Zhongyan could feel the hot air coming out of the other's nose. A unique fragrance belonging to the young girl also unrestrainedly flowed into Zhongyan's nostrils. Stimulated by the smell, his breathing and heartbeat began to gradually speed up, and his body temperature also rose rapidly. The most obvious manifestation was his face that was gradually turning red. Then, before Zhongyan could react, Anbai attacked again and gently pressed his lips against his. The unprecedented soft touch made Zhongyan's brain go blank. Not only was he unable to think, he even had difficulty breathing. This situation lasted for about a few seconds. After reacting, Zhongyan was no longer polite. He hugged Anbai, whose body was as soft as cotton, and changed from being passive to active. A few minutes later, their lips slowly separated. Looking at Anbai, whose expression remained calm, Zhongyan didn't know how to respond to her action. But at this time, Anbai took the initiative to speak. It is said in the movie that kissing will make people feel dependent. Zhongyan, do you feel dependent on me? Applying the knowledge learned from the movie to reality, Ambi is still the same Ambi, and doesn't seem to be affected much. Perhaps for her, as long as she could occupy an important position in Zhongyan's heart, she would be very satisfied. As for the dependence, Zhongyan didn't know whether he felt dependent on Anbai, but Anbai's dependence on him was beyond words. As early as when Anbai climbed onto Zhongyan's bed, Xiaopei, realizing that the following scene might be inappropriate for children, fled the scene on the pretext of buying groceries and cooking. At this moment, the only people left in the room were Zhongyan and Anbai, who had just kissed. The two looked at each other. After Anbai asked Zhongyan whether he felt dependent on her, the air fell into a brief silence. The silence was finally broken by Zhongyan, who gently embraced Anbai in his arms and said in a gentle tone, I don't quite understand what dependence is, but I don't want to lose you, that's all. Whether it is Alien, Ambi, or Ling, whether in the game or in reality, all three of them are people that Zhongyan likes very much. Losing any one of them is something he cannot accept. Perhaps only by being honest with himself can he make them accept each other. At least for now, it seems that Ambi will not leave him because of this incident. I don't want to lose you either, so you have to promise me that no matter what kind of relationship you have with them, you will never forget me. Ambi snuggled in Zhongyan's arms and said softly. The reason why she felt a sense of crisis, besides the fact that Zhongyan himself was not very honest, a more important reason was that he had not taken the initiative to contact her for more than half a month. At least 20 days have passed since the last Red Fang Gang incident. During these 20 days, the two of them almost only chatted on the phone, and Anbai was the active one every time. In contrast, Zhongyan's reaction was not to be described as indifferent, but at least it could be said that he was absent-minded. This made Anbai wonder whether she had lost her original position in Zhongyan's heart. That's why she asked Nicole for leave to visit Zhongyan, but who knew that he would call out other girls' names when he slept? Ambi, who was already flustered, was stimulated by Zhongyan and naturally could not control her emotions. Including the kiss just now, she did it after losing her mind. After calming down, she realized that she had been a little impulsive, but judging from the results, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. She had already thought about kissing Zhongyan. She heard that it was something that two people in love would do, and the fact that he didn't resist her just now meant that he also wanted to do that in his heart. At least for now, it seems that Zhongyan still likes her. As long as Anbai knows this news, she can feel a little more at ease. The feeling of being held tightly by him like this will never get boring no matter how long it lasts. I took a special leave today to come see you, and I changed into new clothes that Nicole picked out especially for me. Do you like it? Ambi broke free from Zhongyan's arms and showed Zhongyan the casual clothes that she had never worn before. If you ask what style the new clothes are, it must be the JK uniform that high school boys love most. The white sailor suit is a perfect size, wrapped around Ambi's soft body. With a light poke, one can feel the fat under the clothes sinking and then bouncing back. Under the sailor suit is a gray ultra-short pleated skirt. Perhaps it was intentional, so there was a snow-white line separating the sailor suit and the pleated skirt, exposing the belly button that should have been hidden. Under the pleated skirt, Ambi took off the stockings that she usually wore during battles, and instead revealed her original, voluptuous, snow-white thighs, which would make one want to touch them at a glance. But it is obvious that Zhongyan can not only think about it, but also take action directly. I like it very much, I suggest you have more. Zhongyan felt the excellent touch with his hands and nodded to Anbai in affirmation. Seeing that the outfit Nicole suggested really worked, Ambi nodded immediately and said, "Okay, there are still a lot of clothes Nicole bought for me in the rental house, but I haven't worn them yet, but if I have the chance in the future, I will wear them for you to see." Then she climbed out of bed and tidied her messy clothes with her hands. Seeing this, Jonghyun hurriedly got up from the bed and changed into the clothes that had been prepared in advance. Even though he had just gone through so many things, he was actually still in a state of not getting up. It's a pity that he doesn't have the habit of sleeping naked, otherwise who knows how things would develop. Afterwards, Jonghyun got out of bed and ran into the bathroom to wash up, while Anbai waited for him quietly in the room. The leave she asked Nicole for was for a whole day, so it was absolutely impossible for her to go back so soon that she had to do something meaningful with Jonghyun. However, she had no idea what to do. The only thing she could think of was to go to the cinema with Jonghyun to watch a movie. Sure enough, I still have to ask Jonghyun's opinion on this matter. So, after Jonghyun came out of the bathroom, Anbai came up to him and asked, "Jonghyun, let's do something meaningful." Hearing this, Jonghyun was stunned. Meaningful thing? Jonghyun admitted that he first thought about something he shouldn't have thought about, but he also knew that Anbai didn't actually mean that. If she really thought so, she would have pounced on him on the bed just now. Why would she wait until now? "I wanted to go out with you, but I can't think of anywhere to go unless you're willing to watch movies with me all day," Ambi added. Her expression was serious and she didn't look like she was joking at all. Watching movies for a whole day. If it's Ambi, it's not impossible, but since you want to do something meaningful, it's better not to spend the whole day in the cinema. Sometimes you have to do things that couples should do. Just like, go to the amusement park and have fun for a whole day, then go out for a meal and watch a movie, then say it's too late and you don't want to go home, and you just happen to have your ID card with you. Sure enough, there are so many things that can be done. No wonder Anbai couldn't think of it. If it were Jonghyun, it would also be very difficult for him to make a choice. Of course, it is possible to skip the tedious steps in between and get it done in one go. However, as I said just now, if Ambi really thought so, she would have pounced on him just now. Therefore, it is not possible to achieve everything in one step, or it is simply impossible for this step to exist. Moreover, this is not necessarily the only thing you can do. After all, the entertainment venues and facilities in New Alido are extremely complete. Although there is no opportunity to develop the tourism industry, there are still a lot of dating guides for couples on the internet. There are many things they can do. Cyber AA is here to ask for help. In the end, we ended up at the amusement park. Looking at the crowded amusement park gate in front of him, where one needed to queue up to enter, Jonghyun's mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. If it were a weekday, there might not be so many customers here, but unfortunately, today is the weekend. Jonghyun held Anbai's hand, and the two of them lined up in a long queue. The midday sun was hanging above their heads, and sweat was streaming down their foreheads. Taking out the tissue he had prepared in his pocket, Jonghyun wiped the sweat from his head, then looked at Anbai standing beside him. Ambi's condition was not very good either. The sun at noon was too strong. Even though her expression looked calm, her clothes gradually soaked with sweat still proved what kind of test she was facing. Seeing this, Jonghyun knew that he had to do something. He took out a brand new tissue and wiped the sweat off Ambi's head. While doing this, he also said, "You line up here first, I'll go to the stall next to buy some things to cool down, and by the way, see if there are any parasols for sale." In response to Jonghyun's proposal, Anbai did not say anything, but nodded gently and rubbed the back of Jonghyun's hand with his fingers, as if telling him not to worry. Seeing this, Jonghyun smiled knowingly, then loosened his clenched hands and ran quickly towards a stall not far away. Just like the entrance to an amusement park, the stall was also crowded with people buying summer supplies, but there was no need to queue here, so after Jonghyun struggled to squeeze through the crowd, he soon arrived at the stall. There is a wide variety of goods on display here, and the mobile freezer next to it is filled with cold drinks and ice cream that are about to be sold out. Jonghyun was quick to pull out a handful of tinfoil from his pocket, then opened the freezer and took out 2 servings of ice drinks and popsicles. He also bought a parasol that could be used by 2 people at the same time. After getting what he wanted, he negotiated the price with the boss and used his unique bargaining skills to successfully save himself some money. With a full load of supplies, Jonghyun returned to the team, handed the ice drinks and ice cream he bought for Anbai to her, and opened the newly bought parasol. Under the protection of the parasol, the two no longer had to worry about being burned by the sun. Seeing that Jonghyun couldn't open his ice drinks or ice cream because of the umbrella, Anbai considerately opened her own ice drink and handed it to him. At the same time, she also put unopened ice cream on Jonghyun's face to help him cool down. This scene looked quite heartwarming, but those people at the back who didn't have ice drinks, popsicles, or parasols felt a little uncomfortable and turned their heads away. The two ignored the sour feeling coming from behind them, but just felt the coolness flowing into their bodies, and immediately felt a lot more comfortable. Soon after, the two successfully reached the front of the queue and entered the amusement park with the permission of the staff. The scene inside the amusement park is almost the same as outside. People queuing up to play can be seen everywhere. It seems that it takes at least 20 minutes to queue up for one ride. However, this did not affect the mood of Jonghyun and Anbai. They had not eaten anything since they left the house, and they were not in a hurry to play any project at the first moment. Instead, they went straight into a hamburger restaurant in the amusement park. As for why I want to eat hamburgers, the reason is very simple, because Ambi likes it. Zhongyan once told Anbai to eat less hamburgers, but he was just saying it. After all, he also liked to eat them. The hamburger shop offers free air conditioning, so many people choose to go into the shop to escape the heat. Most of them will take this opportunity to have a big meal, but there are also a few people who simply want to use the air conditioning. The staff's attitude towards these people is to remain silent. As long as they don't do anything too excessive, they will generally not be driven away because that would affect the business of the store. Of course, this was not a problem that Zhongyan and the others needed to worry about, because the waiter with a professional smile had already walked up to them with the menu. What would you like to eat, my dear guests? Today is a crazy weekend, and all our dishes are half-priced. If you are a couple, you can get an additional 40% discount on top of the original half price. As he spoke, the waiter pushed the menu in front of the two of them. Perhaps because he saw their male-female pairing, he added the second half of the sentence. A 40% discount on top of the half-price offer is truly a rare offer, and Zhongyan naturally would not miss this great opportunity to get a bargain. Waiter, how can we prove that we are a couple? Zhongyan asked. While speaking, he did not forget to glance at Anbai, who was checking the menu next to him. It can be seen that she has no objection to the two of them being a couple, and even agrees with it. Oh, our store hasn't set such a standard yet, but you two seem so close. You must be a couple. You can enjoy the double discount of our store unconditionally. The smile on Zhongyan's face when he spoke made the waiter in a good mood. He immediately concluded that the two were a couple. As long as they ordered their meals, they would be able to enjoy the double discount of the weekend event. Zhongyan, I want to eat these. At this time, Anbai, who had chosen what to eat, handed the menu to Zhongyan. At first, Zhongyan thought that Anbai ordered some common set meals, but when he took the menu and looked at it, he was dumbfounded. Couple hamburger set. Couple fried chicken set. Couple barbecue set. Couple sushi set. She basically ordered everything that was related to couples. Not to mention the price, they would not be able to finish the quantity alone. Are you sure you want to eat so much? The corners of Zhongyan's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Ambi with a confirming look. Seeing this, Ambi immediately showed a puzzled expression, tilted his head and asked, is it not possible? Seeing this scene, Zhongyan took a deep breath. Yes, of course you can, waitress, that's all we'll eat. After saying that, Zhongyan returned the menu to the waitress beside him. Sure enough, whether you can finish the food or not is not as important as whether your wife wants to eat it or not. When the menu was handed to the waiter, she was a little dumbfounded, thinking that these young people just didn't take money seriously at all in order to show their affection. However, she would never have thought that the tenors earned by the two young men in front of her so far were enough for her to struggle for the rest of her life. What she could not have imagined was that although he had already become a winner in life, Zhongyan was still fighting for his dream. And to this day, he is still a long way from fulfilling his dream. When Zhongyan walked out of the hamburger shop with the help of Anbai, he swore that he would never eat fried food again. There were 9 different types of couples meals, so many that the largest table for 6 couldn't accommodate them all, but they were finished by the two of them. Of course, Anbai made 80% of the contribution. Unlike Zhongyan, who was so full that he could hardly walk, she could even eat some more. With her appetite, €TMs, no wonder that the cunning rabbit house had been in deficit every month before. The fact that Ni could afford to support her was enough to show the income level of the cunning rabbit house. Let's go sit over there. Ambi held up a parasol and slowly helped Zhongyan to a bench not far away that was hidden in the shadow of the sun. As for why they didn't stay in the hamburger shop, it was because there were too many customers, and if they stayed they could only stand and there was no place to sit. Looks like we have to wait a little longer before we can go out and play. Zhongyan sat on the bench, gently stroking his swollen and painful abdomen. He ate so much today that it would take at least half an hour for him to digest some of it. Before that, he couldn't even walk. Anbai had no objection to this. To her, it didn't matter where she went with Zhongyan. What mattered was being with him. As long as Zhongyan was here, she wouldn't feel annoyed even if she sat here all day. Time passed quietly as the two of them chatted non-stop. Zhongyan, I'm a little sleepy. Maybe it was because she got up too early in the morning, so when Zhongyan's stomach felt a little better, Anbai couldn't help yawning. Then, she imitated the scenes in the movie, leaned her head on Zhongyan's shoulder, closed her eyes, and fell asleep quietly. Seeing this, Zhongyan did not rush to wake her up. He just looked at her quietly, admiring her hard-earned sleeping face. With evil intentions, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch and tease Ambi. After watching for a while, it was at this time that an unexpected change occurred. When Zhongyan's fingers were getting closer to Anbai's nose, he was about to succeed. The next second, a violent explosion suddenly came from a distance without any warning. The movement of his hand stopped in an instant. When Zhongyan looked up, Anbai was also awakened. The source of the explosion came from a section of railroad track on the roller coaster. At this moment, that section of railroad track had been completely blown off, and the impact force generated by the explosion also caused the remaining railroad track to begin to shake. After a while, it could not withstand the pressure and began to collapse. At this time, a roller coaster in operation had approached the area where the tracks were blown off. If the roller coaster is not stopped quickly, everyone on the ride will fall from a height of dozens of meters and die. At that time, the amusement park, which should have a joyful atmosphere, will instantly turn into a hell on earth where dozens of lives will be lost. Zhong Yan. When both of them reacted at the same time, Ambi spoke first, and then ran towards the collapsing railway track regardless of everything. Her action also made Zhong Yan understand instantly. Before his legs started to move, a flashing electric current appeared in the palm of his hand. It is impossible to stop the roller coaster from falling. All we can do now is to try to save as many tourists as possible. With the help of Chidori, Zhong Yan burst out with a speed beyond the limits of human beings, and even reached the under the railway track faster than Anbai. When he looked up, the speeding roller coaster had already left the track. After flying forward for a distance due to inertia, it began to fall rapidly. Seeing this, Zhong Yan immediately threw the electric current in his hand. After reducing its power, he tried to use the impact force of the electric current to slow down the speed of the roller coaster. In fact, this did have some effect, but it still could not prevent the tragedy from happening. As the roller coaster fell heavily to the ground, a thick smoke was raised, and dozens of lives were lost, and several innocent passers-by on the ground were also killed. Zhong Yan was panting and staring at the scene in a daze, but he reacted quickly, knowing that the criminal would definitely be nearby admiring his masterpiece. So, while everyone's attention was attracted by the falling roller coaster, he immediately opened his Sharingan and looked around. With the help of dynamic vision, he quickly found a sneaky guy in the corner. When no one else was able to react, he was the only one with an expression as if he was confirming something. Obviously, that guy was the instigator of this incident. Seeing this, Zhong Yan didn't hesitate at all. The moment he closed his Sharingan, he ran towards the man at a rapid pace. However, that guy was also well trained. The moment Zhong Yan started to act, he realized something was wrong and immediately fled away. In the already chaotic amusement park, the two men staged a fierce chase, which lasted until the guy ran into an empty alley. After making sure that Zhong Yan would not let him go easily, he stopped and cursed while panting, "You guy, are you a plainclothes sheriff? Why are you holding me?" In response to his shouting, Zhong Yan only had a ball of electricity bursting out from his palm, accompanied by bursts of violent hissing sounds. This made the other party feel uneasy, and he immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "That new guy, save me." As he finished speaking, a graceful figure dropped from the sky. Zhong Yan looked closely and found that the other person was actually a woman holding a dagger. She had unique drooping ears and a slender, flexible tail that, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the black stockings wrapped around her fleshy legs had many holes in them. Her short dark green hair and unusual temperament are enough to show that she is not a simple person. Zhong Yan had never seen her before, so when she appeared, he immediately became alert. It seems that she should be in cahoots with the guy who committed the crime. In this case, we can just catch them all in one fell swoop. "You kid, you didn't expect that I had a backup plan, did you? Kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe you will remember it later." Seeing his companion show up, the perpetrator immediately had a smug expression on his face, thinking that he had already won the case. In a 2-on-1 situation, he didn't think Zhong Yan could win, and this newcomer was very skilled, and most of the people in the gang were not as strong as her. However, just when he thought that the newcomer would kill Zhong Yan cleanly and neatly, the next second, the other party took the initiative to make way and made a pleased gesture. She actually let Zhong Yan attack her. Faced with his companion's retreat, the perpetrator's expression suddenly changed drastically, and even his voice became trembling. "You what are you doing? Didn't you say you were very skilled? Kill him for me quickly." Faced with his questioning, the Ratchi woman did not give much explanation, but just looked at him with a gloomy expression. That look was filled with extreme murderous intent. She originally thought that the other party's plan was just some minor prank, at worst just to create an explosion to attract attention, but she didn't expect that so many lives would be lost at once. If she hadn't wanted to prevent her weapon from being stained with blood and arousing suspicion, she would have done it herself long ago. Zhong Yan was not polite when he saw this, but he still remained vigilant towards the Shuxi man, and the way he attacked was simply to stretch out the Chidori in his hand. Faced with the attack at close range, the perpetrator instinctively wanted to escape, but just as he turned around, the Chidori that stretched out from behind him turned into a lightning cage, trapping him inside and instantly knocking him out. Afterwards, Zhong Yan gradually closed the cage and moved the unconscious criminal to his feet. During the whole process, he was always paying attention to the movements of the Ratchi woman. As long as she showed the slightest hostility towards him, he would immediately attack. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of attacking her. Instead, after the perpetrator was subdued, he said with a heavy expression, "He may be of some help in solving the case. You'd better hand him over to the Public Security Bureau. But if you want to kill him, I have no objection." After saying this, the Ratchi woman put away the dagger in her hand and prepared to leave without looking back. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Zhong Yan suddenly stopped her and said, "You have to tell me who you are, otherwise I can't tell whether you are acting or not." Zhong Yan would not easily trust strangers, especially those who looked like they were not simple. He would be very cautious. Hearing his question, the Ratchi woman stopped and turned to look over. Perhaps the scene of the roller coaster falling was too shocking, so the smile on her lips was very forced. "You are alert. I am indeed acting, but not for you. There are some things that you'd better not know too much about, it will not be good for you. After leaving this piece of advice, without waiting for Zhongyan to continue asking questions, the other party quickly ran deep into the alley and disappeared without a trace after a while. Looking at the other persons departing back, Zhongyan stood there thinking for a moment, then stretched out his hand to form a seal and summoned a shadow clone. What's going to happen next may develop in an uncontrollable direction. Please go to Shinwei Space and wait. If something happens, I will ask you to take action immediately. After instructing the shadow clone, Zhongyan opened his Sharingan and read the memory of the person who committed the crime. Mountain Lion. Is it a criminal organization similar to the Red Fang Gang? And that woman, her name is Jane Du. She is a newcomer who just joined the organization a few days ago. It seems that her identity is indeed not simple. After reading the memory, Zhongyan roughly sorted out the clues. A criminal gang called Mountain Lions planned this operation after being ordered to assassinate a high-ranking official. That senior official took advantage of the weekend and took his wife and children out for fun today, and happened to ride the same roller coaster they just rode. Everything was planned in advance. As for who provided the information, there is no memory of it, because the Mountain Lion organization is extremely disciplined, comparable to the previous Red Fang Gang. For example, the Ratchi person named Jane Du, since she was a newcomer, she didn't TMT even know the specific content of the plan. Her only task was to be responsible for picking up this guy here. In another alley not far away, there were more accomplices waiting, and the reason they separated the two groups was to prevent them from being caught in one fell swoop. You try the same trick on me again. The corner of Zhongyan's mouth twitched slightly. Unlike the Red Fang Gang, the Mountain Lion's base is built in a cave, and they have many strongholds. The guy in front of him only knows one of them, and he doesn't know the exact location. In each hollow stronghold, there is only one Mountain Lion member responsible for access and delivery, and only with the carrot data in their hands can they move freely in and out of the stronghold. These guys are even more troublesome than the Red Fang Gang. Looks like we'll be busy again. Zhongyan sighed, then dragged the unconscious Mountain Lion member back to the scene of the crime. To his surprise, the people from the Public Security Bureau had already arrived at the scene. Not only that, even medical staff had taken action. Such speed was indeed a bit exaggerated. The only reasonable explanation is that they knew something was going to happen here, so they made all preparations in advance. From this point of view, the Ratchi person named Jane Du is very likely a mole in the Public Security Bureau. In this way, her behavior just now can be explained. I just don't TMT know how she will explain to the people in the organization when she returns this time. However, this was not something Zhongyan needed to worry about, because Zhu Yuan and Qingyi were walking towards him quickly. It's funny, they obviously had no intersection, but this was their fourth meeting in recent times. The first time was when they were ordered to investigate at Zhongyan's home. The second time was when they captured the Xia gang at Guanying Square. The third time was when a cavity disaster broke out on 14th Street. Now for the fourth time. When Qingyi first saw Zhongyan, she couldn't help but tease him. We meet again, great writer. Well, long time no see, Mr. Zhongyan, what are you holding in your hand? Unlike Qingyi, Zhu Yuan's tone seemed a little stiff, because she already knew that Zhongyan was a cave thief. But since the other party had done a lot of good things, Zhu Yuan didn't want to arrest him from the bottom of his heart. As for King Ai, she also knew about this matter, but was more open-minded about it than Zhu Yuan. He is probably the instigator of the explosion. We didn't get any useful information from him. From now on, I'll leave it to you who are more professional to handle it. As he said that, Zhongyan threw the Mountain Lion member behind him to the feet of the two men. Seeing this, two sheriffs immediately stepped forward to help him up, then dragged him into the police car, intending to take him back to the sheriff's station. You've helped a lot again. You've worked so hard. But can you tell us the details of how you captured him? Maybe we can find some clues from it. King Ai said. Hearing this, Zhongyan did not hide anything and recounted the details of his date with Bai, as well as the explosion and the capture of the criminals. But among them, the Ratchi person named Jane Du was not included. Your agility is better than most of the younger generation in the bureau. Great writer, are you interested in becoming a sheriff? Once you join the company, you will be assigned to work under the beautiful Captain Zhu Yuan, and it won't interfere with your writing. It's the best of both worlds. After listening to Zhongyan's story, King Ai closed her right eye, raised her right hand and extended her index finger, making a very cute gesture, extending an olive branch to Zhongyan. In fact, with Zhu Yuan's promotion speed, if Zhongyan really worked under her, his future status would definitely not be low. However, the identity of a sheriff does restrict him a bit, otherwise he would really consider it. After all, not everyone can get this job without any worries. Senior, what are you talking about? When Zhu Yuan heard King Ai addressing her when he was trying to win over Zhongyan, her cheeks suddenly turned red and she said unhappily. Seeing this, Qingyi also put away the idea of a euro playing. Don't worry, it's just a joke, but the atmosphere here really makes me feel a little uncomfortable. As they spoke, several people looked at the medical staff who were rescuing the wounded not far away. They knew in their hearts that if an accident of this magnitude occurred, it would be difficult for those people to survive. Among them, Zhongyan saw Bai. Because he was busy catching criminals before, he ignored Ambi's existence, and the other party did not take the initiative to look for him after that, which made Zhong Yan a little worried. So, after saying goodbye to Zhu Yuan and Qingyi, he quickly walked forward and came to Anbai's side. It was only then that he saw Ambi's expression from the side. At this moment, Ambi was staring blankly at the wounded being carried away. Her expression was filled with sadness, as if she might cry in the next second. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at Zhong Yan, as if she had found the only thing she could rely on. She reached out and grabbed Zhong Yan's arm, while also leaning her head against him. Zhong Yan, these people probably won't survive. I failed to save them. Anbai's voice was very soft. It was not known whether it was an illusion, but Zhong Yan seemed to hear her sobbing. Zhong Yan did not feel much remorse for the deaths of those people, he just felt a little regretful, but Anbai was different. Being kind-hearted, she simply could not accept the fact that so many people had died in front of her, and even began to blame herself for not being able to save them. Besides her, Zhu Yuan also had the same idea, but she also had to maintain order at the scene, so she couldn't be too affected by emotions. In this regard, all Zhong Yan could do was to gently stroke her head and comfort her. It's not your fault. After all, you can't stop a falling roller coaster, right? Besides, the criminal has been caught now, and he will be punished. Zhong Yan's comfort made Anbai feel a little better. She also knew that this sudden disaster could not be avoided by herself alone. As for Zhong Yan, he had committed an unforgivable mistake. Although he had saved the residents of Canvas Lane before, there was no equal relationship between killing and saving people. Zhong Yan understood this truth, and seeing Anbai like this made him uncomfortable, so he will intervene in this matter. After he decided to make Mountain Lion the second Red Fang gang, the shadow clone in the Kamui space, who had already changed into the Uchiha combat uniform, also received his orders immediately. Find them. Time goes back to not long ago, when Jian said goodbye to Zhong Yan and arrived at the second meeting point. Jane, why are you the only one back? Where is the other guy? Seeing that only Jane came back, a muscular man in the crowd immediately asked. Jane had already thought of an answer for this. Something unexpected happened. The guy was captured and I had to work hard to get away. But the plan was a success. Oh, what's the situation? Even the boss recognizes your skills, yet there is still someone who can make you feel difficult. Could it be the sheriff? Hearing Jane's answer, the muscular man narrowed his eyes slightly, and he obviously began to doubt. Fortunately, Jane has received professional training, so not only does her facial expression not reveal any flaws, but even her demeanor can be indistinguishable from the real thing. My skills may not be better than yours, but if I meet an opponent who is good at rubbing electric current with his hands, even if you are better than me, what can it do? Jane said calmly, with dust deliberately smeared on her body, as if she had really experienced a great battle. Her disguise also successfully fooled the muscular man who was leading the group. After hearing the increasingly obvious sound of sirens nearby, he immediately ordered retreat. Soon, the group of people disappeared deep into the alley, and when the sheriffs arrived to investigate, they had already left. At the same time, inside the sheriff's bureau. Damn it, these desperate criminals chose this time to strike. Do they think Nuiladu hasn't had enough troubles recently? Upon learning that a mountain lion had attacked an amusement park and killed a senior official and dozens of innocent civilians, a sheriff's officer flew into a rage and slammed his desk to vent his anger. In response to his rage, the subordinates who came to submit reports did not dare to say a word, for fear that the commander would point the finger at them. The main reason why the officer was so angry was that this incident was the fourth major turmoil in Nuiladu in recent times. The Red Fang Gang, the Ninja Village, and the Vision Company were the targets of the previous 3 riots, and now there is another one, the Mountain Lion. They were already under pressure from above, saying that as the municipal election was approaching, they must strengthen public security management. As a result, troubles kept happening and he had no idea how many times he had been scolded. Go, find Zhao Anman and ask him to take over this incident for me. We must catch the mountain lions and the umbrellas behind them in the shortest possible time. After calming down a little, the officer immediately gave the order. He is not a fool. Mountain Lion dared to murder a high-ranking official so blatantly. They must have been instructed by someone. The person who instructed them was most likely from the Sheriff's Bureau or even other official organizations. Such a situation had already occurred once to the Red Tooth Gang not long ago, and the senior official who sheltered them had long been arrested and imprisoned. Right now, in order to shut up those guys above as soon as possible, he could only send out Zhao Anman, his most capable subordinate. The other party was promoted not long ago for his meritorious service. If this case can be solved, his prestige in the Bureau will reach an unprecedented height. By then, with his achievements and popularity, as long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, when the current director of the Public Security Bureau retires, he will take over the position. When Zhu Yuan and Qingyi were dealing with the aftermath at the scene, Zhong Yan approached them again, and this time he was accompanied by Anbai. You mean, you two also want to help? After learning the purpose of the two people's visit, Zhu Yuan showed a surprised expression, and then looked at King Ai. Seeing this, King Ai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As a group organization, the Mountain Lions are extremely secretive, just as powerful as the Red Fang Gang. This makes the investigation of the Public Security Bureau very difficult. So far, they have only discovered some of the middle-level strongholds of the mountain lions. With such a big commotion this time, the higher UPS will definitely order everyone to capture the mountain lion, and these mid-level strongholds will definitely be wiped out. If we can have the help of Zhongyan and Bai, the action may be easier. Moreover, they were involved in the previous incident of the Red Fang gang, so maybe they can find the headquarters of the mountain lion this time. Senior King this. Just let them join. The mountain lions are reckless and will inevitably attract the hatred of some righteous people. How can we discourage people who share the same will as the sheriff? After thinking for a moment, King finally agreed to their request, and Zhu Yuan also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it might not be appropriate to ask two cave robbers for help, she still hoped that they could participate. Their abilities are far greater than those of the new sheriffs in the team. So, after reaching a consensus, several people exchanged contact information. The next step was to wait for the Public Security Bureau to plan the action and let them participate in it. At the same time, in a prison in New Eridu, when Zhao Anman learned that he would be in charge of the investigation into the mountain lion, he came here immediately. The prisoners in this prison are basically all the serious criminals from New Alido. Every criminal who enters here has abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, and the process of capturing them is quite difficult. Therefore, the prison's security system is comparable to that of the mayor's mansion, and it is no exaggeration to say that not even a mosquito can fly in. The reason why Zhao Anman came here was to find someone, or to be more precise, a criminal. With the previous experience of the Red Fang gang, he knew very well how difficult it was to investigate a criminal gang like the Mountain Lions that was good at hiding, so he had to think of a way to shorten the investigation time. He came for this. At this moment, deep in the prison, a strange cell appeared. It was actually suspended in mid-air, and the walls were all made of transparent glass. Even the toilet was transparent. Only the toilet and the pipes connected to the toilet were still normal. The only thing with bright colors is the bed in the cell. The prisoner imprisoned here must have quite terrifying abilities, otherwise he would not be treated in this way. Speaking of which, this prisoner in the cell has some connection with Zhao Anman. He was once the cage of the ninja village, but he betrayed the organization for some reason. When he was being hunted by both the security bureau and the ninja village, he finally chose to surrender in order to save his life. Fortunately, he did not commit any serious crime, so he avoided the death penalty and was only sentenced to life imprisonment. The reason Zhao Anman came this time was to ask him to help him investigate the hiding place of the mountain lion, because he was extremely good at tracking, or rather he was good at playing with people's hearts. Can you put him down? I need to talk to him. Below the cell, an entire fully armed team was monitoring the every move of this high-risk criminal. They were wearing special goggles as if they were taking some kind of protective measure. Zhao Anman took out his ID and the letter of approval from his superiors and handed them to the team leader. After confirming that the visitor was an officially authorized person, the captain ordered the cell to be lowered. Soon, with the sound of iron chains rubbing, the cell hanging high in the air was lowered smoothly. Seeing this, everyone in the team immediately entered combat readiness to prevent any accidents from happening. However, they were worrying too much, as the criminal had never even thought of jailbreaking. He can still live well here, but once he goes outside, he will face the hunt of the entire ninja village organization. He still knows what is more important. After the cell was lowered, Zhao Anman walked forward and said to the person in the cell through the glass, "Long time no see, she." The man called she heard the voice and slowly turned his head, revealing a sloppy face of a man in his 30s who had not grown a beard for a long time. When he saw who was coming, he immediately stepped forward, gently placed his hand on the glass, and said with a meaningful smile, "What a rare visitor, I wonder what Chief Zhao Anman wants to talk to me about." She knew Zhao Anman's identity, but he did not expose him, otherwise Zhao Anman would never have reached this point. "There is a case that needs your help to investigate. My application to the higher UPS has been approved. Now I just need your nod." Zhao Anman explained his purpose, but she was not interested in his proposal at all. "I won't do anything for the police, and I won't do anything to get myself a reduced sentence. You can go find whoever you want, but don't come to me." Zhao Anman was not at all surprised by Shi's refusal, and he also knew why the other party didn't want to go out. The ninja village has suffered a devastating blow. The entire organization has retreated to its base and will not come out, so they will not send anyone to hunt you down. The reason why she didn't want to go out was simply because he was afraid of being hunted down by the ninja village. However, the ninja village had already been targeted by the security bureau and the Uchiha, so how could they have the energy to care about him? As for Zhao Anman, if he wanted to, he would have died on the day he was arrested. There is no way he would be alive until now. After hearing what Zhao Anman said, she narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It seems that a lot of things happened outside during the time I was away. While she was in prison, he had no contact with the outside world, which resulted in a huge information gap for him, and he didn't know many things, including about Uchiha. Since the ninja village doesn't have the energy to send people to hunt him down, it's not impossible for him to go out and take a look. After all, to be honest, he doesn't actually want to stay here for the rest of his life." So, after pretending to hesitate for a long time, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, for your sake, it's not impossible to help the police once. When are we leaving? I want to know the plan, itinerary, time, and the information about those guys." As he spoke, she also began to think about his own little thoughts. Little did he know that in this operation, a big boss whom he absolutely could not afford to offend also got involved. The day after the playground incident, Zhongyan and Inbai became temporary assistant sheriffs of the Public Security Bureau, but unlike assistant sheriffs like she who were appointed through formal procedures, their identities were verbally conferred by Zhu Yuan, and therefore did not have much authority. Therefore, they are unable to participate in meetings within the sheriff's bureau. The reason why Zhu Yuan did not apply to the higher authorities was mainly to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the identities of the two were too special. If something was found out, it would be troublesome for Zhu Yuan. Fortunately, they exchanged contact information, so gathering on time was not a big problem. At noon, Zhongyan had just finished the lunch prepared by Xiao Pei at home when he received a letter from Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan, at 1 p.m., we will gather at a companion cave near the original cave in Crete. I will send you the location later. Please be sure to arrive on time. Zhu Yuan specifically emphasized the assembly time for the operation, which was particularly important for the Public Security Bureau, and absolutely no mistakes were allowed. In response to this, Zhongyan's reply was quite simple. Zhongyan, the two of us will set off now. After replying to the message, he put down his phone. Inbai had already arrived at his house at dawn and was now sitting opposite Zhongyan eating. Xiao Pei spent a long time preparing meals for two people. Perhaps because she knew that the relationship between them was a little special, she prepared an extremely sumptuous lunch specially for them. Ambi, it's time to get ready to go. Zhongyan put away the dishes and chopsticks in front of him, placed them in the kitchen sink, and then took out the weapon from the secret compartment in the wall. He didn't put all his things in the Shinwei space. As the equipment for cave robbers, they were basically placed in extremely hidden places. The fact that Zhu Yuan and Qingyi didn't find anything last time was enough to show how well he hid it. Fortunately, they did not carry special search equipment at the time, otherwise Zhongyan would have to consider whether to use the Sherinan to modify their memories. I'm done. After learning that they were about to set off, Anbai quickly finished the food in the bowl, and then followed Zhongyan's example and put the bowl and chopsticks in the sink. When passing by, he did not forget to touch Xiao Pei's head. Ambi didn't know why Zhongyan wanted to raise a bamboo, but this little guy gave her a pretty good feeling, especially when it came to taking care of Zhongyan's daily life. He was indeed a competent bamboo. I hope that when the two of them live together, Xiao Pei will be able to take care of them like she does now. After packing up their equipment for the battle, the two set off under Xiao Pei's gaze. And long before they set out, in a companion cave next to the original cave of Crete, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by a sudden space vortex, and Zhongyan's shadow clone Uchiha appeared. Rather than following the sheriff, Zhongyan believed more in his own abilities. Therefore, as early as when Zhu Yuan sent him a message, he had his shadow clone take action. However, since Zhu Yuan did not give him the specific location of the base, the shadow clone could only check one by one in the cave. Fortunately, the Sherinan has excellent observation ability. As long as you stand on a high place and look down, you can analyze where Shishin's stronghold is through various details. Soon, the shadow clone discovered an unusual place and immediately used his divine power to disappear from the spot. At the same time, on the other side of the cave, in the mountain lion's stronghold, some younger brothers who had no status in the organization were gathered together playing poker. Next to them were a large amount of supplies, including food and water, as well as protective clothing and medicines to resist ether erosion. With the existence of these things, they can survive in the void for at least a month. As long as they leave the void regularly to clear the etheric substances in their bodies, they can come back here again without worrying about being corroded into corpses. This stronghold in the cave is not considered very large in the organization, and is usually only used in some small-scale operations. As for the large strongholds and headquarters of the organization, these small minions are completely unaware of them. Hey, have you heard? There's a woman with a super amazing body who has recently joined the organization. Do you think I have a chance? That's true, but I heard that woman is quite skilled. You better be careful not to let her break your stick. What are you talking about? How can I, a man, not be able to handle a woman? Just wait and see. In no more than a month, I will definitely. While playing poker, they also discuss topics of interest to men. But soon, the person who first raised this topic stopped talking, only because he saw a stranger wearing a white mask appeared in the stronghold not far away. That was Zhongyan's shadow clone, or Uchiha. Several people who were playing poker with him also discovered this. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the mountain lion's territory? Soon, everyone picked up the weapons around them and aimed at the Uchiha who suddenly appeared. The leader, relying on his large numbers, shouted, "How dare you come here alone? I don't care whether you did it on purpose or accidentally, I will never let you leave alive." The exposure of the stronghold is a taboo in the organization, so there is no such thing as innocent people for anyone who breaks in here. However, in the face of his provocation, Uchiha said nothing. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his hand and lightly tapped the air in front of him with his index finger. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang in his ear, when the leader came back to his senses, he found that the other party had disappeared from the spot. He looked around in horror and found that all his companions had fallen to the ground lifeless. The Uchiha, on the other hand, was not far away, holding down his last companion who was still alive. A bunch of losers who have no idea about the organization's intelligence. They really wasted my chance to take action. Not getting anything he wanted from the man's memory, Uchiha let go of his hand and watched the lifeless enemy in front of him die. As early as the moment he attracted everyone's attention, he cast an illusion on everyone present, so that he could get rid of everyone silently. And now, the only remaining leader is the last one. It was not until this moment that the other party finally recognized him. You're an Uchiha. After learning how terrifying the enemy he was facing was, he immediately took a step forward and tried to escape. However, as another sound exploded in his ears, he realized that his head had been held down by the other party's hand. Can you tell whether it is an illusion or reality? After Uchiha said this, as the camera gradually zoomed out, a shrill scream resounded in the cave. Then, everything returned to calm. When Zhong Yan and Bai arrived at the gathering place, they ran into Zhu Yuan and others who had also arrived there. In Zhu Yuan's team, besides King Ai, there are several special faces. One of them is Zhao Anman, who holds a very high status within the Public Security Bureau. Zhong Yan did not expect that this operation would be led by him. In this way, he is the supreme commander of this operation. He is clearly a member of the ninja village wanted by the Public Security Bureau, but now he is doing very well in the Bureau. If such news were to leak out, he couldn't imagine how much unrest it would cause. By then, the entire Security Bureau may be facing an unprecedented purge. In addition to Zhao Anman, there was also a white-haired cat named Xiren holding a baton and an anti-explosion shield. He didn't look very old, probably in his early 20s at most, and one could tell at a glance that he was a young man. The last one, although called a sheriff, looked more like a criminal being escorted. His hands and feet were handcuffed, and a special device was forced onto his head to prevent others from seeing his eyes. Zhongyan felt very strange. This was clearly an operation to encircle and wipe out the mountain lion stronghold, so why did they have to bring a guy like this? Before he could figure out the answer to this question, Zhu Yuan stepped forward and greeted the two of them enthusiastically. Zhong Yanbai, this is our highest commander of this operation, Zhao Anman, and the one over there is the prisoner who is responsible for helping us solve the case. He used to be the cage of the ninja village, but later betrayed the organization. Zhu Yuan patiently introduced the key personnel of this operation to the two. Since Zhong Yan had only come into contact with Zhao Anman in the image of Uchiha, the other party did not recognize him at this moment. He just heard from Zhu Yuan that there were two very capable helpers, but due to some reasons it was not convenient to ask for instructions from his superiors, so he had to make an exception and let them participate in the plan. Zhao Anman did not refuse such a request. It was because of his nod that Zhong Yan and Bai were able to successfully participate. People from the ninja village, rebel ninja. Zhu Yuan's description made Zhong Yan raise his eyebrows slightly. So, that guy should be invited by Zhao Anman to help. That if it were someone else, he probably wouldn't give him face. Me, Captain. There's me too. At this time, a loud voice interrupted Zhong Yan's thoughts. He looked up and saw that it was the white-haired cat Xiren who was ignored by Zhu Yuan, who came up to him and said to him with admiration, "My name is Seth Lowell, and I'm an inspector of the Janus District Security Bureau. I've heard of you two from Captain Zhu Yuan a long time ago. That you saved a lot of people when the cavity disaster broke out on 14th Street last time." The sheriff named Seth grabbed Zhong Yan's hand without saying a word, and he looked like he wanted to eat him alive. Sure enough, Zhong Yan guessed correctly. This guy was just a young and inexperienced person. "Seth, be careful of the sheriff's appearance." Noticing Zhong Yan's somewhat unnatural expression, Zhu Yuan coughed lightly, which made Seth reluctantly let go of his hand. Afterwards, the operation officially began. Led by a security guard named Atui, they entered the cave in an orderly manner and began to move forward according to the marked positions on the map. They encountered many attacks by Israeli soldiers along the way, but for the well-trained sheriffs, as long as they were not high-risk Israeli soldiers, they could basically deal with them easily. So it didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the mountain lion stronghold, but the scene they saw made them open their eyes wide. Numerous bodies of mountain lion members were thrown on the ground like garbage. The smell of blood in the air even covered up the empty etheric oppression for a time. It seems that someone has taken action before us. Zhao Anman walked forward, trying to find a survivor, but the person who took action was extremely decisive and did not leave any possible hidden dangers. What is even more difficult to understand is that there are no signs of fighting around, which means that all the mountain lions were killed silently. And who can achieve this when the other side has a large number of people? These guys were obviously under the spell of an illusion. They don't even know when they died. At this time, the traitorous ninja from the ninja village, Shi, spoke. He walked to one of the corpses and squatted down. Just one look and he knew that the other person had been under an illusion before his death. Except for the guy who looks like the leader, the expressions of the other corpses are very dull. No one would show such an expression when facing the enemy, so the answer is obvious. Shi's analysis made it difficult for everyone present to react. Only Zhao Anman knew that he was not lying. After all, she is also a master of illusion. Like Zhao Anman, he has undergone special transformation and can release ether energy through his eyes to create some illusions to confuse the enemy. This is why he has to wear protective gear. Illusion, Could it be someone from the ninja village? Apart from them, I can't think of anyone else who can use illusion. Seth broke the silent atmosphere at the scene. In his understanding, illusion is a unique skill of ninja, and the largest and strongest ninja organization in the entire New Elido is the ninja village they are hunting. Seth's analysis was unanimously agreed by the vast majority of people present. Only Zhao Anman and she knew that no one in the ninja village had illusion techniques that strong. Even if it was she, his illusion was limited to causing a deviation in the enemy's vision, and the range was very limited. It was fine in a one-on-one situation, but if he was facing a large number of enemies, his illusions could only be used to escape. Moreover, to cast an illusion on so many people at once, what is needed is no longer a skill, but an ability that can make people exaggerate. For now, we can put the suspicion on the ninja village, but we still need to look for clues nearby. Otherwise, our operation will be defined as a failure, Zhao Anman said with a sigh. He didn't care who killed these guys, but he was asked to find the mountain lion's hiding place as soon as possible. Now that all these people were dead, how could they get clues to the mountain lion's hiding place? Among those present, only Zhongyan knew clearly that even if these people were still alive, they would not be able to get any clues because those minions knew nothing. However, the shadow clone's actions did not stop there. After clearing out this stronghold, he immediately went to another stronghold of the mountain lion. The intelligence of another stronghold came from the leader of this stronghold. Although he didn't know where the organization's headquarters was, he still knew some unimportant transit stations. Therefore, what the shadow clone has to do is to clean out the mountain lion members in these strongholds. If they don't know the location of the headquarters, then kill them one by one, until they know it. After the mountain lion stronghold was cleared out by unknown persons, the sheriff's bureau's investigation clues were interrupted. In desperation, Zhao Anman could only order the plan to be suspended, but she, who he brought out, was not sent back because the plan was stopped, because he was still useful. As for Zhong Yan and Bai, since they were not official personnel, they naturally returned to their homes. However, the Public Security Bureau's cessation of investigation does not mean that Zhong Yan will stop investigating. Under his orders, the Shadow Clone destroyed 5 of the Mountain Lion's transit bases in less than a few days. One of the bases was very large, but no one still knew where the organization's headquarters was. Zhong Yan was quite patient in this regard. After all, what he had the most was time. Moreover, if too many strongholds were destroyed, the leader of the Mountain Lions would probably be unable to sleep or eat. His men were killed one after another, and no one knew who did it. Facing a powerful enemy who was always hiding in the shadows, how could he not be afraid? And the fact was just as Zhong Yan expected. Somewhere in Cave Zero, upon learning that all his men in another stronghold had been slaughtered, the leader Riza, who was wearing special equipment, could no longer bear it and smashed the table in front of him with a punch. Damn it, where did this thing come from? Is it going to kill all my mountain lion people? Riza was so angry that he cursed loudly. The many guards around him didn't dare to say a word, for fear that the other party would turn their spearheads towards them. During this period of time, Riza has been living in fear, fearing that the guy would come looking for him, so he has taken some countermeasures. If you want to defeat a powerful enemy, the most basic prerequisite is to find out who he is, otherwise you will probably die in obscurity. Since no one could send out any messages from the time the stronghold was attacked to the time the entire army was annihilated, he specifically asked the person in charge of each stronghold to wear a small video recording device, intending to check the video after the stronghold was destroyed. As a result, the attacker seemed to have predicted the future. After killing everyone in the base, he also destroyed the video device on the person in charge, causing his plan to fail. This made Riza a little furious. He thought there must be a traitor in the organization, and immediately carried out a large-scale purge that did not exist at all. After the Great Purge, many of Reza's personal guards were executed, and a number of ordinary members also died as a result. For a time, the entire Mountain Lion was in panic, and under Riza's strong pressure, a traitor actually appeared. Many members, even the personal guards, defected from the organization. Some chose to return to a peaceful life, some joined other organizations, and some even reported to the Public Security Bureau in an attempt to save their lives. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no need for the Sheriff's Department to intervene, as Mountain Lion is about to collapse from within. And this was all thanks to Zhong Yan's ruthless methods. Even if they didn't get the information they wanted, he was able to put tremendous pressure on them psychologically. The scene returns to the present. After Riza's anger has mostly subsided, one of his guards finally dares to step forward and speak. Boss, the number of guards in the organization has decreased recently, and it's almost impossible to manage the people under you. Do you want to promote 2 more guards? The Mountain Lion organization has a huge personnel base of hundreds of people, but the number of its personal guards is less than 10. Including the personal guards who were purged or defected by Riza in the past few days, there are only 3 people left. It is obviously impossible for 3 people to help Riza manage such a large group of subordinates. Therefore, the best option now is to promote 2 personal guards to ease the management pressure. Riza glared at the guard who was speaking at first, but eventually agreed to the proposal and said, "Then tell me, who among those guys down there is qualified to be a guard?" The Royal Guards are the core force of the organization, second only to the leader Riza in status, and are also one of the few people qualified to know the location of the headquarters. Therefore, Riza's conditions for selecting his personal guards were extremely harsh, but the current situation no longer allowed him to maintain his original set of rules. How about Jane Doe, who joined the organization not long ago? She performed very well. Not only did she complete the tasks perfectly every time, she also captured 2 people who wanted to defect from the organization. One of the guards recommended Jane, whose performance in the organization was obvious to all, and even Riza could not deny her contributions and abilities. However, Jane had only been a member of the organization for less than a month, which made Riza always wary of her and suspected that she might be an undercover agent planted by the Sheriff's Bureau or other organizations. However, becoming a personal guard requires prestige. Without prestige, how can you intimidate the people below? In this way, Jian is the best candidate for promotion to personal guard. Then do as you say. However, before promoting her, it's better to test her a little to prevent any rats from sneaking into our group. After saying that, Riza turned around and left without looking back. After Riza left, the 3 remaining guards looked at each other, then nodded and retreated with a look of triumph on their faces. Not long after, they found Jane, who was waiting at a transfer station, and informed her that she would be promoted to a personal guard. Sister Jane, that guy Riza has agreed. All we have to do now is wait for the day of promotion, and then we can take the opportunity to kill him. When one of the guards said this, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The people in Shishan are now in panic. Riza purged a large number of his loyal subordinates without any basis, and he has long lost his prestige because of this. The 3 remaining guards knew that if they didn't do something quickly, they would probably be killed by Riza. To this end, they approached Jane, who was extremely skilled, and planned to find a suitable time to get rid of Riza and replace him. Jian was originally an undercover agent planted by the Public Security Bureau, so he naturally agreed to such a plan. However, she was not a fool. She had tried many times before agreeing, and finally nodded after she was sure that the 3 people really wanted to get rid of Riza. To be honest, it was really beyond her expectations that things would develop to this point. She is still very curious about who the mysterious man is who slaughtered people in Shishan without any scruples. Could he be someone from the Public Security Bureau? Due to her undercover identity, she could not go to the Public Security Bureau to confirm it in person and could only assume so for the time being. But even if they are from the Public Security Bureau, this method is it's a bit too cruel. One morning, Zhu Yuan walked into the office as usual. She found the uniform she wore to work in the closet and took off her casual clothes, leaving only the white shirt at the bottom. The temperature in summer is very high, even in the morning, so Zhu Yuan was already sweating profusely on the way here. Sweat soaked the shirt. The already thin material stuck to her body under the influence of sweat, revealing large areas of skin. Against this backdrop, her nearly perfect figure was fully revealed, but she was also troubled, wondering whether she should take off the shirt as well. Changing into clean clothes would improve her work spirit. After careful consideration, Zhu Yuan's final decision was, take it off. However, just as she unbuttoned her shirt and was about to open this last line of defense, she suddenly caught a glimpse of an unopened letter on the desk out of the corner of her eye. Zhu Yuan, there is a letter for you. I will put it on the table for you. Coincidentally, King Ai pushed the door open at this moment. She was used to knocking on the door without saying hello, and she kept her habit this time. However, after seeing the absolutely beautiful scenery in front of her, after quick calculations by the computer in her mind, she immediately stopped the action of wanting to open the door completely. Sorry, I should have knocked first. As he spoke, King Ai closed the door, leaving Zhu Yuan standing there in a daze. It took him a long time to react. Afterwards, driven by shyness, her face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the conversation between King Ai and Seth could be heard outside the door. Senior King Ai, what is Captain Zhu Yuan doing in there, and why? Seth, I suggest you don't ask any more questions. If you push the door open now, I will have 27 legitimate reasons to arrest you. Is it really that serious? It seems that Captain Zhu Yuan must be doing something very important in there. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhu Yuan felt even more embarrassed, so she quickly took off her shirt, which was already soaked with sweat. The sunlight from outside the window also shone in at this moment, covering most of her body. Then, she quickly changed into a clean shirt and uniform, walked over to open the office door, and said to the 2 people who were still talking outside, you come in first. After inviting the 2 into the office, Zhu Yuan finally had the chance to check the letter on the desk. According to King Ai, the letter was found in the mailbox outside the police station this morning. Since it specifically stated that Zhu Yuan was to receive it, the sheriff who received the letter did not open it to check. After being transferred by King Ai, it was placed on Zhu Yuan's desk. Zhu Yuan had no idea who sent the letter, nor the content of the letter, so she opened the envelope and found that in addition to a letter, there was also a small device for storing character data. This made Zhu Yuan even more curious, and it was not until she finished reading the contents of the letter that she suddenly realized. Mountain Lion's infiltration plan was successful, and we have now obtained the exact location of their headquarters. Zhu Yuan excitedly slammed the letter on the table. Looking at Zhu Yuan, who was so excited, Qing Yi and Seth were both very puzzled until she started to explain. In the Mountain Lion organization, there is a criminal behavior expert who was recently planted by the Public Security Bureau. Her name is Jane Doe, a female, and she is a ratchi person with obvious characteristics. Originally, this infiltration operation would have taken a long time, so very few people knew about it. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Recently, the cohesion within the Mountain Lion organization has been greatly reduced, and several of the guards are planning to join forces with Jane to get rid of Riza. This is how we got the information we wanted. After listening to Zhu Yuan's explanation, the two suddenly understood. Seth couldn't wait and said, "In this case, let's gather our forces quickly. I can't wait to arrest these guys." The term passionate young man is probably used to describe Seth, but Zhu Yuan did not reject his proposal. Right now, the people inside Mountain Lion are in a panic. This is the best time for them to take action. Once they miss this opportunity, it will be impossible to destroy them. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuan immediately asked King Ai to notify the team members and the Supreme Commander Zhao Anman. She couldn't skip her boss for such an important action plan. At the same time, in a high school in New Eridu, not long after the bell for the first class in the morning rang, Zhongyan, who was sitting in the back row, fell asleep on the table. In front of him, Alien was holding a lollipop, also looking a little absent-minded. The tail that kept wagging through the gap between the chairs was the best proof of that. At this moment, the mobile phone in the drawer vibrated, instantly waking up Zhongyan, who had fallen asleep. Fortunately, his movements were not big when he was awakened, otherwise he would have been called upon by the teacher to answer questions. With a slightly complaining mood, Zhongyan took out his mobile phone, opened the screen with sleepy eyes, and found that it was a message from Zhu Yuan. "Zhu Yuan, Mr. Zhongyan, we have already grasped the location of the Mountain Lion headquarters. Do you have time to join the operation now?" Such news content instantly made Zhongyan energetic. "I was worried about being bored and having nothing to do in class, so isn't this a way to get rid of my sleepiness?" Thinking of this, he quickly raised his hand and asked the teacher for permission to go to the toilet. After being scolded by the teacher with the classic line, "Where did you go after class?" his request was successfully approved. It is impossible to install cameras in a high school restroom, so after making sure that there is no one around, Zhongyan formed a seal with one hand and summoned a shadow clone. "Go to class for me and take care of today's homework." After patting the shadow clone's shoulder earnestly, Zhongyan immediately activated his divine power and left. However, the purpose of his leaving was not to find Zhu Yuan to reunite. After all, if his original body and clone appeared in front of people at the same time, even if the probability was very small, there was still the possibility of being exposed. So, after leaving the school and coming to the roof of a building, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Zhu Yuan. "Zhongyan, sorry, I have to go to class today, so I can't go with you guys, but I really want to know where the Mountain Lions are. They were so good at hiding before, why did they get exposed all of a sudden?" Not long after the message was sent, Zhongyan received a reply from Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan. "Zhu Yuan, I am very sorry, Mr. Zhongyan, if you cannot participate in this operation, then as a person outside the operation, I cannot tell you the specific information, but I can tell you that Shishin's headquarters is in Cave 0. Zhongyan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Zhu Yuan's answer, but when he thought about it, how could the sheriff reveal confidential information to people outside the operation? Moreover, Hole 0. Those guys are really bold. They actually dare to use the most dangerous place in New Alido as their base. However, finding them was not a difficult task for Zhongyan, but if he wanted to kill them before Zhu Yuan, he had to speed up. And this time, he plans to appear in front of people with a brand new identity. Thinking of this, Zhongyan once again activated his divine power and entered the divine power space. In the wardrobe in the Shinwei space that is specifically used to store Uchiha equipment, there are many sets of robes and white masks that are exactly the same size and style. The most eye-catching thing is the huge round fan. But besides that, there is another set of clothes in the closet. The dark gray robe was almost the same in style as the previous one, except that the neckline was lower. The style of the mask is completely different from before. The basic color of the mask changed from white to orange, and the small holes used to observe the outside world were reduced from 2 to 1. The surface of the orange mask is dotted with several irregular black lines, and on the back of the mask, there is a carefully crafted hedgehog-shaped long black hair. The weapon used in this set of clothes is no longer the original round fan, but a katana. Zhongyan called this form Blade of the Red Moon. Time gradually stepped into darkness. The moon in New Eridu is different from the real world. Nearly half of it is dyed black by holes, which looks very strange. Especially tonight, the other half of the moon, which should have been white, turned into an unprecedented blood red. Half black, half red. Just looking at the moon like this will make people unable to sleep. And inside Cave 0, it is not peaceful either. Countless powerful creatures are roaming around, and there are very few areas where people can survive. What's more, this place is hollowed. Without professional protective equipment, even if you have a living space, you will not be able to resist the erosion of ether for a long time. Sister Jane, we must start the action tonight. As long as we kill Riza, we will be rich and prosperous soon. In a room inside the cave, several bodyguards including Jane were discussing the upcoming plan. The specific content of the plan is to attack Riza while he is sleeping in the dark of night. In this way, the probability of success will increase significantly. Once Riza is dealt with, they will support Jane to become the new generation of mountain lion leader, and several people will be awarded extremely high status for their meritorious services. Jane accepted the proposal happily on the surface, but secretly she was waiting for the arrival of the Public Security Bureau. She had recently sent carrot data and letters to Zhu Yuan, the person in charge of this operation. Once she received them, she would definitely take action in a short time. When both parties join forces, none of these criminals who joined Mountain Lion will be able to escape. As for the operation to assassinate Riza, she really intended to carry it out. As long as Riza died, the mountain lions would fall into unprecedented chaos, and it would even be difficult to unite. This will undoubtedly provide the Public Security Bureau with better conditions for action, and as an undercover agent, this is also what Jane should do. Soon, with the sound of 12 o'clock midnight, the operation officially began. In most cases, ordinary members will not be allowed to enter the Mountain Lion headquarters, and the personal guards around Riza have the right to move freely in the headquarters. Therefore, they did not encounter any obstructions on the way. Jane's strong character allowed her to greet the guards she met by chance even in such a tense situation. Soon after, several people came to the room where Riza lived, and at the door of the room, there were two powerful members of the mountain lions guarding it. Sister Jane, and brothers, what are you doing? The appearance of Jane and others made the two guards feel a little confused. Jane had already thought of an answer for this. We already know who the guy who massacred our companions is. The situation is urgent, and we must inform the boss of this news as soon as possible. Upon hearing the news, the two guards looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the matter. They immediately made way for them and considerately opened the door for them. As several people walked into the room and closed the door, the two guards returned to their posts and everything returned to calm. However, this peace did not last long as it was broken by a loud noise. I saw a powerful impact force, carrying a figure, slamming hard on the iron door, and actually blew the sturdy door away. The noise scared the two guards on duty. When they saw the figure stuck to the iron gate clearly, they were shocked to find that it was the personal guard who had entered the room with Jane earlier. The sudden change made both of them stunned, but they reacted quickly. Someone is going to rebel. Realizing that something was wrong, the two rushed into the room and saw that Riza, who should have been asleep, was standing in front of the bed fully armed. In his hand, he was holding a personal guard who had entered the room with Jane. Excluding Jane, there were 3 guards participating in this operation. One of them was just blown away, and another was caught in Riza's hand and kept begging for mercy. As for the last one, he was standing behind Riza at the moment, looking like a smug villain. Jane's expression was extremely solemn. She already knew what the situation was. Did you leak the news? As soon as they entered the room, they were immediately attacked by Riza. If they had not reacted quickly, they would have been wiped out. Since the battle began, one of the guards who followed them stood behind Riza, obviously making his position clear. The disclosure of this operation is the best proof of his loyalty to Riza. Lord Riza, please let me go. The guard who was caught by Riza's hand kept begging for mercy in a low voice. However, facing a traitor, Riza would never give any way of life. He just used a little force and broke the other's neck. Looking at her lifeless companion thrown on the ground like garbage, Jane knew that she was in great danger this time. After dealing with the traitor, Riza nodded to the lackey behind him to show his approval. Well done, from today on, you are the second in command of Mountain Lion. Sure enough, these guys couldn't resist the temptation at all. Just with Riza's promise, they betrayed Jane and others, causing the operation to fail. However, what Jane is thinking about now is not how to take revenge, but how to escape from here. There were 2 guards blocking the door, and in front of them was the powerful Riza. No matter how you looked at it, this was an absolute deadlock that could not be broken. But who is Jane? Her fighting ability is not something these minions can contend with. The next second, with a powerful swing of Jane's tail, a dagger came out from nowhere at an extremely fast speed and knocked down one of the guards in just a moment. While the other guard was still trying to react, Jane quickly rushed forward and pulled out a second dagger from his pocket. However, the guard's reaction was also quite quick. When he saw Jane rushing towards him, he immediately raised his weapon and prepared to fight back. Just as he pulled the trigger, Jane's figure turned into a ghostly afterimage, and dodged the attack in an extremely incredible way. Jane, with a cold look in her eyes, didn't even bother to look up at him. She stabbed him in the throat with a knife and finally walked away in front of Riza. Looking at Jane's gradually receding back, Riza snorted coldly. Then, as the leader, he mobilized all members in the headquarters to encircle and suppress Jane, vowing to completely eradicate this last traitor. At the same time, on the other side of Hole Zero, Zhongyan, transformed into the Red Moon Blade, has appeared near the Mountain Lion headquarters. Looking at the light in the distance that shouldn't appear in the cave, he knew that he was not looking in the wrong direction. Before, he would feel guilty for accidentally hurting innocent civilians, but now, facing those villains, he would never show the slightest mercy. So the next step is to create a real Red Moon Knight. Now, it's getting dark. Quick, chase her, she can't get away. Within the Mountain Lion organization, following an order from leader Riza, the entire headquarters became a mess. Under the temptation of being directly promoted to the level of personal guards, everyone was trying their best to capture Jane. And the dilemma Jane is facing at this moment is much greater than she imagined. The spatial nodes within Void Zero are intricately complex. Even if there are some relatively stable nodes, they are all hidden inside the building. Unless Jane gets the key, there is no way he can escape through those nodes. To make matters worse, the Mountain Lion's headquarters was located right in the center of a building complex, so it was extremely tall and the entrance to the ground was blocked, so she had no way to escape. In such a situation, even if Jane had an extraordinary temperament, she would still feel very panicked. The people from the Security Bureau haven't arrived yet. In her confused mind, Jane thought of the Security Bureau. With the intelligence they got, they could enter the Mountain Lion headquarters through the node outside. This was also her only way to escape now. But she also knew that it would take time to organize the Public Security Bureau, not to mention that the efficiency would be even lower if they were exploring inside the cave. At this moment, a gust of cool wind interrupted Jane's thoughts. She looked up in horror and found that she had accidentally escaped to the top of a building. There was nowhere to escape here. It was an absolute dead end. This made Jane stop immediately. At the same time, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness enveloped her heart, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Before she could turn around, Riza and others who were chasing her had already caught up here. Looking at Jane, who had nowhere to escape, Riza's mouth curled up into a sinister arc. Then he walked forward and said jokingly, "It seems that even the most agile mice in the hole will face a situation where they have nowhere to escape. Jane, I admire you very much that you managed to persuade my 2 guards to rebel in such a short time. It seems that you are not only skilled in martial arts, but also very good at bewitching people." As he spoke, Riza moved closer to Jane, and the group of men behind him did the same. Seeing this, Jane's expression became extremely solemn, but she was not someone who would sit and wait for death, so she would not give up. In a desperate situation with no way to retreat, she seized the opportunity and swooped forward. While she took out a dagger from her pocket with her nimble tail, she took out a second dagger from another pocket. She took advantage of a Mountain Lion member in the crowd not paying attention and tried to use that as an opportunity to break out. However, Riza was keeping a close eye on her all the time, so the moment Jane stepped forward, the device in his hand burst out with strong electric light, and when Jane's attack was about to succeed, it suddenly exploded. A strong electric current burst out in the air, and the huge impact force generated directly knocked Jane away. He fell to the ground and rolled several times before finally stopping. After suffering such a heavy blow, Jane howled in pain, and when she raised her head with difficulty, blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Riza's attack was merciless. The previous blow damaged her internal organs and she had lost most of her fighting ability. It was impossible for her to break through in this state. And Riza knew that Jane had lost the ability to resist, so he dared to walk forward, grab her hair with his hands, and pull it up unscrupulously. Jane's body was suspended in the air, and her long, thin tail no longer had the usual vitality, swaying weakly. "It seems that I am still the final winner. I am just a rat, but I dare say I want to subvert the organization I founded." Jane's embarrassed appearance made Riza in a good mood. At this moment, the personal guard who had been appointed by him as the second in command of the organization suddenly stepped forward. He rubbed his palms together like flies, and said eagerly, "Boss, why don't you leave this woman to the brothers? They haven't had any meat for a long time." Riza naturally knew that the so-called meat was not just meat. Looking at his hungry subordinates behind him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. But on second thought, since this woman is still of use, she can be used as a warning to those who intend to betray her. Thinking of this, Riza nodded and said, "Okay, but before that, you have to cripple her limbs. A mouse that won't run away is a real toy." Seeing Riza nod in agreement, the guard was overjoyed and immediately wanted to take Jane, who had lost the ability to move, from the other party. As for things like crippling his hands and feet, he would definitely do it, otherwise it would be troublesome if he resisted during the game. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jane felt extremely desperate. If she fell into the hands of these criminals, her fate would be quite miserable, especially as a woman. However, the guard who wanted to take her over suddenly paused, causing her to fall to the ground with a painful groan. This scene also made Riza slightly stunned, but after seeing the astonished expressions of his subordinates, he immediately reacted and turned his head to look. "I saw a masked figure on a platform not far away, appearing there at some point. He had a katana on his waist, and his long hair, like a hedgehog, swayed gently in the wind. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else, but the half-black and half-red moon was hanging behind the figure. Under the moonlight, a blood-red pupil like that of a devil from hell appeared from the small hole in the mask." This sudden scene made all the Mountain Lion members present stunned. Even Riza was a little surprised, because he could not imagine how the other party appeared there. That place is a dead end that is impossible to pass. Could it be that he flew up from below? The sudden quiet atmosphere also caught Jane's attention. She raised her head with difficulty while lying on the ground. When she saw that someone had broken into the Mountain Lion headquarters, her first reaction was that the sheriff's bureau had sent someone. But for such a major operation, how could the sheriff's bureau only send one person? And judging from the style of his clothes, that guy couldn't be a sheriff at all. Not the sheriff, so why is he here? Before Jane's question was answered, Riza, who was the first to react, took a few steps forward and said in a slightly unfriendly tone, I don't know why you came here, but I must warn you that you can't just come and go as you please in the Mountain Lion's territory. What Riza hated most was having his authority questioned, and the guy in front of him undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. The other party's response to Riza's warning was also very direct. Get ready to say goodbye to this world, I mean, all of you. Zhongyan's appearance was very timely. When he arrived at the Mountain Lion's headquarters, he captured Jane's Riza and was about to hand him over to his hungry subordinates. As for Jane, Zhongyan could roughly guess her identity. She was most likely an undercover agent planted by the Public Security Bureau inside Mountain Lion. Otherwise, how did the sheriff's department get to the scene in such a short time? The last time an accident happened at the amusement park, someone must have leaked the plan to them in advance. Knowing the time and location of the action but not the specific content of the plan is obviously consistent with Jane's position in the organization at the time. Therefore, the people Zhongyan mentioned did not include Jian, and he would use illusion to confirm his guess at that time. As for now, we want to create a Red Moon Knight that belongs exclusively to Mountain Lions. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to our boss like that? Do you know that we, the Mountain Lions? A reckless minion saw that Zhongyan was so arrogant and immediately jumped out to provoke him. To this guy who was still trying to flatter others even when he was about to die, Zhongyan's answer was very direct. He reached for the weapon at his waist, and with a slight force from his thumb, a small part of the blade of the katana popped out. The next second, a red cold light flashed in the air, and in less than a blink of an eye, Zhongyan disappeared from the spot like a ghost. He rushed forward at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye. When everyone reacted, they found that he was already standing in the crowd. The little follower who had just provoked him was also cut in half. There were drops of bright red blood on the surface of the blade, and even brighter red than that was the eye under the mask. Hurry! Kill him. Such a visually impactful scene made all the Mountain Lion members no longer calm. They picked up their weapons and fired indiscriminately at Zhongyan. However, the bullet that should have penetrated Zhongyan's flesh and blood did not hit the target as expected. Instead, it strangely penetrated the opponent's body and hit his companion standing nearby. The sounds of gunfire and screams came one after another, instantly creating chaos at the scene. Zhongyan seized the opportunity, appeared behind a Mountain Lion member in a flash, and with a sharp move of his sword, he killed the man in the throat without any hesitation. After that, he set his sights on another Mountain Lion member. Seeing this, the Mountain Lion member hurriedly picked up his weapon and fired wildly. To his surprise, this time, he actually shot Zhongyan into a sieve. Seeing Zhongyan gradually falling, he was overjoyed. However, as an inexplicable sound exploded in his ears, he realized that the person he had just killed was actually his companion who was trying to assist him. As a result of his indiscriminate shooting, 5 of his companions were killed, and he himself was hacked to death by Zhongyan before he had any time to react. Blood covered the entire roof, making it even more difficult for the already panicked Mountain Lions to calm down. Zhongyan's massacre did not stop even though the number of enemies decreased. Instead, he swung his sword even more unscrupulously. Every slash of the sword took a life that should have been alive but was actually dirty. Seeing this scene, Riza couldn't sit still. He never expected that this mysterious man who suddenly appeared would start slaughtering without any scruples, and do it on his own. This made him realize instantly that the other party was most likely the guy who had recently targeted their Mountain Lions. Thinking of this, Riza became furious. He was the leader of the Mountain Lions, and even the Security Bureau couldn't do anything to him. Now he was being insulted by a guy of unknown origin. He really couldn't swallow this. So, he pushed away the men in front of him, and without caring about Jian, who was quietly squirming on the ground and trying to escape, he activated the device on his body and walked towards Zhongyan without hesitation. You should have been the last one. Zhongyan felt a little surprised when he saw Riza walking towards him fearlessly. He originally thought that the strength he displayed should shock the other party, but now it seems that these desperate criminals do not care about the value of life at all. In that case, let's advance the order of their deaths a little. While the Mountain Lion members around him began to flee and had no energy left to attack him, Zhongyan immediately unleashed his divine power. As the space in front of him gradually twisted, several iron chains shot out from within the vortex. The chains hit Riza accurately and wrapped around his body like poisonous snakes, making his body completely unable to move. Afterwards, the chains were forcefully retracted, and Riza's entire body, along with the chains, were sucked into the divine power space. After doing all this, Zhongyan completely ignored the dull expressions of the Mountain Lion members, and quickly activated his divine power, sucking himself into the divine power space. In the Shinwei space, Riza, who was sucked in here, was thrown to the ground like garbage at the first moment. In front of him was a long corridor that was specially built by Zhongyan. The corridor was pitch black without a trace of light. At this time, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Riza looked up in horror and found that it was Zhongyan who had imprisoned him there. As Zhongyan slowly turned his head, the blood-red pupils under the mask also appeared. He was seen holding a sword and approaching this side step by step from the end of the corridor. When he walked, his body would teleport forward a distance with every step. Even in dim light, Riza could feel death quietly approaching him. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of fear, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Now, he just wanted to escape from this place of death as quickly as possible. However, the chains wrapped around him did not give him any chance at all. As Zhongyan got closer and closer, he felt death approaching and couldn't help crying. The mountain lion leader, who usually acts high and mighty, has now become a lamb to be slaughtered by Zhongyan. But he did not beg for mercy, which showed that he still maintained his dignity as a leader. But what does it matter if he has dignity? His life is worthless. Soon, Zhongyan, who was constantly teleporting, came in front of Riza. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand. The surface of the sword flashed with a cold light visible to the naked eye, and there were even obvious bloodstains on it. Zhongyan looked down at the terrified Riza below. He waited for a moment, and finally, without hesitation, he chopped down with his knife. This is eternal night. Bright red blood was scattered in every corner of the roof platform, and the source of the blood was the corpses of the mountain lion members lying on the ground. The remaining surviving members of the mountain lion saw with their own eyes that their boss was dragged into a mysterious space by Zhongyan, and his life or death is still unknown. Until one moment, when the space vortex appeared again, Riza's body was thrown out like garbage, and following closely was the masked Zhongyan. Seeing Riza's body on the ground, everyone was shocked. Even the most powerful leader among the mountain lions had been killed. What role could these weak minions play if they stayed behind? Thinking of this, all the mountain lion members began to flee in all directions, but how could Zhongyan let them go? Just at this moment, a dark cloud floated through the sky, covering most of the moon, leaving only a corner of the red moon visible. The already sparse light in Hole Zero became even dimmer at this moment, creating an excellent killing atmosphere for Zhongyan. His figure kept flashing in the mountain lion headquarters, and every time he passed by a fleeing mountain lion member, he would kill him with a knife. The shrill screams became the main theme of the song tonight. Until the end, when all the mountain lions were slaughtered, this deadly symphony finally stopped. As the only survivor, Jane tried her best to crawl to a wall and tried many times before finally standing up. Looking at the extremely bloody scene in front of her, she began to feel a little scared, wondering if Zhongyan would attack her too. Just as she was thinking about this problem, Zhongyan, who had solved all the troubles, suddenly appeared in front of her in a flash. The sudden scene startled Jane, but she still tried to keep calm and avoid revealing any big flaws. In her current state, she is simply unable to compete with Zhongyan. Who are you? Looking at Jian, who was pretending to be calm, Zhongyan asked in a cold tone. Faced with such a question, Jane was stunned at first, then raised her head, ready to use her acting skills as an undercover agent. However, just as she was about to reveal the false identity she had prepared in advance, her mouth uncontrollably answered truthfully, "I am an external criminal behavior consultant for the Sheriff's Bureau. My mission is to infiltrate Mountain Lion to collect intelligence." Sure enough, just as Zhongyan had originally predicted, she was from the Public Security Bureau. This way, there is a reason to save her life. Thinking of this, Zhongyan took out the small medical kit he had just found in the Mountain Lion headquarters and threw it next to Jane. After that, without saying a word, he activated his divine power and left the spot. Watching Zhongyan disappear from the spot, and then looking at the medical box on the ground, Jian knew that the other party was going to let him go. In this case, her truthful answer seemed to have saved her life. What an unpredictable guy. After making a simple and sharp comment to Zhongyan, Jian sat on the ground, picked up the medical box next to him, and began to treat himself. When the time goes back a few hours, it is a transfer station connected to the Mountain Lion headquarters. The elite team of the Public Security Bureau, led by Zhao Anman, thoroughly cleansed out the Mountain Lion members here based on the intelligence provided by Jane. At the same time, they also found the space node leading to the Mountain Lion headquarters. After passing through the node, they discovered that this was actually Hole Zero. No wonder we couldn't find those guys before. Even the Security Bureau has to report to their superiors before entering the Hole Zero. Such a strong smell of blood, Commander Zhao, something is wrong here. Kicking open the iron door in front of him, Seth's nose twitched slightly. The cat-like sensitive sense of smell immediately allowed him to detect the bloody smell in the air. Such news put the entire team into a state of first-level alert, but as they slowly moved forward, they were shocked to find that the ground was littered with the bodies of Mountain Lion members. The blood on the ground has not yet dried up, which means that these people have been dead for no more than 12 hours. But what exactly caused this bloody and horrifying scene? This scene seems somewhat familiar to the one that happened with the Red Teeth Gang. Zhao Anman looked at the corpses all over the ground and couldn't help but recall what happened with the Red Teeth Gang last time. Both were despised criminal organizations, both happened at night, and both were slaughtered. Anyone who knew the situation would probably subconsciously link these two events together. According to the information obtained by the Public Security Bureau, the last time the Red Fang Gang was massacred, it was most likely done by Uchiha. If the speculation is correct, then this time, it is probably related to Uchiha. Stay alert and look for any survivors. No matter who did it, we must know his identity and purpose. After pondering, Zhao Anman decided to investigate the matter thoroughly. The first thing to do was to look for any survivors. After all, there is no surveillance here. If you want to know what exactly happened, you can only confirm it through the verbal description of witnesses. Therefore, the elite team of more than 30 people was divided into 5 small teams by Zhao Anman to search for survivors here separately. Among them, Zhu Yuan and Qing Yi, as partners, were naturally assigned to the same team, and with them was the young and inexperienced Seth. Faced with an action involving sudden situations, Seth seemed extremely excited, while King Ai was as lazy as usual, as if he did not take the action seriously at all. Among the 6-person team, it seemed that only Zhu Yuan was carefully observing the surrounding environment. Captain Zhu Yuan, the smell of blood is strongest over there. Do you want to go and take a look? At this time, Seth discovered an area where the smell of blood was most obvious through his nose. After getting Zhu Yuan's permission, several people immediately followed him and soon arrived at a rooftop platform. There were so many corpses here that the blood almost covered the entire ground, and some of the blood even seeped into the building through the cracks in the floor. Not far away, beside the wall, they saw a figure struggling to get up. When they got closer, they found that it was Jane, who was sent by the Sheriff's Bureau to infiltrate Mountain Lion. The appearance of the survivor made the few people overjoyed. They hurried forward to prepare to arrest him, but after Zhu Yuan's explanation, they learned of Jian's true identity and let down their guard. Afterwards, several people used the existing supplies to give Jane some simple bandaging treatment, and brought her to Zhao Anman, intending to understand what happened here through her narration. Wearing a mask, blood-red eyes, attacks that can penetrate the body, and a vortex that distorts space. After listening to Jian's description of the man who made the move, Zhao Anman couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Judging from the description of appearance, the person Jian was talking about was definitely not an Uchiha, but the abilities he displayed were exactly the same as those of an Uchiha. This made Zhao Anman a little confused. Could it be that the other party abandoned his original image and specially prepared a new image to appear in public? Zhao Anman had no idea what Uchiha was thinking, but he knew that once this matter was linked to Uchiha, the best option would be to give up the investigation. Otherwise, if they anger that god of death, the Security Bureau will probably suffer the same fate as the Red Fang Gang and the Mountain Lions. What's more, their action plan this time did not fail, but all the survivors had been killed, which made it difficult for them to explain to their superiors. However, as long as the Mountain Lion disappears from sight, the people above won't say anything. Let's stop here for the description. Zhu Yuan, King Ai, the two of you send her to the hospital for treatment first, and then let her go to the bureau for a more detailed oral statement and reasoning. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Anman gave the order. At this time, she, whose hands and legs were restrained by handcuffs, came up and deliberately lowered his voice and said, you don't know who that guy is, do you? He made you give up the investigation so quickly. Could he have something to do with you? As a former shadow, she knew Zhao Anman's character very well and knew that he must have a reason for issuing such an order. In response, Zhao Anman just glanced at him and responded calmly, she and Si are dead. They were killed by him. There were 7 shadows present at the time. In the end, I took the risk to rescue the remaining 5. Otherwise, none of them might have escaped. Zhao Anman, who witnessed Uchiha killing the butcher with one sword, was extremely afraid of him. It was for this reason that he understood that people like Uchiha should never be made enemies. Don't get yourself into trouble unless it's necessary. So powerful, no wonder everyone in the organization has become a coward. I thought they were just afraid of the Public Security Bureau. After listening to Zhao Anman's description, she pulled up a smile and teased. It seems that during the time he was imprisoned, a lot of unexpected things really happened outside. A few days after the Mountain Lions were slaughtered by Zhongyan, the operation by the Sheriff's Department was successfully concluded. Although the expected goal was not achieved, it is impossible for Mountain Lion to organize any large-scale operations again. That afternoon, Zhu Yuan and Qing Yi, who had just got off work from the bureau, came to visit Jian, who was still recuperating in the hospital. Jian had expected them to come, so she had prepared a portrait of Zhongyan in advance. Is this what the mysterious man looks like? King Ai picked up the portrait and looked at it. After observing for a long time, she came to a conclusion. Jane is a very good painter. Is there any information about such a mysterious person in the files of the Sheriff's Bureau? Zhu Yuan asked. The files of the Sheriff's Bureau contain relevant information about most of the criminals and sheriffs in New Ilido. Except for some sealed confidential information, King Ai can retrieve all this information through his own database. But obviously, she couldn't find such a person in the database. I have no clue at all. However, he spared Jane's life after knowing that she was from the Public Security Bureau. This shows that he is not a pure murderer. Qing Yi made a simple analysis of Zhongyan's personality, and did not forget to tease him. As the saying goes, good is rewarded with good, and evil is punished with evil. Isn't this exactly reflected in Jian and Shanxi? When Jane was about to be killed by the Mountain Lion, she was saved by the mysterious man. On the contrary, the Mountain Lion that had done so many bad things was slaughtered by the mysterious man. There is actually nothing wrong with saying that this is the law of retribution for good and evil. However, Jane didn't care about these idioms. She just wanted to know who the person who saved her was. Next, she will investigate this goal, even if it takes a lot of time and effort. As a human being, you always have to have some obsession. On the other side, Zhongyan had no idea that Jian had regarded him as the biggest obsession in his life. At this moment, he had just returned from school with a school bag on his back and bought a scratch card from a newsstand on the way. After scratching it, it turned out to be the 3 lowest level bones. Although they could be exchanged for some rewards, they could not even get back the original money spent on buying the scratch card. Seeing this, Zhongyan casually threw the scratch card into a box beside him. In the box, there were already a whole box full of scratch cards like this one with 3 bones. It is said that people's luck is not too bad, but compared with those people who can often scratch out 3 golden poops, it will really make you angry. Fortunately, these small profits will not affect Zhongyan's income, at most they will affect his mood. As his fame grows, his monthly royalties have skyrocketed from 1 million dinas to 5 million dinas now. In just 2 months, there has been a 5-fold improvement, and the rate of improvement has not even reached its upper limit. If this trend continues, then not only will a monthly income of tens of millions, but even a monthly income of over 100 million will not be a dream. Who would want to go to a private island in the city center every day? Wouldn't it be better to marry a few wives and enjoy a peaceful life? Just as Zhongyan was fantasizing about his wonderful life in the future, his cell phone suddenly rang. Sure enough, before starting to enjoy a comfortable life, one must first save up a sufficient amount of dini, otherwise everything will be in vain. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and found that it was Ling who sent him a message. Ling, are you there? Zhongyan, in Ling, where? Zhongyan, at home. After a conversation that could be described as human-machine level, Ling finally stated her purpose. Ling, my brother and I accepted a commission from Hollow Zero. Ling, actually, it's not really a commission. It's just an opportunity to conduct a long-term exploration and investigation around Hollow Zero. It belongs to an official organization. Ling, do you want to come along? After all, he's my personal agent, so he won't refuse, right? Ling, you won't reject me, right? Ling sent a lot of messages in a row, which caused Zhongyan's brain to crash for a while. Hollow Zero, Phaethon, official organization? Can these 3 words be put together? Hole Zero is the oldest and most dangerous hole in New Eridu. Its entire existence itself can be said to be an unknown. The main reason why the old Eridu was destroyed was the expansion of Void Zero. Even up to now, the new Eridu's exploration and understanding of Void Zero is less than 30%. Even Zhongyan had to admit that even he might not be able to clear Cave Zero alone. The powerful creatures in it were much more powerful than criminal organizations like Mountain Lion. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared for this investigation of the Void Zero. So before setting off, Zhongyan summoned his shadow clone and asked him to be on standby at all times in the Divine Power Space. After that, he set out for 6th Street to reunite with Phaethon and his sister. After about an hour, he successfully arrived at the video store on Liu Fen Street, and found Ling and Jie, who were also preparing to leave. Perhaps they knew that there was no time to take care of the video store today, so they did not open it. The door of the store was locked, and Zhongyan still came in through the back door next to the garage. I originally said I would drive to pick you up, but who knew you would come so soon? Seeing Zhongyan appear, Ling stopped turning the car keys in her hand and walked forward with a smile. Seeing his sister, who had just been discussing important matters with him with a serious face, suddenly moved towards Zhongyan, Jie held his forehead helplessly. He doesn't mind Ling and Zhongyan dating, but they should at least respect their brother, right? This is the situation now. If I get married, won't I not want to come back for 10 years? Girls are useless when they grow up. While Jie was gradually becoming transparent, Zhongyan on the other side skillfully placed his hand on Ling's head and said, you guys need time to prepare anyway, right? It's just right for me to come over to find you so I don't have to drive a detour. It's not the first time I'm driving to pick you up. I've memorized the route from my house to yours. It's okay to go back and forth a few more times. Listen to your sister and let me drive to pick you up next time. As she spoke, Ling even moved Zhongyan's hand away from her head in order to maintain her image as a sister. However, the obvious height difference between the two of them still destroyed the image she was trying to maintain. However, in terms of age alone, Ling is indeed a few years older than Zhongyan. Of course, this is just the apparent age. Zhongyan's real age should be around 20 years old, but still a little younger than Ling. By the way, Ambi is also older than him, only Alien is a little younger, having just turned 18. Let's stop reminiscing about the past for now. We have important things to do now. Ling, please explain our action plan to Zhongyan. Jie's words brought the two people's thoughts back to reality. Hearing this, Ling also patiently explained, according to Fairy, in order to grasp and control the development trend of Hole Zero, New Eli will regularly summon powerful people to launch investigations, suppression, and research on Hole Zero. Generally speaking, rope makers and cave robbers are not welcomed by the authorities, but to participate in the investigation of Cave Zero, they do not need an investigation license from the Cave Investigation Association. Therefore, even we can legally participate in the investigation of Cave Zero, and the rewards are very generous. By the way, there is something my brother and I want to investigate in Hollow Zero. After all, the place where we lived before, Old Alido, fell into Hollow Zero. It's not a problem to say that we want to do such an investigation out of nostalgia. Ling explained why she and Jie investigated Void Zero, but deliberately avoided key information, indicating that there were some things she was not going to confess to Zhongyan. Zhongyan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, he didn't confess his Uchiha identity to Ling. Everyone has some secrets that cannot be told. Knowing too much will only cause trouble to both parties. Sometimes, pretending to be deaf and dumb may be beneficial to yourself. To investigate Void Zero, you only hired me as your agent. Do you trust my ability so much? Zhongyan couldn't help but teased after listening to Ling's story. In the game, players can bring up to 6 agents to explore Hollow Zero, 3 of whom can appear in the same scene. It is not impossible to clear Hole Zero alone, but it is extremely challenging for the player's agent training and skills. Under normal circumstances, Zhongyan would have no problem dealing with some ordinary idols and some low-level notorious idols, but once a giant idol like the Dead Road Butcher appeared, he would be no match at all. In the number 0 cavity, giant Israelites may not be seen everywhere, but their number is definitely much greater than that in other cavity. There are even super large Israelites like Nineveh, whose strength is far stronger than the giant Israelites. Zhongyan had never fought against a super large Ikai, but according to his prediction, even if the Uchiha faced a super large Ikai, they would have to use some powerful means to successfully win. This is also the reason why he asked his shadow clone to prepare for the attack in advance. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he wants to explore Hollow Zero, he must be prepared to expose his identity at all times. We've considered other agents, such as Nicole, but Cunning Rabbit House has received too many commissions recently, and they've already scheduled them for 3 months later. They're so busy that they've stopped accepting commissions. How can they have time to take care of us? Ling's tone was a little helpless, and she continued, as for other agents, we have cooperated with them before, but the level of trust was not very high, and this matter is of great importance, so after thinking about it, you are the only one who fully meets our standards. Don't worry. We have explored Hollow Zero before. It's not as scary as we imagined. As long as we don't go deep into those unexplored areas, generally speaking, we will be fine. Besides, with Fairy here, we can escape even if we can't defeat them. Seeing that Zhongyan looked lost in thought, Ling thought he was worried, so she quickly spoke to try to calm him down. Little did he know that what Zhongyan was thinking about was not whether Hole Zero was safe or not, but whether he should let his shadow clone make some big noise in Hole Zero. For example, killing 2 super large Israeli skeletons in front of those official personnel. After all, as the timeline gradually enters the main line of the game, Zhongyan can judge many things through the game plot. For example, this time's investigation into the Hollow Zero is likely to correspond to the plot of Anti-Air Section 6. Along with the Anti-Aircraft Section 6, there also appeared the super-large Israeli corpse Nineveh in Hole Zero. Scout Outpost is a frontline outpost located in Cave Zero. Most investigators who enter Cave Zero for exploration will use it as their starting point. At the same time, since this place is too close to Void Zero, in order to prevent the expansion of the void and cause unnecessary losses, the soldiers and staff recruited here almost all have extremely high ether adaptability. In this way, even if they were caught in a void disaster, they would have enough time to take away the association's high-tech equipment without having to worry about it being corroded. However, since the establishment of New Illidoo, the expansion of Void Zero has not been able to reach this place, but has been controlled quite stably. It seems that Hole Zero will not be able to threaten New Eridu for at least the next 20 years unless something unexpected happens. Of course, that's what happened later. When the scene showed Zhongyan and his group, they drove to a parking lot outside the outpost. Since the outpost did not allow unrelated vehicles to enter at will, they could only park their car here and then walk into the outpost on foot. By the way, the only people coming this time are Zhongyan and Ling, as well as the navigator Bangbais who will be used later. Jie was left at home to control the HDD system with Fairy. Before entering the outpost, the two were stopped by soldiers at the door. After a series of preventive scans, they were finally allowed in after confirming that there were no problems. The scene inside Scott's outpost was very similar to the game scene in Zhongyan's impression. The only difference was that the outpost in reality was much larger than the one in the game. Standing on the platform of the outpost and looking forward, you can see a huge hole in the distance. The surface of the hole is filled with colorful light. It is so large that it almost covers the sky and the sun, and there are light circles flowing outward on both sides. Rather than saying it is hollow, it is better to say that it looks more like a black hole that swallows everything. And this is the Hole Zero that everyone in New Eridu is afraid of, codenamed Lingbo. From this perspective, Hole Zero is really spectacular. Looking at the huge hole in the distance, Zhongyan couldn't help but sigh. Ling did not respond to this, but just hugged Aiza's hands and tightened them inadvertently. After walking around the outpost out of curiosity, the two walked slowly into the tent. The tent that the Wista Association used specifically for investigation and research was the core of the entire Scout outpost. The walls here were covered with investigation data and logs, and there were also various mechanical equipment on display. In the most conspicuous place in the tent, a woman with a mechanical arm on her back was debugging something with her hands on the table. She was indifferent to the appearance of the two people. She didn't raise her head until they came up to her. She said slowly, "I noticed you when you were wandering outside the tent. I suggest you don't enter the Zero Hollow with such curiosity, otherwise you will end up miserably. Just think of it as me threatening you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lei, a researcher at the Wista Association. My colleagues usually call me Lei, but you can just call me Lei. It seems there is no difference in the names." The corners of Zhong Yan's mouth twitched twice. He had some impression of this Lei, but he didn't pay attention to her when he was watching the plot before. Now he realized that she was actually a quite humorous person. "You two should be here to participate in the investigation of Hollow Zero, right? You are so young, but you have passed the approval of the Investigation Association and accepted the qualification assessment mission. I think you and your team must be very capable." Lei suddenly stopped talking halfway because she just realized that there were only 2 young people taking the qualification test. Excluding the one who needs a remote control system, there is only one person left to fight in the cave. How dare a person enter Hollow Zero to explore? Did they treat this assessment as a joke? However, the 2 of them have passed the approval of the Investigation Association after all, so there is definitely no problem with their abilities, and she will not judge people based on their appearance and age. In the 6th anti-aircraft lesson, isn't there a very powerful person who is officially named Hollow Hunter at a young age? Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Now I have a task for you. The content is very suitable for novices. You just need to defeat the Yihai wandering around the outer stations and collect observation data. Lei gave the 2 people the task without changing her expression. In addition to collecting observation data, they also had to escort an investigator from the association, who in a sense was their examiner this time. Only with his approval would the 2 be considered to have passed the assessment, and only by passing the assessment could they obtain the investigation license for Hollow Zero. If you want to explore Void Zero, it is best to follow the official organization. Otherwise, in the absence of data, no one knows what you will encounter in the void. Of course, this only applies to Ling Zhongyan. Doesn't need to think so much about it. I will install a remote module on the communication terminal later, so that the HDD system can be used. You must be extra careful after entering the cave. After accepting the task, Ling quietly put her ear close to Zhongyan's ear and whispered while Lei was not paying attention. Hearing this, Zhongyan nodded, and then, under the guidance of the outpost soldiers, he and IES passed through the stable node and entered the outer area of Hole Zero. Here, he soon met the examiner, a woman wearing an association uniform, who looked to be in her 30s or 40s, and exuded a professional aura from head to toe. "Zhongyan, the device is connected successfully, can you hear it?" At this time, Ling's voice came from Zhongyan's headphones. Because communication between investigators and agents is permitted by regulations, she did not hide it even though she was far away at the outpost. After receiving Zhongyan's affirmative answer, each man and each one followed the investigator and began the formal operation mission. At the same time, on the other side of Hole Zero, this level of etheric intensity is truly rare. It seems that the observation data provided above is correct. There is indeed a super large etheric skeleton that is far beyond our imagination. 4 figures stood on the roof of an abandoned building. One of them looked at the instrument in his hand with the value almost off the charts and immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. At this time, a bee-like creature with a body color of pink, white and gray appeared, flapping its wings. Before the 4 could react, an extremely large corpse, tens of meters long, suddenly flew out from under the building. It rolls its body, and every time it flaps its wings, colorful pollen is released from the stamens at its tail. But only the 4 people who faced it knew how deadly and dangerous this charming pollen contained, and there were dozens or even hundreds of bee-like creatures hovering around it. A critically endangered individual. No, it should be said that a mutually beneficial symbiotic group, codenamed Nineveh, appeared. The appearance of Nineveh caused the ether concentration in the entire nearby void area to surge. Facing an ether of this level, even a strong one like Anti-Aircraft Section 6 looked very solemn. "Section Chief, the observation data is correct. It will be up to you to contain it. We will find a way to assist," a handsome young man with red pupils said to a black-haired girl with a pair of fox ears. He is Yuma, a member of Anti-Aircraft Section 6, and the black-haired girl with fox ears is Hishimai Masaru, the head of Anti-Aircraft Section 6. She is also one of the few Hollow Hunters in New Alito, representing the highest combat power. "Leave that guy to me." Hoshimiya chose to ignore Yuma's words. She placed her hand on the hilt of the weapon at her waist. A spirit-like creature that was surrounding her also drilled into the weapon as she moved. Feeling the sense of crisis emanating from Sing Jianya, Nineveh turned and glanced at her. Perhaps it was afraid, or perhaps it was not interested in the human in front of it, so it just flew away. "Where are you running to?" Seeing this, Sing Jianya's figure turned into a residual shadow and dived forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to give Nineveh a fatal blow before it escaped from his attack range. However, just as she was about to charge her strongest attack, countless swarms of skeleton bees suddenly blocked her way. Facing the threat from these weak enemies, Sing Jianya snorted coldly, and as she finished accumulating strength, she swung her sword without hesitation. As a white light flashed in the air, endless ice energy instantly poured out and turned into a sword energy that slashed at the group of skeleton bees. The two sides merely came into contact, and the strong explosion caused by the sword energy destroyed most of the skeleton bees. Even if the remaining skeleton bees survived, they had no ability to stop Hoshimiya. However, in just a few breaths, Nineveh, flapping its wings, had already flown out of Sing Jianya's attack range, and the 100-meter-high sky ahead also forced her to stop. Nineveh flew towards the depths of the cave and is still within our control. We must chase it with all our might, we cannot let it leave safely. A pink-haired woman with a broad mind pushed her glasses and said solemnly. She is Yanagi, the Deputy Section Chief of Anti-Aircraft Section 6, and her status in the section is second only to that of the Section Chief, Hashimi Masaru. At her request, the members of Air Anti-Section 6 quickly began the pursuit, and before she opened her mouth, Hoshimiya was already on the way to pursuit. Look, there's someone there. At this moment, a blue-bodied ghost siren exclaimed. She was the last of the 4 members of Anti-Air Section 6, known as Kang Tiendi, Kang Jiao. Following the direction of Kang Jiao's finger, Yujhan and Lu soon saw a figure standing on the roof of a building not far from Nineveh. He was wearing a dark blue robe, a white mask on his head, and carrying a huge round fan on his back. At this moment, he was slightly raising his head, staring at Nineveh flying past him. Is that the hollow investigator? How come he's here? He's in that position and can be easily attacked by Nineveh. While Kang Jiao was running wildly, he covered his mouth and worried about the man. In contrast, Yujhan and Liu's reactions were different. They looked at each other and immediately understood what the other was thinking. Kang Jiao, that's not an investigator, but the legendary cave robber that the association dreams of recruiting. Uchiha, I told you about this before. Yuma said with a forced smile. Hearing the name Uchiha, Kang Keiku was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said in disbelief, actually. It's Uchiha. I remember the higher UPS told us to find him, right? All anti-aircraft special units, including the 6th anti-aircraft section, have received a mission. The mission was to have them search for Uchiha while exploring the cave. If possible, it would be best to bring him back, even if it meant using some tough measures. They did keep this mission in mind, but they never expected that Uchiha would show up at this time. In this case, the mission objectives are somewhat conflicting. We can't complete both objectives at the same time, right? No matter how powerful Anti-Aircraft Section 6 is, it can't be strong enough to kill 2 monsters at the same time. Thinking of this, Lu immediately gave the order, get rid of Nineveh first. This mule is too dangerous. As for Uchiha, we can deal with it when we have some energy left. Between Uchiha and Nineveh, Lu chose the latter. After all, in her opinion, Uchiha could not be compared with this super large Ikai. Compared with Nineveh, the giant skeletons he had previously dealt with in the cave were nothing but dwarfs. So, including Hoshimiya, who was determined to deal with Nineveh, the 4 people from the 6th section of the Air Force all ignored Uchiha. Only Sokka could not help but glance at him when he passed by. It seems that I have been underestimated. Looking at Nineveh and Anti-Aircraft Section 6 that were gradually moving away, Uchiha, or rather, Zhongyan's shadow clone, whispered to himself. He knew that Anti-Aircraft Section 6 had noticed him, and he also knew that between himself and Nineveh, they had all chosen to hunt down the latter without exception. The reason for doing this is simply that they felt that his threat was not as great as Nineveh's, so there was nothing wrong with saying that he was being looked down upon. Well, a super large skeleton would be a headache even for the Hollow Hunter, and in the eyes of the world, Uchiha is just a cave robber after all. How can a cave robber deal with a monster that even the virtual hunter finds difficult to deal with? How strong can a cave robber be? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than Su Xiao? Anyone who has witnessed the power of the Void Hunter will definitely think so, because in their opinion, the Void Hunter is already the pinnacle of this world, and anything above that is no longer within the scope of human beings. This idea is correct, but unfortunately, Uchiha's power does not belong to this world, so that so far, he has not met an opponent who can allow him to exert his full strength. And next, the shadow clone that possesses Zhongyan's will let the top of this world see what true power is. Thinking of this, Uchiha immediately activated his Kamui and, through the method of spacetime teleportation, chased in the direction of Nineveh's escape. At the same time, Anti-Aircraft Section 6 was chasing Nineveh with all its might. On the other side of the number 0 void, Zhongyan, armed with a weapon, killed Yihai, who was blocking his way with one sword. His mission along the way was to escort IES and the examiner to complete the survey of the void data. This process is a bit boring to talk about. After all, there are basically only some low-level ice skeletons on the periphery of Hollow Zero. Even if some high-level ice skeletons appear occasionally, their overall strength will not be particularly strong. Fortunately, after completing the assessment, they can not only obtain the investigation license of Hollow Zero, but also receive a considerable amount of reward. After all, if there are no benefits, who would be willing to take part in such an assessment? However, it is not the case that everything is peaceful. He just received a message from the Shadow Clone saying that Nineveh and Anti-Aircraft Section 6 are approaching them. The instruments used to detect data at this moment can already clearly feel that the ether activity is increasing. However, such situations were very common in the cave, so the examiner did not take it seriously. She finally stopped when the ether activity rose to an extremely exaggerated level. How could this happen? the activity of the ether is a little scary. Could it be that a giant ether skeleton was born nearby? Looking at the instrument in his hand that sounded the alarm, the examiner looked around with a worried look on his face. In the abandoned buildings around, apart from some common remains wandering around, there are no other remains with any particularly conspicuous features. If a powerful being was born, they should have discovered it immediately. Something is not right. The mission is temporarily terminated. Let's find a place to reorganize first. To be on the safe side, the examiner gave the Void Zero the most basic respect and immediately prepared to stop the mission, intending to continue the survey after the ether activity stabilized. However, the next second after she finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and then an extremely shrill roar was heard from a distance. A few people looked up and found that Nineveh appeared from behind a building. When passing by the building, its shoulder smashed a corner of the building. The loud noise even attracted the attention of other skeletons here. At this moment, even though they had no intelligence, they knew what they were facing, and they immediately knelt on the ground in submission, as if they were welcoming the return of the king. Boom! The moment Nineveh appeared, the instrument in the examiner's hand finally reached the critical value and was scrapped on the spot due to being overwhelmed. Hide quickly! Seeing that Zhong Yan and IES hadn't reacted yet, she hurriedly pulled them to hide in the underground parking lot nearby, muttering, "Damn it turned out to be it." When she said this, there was an undisguised look of fear in her eyes. It was obvious that she had heard of the reputation of Nineveh and knew how terrifying it was. Soon, the roaring sound in the distance was getting closer and closer, and Nineveh floated past them. Fortunately, this big guy had no ability of perspective, so he did not discover the three people hiding in the parking lot. However, shortly after the sound of Nineveh faded away, they were surprised to find that they heard footsteps overhead, and the direction in which the footsteps faded away was exactly the direction Nineveh left. Someone is actually hunting Nineveh? The examiners were very surprised by this. After making sure it was temporarily safe, the three of them quietly walked to the parking lot, stuck half of their heads out to look, and sure enough, they saw a figure rushing towards Nineveh. It's Hoshimiya. Looking at the iconic pair of fox ears on the top of the head, Zhongyan finally saw the most popular character in the game with his own eyes. With such high popularity, it must have been implemented for a long time, right? Just as Zhongyan's thoughts drifted away, Xing Jianya had already sprinted to Nineveh at an astonishing speed. Just like her first appearance in the game, she placed her hand on the hilt of the weapon. As her soul entered the weapon and pressed the button, the moment she drew the sword, powerful ice energy instantly enveloped Nineveh's entire body. In the energy storm, countless ice blades that are invisible to the naked eye continuously cut Nineveh's body. If it were an ordinary building, it would have been cut into pieces by an attack of this magnitude. However, Nineveh, which was in the center of the storm, was not affected at all. Instead, it flapped its wings and escaped from it as if nothing had happened. Even when it flapped its wings, it condensed a hurricane and slammed it hard at Xing Jianya, who was standing on the ruins nearby. Seeing this, Xing Jianya hurriedly waved her weapon to defend herself. The ice energy came into contact with the hurricane, and the powerful impact immediately caused her to lose her balance and fall backwards. Behind her was a height of 100 meters. Falling from such a height would only result in her being smashed to pieces. Realizing that something was wrong, Hoshimiya hurriedly adjusted her body balance. At this moment, Zhongyan, who was hiding in the distance, could no longer sit still. Looking at Xing Jianya falling straight to the ground, he rushed forward and used the acceleration characteristics of Chidori. In less than a few seconds, he flew to the vicinity of Xing Jianya. At this time, Xing Jianya had adjusted her body balance and was ready to land smoothly. However, when she was about to land, Zhongyan suddenly jumped high, stretched out his hands to hug her from the air, then rolled twice in an extremely cool posture, and finally landed on the ground safely. This sudden contact made Xing Jianya stunned for a moment. Looking at the handsome boy in front of her, anyone would be shy, but she actually spoke in a cold tone. "You rude fellow, let me go." Zhongyan admitted that he was just trying to show off, but he didn't expect Xing Jianya to react like this. He immediately put her on the ground in embarrassment and scratched his head. If you think about it carefully, Hoshimiya in the game can completely rely on his own strength to land safely, so his act of helping her seems somewhat unnecessary. However, unlike in the game, Nineveh did not leave after being slashed by Hoshimiya. On the contrary, the previous attack completely enraged it. As it let out a shrill roar, the stamens at its tail began to release large amounts of colorful pollen. Nourished by these pollens, countless skeleton bees and strangler vines sprang up from the ground, covering large areas. And Nineveh's body burst into a brilliant pink light as it roared. The demon flower's form was fully revealed at this moment. As Nineveh entered a rampage state, the activity of the surrounding ether once again surged to an alarming level. Under such power, some ordinary people with weak strength would probably be frightened on the spot. It's Nineveh, one of the few Israeli corpses marked as extremely dangerous in the association's archives. Your friend is really brave. Facing such an enemy, he still wants to be a hero and save the beauty. The examiner, who was hiding in the dark and observing, couldn't help but complain. The development of things to this point was far beyond her expectations. Nineveh was the remains for which the Void Investigation Association had offered a huge reward. To this day, even the Void Special Department could not do much about it. So in his opinion, Zhong Yan's behavior was a bit impulsive. The assessment is suspended. Your current performance has reached the passing line and you can definitely pass the assessment. I will explain this to the association later. As for now, you should think about how to deal with Nineveh first. The examiner looked solemn, and Ling, who was controlling IE's actions, was also very worried about Zhong Yan's safety. The distance between him and Nineveh was extremely close. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for him to escape, let alone facing an opponent of Nineveh's level. As for Hoshimiya, Ling didn't know her and didn't know that she was a virtual hunter, so she subconsciously thought that she might not be able to provide much help. I just saw it with my own eyes. Seeing Jianya's full strength attack did not cause any damage to Nineveh. This is enough to show the difference in strength between the two. Just when she was thinking about how to take Zhong Yan away, the members of Anti-Aircraft Section 6 who were left behind by Seeing Jianya finally arrived. The section chief is still moving so fast, I can't keep up at all. Yuma was breathing heavily. Seeing the strangler vines gradually rising from the ground all around him, he knew that things seemed to be out of their control. Even they rarely saw Nineveh in a furious state, and a monster of this level could not be dealt with by a single class. However, it is not easy for Nineveh to eat them. In most cases, as the ether energy in its body is lost, Nineveh will find a way to escape from the battle. The main goal of the Anti-Aircraft Section SIXS operations is to reduce the intensity of Nineveh's ether by consuming its energy. Of course, it would be better if it could be eliminated directly. The ether activity nearby is off the charts. We have to go support the section chief as soon as possible. And who is that person next to the section chief? Lu pushed her glasses, and when she gave the order to support Hoshimiya, she also noticed Zhong Yan beside her. However, now is not the time to pay attention to all this. Following her order, the three people from Air Anti-Section 6 immediately picked up their weapons and rushed towards where Hoshimiya and the others were. As for the examiner and Ling, they were warned to leave quickly. Chidori Ryu. When the countless skeleton bees and strangler vines around them were about to attack the two, a flash of electric light burst out from the palm of Zhong Yan. Endless electric current poured out like a rainstorm, destroying all the skeleton bees and strangler vines around them that wanted to approach them. Seeing this scene, Hoshimiya, who was about to draw his sword, stopped what he was doing. It was not until this moment that she realized that this rude guy in front of her seemed to have some ability. If that's the case, then she doesn't need to worry about anything. Since Uchiha and the others are heading this way, she can take this opportunity to completely destroy Nineveh. Thinking of this, Seeing Jianya turned to look at Zhong Yan and said, "You deal with these things that are in the way, and I'll take care of the big guy." After saying that, Hoshimiya rushed towards Nineveh again. The skeleton bees and strangler vines that tried to stop her on the way were no match for her at all. They were chopped off by the sharp sword light as soon as they showed their heads. Is this woman so eager to die? Zhong Yan glanced at Seeing Jianya, who was rushing forward with a sword drawn, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It hasn't been shown in the game before, but judging from the fact that her previous blow didn't cause any damage to Nineveh, the strength between the two is not at the same level at all. Su Xiao is indeed very strong, but if he wants to defeat an Ikai of Nineveh's level by himself, perhaps only the third-generation head of the Hoshimi family, who is famous for his military power, can do it. As for Hoshimiya, she does have extraordinary potential as she has such strength at such a young age. However, before her potential is fully tapped, she still needs to restrain herself a little, otherwise she may die halfway. And the fact is indeed so. The reason why Nineveh was hit by Xingjianya's attack before was simply because it didn't want to waste time. But now it is in a state of rage, so why would it care so much? In its eyes, any living creature other than corpses is nothing more than fertilizer to nourish itself. How could it possibly show mercy to waste? The next second, as the surrounding space began to distort, countless ether energies began to gather in the pistol at the tail of Nineveh. The pistol that was supposed to spread pollen, after absorbing a terrifying amount of ether energy, suddenly burst out with a strong laser and blasted towards Seeing Jianya. Faced with such a threatening attack, Seeing Jianya did not dare to slack off at all. As she stopped, a terrifying aura began to brew from her body. When this energy brewed to the critical point, she took a step forward, and the land within a radius of several meters was instantly frozen into ice. The moment she swung the knife, the frozen land immediately cracked apart. The reason for the ground to crack was Hoshimiya's sword swing. At this moment, Hoshimiya launched his strongest attack, and at the same time demonstrated the name of Void Hunter to the fullest. When the terrifying sword wave came into contact with the laser, two energies of different colors instantly bloomed in the air. One after another, brilliant circles of light gradually spread out along with the shock wave, and the ruins of the buildings below the explosion were annihilated into ashes by the two powerful energies. The huge waves lasted for several minutes before finally dissipating, and the stamens at the tail of Nineveh, which stood right in front of the storm, showed signs of withering at this moment. In this shocking collision, it was Seeing Jianya who gained the upper hand in the end. What a powerful blow! Even Zhongyan couldn't help but sigh. Hoshimiya was indeed the character with the strongest plot expression when the game was launched. The previous blow was likely enough to chop the skeleton like Susanoo into pieces. It seems that the so-called virtual hunting is still somewhat different from those rotten fish and shrimp. But that's all. As the stamens at the tail gradually withered and lost their vitality, Nineveh finally realized that the fertilizer in front of it seemed to be struggling too much. Then, it stopped absorbing the surrounding ether and began to mobilize the energy in its body. The nucleus on its head also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, under the horrified gaze of everyone, not only did the originally withered stamen regain its vitality, but 6 identical new stamens also grew behind Nineveh. Then, the 7 stamens simultaneously absorbed the surrounding etheric energy, preparing to release the destructive laser again. This time, there are 7 lasers. Faced with Nineveh's full throttle attack, the few people who had just arrived at the situation and were about to assist Hoshimiya stopped. You must be kidding. How could they release 7 lasers at once with an attack like that just now? Yunchen's expression was bitter. The 3 of them were far less powerful than Hoshimiya. Even if they were tied together, it would be difficult for them to resist a laser. Now, they can only pray that Xing Jianya can swing out 7 sword waves at the same time like the one just now, otherwise they will probably be killed here. Zhongyan, get out of there quickly. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Ling hurriedly summoned Zhongyan, wanting him to escape from danger within a limited time. However, there was simply no time. He was afraid that he would be burned to ashes by Nineveh's laser before he could run a few steps. Therefore, Zhongyan's choice was to stand still, while Xing Jianya protected him, intending to risk his life to save the one closest to him. Just when everyone was ready for a desperate fight, suddenly, 3 dark blue megatama connected together, constantly spinning and shooting from a distance, accurately hit Nineveh, which was still accumulating power in the air. This attack was aimed directly at the core in Nineveh's head, causing it to retreat and howl in pain. At the same time, the ultimate move that was originally charging was forcibly interrupted. The sudden change made everyone present stunned, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look towards the direction where the megatama came from. Only Zhongyan's expression remained calm, and he didn't even blink. That is, when he saw clearly who made the move, Kang Jiao covered his mouth, looking very incredulous. Uchiha's figure stood in the Susanoo in armored form. The megatama he just fired was also one of his commonly used moves, the Yasaka megatama. I never expected that we would be saved by Uchiha. It seems that not choosing to attack him just now was the best decision we made in our lives. Lu pushed her glasses and a drop of cold sweat rolled down her cheek, which was a sign of her gratitude. The 4 members of Anti-Aircraft Section 6 all breathed a sigh of relief after being rescued. Ling, who was still watching from a distance, guessed why Uchiha showed up at such a critical moment. He reached a deal with Zhongyan. In exchange for providing physical data, Zhongyan could unconditionally summon Uchiha to help him solve his problems. From this point of view, he should have asked Uchiha to protect them in the dark long before entering Hollow Zero, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why Zhongyan was able to contact him in such a short time. This way, it should be safe. Right. Ling muttered to herself, sounding a little uncertain. The Uchiha were strong, there was no doubt about that, but was he really stronger than Nineveh? The oppressive feeling of that super-large skeleton was so terrifying that it was totally beyond the ability of humans to contend with. On the other side, looking at the people who survived the disaster, Uchiha first glanced at Zhongyan, and then said in a cold tone, Anti-Air Section 6, and Hollow Hunter, you guys who are touted as the new elite of Eridu, are nothing more than that. Listening to Uchiha's sarcastic words, the 4 members of Section 6 suddenly felt a little annoyed, but they did not show it because the current situation was not the time to argue with others. Uchiha, I admit that you are very strong, but the power of that corpse is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Don't show off your personal heroism here. My suggestion is that we should work together next. Lu was about to try to win over the Uchiha to join forces with them, but she quickly shut her mouth. Because Uchiha glanced at her, and the blood-red pupils under the mask revealed a chilling coldness. Since when have I been questioned by a guy like you? Uchiha took a few steps forward and waved his hand. Susanoo cleared away a large number of skeleton bees and strangler vines around. In the sky, Nineveh, which was gradually recovering, looked at the new enemy that appeared on the ground and let out a low growl of fear. Although Uchiha does not have any intelligence, its biological instinct makes it feel an unprecedented sense of crisis from the person in front of it. So, it immediately recalled the scattered skeleton bees around to protect itself, and at the same time charged up 7 destructive lasers again. This time, Uchiha did not use the Yasaka Megatama to interrupt, but instead condensed a crossbow and an arrow from Susanoo's arm. He drew the bow and pulled the string. Compared to Nineveh's momentum that could distort the space just by accumulating power, his arrow seemed a little mediocre. Hashime Masa was also ready to take action. As long as the Uchiha showed signs of weakness in the confrontation with Nineveh, she would immediately join the battle. Before that, let this arrogant guy see the difference between the super-large Yishi and the giant Yishi. Just as Nineveh's 7 destructive lasers gathered together and burst out at the same time, Uchiha's arrow also broke away from the crossbow. The arrows flew through the air, making a sharp sonic boom. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. All they saw was the torn air and the roar like lightning. Immediately afterwards, the arrow and the beam of destruction came into contact with each other. However, the imagined shocking collision did not happen. When everyone looked up, they saw the arrow tearing through the light beam with great force and shooting towards Nineveh at an extremely fast speed. The torn light beams turned into several small lasers, sweeping across the surrounding ground indiscriminately. Wherever they passed, any hard objects could not withstand the huge pressure and collapsed. This scene stunned everyone, especially the anti-aircraft Section 6. They originally thought that they would help Uchiha when he was defeated. Even if they were helpless, the two could only end up in a draw and it would be difficult to determine the winner. But who could have thought that the battle situation would be so one-sided, and in favor of the Uchiha? Is this really human? The four of them couldn't help but start to doubt. But soon, a shrill scream interrupted their thoughts. Nineveh was hit by arrows. Even with its full output, Uchiha's arrows were still unimpeded, and its beam of destruction was simply a joke. The only good news was that most of the arrow's energy was consumed by the light beam, so even if it hit, it would only suffer some minor injuries, which would not be fatal. Is it really that difficult to kill? Uchiha muttered to himself as he looked at Nineveh, who was still alive and kicking. The power of this arrow was considered to be the strongest attack he had ever made, but even so, it failed to kill Nineveh. As expected, it is a super large skeleton that can put even the Void Hunter in trouble. It is indeed extraordinary. But that's it. Being able to catch an arrow is indeed impressive, but what about the second arrow?